G'day battlers and welcome to the Perth Regional Championship, the first regional championship of the Australian season for the 2025 season. My name is Josh Starrett, also known as PvP Steve, quite the scandal.
And I'm debbiepebble, also known as my real name as Jeffy Tan.
Look, some people are a little bit more above the table than others, but regardless, you know who a lot of people are going to be above the table are 40 phones laid out for the 40 competitors that we have here at the Perth Regional Championship. Again, this is the first opportunity for the Oceanic region to sort of pick up some championship points on the road to Anaheim.
Yeah, and it's like the biggest Perth regional we've actually had. I'm from Perth, so this is my local regional. So seeing this amount of numbers actually come through is huge for us over here. We've got plenty of locals that are participating, and also a few people over that have flown over actually.
Yeah, that's right. This is the first season that players in the Asian region are able to come over to the Oceanic region right next door and try and win that World Championship invite by winning the entire tournament. And there are definitely a few today that are going to be trying to sort of do that. Now, this is also actually sort of an earmarked season with Perth, where not only is Perth the first regional championship of the 2025 season, but it was the last regional championship of the 2024 season. So it's back to back.
Look, I don't mind this. Being a local, I haven't had to fly, unlike some other people. But, I'm a bit spoiled in the regard. But yeah, we're back at the Perth Exhibition and Convention Centre today, and yeah, what a delight! We've got a nice background today as well.
We do. It's looking good. Really happy to go ahead with this stream. And now this tournament is a bit of an important one, not only for the Oceanic region, but for everyone else that is out there around the world as well, because this is the first regional championship after the max out season. Now it's in a little bit of a mid-room sort of regional. And what does that mean, Debbie?
Well, it means that we're just in this like almost limbo period at the moment. So now we're into the Dual Destiny season. So new move updates have come across. However, because of Play Pokemon and the rules that we have like a little bit of a delay when these particular Pokemon can come into play. So we'll have a look at this sheet here. Steve, what do you see on this sheet?
Yeah, so essentially we've got some fast attack changes, some charge attack changes, and some new attacks added as well. For this Perth Regional Championship, anything that has been changed, so the fast attack changes and the charge attack changes, they are in effect for this Perth Regional Championship, and we'll talk about that in a little bit of a time as well. All of the new attacks, however, are not eligible for this particular tournament. So there's going to be no Rollout Bibarel, no Psywave Surf Starmies, no Sand Attack Gliscors, and no Focus Blast Dracoviz. But there is still a lot of other things going on, including one new Pokemon, Debbie.
Yeah, absolutely. It's in the top right-hand corner. You can see Galarian Corsola debuts in Dual Destinies as well. So Galarian Corsola is one of those Pokemon that's actually quite difficult to get. And because we need to actually hatch them from eggs. Now, eggs in particular have to be from 7-kilometer eggs, and they're only available through gifts. So make some bag space, clear out some eggs, and open some gifts so you can actually obtain these eggs, these 7-kilometer eggs, so you can hatch them in a chance to get a Galarian Corsola.
Yeah, now I've definitely been doing a little bit of analysis of, how do you want to train your Galarian Corsola? And it definitely does change your matchups depending on how you train it. And I'm just going to throw it out there. I think it is very, very beneficial to do a bit of a trade, try and trade with some friends, get some new Galarian Corsolas, train them up to potentially be a little bit more bulky than your sort of straight out of egg Galarian Corsola, because there are definitely some important matchups that it is going to pick up. And I think that we're going to see a lot of that today. But Galarian Corsola isn't the only Pokemon that is sort of maybe getting a new fresh coat of paint for this particular tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, look, there's a few to come to mind, but which one in particular were you thinking, Steve?
Now, there's a couple. So here's the thing. So we've got a couple of updates here, and let's look at the fast attack changes first. So we have the Triple Fang update, the Fire Fang, the Ice Fang, and the Thunder Fang that are all going from 8 damage and 5 energy to, I think, 6 energy here. So Fire Fang, Ice Fang, Thunder Fang, none of them particularly on super duper meta Pokemon, so I'm not expecting some big changes here. There are some potential Fire Fangers out there like Mawile that has occasionally shown us
a little bit spicy.
Yeah, it's definitely a bit of a spicy pick. The Fire Fang sort of lines up with that. Ice Fang, another move that it does have, for example, Drapion actually has access to Ice Fang. Generally, I think that Poison Sting is still going to be the preferred move, but potentially someone today is going to go, you know what, I really do want that extra coverage into potentially, I guess, the dragons that might be running around as well, that the Ice Fang would be super effective too. Thunder Fang is potentially usable. Now, I say potentially because it is on Steelix. Steelix is a Pokemon that I think a lot of people are running in the Fantasy Cup in the Go Battle League right now, and Thunderfang Steelix is an absolute menace in the Fantasy Cup. I don't know if you think it's going to be in the Open Grey League though, Debbie.
Look, I know a particular Perth player that loves running a Thunderfang for certain Pokemon. I actually won't reveal it, just in case they bring it. Just in case they bring it. So we'll see if that comes into fruition later. And then the next update is Thundershock as well. So Thundershock, I'm not too sure. What do you think that any particular Pokemon that might bring Thundershock in?
Yeah, there's definitely a few. So Thundershock, the energy generation is staying at the same level, but the damage is being increased from 3 damage to 4. Now, this is actually quite a sizable update. That is a 33% increase in how much damage it does. And I know one Pokemon that is a relatively new addition to the Pokemon Championship series, and that is Morpeko. Morpeko is a very powerful Pokemon, especially in the Go Battle League. Hasn't quite had any major successes on the Championship series
Not
so
yet.
far,
Not
but
yet.
potentially this could be the time now that it is Thundershock has been increased with that damage, especially when it is such a sort of attack-weighted Pokemon. So a Pokemon that does a lot of damage, doesn't take a lot of hits. Doing that little bit of extra damage might actually make it really beneficial to maybe even farm down a few other Pokemon.
Yeah, Morpeko, when it first came out, I don't know about you, Steve, but like it was such an incredible Pokemon to play with just because of the new dynamic that it has. And whether it's in, full belly mode or hangry mode, it is pretty powerful there as well. And then next on the charge attack changes, we have these elemental punches that have come across. So would we expect to see any fire punch Pokemon coming through?
Yeah, there's definitely one fire puncher, and I think this is actually potentially the more important part of the charge attack changes, because Fire Punch and Ice Punch especially, and Thunder Punch actually, all 3 of these moves are actually used on quite popular meta Pokemon. So for example, let's start with Fire Punch. Fire Punch, Diggersby actually has access to Fire Punch, and it's been a Pokemon that's been swirling around the meta quite a bit recently, and it is going to have 5 extra damage. So if you're a Diggersby before, you are just loving this because you are already just even better going into the core meta here. Diggersby are a very powerful Pokemon that has quite good matchups, especially into Clodsire, sort of an anti-ground core. We saw sort of early on in the play Pokemon in this particular season, there were a lot of, originally it was that Clodsire, Feraligatr, Dunsparce trio. And then when we sort of moved into the Latin America region for some tournaments over there, they actually picked up Diggersby Toxapex core, and Diggersby all of a sudden became a very massive deal. And to be honest, Debbie, I think it is coming back. I really think we are going to see a number of Diggersbys in this particular tournament with that Fire Punch buff just making it even better than it was before.
Yeah, I think, a lot of people love the bunnies over here in Perth. So I expect to see quite a few Diggersbys, and it has such good coverage. And now with this buff, like, why not bring it along and build a team around it? Again, all the other elementals. So we have Ice Punch and Thunder Punch as well that have been buffed. I was hoping for a Hypno. I was hoping to see a Hypno within the mix today, but we'll see what happens. Hypno has been, in the past was readily used, but is not seen of late. But I would like to see it.
Yeah, it definitely had some early use in the early grassroots scene, but it's definitely been a little bit of time since we've seen Hypno running around. Of course, you never know. Maybe someone in this tournament has decided to bring it along. I was talking to a few of the competitors yesterday that were talking about, I really wanted to bring Hypno. I built a team with Hypno, but in practice, it maybe just wasn't quite up to snuff. And so hopefully we might see if one does end up coming along. But let's look at Ice Punch now, because that's another one that is actually in a very similar position to Diggersby, where Diggersby is sort of running around. It was already good. Fire Punch just makes it even better. But Ice Punch's big champion is Alolan Sandslash. Alolan Sandslash with access to Ice Punch is just doing even more damage than it already was. And it was such a good Pokemon. I mean, it just won LAIC, Debbie.
Yep, exactly right. And and you can bring whether you want to bring it as a normal or as a shadow. Now with this buff, it just makes it even more powerful, and it's so readily used, and it's just something that it's kind of been a bit on the fringes when it comes to that top meta picks, but I think now that it's been buffed, it's going to be like, oh, you know what? Maybe it's time to bring the Alolan Sandslash in.
Yeah, I mean, look, even with Alolan Sandslash becoming even better, you know what? That actually sort of improves another Pokemon, that being Diggersby with its access to that buffed Fire Punch. So I think we might see that little bit of a relationship there where one rises just to meet it. But then here comes punch number 3, Thunder Punch also being buffed for that 5 damage increase. And there's a few Pokemon running around, Debbie, that are actually making use of that. And one of them literally just won a tournament being Shadow Typhlosion. Shadow Typhlosion with access to Thunder Punch. I believe it won potentially it was actually Sacramento that it won the entire tournament. A very powerful Pokemon with that super effective Blast Burn. Just so many Pokemon running around in the meta. Thunder Punch coming so quick as well. I mean, Debbie, it takes 2 Incinerates to get to a single Thunder Punch. That is
crazy.
Quick.
That is so quick. That is in a blink, basically, through there. And you know what? Like Shadow Typhlosion, I've seen them around, so we might see some in the Perth Regional.
Yeah, you know what? That's another Pokemon that is actually going to be able to counter that buffed Alolan Sandslash. So maybe Sandslash's beware. But there is another Pokemon running Thunder Punch, that being Goodra. Now, I don't know about you, but I'm a little skeptical on how good Goodra might be going into this particular meta. I am ready to be proven wrong. Hopefully someone can perform really well with the Goodra, but you can call me a Goodra hater on this one.
Oh, wow. Well, big call from Steve/Josh. But yeah, no, it'll be interesting to see if there's any Goodras in play. Oh, look, you know, I'm a little bit on the hater side as well because, you know, Team Fairy for Debbie. So, you know, I would be bringing out the... Actually, no, bring in the Goodra. Bring in the Goodra. Bring it against me. It's all good. Just bring it along.
Yeah, that's fair enough. Look, if we can get some fairy propaganda going on in this stream, we can definitely rely on Debbie to bring that all the way through. But there is one additional charge stack change that is coming in for this particular tournament and for the next 3 months of Championship Series events, and that is a rework of Bulldoze. Now, Bulldoze used to be quite, you know, a bit of an energy-intensive move. It takes quite a while to get there, and it did a decent chunk of damage. In the past, it has been used on a lot of Pokemon, you know, and not so many these days, but it was definitely around, and it's actually being reworked to be a little bit spammier. So it is going from 60 energy cost down to 45, and it's going from 80 damage down to 45. So it's going to be a bit spammier, but not only that, it is going to have a 50% chance of reducing your opponent's defense by 1 stage. So potentially some dynamic gameplay going on there.
Yeah, absolutely through there. And I think that means that people will be like, oh, okay, I got my defense drop. What do? I switch out because we have the 50-second timer.
We do. We're still rolling on from the max out update. We still have that 50-second switch clock ready to go that I really think, Debbie, and everyone was saying this from the beginning, but I think it is still so true now. It has really improved the skill level of the PvP game. It has just made it so much more dynamic, so much more about your energy generation. You're saving your energy, keeping it in little pockets all over the place, keeping track of where your opponent is at as the game progresses. I mean, it's definitely been a big improvement for the game.
Yeah, it's so much more dynamic, and it's really nice if you get locked into a certain Pokemon, right? So I think it reduces these rock paper scissors plays a little bit as well, and you know, that means that you don't have as much thinking time as you used to have. Someone like myself that likes to think a bit, it's been a bit difficult. Let's put it that way. So yeah, still working on working with this 50-second timer, but it is definitely a lot more fun to play in.
Yeah, you know what? I know that the Australian region does have a bit of a reputation for having a lot of Bastiodon users running around, specifically the Perth Regional Championship.
Hey.
Because, I mean, here's a little bit of trivia for you and everyone in chat, is that there is only one person to ever win a Championship Series tournament with a Bastiodon. And you know where it was?
It was here.
It was right here in Perth, 2022, Rob Drogo in the first season of the Championship Series for the Oceanic region, for Pokemon Go, I should say. And so no one has quite matched that yet. There've been a few that have hit second place. You know, Caleb Peng has got a couple of second place Bastiodon finishes. Tomahawk UK got a Shadow Bastiodon second place finish as well. But you know, maybe we end up seeing that come along. But look, regardless, there is definitely a lot of stuff going on in this season, and I'm really looking forward to seeing what these guys are really going to be preparing for, what they're going to bring into the new season, and seeing what new picks might develop here.
Yeah, and look, you know, I'd be stoked to see a Bastiodon. If someone brings it along today, I'll give you a cookie. It'll be awesome to see.
All right, we're seeing post-team lock-in bribery coming from debbiepebble here. So if you've got a Bastiodon, come claim your cookie, I suppose. But I know that there were actually a few battlers that were sort of maybe teasing, like, oh, I am thinking about maybe trying to make Bastiodon work, but I don't know if it's necessarily gonna happen this time. But it looks like we actually are going to be getting into our first battles of the day. The competitors are all warmed up. They're ready to try their brand new Pokemon, their brand new teams, see what the Dual Destiny season could bring. Is it going to be, I mean, Path 1, the Dual Destiny, right? You could be heading towards the championship. or you could be heading towards, well, not the championship, but we'll find out who is going to walk down each path as you sort of head into the sort of coming tournament. But as we get those teams brought up, I want to sort of ask you if maybe just like, if you have to name a Pokemon off the top of it. Oh, we have the teams here that we're going to be seeing here.
Very nice.
Belbass on the left and DangerHawk 1, 2, 6, 9 on the right-hand side. Now, I think that Ditto is going to be updated to what Pokemon they're actually running, but what do you see on Belbass's side?
Belbass's side, we see the Superior, we see the Zoomer, we see the Alolan Sandslash that we talked about just earlier. We see the Annihilate, the Dunsparce, and the reliable Clodsire.
Always reliable, and you know we've got one on the right-hand side as well. DangerHawk is running that Ariados, the Clodsire, the Galarian, Moltres, the Annihilate, and the Dunsparce, and we'll find out what that sixth Pokemon is in a little bit. But something that I do sort of want to mention as well, it's a Gastrodon is the other Pokemon, so they're running double ground.
But is it East or West?
That is the great debate. I know, we're running blue Shellos generally over our way, so we'll see if someone's brought a yellow East Seashell, like East, West? Which way is which? I don't know.
Tell us in chat.
Yeah, let us know, please, because we are so uneducated. We'll have to find out. But
is Lou the Pikachu here?
Yeah, don't tell Lou that we didn't know.
Oh, no one clip this.
Yeah, no one clip it. But regardless, if you take a look at the teams here, there's a few interesting points. Now, first of all, the Superior on Belbass's side, it's kind of only got one major target, and it is that Ditto turned Gastrodon in a little bit of time. And if you don't land it on that Gastrodon, it's not looking too hot into the rest of the team.
No, it does not at all. So it might be something that might sit on the bench today. I actually really like the look of the Alolan Sandslash. I think it has a lot of play into DangerHawk's side. Whether it's the Moltres, whether it's an Ariados, whether it's a Clodsire, and even like in Dunsparce, in some plays, it can take do quite a significant amount of damage as well. I guess you just kind of don't want to see the Annihilate though.
Yeah, there's definitely some hard counters running around, and this is actually something that I wanted to talk about that sort of came off of LAIC a bit. Now, at LAIC, as I mentioned, it did win the entire tournament, and in fact, it was actually on all 4 of the top 4 teams in LAIC, and they actually had fourth place Ash and Ash, and they sort of asked him in an interview, I think it might have been Inadequates, and he sort of asked like, Ash and Ash, Alolan Sandslash has been accused of being an RPS Pokemon, a rock, paper, scissors Pokemon. Do you agree or do you disagree? And he sort of stood there and was like, you know what? I agree. I think that Alolan Sandslash is an RPS Pokemon. It is, and I don't think that's quite right. Like, here's some nuance to it. Alolan Sandslash is incredibly powerful in the matchups that it's good in. It's quite good in neutral matchups as well. But as soon as you get into a really bad matchup for Alolan Sandslash, you are in some trouble, because if you land that thing up against an Annihilate, as you said, you are taking double super effective damage due to your Ice and Steel typings on that Alolan Sandslash, and so you are not going to hang around for very long.
No, not at all. That Alolan Sandslash will be returned to its Pokeball pretty quickly. And I mentioned earlier as well, there might be just, a few Shadow Typhlosions around as well. So there again, just like a couple of Incinerates and you're out the door.
There's definitely a few risks on around. And so I think Belbass is actually going to have to lean into 2 things in particular. First of all, that Annihilate is looking incredibly powerful on Belbass's side. There's no sort of, look, there's some counters, right?
Yes, of course.
Ariados has the poison typing that resists. Clodsire has the poison typing that resists all of that counter damage, but you have the ability to just keep throwing Rage Fists, use your protect shields on the Annihilate, and you can actually force through a lot of matchups. And this is something that we've seen in the last couple of tournaments in the Championship Series as well. It's very hard Pokemon to stop. And so I think that anytime you see an Annihilate on the other side, as both of these battlers do, you always have to be thinking, am I prepared for Annihilate in the front? Am I prepared for Annihilate in the back? Because it could be anywhere and you have to be ready for it.
Yeah, and it's like, especially after the Community Day update, right? So now it has access to Rage Fist, and with its attack being raised each time, it is just something that, with shields, my goodness, like where do you go?
Yeah, it becomes pretty tricky, and it does make it one step trickier, because Belbass, on Belbass's side, they've got the Alolan Sandslash that is weak to counter, and the Dunsparce that is weak to counter as well. And on the other side, you only have that Dunsparce. Everything else isn't too bad. It's a counter. Galarian Moltres, I believe it does have the flying typing as well as the dark typing, so it's not as bad, but Galarian Moltres is almost one of sort of DangerHawk's best answers into that Annihilate, because the Sucker Punch damage does so much work against anything.
Oh, it just builds up and builds up. By the time it gets to a Rage Fist, it's almost into the yellow by that point. So we know that was going to be a very tricky matchup if it does land with the Annihilate and the Galarian Moltres there. But what I'm interested to see in your opinion, though, Steve. Like with Belbass now going back to the Alolan Sandslash, he opted for non-shadow.
That's right.
Yeah, instead of going for shadow. Do you think that bulk will come important into these battles?
Here's the thing. I'm actually personally, my personal belief is that Shadow Alolan Sandslash is the way to go. And let me tell you why. Alolan Sandslash, because it has these such bad matchups against Annihilate, against something like Typhlosion, there's going to be a lot of scenarios where you don't want to be in that matchup for very long. Because say you've got a full health Alolan Sandslash into an Annihilate, right? If you have a non-shadow Sandslash, Annihilate is going to be able to farm you all the way down and pick up a lot of energy along the way. And so it becomes a little bit like, oh, do I really want to give them this much energy? Whereas if you run the shadow version of the Alolan Sandslash, you have a little bit less bulk, they farm you down a little bit quicker, and they don't get as much of an energy advantage by farming you all the way down. And personally, when I think you're running a Pokemon that does, as Ash and Ash says, is a little bit alignment-based, I feel like it is potentially a Pokemon that you want to really be thinking about that, even though there are a couple of matchups that, maybe you eke out by having that non-shadow version.
Yeah, look, I do like the bulk of having it non-shadow, but I understand, like, when I say it's shadow, is it hurt though, Steve? Like, shouldn't we purify these things? We just took it from Team Rocket. Shouldn't we just, make it a bit happier? But it's PvP we're talking about, so all the damage matters.
Yeah, we've got to get into the games here. So actually, one thing that I do want to sort of ask is, what is your opinion on Gastrodon? Because that's another Pokemon that I think is very much hailed as like, oh, it's just straight rock, paper, scissors. Either you get a good matchup or you don't. If you land it on Superior, you lose the game. If you land it on, like Clodsire, you win the game. What's your opinion on that?
Look, I quite like Gastrodon. I think it can be a bit moldable. I understand the RPS of it, but I think it's just something that it gives you a little bit of wiggle room. So for those that just need a little bit of thinking time, like myself, it gives me a little bit of that. And also the body slams do add up. And you know what? It's super cute. So it goes on Debbie's team.
Yeah, Debbie has told me before that she decides, will a Pokemon end up on my team if it looks, as she uses the word, Uggo, then it's not making it onto her team. So I'm not gonna call out any of Debbie's Uggo list, but they need to look cute to land on that team of 6. So Gastrodon at least gets the big green tick. And obviously we know that Debbie's a big Clodsire fan as well. So DangerHawk's team might be looking potentially on the road for you.
Okay. Yeah. There's a few ticks on that one. It's a few cuties on that side. Yeah. Let's put it that way.
That's right. Okay, it looks like we're sort of having a little bit of a delay. So what we're actually going to do before we jump into this particular... Oh, no, we're actually going to be getting into the match. Apologies. So we'll be getting into game number 1. I believe this is winners round 1. Getting started in the Perth Regional Championships. Belbass versus DangerHawk 1, 2, 6, 9. 2 trainers that are both potentially looking to sort of get going here. But as we sort of get that started, one other thing that is potentially a big deal in PvP at the moment is what your Clodsire moveset is.
Yes.
Now, some people decide to run that Sludge Bomb Earthquake, some run Stone Edge Earthquake. And one Stone Collection at the Stuttgart Regional Championship last week did decide to run the Sludge Bomb Stone Edge moveset, which is a little bit rogue. So what's your potential pick as a Clodsire moveset?
Oh, look, I'm very much an Earthquake Sludge Bomb kind of girl, but, Stone, that's, wow, what a, Stone Collection. Look,
I think Stone Collection, his thought process was probably, you know what? I need that Sludge Bomb for the things like the Azumarill, like the Superior, like the Jumpluff running around. And you know what? My name is Stone Collection, so I better run the Stone Edge onto that Clodsire. And look, he did all right. He did pretty decent in the Stuttgart Regional Championships, but I still don't think I would recommend not running Earthquake in this particular meta.
Look, as someone that appreciates rocks and pebbles, I get it. I get it. We're on the same page. Look,
it's fair enough. But I guess the other, that's how you sort of work around not having Stone Edge on your particular side, is you run Dunsparce. And both of these players are running Dunsparce. Now, we don't have movesets here, so we'll have to wait and see what they are running. One of the other moveset considerations that we've actually seen people going both ways on in the last couple of championship events is Alolan Sandslash, and whether you're running the Powder Snow moveset or the Shadow Claw moveset. Now, both have slightly different niches, but I really do feel like, potentially we actually get extra Ice Punch damage now, so the Ice damage might be extra covered. So maybe it's a bit easier to lean into the Shadow Claws these days and just, have those better matchups here.
I do like the idea of Shadow Claw, especially now that Galarian Corsola is into play, especially for this particular Perth regional. And, there might be some people that be bringing it in going, well, I want to try it. I want to see how this Galarian Corsola goes. So I think I personally would have probably bought the Shadow Claw just to be like, just a bit of coverage through there. Because, like you said, the ice punches are already buffed slightly, so you have a bit of that ice coverage, and it's because Shadow Claw just generates so much energy as well. You get there pretty quick.
That's right. And I really do think that is a great point. Galarian Corsola is really a Pokemon that you want to be preparing for. And so I think that Shadow Claw makes a lot of sense going into this particular meta. And we'll talk about it a little bit later, but Galarian Corsola is definitely going to be one of the Pokemon to beat because it is just so bulky, Debbie.
Yes, my
it's
goodness.
insane. But look, I think both of these players have a little bit of damage to throw to a Galarian Corsola, right? Like, Galarian Moltres is one of the best possible counters to that Galarian Corsola because you have so much Sucker Punch damage that is really adding up. You resist Astonish, you resist Nightshade, and you're really just forcing him to throw Power Gem, which does take a little bit of time to get to. I think it's 5 Astonishes to get to each Power Gem, so it definitely gives other Pokemon that are a little bit spammier a bit of extra time to actually get their charge attacks off and really speed up the game a little bit.
It does, however, because it's so bulky that you don't need shields most of the time. You can cop a lot of attacks through with your Galarian Corsola. So, if you're low on shields, you kind of like, oh, well, here you go. Here's my shield. It's just the Corsola just sitting there.
Yeah, that's right. And it looks like our players are actually starting to lock in their teams. So I wanted to take a look at the 2 teams we've got here, Debbie.
Yes.
And I want to ask you, if you have to make a grand prediction, what lead is Belbass going to be running into DangerHawk's side? Remembering that, we now have that Gastrodon there that is potentially so scary. We have the Galarian Moltres can actually be quite scary as well. Even the Annihilate can be quite scary. There's a lot of potentially dangerous Pokemon on this side. What does Belbass call?
Oh, look, it's really hard, but I'm gonna put on Dunsparce. I'm gonna see if he brings that out first. So, we're heading into the teams are locked in.
All right, we're going to have game number 1 of the Perth Regional Championships here in Perth, and we have the Annihilate into the Galarian Moltres. This is not where the Annihilate wants to be.
No, not at all. It is a shiny Annihilate, but it wants to get out of it. It's staying in, it's going for those counties, and these Sucker Punches are adding up.
Yeah, now this is a great play from Belbass. He's actually going straight for the Rage Fist. Now, this is a bit of a situation where if you do boost, you get a guaranteed attack boost from every single Rage Fist. You can actually really start to add up the counter damage here if you invest your Protect Shields.
Yeah, and now DangerHawk going straight for that Brave, but Belbass sees it and goes straight for the shield, protecting this Annihilate that has been boosted.
Yeah, really solid call from Belbass here, recognizing that the Brave Bird really hurt, and we actually see the swap out of Dunsparce into the Annihilate. The counters are boosted.
Oh my goodness, yeah. And now going for another Rage Fist. DangerHawk going for the shield and protecting this Dunsparce, because even though it's not super effective, it would still hurt a bit.
Yeah, we now see the Superior swapping into the Dunsparce. Dunsparce does have some energy ready to go. Throws the Drill Run, which is resisted by Superior's Grass typing. Superior is just going to keep throwing up. I think a single Frenzy Plant will do a lot of damage onto this Dunsparce, throwing on good move timing. It is a 2-turn move Vine Whip versus a 3-turn move rollout. So you want to make sure you're not giving them a free 3 turns with a rollout here. But the Rock Slide is going to connect to the Superior, but Superior is pretty bulky. You can take it.
Superior is definitely quite bulky through here. Now launching this Frenzy plant, and it will connect as DangerHawk decides not to shield its Dunsparce here. And so close, but it's still hanging on.
Yeah, this is actually great for Belbass because he gets 2 extra Vine Whips of farm going to the back line, but neither of the Pokemon on DangerHawk's side are great for Superior. The Ariados in the back does a lot of damage with the Poison Stings, but you do have access to the Aerial Ace that can do a lot as well. The Frenzy Plant KOing the Galarian Moltres. Here comes the Ariados, and here comes the Clodsire to answer it, running Stone Edge as well. This is a great matchup for Clodsire, and DangerHawk is in a lot of trouble.
He is in a lot of trouble through here. Now going through the Trailblaze and trying to boost its Ariados' attack just to try and do a little bit more damage here. Yeah, but this Clodsire is so bulky. Now going for the Stone Edge. Does DangerHawk decide to shield it? Opting to shield, protecting its Ariados here. And oh my goodness, it's a really uphill battle here, Steve.
Yeah, this is going to be really tough for DangerHawk to come back from. He's going to throw the Lunge to reduce the attack of the next incoming Stone Edge, but it is still going to do so much damage when it does come through. And these moves are just not quite doing a lot. Clodsire is almost down into the yellow, but here comes the Stone Edge. No Protect Shields remaining on DangerHawk's side. This is going to connect to that Ariados after being Lunge debuffed, and Ariados hangs on.
Oh, it hangs on. It's in the red, but we've managed to get to that Trailblaze and going through here. Belbass confidently being like, you know what? Let's rely all on this Clodsire and able to take it on, and it's in the red.
Yeah, look, even if this Clodsire wasn't going to get to the Stone Edge, which here we go, the Stone Edge connecting to the Ariados, and this is going to be GG's on game number 1. Belbass taking a dominant game number 1.
Yeah, Belbass cleaning it up here, now launching this Stone Edge, and that is goodbye to Ariados.
Yeah, Ariados definitely heading straight back to that Pokeball. Unfortunately, Belbass just had so much stock remaining on their side. I mean, as much as Superior looks like it was going to be a little bit of a bit of a tough spot, it had already done so much work in the matchup beforehand.
Yeah, absolutely. And I was quite surprised he brought the Superior. I wasn't sure if he was going to bring that in, given that I wasn't sure, but he did, and he proved me wrong, and played so well in that game as well.
Look, here's the thing. Superior sort of gives that hard coverage to Gastrodon. And when your opponent is playing these hard, dominant, alignment-based Pokemon like Gastrodon, it can be really handy to have that sort of hard check in tow. Even though in this particular scenario, we did see a Galarian Moltres and the Ariados on the same team. I mean, look, Superior had so much energy by the time that it saw that Galarian Moltres. One Frenzy Plant was all you needed. And it looks like we're actually going to be jumping straight into game number 2. The Annihilate coming back into the Clodsire. And this is a bit of an interesting game, Debbie, because Annihilate, if you keep burning your Protect Shields, this isn't that bad for you at all.
Yeah, absolutely. And we can see now through here that in the back, oh no, we're going straight for the Rage Fist through here. Now, Clodsire can take this comfortably through, but it will increase its attacks through the counters.
Yeah, when you're the Clodsire here, it's actually heads up. If you're intending to play this out into the 2-shield matchup, you want to use your Protect Shields later rather than earlier. Because, oh no, we see Belbass letting the Earthquake come through. And Annihilate down into the yellow, and so now it's going to be throwing these Rage Fists in a panic, trying to make sure that he can win the 1-shield scenario up against this Clodsire. But Clodsire made the correct play in no shielding the first one, but actually he lets the second one come through as well.
Yeah, and we'll see where Belbass goes through with here. Clodsire now going for the Sludge Bomb. Belbass now opting to shield and protect its Annihilate through. But it's on such little health now. Where do we go?
Annihilate, I think we'll still be able to get to one last Rage Fist to fire into the Clodsire. He's actually swapping, trying to catch the Sludge Bomb into Clodsire, but no even need to catch because here comes that Sludge Bomb regardless. Was too scared that he wasn't going to be able to get to that Earthquake.
Absolute food there, and this it does a tickle to its respective mirror Clodsire, and now switched out into the Dunsparce, and these rollouts will hit through to the Clodsire, but we can see so much energy on the Clodsire side.
Now here's the thing, Debbie. This is not a bad situation for the Dunsparce to be in at all. You're going to be doing these super effective dual runs here. DangerHawk not in too bad of a spot in the front here, but watch out for the end game because Belbass has a Dunsparce in the back and DangerHawk is running an Ariados. And I don't know about you, but I think I know which Pokemon has a little bit of a better time, and it's not the one that's a bug type into the rollout.
No. Although we live in Australia, these bug types are gonna suffer against through here. We can see this drill run will connect with this Clodsire through, and it probably will bring it to the red, but I don't think we'll take it out.
No, Clodsire is going to hang on, and we do have the ability to fire off one last Earthquake, taking down a fair bit of HP from this Dunsparce, bringing it right down into the yellow, and so it is now going to be up to the Dunsparce in the back to seal this game off. Now, I still think there are a lot of paths forward for DangerHawk here, connecting this next drill run, and still has 2 Pokemon in the back as well, and so there's going to be some potential for sort of catching a move hanging out in the back.
Yeah, putting possibly that Clodsire as a sacrificial shield in the back through there. But we can see that now that DangerHawk is going for that drill run, and Belbass opting to shield its Annihilate.
Yeah, Annihilate wants to try and farm this Dunsparce all the way down. He doesn't quite know what's in the back, but he knows that he wants to unleash all of this energy from the Annihilate onto it. Takes down the Clodsire. Big call on one extra counter, and it is now going to try and throw this back-to-back Rage Fist into Ariados. But DangerHawk's looking at this like, oh, I hope I can survive this Rage Fist. But even when he does, there is still a Dunsparce hanging out in the back that is not going to look good for him at all.
No, it's not looking good for DangerHawk. This Rage Fist will connect through, still into almost half health now, and now this Dunsparce is out, and I'm not too sure how much this Trailblaze will do here, Steve.
Look, I'll tell you one thing, it will not KO this Dunsparce. Dunsparce is going to hang on quite nicely there. It will boost the attack of the Ariados, but you can see that we already have the Rock Slide ready to fire on the Dunsparce, and this is all that Belbass will need to KO this Ariados, secure game number 2, and secure his winners round 1 in the Perth Regional Championship.
Yeah, well done to Belbass. Very well played there. I think holding on to the end and that Dunsparce matching into that Ariados at the end was almost like picture perfect finish.
Yeah, that's right. I really do think that Belbass was making some really solid calls as to what Pokemon might be important going into DangerHawk's side. And unfortunately for DangerHawk, that Ariados was just sort of constantly left with nowhere to go. It really just wasn't able to perform very well in either of these two matchups. I think it was really potentially hoping that the Azumarill might be hanging around. Maybe I can try and get some Trailblaze action off, because without the Ariados, it sort of had to be Ariados or Clodsire to get that really solid Azumarill matchup.
Yeah, look, Belbass bought his own bug spray, which is Dunsparce. That's pretty much it. So yeah, very well played from both players, but congratulations to Belbass on moving on to the next round.
Yeah, that's right. Really solid plays here in Perth, and not necessarily any sort of brand new picks per se, but we did see that Alolan Sandslash coming in with the buffed Ice Punch. I don't think that it necessarily made any difference in this particular matchup, but there are still plenty of matches to go, and so I think we'll definitely still see something going through.
Yeah, absolutely through there. I think I just saw it popped up. It said Josh under your name. What's that?
I think that must have been a typo. I'm
okay.
not sure if there's any
Okay.
Joshes here. Steve's
right.
Steve's only in this particular chat.
I see. Yep.
But it looks like we might have a little bit of a delay before the next matches come through. So one thing I sort of actually want to talk to you, Debbie, about is sort of the championship series as it has developed over time.
Yes.
Now, as I mentioned a little bit earlier, at the very start of the Max Out update in the 2025 season, we had that Feraligatr, Clodsire, Dunsparce sort of trio that was really running things.
Yes.
And personally, I sort of call that chapter 1 of this 2025 season. Chapter 2, as we sort of mentioned before, was really going into that Diggersby Toxpex core. It was really doing a lot of work in especially the Joinville tournament over in the Latin American region. We then sort of moved along a little bit and we ended up with a Shadow Kanto Marowak piloted by Lyle Jeffs over in the North American region, winning a championship tournament. Yeah. And then from there, I really think that it all became about trying to counter that Kanto Marowak, because I don't know if you remember this, but after that tournament is when Ariados usage absolutely ballooned. All of a sudden, it became the #1 Pokemon in the Gdansk Regional Championship with over 60% usage at the time. But we then got into chapter 4 of this particular matter when it was monkey season, and Nilape and Primeape sort of all came out ready to fight, ready to go into the championship series, and they've definitely started to make a splash. Both of the teams we've already seen were running that Nilape with the Rage Fist Community Day attack. Yeah. Really powerful Pokemon, and since then, we've actually seen Ariados first it slipped to 30%. And in the last regional tournament, it had actually slipped all the way down to about 15%. So it's really reducing in its usage as time goes on. And so I think that we might be heading into chapter 5. Ooh. Galarian Corsola, really going to be the brand new Pokemon on the block. A really powerful Pokemon. Obviously, we haven't seen one yet, but I really do think that it's going to be a Pokemon that we have to be prepared for, with regardless of how we build our teams.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm waiting. I'm waiting to see a Galarian Corsola. I want to see it in play. Yesterday, I actually did some trades while we're all doing some registration. The players were doing registration, and I paired up with SammyP, who is actually playing later today. And we did a mirror trade with Galarian Corsola. My Corsola wasn't that good. His Corsola individual values was 0, 15, 13. And I was screaming in jealousy, really, let's be honest.
Yeah, that's right. Because again, there is a big difference between a Corsola that has been hatched straight out of those 7-kilometer eggs and a Corsola that has been traded with a friend to potentially become a little bit more bulky, a little bit more defense weighted, a little bit more HP weighted. You can really pick up a lot of new matchups. So here's one example. The Egg IV, the 7-kilometer egg Corsola, doesn't actually beat the Shadow Feraligatr in the one shield matchup. But you know what does? It is that really, really bulky Corsola, because you just hang on a little bit more. You're able to power through that Feraligatr, and that is obviously a pretty important matchup in this particular series.
Yeah, I expect to see quite a few Feraligatrs, Shadow Feraligatrs in particular, unless, actually, there is one particular Perth local that likes to bring normal Feraligatr. So we might see that in play later today. But Shadow Feraligatrs, I imagine that would be ranking pretty high.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be around, but it looks like we are going to be getting into our next matchup in the Perth Regional Championship, so looking forward to see what these teams are going to bring. I'll be honest, Debbie, I'm right with you. I'm absolutely hoping we see a Galarian Corsola, and we see one!
Hey!
Braggioh has brought the Galarian Corsola, and there is actually a lot of spice going on here, but I think one person we really need to highlight is the person on the left-hand side here. Debbie, do you want to talk about this?
Yes, well, we'll talk about TheyLuvJy. He was the finalist for Perth Regionals earlier this year or the last season. And we can see, like you said, a lot of spice. He is well known for his favorite of Shadow, Alola Ninetales. So we can see that that's been brought out. And maybe the hint was there, but we can see a regular Feraligatr.
Yeah, that's right. TheyLuvJy is running that regular Feraligatr. He's not running the Shadow. I think he has enough sort of Shadow going on his team. Let's look at the teams here. He's running that Superior again. He has the Shadow Drapion, the Malamar, the Unovan Sunfish, which is a crazy pick. I love to talk about that. We've got the Shadow Alola Ninetales, as Debbie said, and the regular Feraligatr as well. And Braggioh is running that Galarian Corsola, but he's also running a team of Clodsire. He's got the regular Primeape. He's running that Alolan Sandslash as well. He's running the Meganium and the Mandibuzz too. So definitely a couple of buffs running on both sides of the forest.
Yeah. One thing that sticks out, not only the Galarian Corsola on Braggio's side, but Meganium.
Yeah.
When's the last time you've seen a Meganium, Steve?
Look, it's been a little bit of a while, but it is an interesting Pokemon because it's got really good coverage. You have the very powerful Community Day attack Frenzy Plant that does so much damage to so much of the meta, especially when the meta has such a depth of water types running around at the moment. But it also has access to Earthquake, which does super effective damage to so much else of the meta. Obviously, Ground type is such a powerful typing in the current Pokemon Go PvP meta. You've got things like Clodsire, like Kanto Marowak running around. You've got Gastrodon. All of these ground types, even like as coverage moves. Alolan Sandslash is running Drill Run. We've got like Dunsparce is running Drill Run as well. There is so much ground damage, and so having a Pokemon that can really apply that same super effective damage while also having that powerful Frenzy Plant attack for the Pokemon that maybe, you know, Earthquake doesn't do as much damage to, we'll just have to wait and see how it goes in game number 1.
Yeah, absolutely. We've got these. We've got Shiny versus Shiny. Firstly, and Feraligatr versus Mandibuzz here.
Yeah, now Feraligatr is in an interesting spot here against the Mandibuzz. You really want to try and land that Ice Beam, and so it really comes down to, is Braggioh going to shield this intended Ice Beam? But no, he lets it go through.
This Ice Beam will connect onto this Mandibuzz through here, and now it's about half health, but not quite into the yellow.
Yeah, now look here, he's the swap into Drapion, but I wonder if this could be a mistake because Braggioh is running that Galarian Corsola in the back, and I really think that TheyLuvJy was hoping that Drapion might be able to take that Corsola on a little bit later with its super effective crunch damage, but here's the swap into Clodsire.
And Clodsire through here. Now, TheyLuvJy opting to go for the Aqua Tails. That will be doing quite a, even though its Clodsire is very bulky, it will do a bit of damage through here.
Yeah, now the switch timers are quite delayed here. TheyLuvJy is going to have his switch timer coming up before Braggioh, and so even though this is not a great matchup for the Drapion, it is going to be taking a lot of damage from the potential Earthquakes. You do have the option of escaping out of this matchup, but I think he might not even need to. Look at how these Aqua Tails are adding up.
They're adding up, and that Shadow hits hard with that extra 20%. Now Braggioh opting to shield and protect its Clodsire here.
Yeah, now he's actually going for the bait with the Sludge Bomb, but does TheyLuvJy call it? He threw and landed an Ice Beam before, but he calls it. He actually shields the Sludge Bomb at last minute. That is a really good spot for Braggioh to be in. Unfortunately, the Aqua Tail is going to outpace, and so Drapion is going to be able to throw one last charge attack, but does Braggioh try to hit his Clodsire around, and he actually lets it come through.
Lets it go through here, and now brings back its Mandibuzz and going straight for the Aerial Ace here.
Yeah, I don't know about you, Debbie, but I see this game heading in one direction, and that is to Galarian Corsola trying to hold up all of Braggioh's chances in game number 1. We see Mandibuzz not even getting that last charge attack off. The Aqua Tail coming through here, and Braggioh now has to make the call. Do I think I can tank this? Because Mandibuzz is a very bulky Pokemon and it stays in the red.
It stays in the red, still holds on through there, and it's just and even TheyLuvJy is onto the Aqua Tail. We've got that charge attack priority through there, and we're able to get this Aqua Tail off, and Braggioh using his last shield.
Wow, he's deciding that Corsola is bulky enough in the back, it will be able to survive. He's trying to go for a full snarl down. He realizes he can't do it, but it's too late. The charge attack priority goes against him again, and the Aqua Tail is going to take out this Mandibuzz already. Braggioh is not in a good position here, but it is going to be down to this Galarian Corsola to not only take out that health of Drapion, but also take down this entire Feraligatr, this entire Alolan Ninetales in the back, and there are no Protect Shields remaining.
No Protect Shields remaining, but these Astonishers are hitting hard. These Feraligatr is already close to half health.
That is a lot of damage from Feraligatr, and I have a feeling that we potentially might not even show the third Pokemon for TheyLuvJy. Drapion and Feraligatr alone may have been able to power through this matchup, but we've got one last chance here. Here's the Hydro Cannon, and this will KO the Galarian Corsola, and this will secure game number 1 for last season's Perth finalist TheyLuvJy.
Yeah, this will connect through, and this Corsola will head back to its Pokeball. Congratulations to TheyLuvJy on game 1.
Yeah, definitely a very powerful showing from TheyLuvJy, using two of the most dynamic Pokemon in the Championship Series at the moment, the Feraligatr and the Drapion, both of them able to get to their charge attack so quickly, and we really saw how powerful that was against Braggioh in that particular game. We saw him, he had that Mandibuzz, he had so much energy ready to deploy into what he was hoping would be TheyLuvJy's back lineup, but because he just got a little bit too greedy, he thought that he could maybe get that Snarl down and just threw at too much of the last minute. Unfortunately, that was a lot of energy down the drain for Braggioh.
Yeah, it was. And now Braggioh needs to think going, okay, I've still got a chance here. I'm still in it as well. So how does he come back into the game 2 and try and pivot from here? Because I really hope that Corsola would have had a bit more of a showcasing, but you know what? It did I was able to hold quite a bit without the shields in play.
Yeah, you know what I think that game really did showcase rather than Galarian Corsola is, again, the power of Feraligatr. And I think that, as you mentioned, TheyLuvJy is running that regular Feraligatr. The Shadow has that benefit of its Hydro Cannons doing that extra 20% damage to all of the Pokemon that it is seeing. But to be honest, Debbie, regular Hydro Cannon still does a lot of damage.
It doesn't need it. And I think Jai knows his matchups really well and has played this regular Feraligatr quite often, that he knows that bulk just makes that bit of difference and he appreciates it a bit more.
Yeah, that's right. But we'll see what happens in game number 2. The Drapion coming out into the Clodsire. We've seen this matchup before. And TheyLuvJy was able to escape from it, but he's brought a very different backline here with the Malamar and Unnovan Stunfisk.
Yeah, absolutely through here. Now we can see that TheyLuvJy is already at 2 Aqua Tails here, and the first one coming through and launching it here.
Yeah, now I don't want to talk about alignment too much, Debbie, but if he is able to force this Drapion through, KO the Clodsire, and use his Protect Shields here, he has some very strong matchups in the back. Malamar into a Alolan Sandslash, the Unnovan Stunfisk into the Mandibuzz, one of the biggest Mandibuzz walls you could possibly see, and starting off really good with the correct call on shielding up the Earthquake.
Yeah, through here, building back up to 2 Aqua Tails here again, and Braggioh needs to make the choice here. Does he shield this Clodsire? And opting to shield and protect it here.
Yeah, protects up that Clodsire. He knows that he's going to try and take this Drapion down. He goes for one more Earthquake and is saying, TheyLuvJy, this could be a bait, but Jai's not falling for it. No. He knows the Earthquake's coming through and he burns his second Protect Shield of the game.
Yeah, protecting that Drapion and going for another Aqua Tail. It's already banked up 2 again. So Braggioh going, oh, you know what? Clodsire, hold on for me here and tank this Aqua Tail.
Yeah, Clodsire really doing its best. You can see how low it is getting. And Drapion actually getting to the next. He's just one Poison Sting short of the Aqua Tail. And Braggioh, his Sludge Bomb isn't enough to KO, so he needs to go for that Earthquake.
Opting to let the Clodsire go through here and straight away bring that Alolan Sandslash.
And this is actually great for TheyLuvJy because not only does Malamar have quite a decent matchup into this Alolan Sandslash, but Drapion is going to be able to soften it up even more. It's going to be able to throw this Crunch, which will do a lot of damage into this Alolan Sandslash below. And the defense drop. Oh my goodness, this is terrible for Braggioh.
It's very difficult through here now. Going for the Aqua Tail and has to shield this Alolan Sandslash. And there's no shields in play for both players.
Debbie, I just can't help but notice that we're about to see a Mandibuzz in the back with a Unnovan Stunfisk still hanging out, but Jai doesn't know it's theirs. There's potential that he knows. He brings out the Malamar. He is the Mandibuzz, and now he's in one of the strongest matchups in all of Pokemon Go PvP. The Discharge is going to be doing so much damage, and all that Mandibuzz can do is try and throw these neutral foul plays, these neutral Dark Pulses, and try and just weaken down this Unnovan Stunfisk, but it gets to these super effective discharges so fast.
Absolutely. He's already banked 2 here, and this first discharge will connect with the Mandibuzz, and it's a bit of a sad sight to see on this Mandibuzz, and that hurts.
Yeah, it's not going to love taking another one of those. There are no Protect Shields remaining in this game, but Mandibuzz is going to try. It throws the Dark Pulse here. It knows that this will bring Unnovan Stunfisk into the yellow, but Debbie, there is still an Alolan Sandslash in the back. There is still hope.
Yeah, there is still hope, but we still have that Malamar and almost full health as well on Jai's side in the back. So will this Mandibuzz still hold on through here with the discharge? A little bit of health left, and now going for the switch and trying to go for that Drill Run. But TheyLuvJy seeing that and going for it to charge move here.
Yeah, the Mud Bomb is going to fire off from the Unova Stunfisk.
Oh!
KO the Alolan Sandslash. What a disaster. And at this point, you'd almost be able to farm all the way down. But Braggioh, he saw the writing on the wall. He didn't even throw the charge jack. He knew the game was lost. And that is a quick 2-0 from TheyLuvJy in, again, quite dominant fashion.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, he wasn't the finalist for no reason in the Perth Regional last year, and being able to bring the match with previously with Ric Flair onto Game 12 in the finals of Perth Regionals for last season. So we can just showcase how such dominant play from him, and you know, congratulations to him on moving into the next round.
Yeah, that's right. TheyLuvJy, definitely one of the players to watch going into this particular tournament. And really, you know, he may have brought it, but he didn't necessarily show how good Alolan Ninetales could be yet. Mm-hmm. But hopefully we see that in a bit of a later round.
Yeah, I'd love to see some Alolan Ninetales action from a fairy lover as myself. So yeah, let's see it. Let's see it.
Yeah, we'll definitely get there in a little bit of time. But as the next roundup goes, we're going to do a little bit of a caster swap coming up in a little bit. But as we get to there, I do want to say, Galarian Corsola didn't necessarily impress on showing number one.
Yeah, give it some hope. Give it some hope. Give it some time. We've got all day. I want to see more Galarian Corsola, so hopefully it'll come out in later matches.
Yeah, we'll definitely wait and see how it does end up doing. But we'll hit to a quick BRB screen and we'll be right back with some more battles very, very soon. So stay tuned. And welcome back, trainers. We are here, and I have Blair Austin, or I will be referring to him as Fishy Legs for the rest of the stream today. And I'm Serge, or better known as DrTrotter. So thank you so much for joining us for this amazing Perth Regional. Fishy Legs, how are you feeling about this so far?
Well, mate, we just saw some really incredible battles. Like TheyLuvJy just popping off, showing that he's here to win today and take back that title of Perth Regional Champion after narrowly losing it to Ric Flair last year. I'm really looking forward to seeing these battlers just put on an absolute showcase today. Already 2 games out of the way. We will have our third round coming up shortly. But DrTrotter, what are your thoughts so far, mate?
Well, my thoughts are I absolutely loved seeing that Unovan Stunfisk land. It's obviously it's got a unique typing. It's not a hugely popular Pokemon in the meta, but it is actually one of my personal favorites, the old flappy fish doing its thing. And yeah, it landed. But I think the key that last matchup was just watching how TheyLuvJy absolutely dominated with that Drapion. It just put in so much work, even against the ground type, which is supposed to beat it. It just expertly played there, and yeah, just really well done to TheyLuvJy on that matchup. But we have this next matchup coming up, which is what we're all looking forward to seeing. And I believe we have another local Perth trainer coming in here.
Yeah, I think we've got Laluloha from the Perth region versus Taj as well. So I think Taj is also an Aussie battler. I'm not quite sure where he's from, but both of these trainers are quite well known in the community. Laluloha, someone I've played against personally, and they, put me to the sword a little bit. So I'm looking forward to seeing how these trainers showcase their skills today. I'm looking forward to seeing some interesting spice picks as well. I really want to see some more of that Alolan Sandslash action.
Yeah, Alolan Sandslash. Very, very good. And lots of battlers choosing a different fast move. So some are choosing the Powder Snow variant, others choosing the Shadow Claw variant here. So yeah, we'd love to get in and see these teams that both of these trainers have brought in. So let's get those teams up here on the screen. And you can see here, wow, we have a Whimsicott for Taj 151. This is going to be a thriller.
Yeah, Whimsicott. That's not something I was expecting to see today. It wasn't on my list. But we do also see from Laluloha the Talonflame, which I think is going to be pretty unique. I know Talonflame was good earlier in the Max Out season, but in the Dual Destiny season, I wasn't really expecting to see it, but here it is. Yeah, and it does land. Talonflame has a few good targets against Taj 151. Now, we can't yet see the movesets on the Clodsire, because if it's that Stone Edge, it's a very, not such a nice place to be, right? But the Whimsicott and the Gastrodon, that's where Talonflame really wants to be. And we've got Annihilate in there, that ghost, and it got that new recent Community Day move. Yeah, Rage Fist for the Annihilate is a ghost type charge attack that does guarantee an attack boost to that Annihilate every time it uses it, Trotter. So that can be really impactful into a game. You start ramping up energy onto that Annihilate and forcing your way through opponents' Pokemon, even into something like a Clodsire, which is super bulky and resists fighting type moves. It can really do a lot of work. Yeah, I think we saw that in the first matchup today for those trainers. Yeah, it was that Rage Fist Annihilate, and yeah, it
put out a lot of damage into that Clodsire. But interesting, both trainers here have got that Mandibuzz in that top right corner. I love how there's a little bit of symmetry on the screen. But it looks like it's a trick in this matchup. It does look like quite tricky to run that Mandibuzz really effectively.
I think Mandibuzz for Taj has a good amount of play into the Annihilate is quite neutral, the Talonflame quite neutral. Good matchup into the Diggersby because their hardest hitting, same type of attack bonus or stab bonus charge move is Scorching Sands, which is a ground type move, and Mandibuzz is a flying type Pokemon, doesn't like to take those moves very well. It takes it quite well, sorry. But Mandibuzz going to have to watch out for the Zoomerl and the Dunsparce with those rock type rollouts. However, if you're Laluloha, you're looking at also a couple of tricky matchups.
Yeah, and the one that I can see there is that Shadow for Alligator from Taj. It is looking like it will be 100% coming. It is just looks very dominant against everything. Just those Hydro Cannons are so fast. They're so hard hitting. I feel like we've been saying this for years, even though it's only been the last season or so that it's really come to the forefront. But really looking forward to seeing what these trainers do here. Now, the Azumarill pick, one thing I am seeing on Laluloha's side is there is a little bit of sort of slow moves, a bit of slow, a bit of bulk, bit of slowness. So the Azu, the Mandibuzz, and to some extent the Talonflame don't get to their charged attacks very fast.
That's true. You really have to be quite good with your energy management skills when you're running these slow Pokemon because you only get a certain amount of charge moves compared to something like the Drapion that we saw in the last round, which has only 4 Poison Stings to an Aqua Tail and moves like that. So Laluloha is going to have to be really quiet, aware of when to throw energy and when to conserve energy or even switch out with a move banked to save it for later when shields might be down. But what I am noticing here, DrTrotter, is that really only one bad matchup for the Whimsicott. Like even the Mandibuzz, you have a lot of play with the Moonblast, but it's the Talonflame's got to watch out for. Everywhere else, that Whimsicott's kind of good. And we saw Marto Galde put on an absolutely clinic at the World Championships in the last season, getting third. I mean, Whimsicott could be the way forward.
I mean, Marto put on a clinic with any Pokemon, so let's be a little bit fair here, but you're 100% right with your analysis there. That for Alligator, Whimsicott core looks really, really strong here. So Laluloha is really going to need to pull something out here to break up that core, and I mean, you don't want to say that Dunsparce, like it doesn't break up that core, but like it's the only thing there. And I guess for Laluloha's point of view, there isn't a counter user on Taj's team, so there's really nothing to do super effective damage to their Dunsparce. So you might see them leaning on that. You may see them even on the flip side going into that Mandibuzz. If it's Air Slash Mandibuzz, it doesn't have as bad of a matchup. It can eat one of the charge moves from the Whimsicott. But it looks like here we are. We're going into the battle. We have Laluloha versus Taj 151, and let's go.
Okay, we see the Clodsire into the Mandibuzz. This is going to be quite a neutral matchup for these trainers unless Taj is running out Stone Edge, in which we see he is not. It's a Sludge Bomb variant, so this is really going to be a battle of bulky Titans.
Bulky Titans, they sure are. And interestingly, Laluloha throwing the Aerial Ace instead of the Dark type move here, getting all those bubbles out of the way and landing the first move. Look at the energy on that Clodsire.
Clodsire continuing to farm up and farm up, going for its first Sludge Bomb now. This is only going to do a little bit of neutral damage. Both these Pokemon are super, super tanky. Takes that move so well from the Mandibuzz. Laluloha continuing to charge up energy, actually running the Foul Play variant, not the Dark Pulse. We tend to see that more with the Air Slash Mandibuzz. They do run Foul Play over the more expensive Dark Pulse due to that energy management.
Yeah, just pacing a little bit faster to that move. And it's got this Clodsire fairly far down into the yellow health. And here comes the next Sludge Bomb. Bubble, 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 toil and trouble. Here we go. And into the yellow goes the Mandibuzz.
Mandibuzz in the yellow, and so is the Clodsire. Now the next Sludge Bomb coming through. But if we look at these back lines here, Clodsire is really using the best potential here and then opening the doorway for that for Alligator later.
Oh, this Feraligatr doorway is wide open. And you can see here an instant no shield. I almost think that Taj wants this Clodside to be gone so he can start farming up energy on that Feraligatr. No, choosing to throw this move, hoping to get a shield. I think a shield he would... Oh, and no shielding. Laluloha, definitely that is the correct option here, but it is going to be an uphill battle for these backlines.
Coming straight into the Talonflame, getting ahead on energy with those Incinerates. They do so much damage. They do so much energy. The Feraligatr coming in to meet it, but it's behind on energy. In the 2-shield scenario, Talonflame can actually flip this.
Oh, he can, and Talonflame got an extra fast attack in there. That is a huge amount of energy. One Incinerate coming through there, and now it's even further in front on the energy. Look, it's at double fly.
Wow, this Talonflame has so much energy, and this Feraligatr only has so much health. The first shield coming through from Taj. This is going to put the trainers into shield parity, 1 shield apiece. And the next Hydro Cannon coming through from the Feraligatr. Talonflame using its last shield.
Last shield down. Now, this is all on Taj, whether they have seen this energy and they understand the energy management. But, oh, look at this Talonflame. It is already at another double fly. So if a shield is used here, it will be taken out immediately. And Taj choosing the last shield. We are all down.
And we see now that Taj is going for that Shadow Claw, but he's going to be met by this fly coming through on the Feraligatr. This is time to say, see you later, Feraligatr.
Oh, it sure is. And down goes the Feraligatr. It is all up to Mandibuzz to take out the last 2 Pokemon on Laluloha's side. And it's swapping to Diggersby in an attempt to catch. And we have the Snarl Dark Pulse variant for Taj here.
I really like that play from Laluloha, saving that fly for later in the match. Going to try and use a Diggersby to just chip away at this Mandibuzz, get it into that fly range. But this is a really comfortable matchup for Mandibuzz because those fire-type fire punches aren't same type attack bonus and they're only neutral damage.
They are only neutral, that's right, fishy legs. But they have been buffed recently in the moveset. But look how much energy this Mandibuzz is chalking up here. In comes another fire punch from Laluloha. Match that was seemingly looking like it was in Taj's favor has now flipped on its head and is really, the pressure is piling up onto Taj with the Mandibuzz.
Mandibuzz at back-to-back Dark Pulses now. That is 100 energy. Couldn't possibly save any more, so he's going to throw a Dark Pulse. Oh, the Diggersby is just so tanky. It takes it comfortably. Another one coming through. This isn't even going to take out the Diggersby. And Laluloha still has that Talonflame with that fly loaded in the back. This is looking like the writing's on the wall.
The writing is 100% on the wall. Here comes a fire punch. This could almost even be some sort of insane mud shot down coming in here. Laluloha, this fire punch comes through and it is now a race to it cannot. And here comes the combo play.
Yeah, the fly is coming through. It's going to take this Mandibuzz out. And I think that's going to secure game number 1 for Laluloha.
Fantastically played. Well done, Laluloha, taking out game number 1 there. And really what it came down to was better energy management on Laluloha's side. There were multiple instances where you just want to use up as many turns as possible to generate as much energy. And if your opponent throws a charged attack earlier and you get essentially free energy, right? This is like better than solar. This is better than solar in your home. Free energy on your Talonflame.
Yeah, I think that Talonflame might be wind-powered, mate. But at least in this matchup, I think the Talonflame, unchecked, has a lot of play. I think Taj is going to have to make an adjustment here to bring in that Dunsparce as well to try and keep this Talonflame in check. Because as we saw, once it gets ahead on energy or gets ahead on shields, there's not really much that can stop it.
No, it is very, very tricky here, especially with just the amount of damage that it can output. You can, I guess, the Clodsire can soak up a little bit of that, but it's still without the Stone Edge. It's not able to just come in and take it out. So, yeah, I do agree with you. I expect to see Dunsparce coming in from Touch. I don't think there's a lot that Laluloha needs to change, really. That was a really nice performance and a clinic in how to use Talonflame.
What I really liked about that matchup from Laluloha is the fact that they brought the Mandibuzz and the Talonflame, the 2 flying-type Pokemon on their team, and didn't see the Dunsparce, really capitalizing on a great team read there, noticing that maybe Taj doesn't want to bring a Dunsparce because I have that Annihilate to really put pressure on it, and I also have the Diggersby that's going to put pressure on that Dunsparce. Great team read, I think, for game number 1. And even if it did see the Dunsparce there, Mandibuzz can tank a lot of that energy anyway. So I think a great little team adjustment here from Taj, like I said earlier, bring that Dunsparce in. Laluloha might read that and maybe mirror it and come in with our own Dunsparce or that Annihilate.
Well, that Annihilate, even though it doesn't look great on paper, once you ramp up those Rage Fists, those counters, they really start doing a lot of damage. So when you have neutral matchups like the Gastrodon, like the Feraligatr, I mean, you could even almost say it's not even, doesn't feel that neutral, but it is fairly neutral with the Clodsire.
Yeah.
It's not the worst place to be in. And then if you can keep your flyers off of that Dunsparce, it really is going to set you up for a really solid play. So yeah, will that be a strategy for Laluloha? Brought those 2 flyers and then the sneaky little counter. Like, you playing mind games? I know I've played you a few times and there's plenty of mind games whenever we battle Fishy Legs. So.
Oh, absolutely. But that's the one thing we love about this game is we love having a bit of a mind game off. And I really, I envy these players today are getting an opportunity to use all their tactics, be ingenious with their play styles, bringing diverse and unique picks like the Whimsicott and like the Talonflame, which we don't really expect to see a lot of in this current meta. The other thing that you could really have done if you were expecting to see some more of those flyers is bring the Water Pulse Gastrodon. It has a little bit better coverage into those flyers because it doesn't have only the Earth Power to rely on for that same type of attack bonus, that stab, hard-hitting charge move.
Yeah, and the Water Pulse still super effective damage into that Clodsire. So you're still able to take it out with those big hard-hitting mud slaps, slapping away. Sounds like there's going to be, there could possibly be a review or some questions happening between the battlers in that matchup. So we'll leave our amazing judges to take care of that while they do this. But what we can see here is I really think we see a large adjustment from Taj. I think they're going to recognize that they didn't get the Feraligatr in that right position with the timing. So it wouldn't surprise me if we see Taj look at leading that Feraligatr, covering in the back with the Whimsicott, and potentially even using either one of the bulkier mons with like the Clodsire or the Mandibuzz as a safe swap to look at drawing out what they want. Or do you just run with his safe swap as that Dunsparce and just be like, neutral, we're all good. He's not going to bring that Annihilate. But if he brings it, it's tough.
That is tough. You're right. Something that I like to do, and I probably shouldn't be revealing too many of my tactics on stream.
Oh, please. Where's my pen and paper?
When I lose a match, I like to expect my opponent to expect me to change it up. So I just run it back.
Oh.
Do the old run it back. If it didn't work once, maybe it'll work again. Who knows? But maybe that's something that Taj has access to here. Because Laluloha might go, oh, well, I just won that game with a lot of energy on my Talonflame. Maybe I'll leave it on the bench, expecting more of that, the counterplay for that Talonflame. When in fact Taj just runs it back, and now all of a sudden that adjustment has gone away for nothing.
Yeah, it is a definite strategy, and it's one that bugs me to no end because it frustrates me, and I'm never ready for it, and it usually ends up in me losing. So it is one of those fun strategies you can have. Right, we got a little bit of time here. So what is your pick? Are you running Hydro Pump or Play Rough on your Azumarill? Or are you running even like just ditching the Ice Beam? What's your call in this current meta?
I think in this current meta, we're going to keep it classic. We're going to keep it as per usual with the Play Rough and Ice Beam. But why don't we take a look at our own caster picks, DrTrotter, because I would love to know what you think is going to work really well this weekend.
Well, I mean, some of my picks Galarian Corsola, and so we wanted to get that and just knock it off its perch a little bit. So it was looking like a really strong pick there.
Yeah.
I think we're going to come back to the graphics shortly, but I think the one thing I have nailed on that we saw in that TheyLuvJy game is that Shadow Drapion.
Yeah, absolutely. I noticed that you had 3 strong Pokemon into that Corsola and then the Annihilate. So that's a little bit of a, it's a polarizing matchup there. We've got 3 good picks and then one that's fairly weak to it, because those counters are very resisted and those Astonishes are super effective.
But what really destroys the Galarian Corsola in this meta now? What typing? What's the best typing for it?
I mean, it's a normal or it's dark. And normal is probably better because it double resists the ghost fast attacks and ghost charge attacks of the Corsola. I really like the normal types in the meta, especially Diggersby. I think Diggersby, now that Fire Punch has been buffed, it's got a lot better play into its counters like the Serpuria, like the Alolan Sand Slash. I think Diggersby's got opportunity here to be extremely valuable for trainers.
Now, my friend, you have some amazing picks, some picks that I really love in there. Can you tell me about Shadow Typhlosion, please?
Shadow Typhlosion is possibly the scariest Pokemon to face in the meta. It does so much damage with those Incinerates and those Blast Burns, and now they have increased the attack damage from those Thunder Punches as well. It commands respect and shields off just about every Pokemon in the meta, like even Azumarill, even things like a Quagsire, it can't take 2 Blast Burns. So this Typhlosion is a really squishy but high attack weighted Pokemon that can really run through a team if you're not prepared for it.
And if it gets that like one Incinerate farm down, like we saw how good the Talonflame was, got one Incinerate ahead against the Feraligatr, and they just ran away with the entire match from there. So it is definitely one that, I mean, it is a fun pick to play. And I mean, there is a trainer in Australia who is very well known for the Typhlosion, absolutely loves it. So shout out to our good friend Stumpy, loves the Shadow Typhlosion. I hope we get to see some today.
Yeah, I did have a quick look at some of the team sheets earlier today. There are some Shadow Typhlosions running around and some regular Typhlosion as well. Interesting pick, a little bit bulkier. It still has a lot of damage output potential, especially with the buffed Thunder Punch. But DrTrotter, tell me, why Mandibuzz? Why not Galarian Moltres?
Well, that is just one of those accessibility things. I think that there's some people who've been really hard on that adventure incense, and they've just been going at it from day one. And then there's some people like me who about 2 weeks ago was like, oh, that's what it's about. And when we're seeing all of these international streams and battlers that are just making it so effective, my eyes were opened, and I believe like last night something fairly special happened for you, my friend.
Yeah, I was fortunate enough to do a low friendship trade with one of the competitors who are playing here today, SammyP193, who Debbie might have mentioned earlier, got that really good Corsola off her. He gave me a beautiful Galarian Moltres that hits 1,500 CP on the dot. I was ecstatic.
That is a thing of beauty, my friend. And yeah, so it is definitely something that you need to make a bit of a commitment to get, because these Galarian birds don't just pop up every day for you. And you may not even get them within the correct CP range if you're looking at playing Great League or Ultra League. They can actually be quite high in CP. So it's one of those things that it can be hard to get, but if you've joined a group of people in your community and you can tell your friends, hey, let's all go out and get these, I'd really like one. Your friends can jump in and help you out. And that's one of the things that Pokemon Go does really well, is it brings the communities together. We're all helping each other out to get those raids done, to get, those Pokemon that we really want to catch with the correct stat products and IVs and things. And yeah, it's just a real thing of beauty when you can come together with people, especially at these amazing events. So everyone here loves the show 6 pick 3 format. So get in touch with each other, see what you can do as a group.
Absolutely, you're right. And it's such a community-based event, and that's one of my favorite highlights of these events, is getting to catch up with my good friends and mates who play Pokemon Go competitively, and the ones who come along for the ride as well that might not be as competitive, but just enjoy the atmosphere and hanging out with good friends, playing Pokemon together. However, I'm looking at this and I think it's time that we just come back to those trainers' teams and take a review on what those really strong picks are from each of those trainers. I honestly would love to see the Azumarill come after that game number 1, after the fact that the Talonflame was so scary. Azumarill has a lot of play here.
Yes, Azumarill has a little bit of play, but I mean, it's with the Talonflame. So yes, it just feels very polarizing. It's got a lot of that box. So if you want to use it as that soak there, but I mean, it feels kind of tricky. It's good, but it's almost like a Dunsparce in terms of this matchup. It's neutral here. It's got the bulk to survive there. You're going to have a purpose for landing the Azumarill in this matchup. I don't think Laluloha, apologies on that name, is going to need to do a whole lot different. I think this the potential of what they're going through with this review is taking a little bit of time. That can mess with your head as a trainer. Like if you've just had a good win, you're ready to go, and then everyone is welcome to review a matchup. But sometimes that pacing can really change how you go about things.
And that really really plays into those experienced trainers, right? The trainers who are able just to relax, stay calm, and go, okay, I'm going to let this review of the match go on and happen. While I do that, I'm just going to not overthink my matchup too much. Going to keep my trust in my own strategies and just relax while this is happening. It's some of the newer players who might not be as experienced that start to maybe perhaps overthink what their strategies are, or look a little bit too deep into each individual matchup and then overcorrect, or potentially even, if they're not that experienced, they might just zone out for a minute and then come back and go, oh, my head's not in the game anymore.
Yeah, keeping focused is very important. And some trainers can just step away from the table, have a bottle of water. Some people love to chat, right? So some people are nervous chatters. They want to chat to their friends. They want to talk about, can't talk about the matchup, but they're talking, they're chatting, they're doing things. Other people will just want to sit there, and then you get those who are jigging, their legs bouncing up and down, and they're getting a little bit worried, and they just want to go. But we need to let these things go through their processes. Sometimes there are things that we can see on one screen that you may not see on the other screen. As you know, these things can have visual differences. So we're leaving all of that up to the judges to decide today. So it's fantastic sitting back, not having to worry about those things.
The other thing that we might just touch on while we're talking about the way that the training experienced players are exposed to these tournaments is actually the tournament structure itself. So we have a double elimination bracket here today in Perth, which means we have a winners and a losers bracket. Each time you win a matchup, you continue on your losers bracket until you come up against a trainer who knocks you into the losers bracket. From there, you are in your last legs. If you lose in the losers bracket, that is out. You are done for the day. And then as we get towards the winners grand finals and the losers grand finals, we have best of 5 matchups. The rest of the day is best of 3.
Yeah, and that is this tournament. But this event isn't just about this tournament. There's some amazing and really cool, interesting side events that are going to be happening later in the day for the trainers. I believe there is a challenge happening. So if you happen to be one of those unfortunate trainers who hasn't quite performed as well as you would like to, I think from 2 p.m. they're actually running a challenge. So those trainers can actually then go and get more experience. So the downside of losing twice and being out is you may not gain that experience going forward that you would have liked to. But now there's opportunities today, and there's also some other side events happening later in the day and tomorrow.
Yeah, that's all right. Those trainers have more opportunities to get those championship points to help them on their journey to Worlds in Anaheim in 2025. If you don't make that top cut of the regional, those big point allocations, you can still do those local tournaments, try and collect those points as best as you can. But I think these trainers are not too far away from locking in their teams. And here we go. Taj and Laluloha are locked in, and we have the Clodsire back into the Talonflame.
Talonflame going to be doing neutral incinerate damage here. 5 turn moves. Feels like it takes forever to come out. And without that Stone Edge, it looks like Laluloha is going to be happy to stay into this matchup. And who's going to throw the first charge move here?
We see now the Clodsire is going for that Sludge Bomb. Decision here from Laluloha, do I shield this move or not? It isn't super effective, but Talonflame isn't the bulkiest Pokemon, does elect to no shield, survives quite comfortably, and gets to that first flight.
In comes the first light. It is a back-to-back fly, so has the 2 loaded up, but the Clodsire is at a charged attack as well. Here comes the first light, no shield. It's going to do it. Oh, and a swap!
Oh, great catch there from Laluloha onto their Dunsparce. Dunsparce does take this move quite well, being that bulky, normal type. Then comes the Sludge Bomb, a little bit of damage, and this is now quite tricky for Taj.
Very tricky here, because what do? You either go into your own Dunsparce, or you have to stay in, because that Mandibuzz does not want a bar of these rollouts or any rock type move, really, and down goes that Clodsire.
Now, Taj electing to come in with his own Dunsparce to mirror. As you said, the Mandibuzz doesn't want to see those rock type charge attacks or fast attacks coming through. Drill Run coming through from Laluloha. This is not going to get the shield off Taj, and both his Pokemon are doing neutral damage, chipping away at each other.
Yeah, it is one of those matchups that does take a little bit longer to get through, but it can be so critical. How much energy are you going to come out with? Are you going to go down a shield to secure some sort of switch advantage? These are all the questions. What do I need to do to win the overall matchup in the back? And no shielding on this drill run, and it looks like it's going to be a choice of who's going to throw the move. How much energy is Taj going to go before he throws the move? Oh, and going for a catch on the Mandibuzz.
Wow, you see Taj there banked heaps of energy and he's gone into his Mandibuzz. Mandibuzz now no shielding the rock slide. Wow, this is going to get really tight here because that Azumarill is such a hard counter for that Mandibuzz.
Oh, it is extraordinarily hard. And even in the two shields here, there is nothing that Azumarill needs to worry about coming from this Mandibuzz. They are both so bulky, but without the super effective damage coming onto the Azumarill, but it's delivering only super effective damage into that Mandibuzz.
That's right. Both Ice Beam and Play Rough are super effective into that Mandibuzz. Aerial Ace coming through, doing just a little bit of a tickle to that Azumarill. Play Rough is going to come through in return. Taj, I think you might see the writing on the wall here. He's electing to no-shield his Mandibuzz. Oh, goodbye, Mandibuzz. And Dunsparce, a little bit of health, lots of energy. I don't think it's got it in the tank.
No, this is I think too much of a wall to climb. It has plenty of energy here, and the Azumarill is quite happy to soak it up. Taj throwing everything he can into this Azumarill, but there's just too many shields. This is too big of a hill to climb for him. And Laluloha bubbling down. In comes the Mandibuzz, and it is a bubble away. And that is the match. So Laluloha goes through 2-0 against Taj. We had it confirmed, that it is the review. There was no rematch, and so it is a 2-0 win to Laluloha.
That was a very impressive no-shield game from both trainers. Don't see that very often where 0 shields out of 4 are played in a round, but sometimes you have to make predictions on when do I save my shields, how much energy does my opponent have, and it just works out that in the end you don't end up spending any of them.
Yeah, and you do not need to always, you're making those calls to win. So that we talk a little bit about finding the win condition, right? How can I win? And so sometimes it's your opponent making a mistake, then throwing a bait charge move, one that's not going to do a lot of damage in the hope that you would use a shield. And if that doesn't quite come off, that was the only way I was going to win. So I had to play in a way that I was going to win the match. And if it doesn't happen, you're left with your shields. And it's just tricky. Azumarill into Mandibuzz. It's not fun when you're a Mandibuzz.
Yeah, we talk about those rock, paper, scissors, those RPS matches, and that is just one of those. Azumarill is a rock, and in that case, the Mandibuzz with the scissors.
Just got smashed. Can't cut into the rock there. So fantastically played. It was really well played by Laluloha. Taj really actually tried to make something of the match, right? He went for catches. He was going for things, trying to make plays to get him into a good position. But Laluloha was just a little bit more patient, a little bit more composed, and then was able to then not throw a charge move that was going to be resisted. Like when the Mandibuzz swapped in, through the rock slide, super effective damage, happy days.
Yeah, really great display there from Laluloha, showing their experience in battling. Those trainers who are so experienced and know the game really well, it almost looks like they're playing on slow motion. They just have so much time and are just able to calculate everything down to the wire. Whereas some of those newer trainers feel like they're going flat out. They're on 2 times speed and they just cannot keep up. Sometimes that's how I feel, DrTrotter. I don't know about you.
It's really hard when you're behind and you feel like you have to catch up. That's when you make those mistakes. And so that's where those experienced battlers, they don't do that. When they're behind, they don't get caught up in it. They stay calm. They go, okay, they analyze, they evaluate, and then they execute. And that's a key. Executing your play into what's in front of you is key. If you try and claw for something that's not there, you're just grasping at air. And when you're falling down a cliff, air's not going to help you.
That's true. I really do like the way that Taj tried to adjust. He brought that Dunsparce, like we discussed, to try and take care of that Talonflame. Unfortunately, it didn't land where he wanted it to, and that's sometimes the way it falls. Good trainers, great trainers, are able to really read their opponents quite well and land the Pokemon where they want them to. Someone like Inadequate Martine, he is really good at that. He can read his opponents super well and place his Pokemon where he wants them. Some of these Not everyone is built like the runner-up of the World Championships, though. However, and some of us don't quite always get Pokemon aligned where we want them, and have to rely on our energy management, shield management, and otherwise game skill and knowledge to make those matchups come back around in our favour.
Yep. So I think we're looking at rolling into the next matchup shortly, and we're actually going to have a completely non-Australian matchup coming here.
Wow.
So we have New Zealand versus Chile, both places not easy to get to Perth. Like, they're really a long way away from Perth. So it's going to be amazing to see these trainers. We have UsFaru versus MatiK 10, I believe, coming in next. So that's going to be a thriller.
Yeah, absolutely. It's great to see trainers from overseas making their way to Australia, to the Oceania region, to compete and have a grow in our community. It's great to see because we are so far away, and I really do love it when we get to see those trainers come in. Yusei is quite well known in the Australian community, though. He has come and competed over here before, and he is one of those content creators in the region as well. So he's a well-known figure within the Oceania community.
Yeah, he is someone who's very well known for that level head.
Yeah.
I've never seen that man worried or flustered, even if he loses a game. If he, like, you've seen him just get hard counted every Pokemon, every battle you watch any of his streams, he's relaxed, he's calm. He's just going to go into the next one. He is not somebody who's then going to go and drop his bundle and playing catch up, right? He is a very calm and collected trainer. And Chile is known for having some of the best trainers in the world over a long period of time, ever since Pokemon Go PvP has started in the grassroots scene earlier, very strong. And those trainers still continue strong through the LATAM community.
Yeah, we saw some great displays of the LATAM community recently at the Latin America International Championships, where Marta Gold took the win over 12 Vitorello. Those trainers are so passionate and so skilled at this game, and I really love watching them come and play. I had a great opportunity to experience it firsthand at the World Championships this year in Honolulu, but the fact that they're coming all the way to Australia to play with us, it just makes me happy.
It is fun, and I think all the way back in 2019. I went over to Chile for our original grassroots tournament, and then the community there is so inviting and so accepting. Even though I didn't speak a word of Spanish or Portuguese, they were so lovely, and just an absolute pleasure. And we did Suicune Raid Day way back then, and have my shiny Suicune from Santiago in Chile. So that was an absolute hoot.
And Suicune is one of those Pokemon with Ice Fang, which has been newly buffed. Is it Great League eligible?
That one is not, but I do have a Great League eligible Suicune. I do not think it's seen the light of day in quite some time. There was a cup once many moons ago where it was a reasonable bulky pick, but there were better water Pokemon, so most people went elsewhere, like the Bibarel that also got an interesting move change recently.
Bibarel now has access to the fast attack rollout, which does generate energy quite efficiently, and has recently been buffed in itself, and it does a significant amount of damage. It's actually quite a good move, really fast paced, and I think it's going to put Bibarel in a really interesting spot in future tournaments where it can be a hard wall to Pokemon like Feraligatr.
Future tournaments, but not this tournament.
Not this tournament.
Not this tournament. It is not eligible with the new. So the new moves are not eligible if a Pokemon has gained them. If a Pokemon has a move currently that the damage has or energy has changed, increased, decreased, those moves are eligible and they're fine to play. So I don't think we'll see too much Bibarel action today in today's tournament, but it is one to watch out in the future, especially given that Galarian Corsola has ghost moves. It's also a moderately good counter for that, right?
Well, that's true. You're doing neutral damage in return to that Corsola while double resisting those Astonishes and those Nightshades. You do have to watch out for Power Gem that is neutral, but off a bulky Pokemon like Corsola, it's not going to do a lot of damage. So I think Bibarel is going to be quite a strong counter into that Corsola. But if we could, let's try and get a look at these team sheets here from UsFaru and MatiK 10. I'm really interested to see what these trainers are bringing today. We know Yusei historically has loved that Azumarill and that Alolan Marowak core. Do you think he's going to be bringing that again today?
I don't know if it has its place. I think Shadow Alola Marowak has its place, but I don't think that normal type. And depending on how much you're playing for a very specific time, you may not have actually evolved your Shadow Oh my goodness. Shadow Marowak evolves from which Pokemon again?
Cubone.
Cubone, thank you. If you didn't evolve it from the Cubone, it is not going to be in your squad. And alternatively, if you didn't save one, you're not going to have a Shadow Kanto Marowak.
No, that's true. And Shadow Kanto Marowak has been a prominent feature in a lot of the winning teams from the Max Out season. And it hasn't been touched coming into this season of Dual Destiny. So I'm expecting that the Marowak is still going to be quite strong this weekend. I do believe there are trainers running it today, so I'm hoping we get to see some Marowak action. And here we go. No Marowak, but Typhlosion.
Typhlosion's there, but I'm seeing something in the top left, which has been a very frustrating Pokemon to play against, I think, recently, in that Morpeko is joining the scene today.
Morpeko is a newly released electric and dark type Pokemon with a newly buffed Thundershock, and it has access to a hard-hitting Aura Wheel.
Oh my gosh, it hits so hard. But not only does it hit hard, it buffs that Pokemon. It increases the attack guaranteed by one stage. But it has a really weird mechanic where it changes the next Aurora Wheel's typing, right? Is that?
Yes. Yeah, so when you use the charged attack on that Morpeko, its form change allows that Aura Wheel to go from an electric type move to a dark type attack. And then as a trainer, you really have to calculate, when do I throw my moves to allow me to throw super effective electric and dark type moves? Because sometimes you get stuck in a position where if you're the Morpeko and you have Psychic Fangs and a dark type Aura Wheel up against a dark type Pokemon, you've got nowhere to go.
There is nowhere to go. And it does look like, looking at this matchup, there are a few places that Morpeko doesn't mind being against MatiK 10's team. He has 2 water types and a flyer. That looks a bit juicy.
Yeah, and the other secret moveset that Morpeko can run is Seed Bomb, and that gives it a really good matchup against those ground and water type Pokemon as well. So into MatiK 10's team, for example, if you had that Seed Bomb and that Aura Wheel, you can hit everything on that opposing team for at least neutral damage.
It is a very nice feeling with such a squishy attack-weighted Pokemon in Morpeko to be able to deal big damage. And interestingly, there is only 1 or 2 quite bulky Pokemon on UsFaru's team. He's got the Azumarill and has that Galarian Corsola, which we've all been talking about in the last few days. Are they going to pair? Do they pair well? How do those Mons pair against MatiK's team?
Well, I think it's a good opportunity to use that Corsola as like a third shield, something that can take lots of additional energy from your opponents and absorb all that damage and leave those shields for your squishier Morpeko. Allow it to farm up extra energy, switch out, catch a move maybe onto that Corsola and saving that energy from Morpeko for later. But what I really like to see here is that Shadow Typhlosion on MatiK 10's side has almost no checks here. It is going to go off.
It is going to put in a lot of work. And imagine if it gets a farm down on something. So I think that is a key critical way MatiK can actually just wipe the floor with UsFaru here. If you can get a soft loss, what we call a soft loss, where you have a Pokemon that say something in Yusei's team has to use all of its energy to KO, otherwise it's going to lose. So he wants to switch, so he uses it, then it's left with no energy and a little bit of HP. You then use your Shadow Typhlosion to take that Pokemon out of the equation, and then all of a sudden you've got energy. I think 2 Incinerates worth of energy on Typhlosion is just going to absolutely decimate everything on UsFaru's side of the screen.
The only thing on his team that resists that fire-type damage is the Azumarill, and it still takes super effective from Thunder Punch.
Buffed Thunder Punches
So
too.
what are you going to do? But we see these trainers have locked in UsFaru versus MatiK 10. It's the Azumarill into the Diggersby.
Now, this is a very nice place for the Azumarill to be. It's able to deal super effective damage with Bubbles and Ice Beams. These are both bulky Pokemon, but you can see even those Bubbles, they're adding up into a very normally bulky Diggersby.
Diggersby is a super bulky Pokemon. It does require XL candy to power up to its maximum amount of stat product. The Scorching Sand's coming through now, doesn't get the attack debuff, and we're catching the Ice Beam onto the Azumarill. That's not very effective.
That is not very effective, but it is very effective if you're MatiK, because it is now setting you up nicely for the rest of this battle. And counter swap here into the Galarian Corsola with the Astonishes, and Astonish does a rather astonishing amount of damage.
It is really astonishing how much damage this Corsola does for such a bulky Pokemon. We see the Nightshade coming through now. It's going to connect with that Azumarill. It does a nice little chunk, putting that Azumarill into that yellow health range, and Play Rough now coming through in return.
Play Rough coming through, going to deal some good same type attack bonus damage, but it is not even in the yellow. This Galarian Corsola must be an absolute monster. It has taken so little damage here and no shield coming in from MatiK. This Nightshade is going to do a good amount here.
I think if you're MatiK, you're quite happy to let your Azumarill go down here and make sure that you align your Diggersby against that Corsola so that your Annihilate is free to roam in the back.
Yeah, it is free, but if it's free to roam, it'll be free to roam into that Azumarill. This is a very good match, and an Astonish down here. Out comes that move. On an Insta-Swap into the Feraligatr. Wow, this is going to be a race to fast and charge moves.
The Annihilate now coming in. This is actually a tricky spot for MatiK because he's only got his own Annihilate in back to answer it, and it's up on energy. We see it now coming in. The UsFaru's over farming on energy here. He's going to throw that Rage Fist before his opponent gets to a move. And is this going to force a shield?
I don't believe you need to shield the first because it is not boosted, but you will need to shield everything after. Oh, look at that. But the counter damage is resisted. So this is where the matchup takes a bit of a turn. It is all about these charge attacks because the fast moves are double resisted by the ghost typing.
Yeah, UsFaru now going for his second Rage Fist. It's going to get the first shield out of MatiK. The trainers now are at shield parity, 1 apiece. This is going to be a really tight matchup in the finish here. Is the trainer going to go for a catch here? We see it coming through. Wow!
Yusei pulling out a heck of a catch there. You could see the taps drifting towards his Galarian Corsola, sacrificing it there, and back into that Azumarill here.
The Azumarill is going to come in to try and farm down this Annihilate before he gets another move. MatiK recognizing that he won't get to it. He switches out into his Diggersby. Diggersby now is going to have to take a super effective Ice Beam, but electing to shield and using the final shield of his match.
Final shield here. Both trainers don't have their switch available. So it is going to be all up to these two Pokemon to see who is going to be able to deal enough damage here. And a no shield coming from the Azumarill. Choosing to save the shields here for his Annihilate. This is not going to take out the Azumarill, but this is getting down to the wire.
UsFaru throwing that Ice Beam on good charge move timing there, not letting any additional moves come through. Ice Beam's going to connect with Diggersby. This should be enough to knock it out. And now this Annihilate on 1 health is going to have to do a miracle here, and it is not able to. UsFaru taking game number 1.
Very well played in game number 1 by UsFaru. The Azumarill really putting in a lot of work there into that Diggersby. That was a little bit tricky for MatiK to counter.
Yeah, Marty really wasn't able to make that full use of his Diggersby, coming up against 2 of its counters in the Azumarill and the Annihilate. I would have loved to have seen that Typhlosion maybe come in to try and break apart that core, but UsFaru, recognizing the strength of the Typhlosion, didn't run anything weak to it.
Yeah, I feel like now Yusei is going to feel a little bit comfortable, right? He's got his win. He's going to feel comfortable. I would. No, I'm not a gambling man, but I would bet, if I had to bet, I think he's going to play that Morpeko just for the enjoyment of it.
I think Morpeko has a good amount of play here. Really only has to worry about that Diggersby. And we just saw UsFaru double hard counter that Diggersby, trying to scare it away perhaps for that game number 2 and open the doorway for that Morpeko to really just start cleaning up and finishing off this game number 2.
You do need to be careful when you're running that Morpeko though, because it is going to use up your shields. You're going to need to shield it to keep it in the match. So not something I would have seen Yusei run a lot. He kind of likes those bulkier mons. Keep the shields for later, come out with the win. And we saw that expertly in game 1 there. Won the game with a shield still in tow.
Yeah, great shield and energy management from Yusei. You can tell he's a trainer with experience. He loves his Azumarill. We've seen it time and time again from Yusei. He knows how to make that Pokemon work. He knows how to capitalize on the amount of energy he's generating and then save some of that for later in the match, like we saw him do to KO that Diggersby in that game number 1. I really think that Yusei can probably just stick to the same strategy and perform just as well in game number 2. As we see, the trainers have locked in, and we're going to get the Azumarill from MatiK into the Annihilate.
Wow, this is fantastic for MatiK. Pulling it back here in game number 2. Will we see, and players just happy to wait this one out. I think what we're going to see here from Yusei is build up as much energy as they can. Ooh, throwing the Rage Fist nice and early.
Yeah, this is a matchup that is not really as bad for the Annihilate as you would first think, because you're only taking neutral damage from those bubbles and you're boosting your attack with those Rage Fists over time. The Annihilate can hang into the 2-shield scenario here.
Can hang in, but he's going to have to use all the shields here. MatiK has the option not to. And options are great to have when you're playing Pokemon Go PvP here. In comes their second Rage Fist. Now this Annihilate is going to have 2 stages of attack boost.
Yeah, Annihilate just continuing to ramp its attack all the way through the roof. But it's going to have to use 2 shields to do it. Like you said, it's a limited resource here in these games. And Yusei doesn't have any of it left.
Yeah, he's used it all up, but it does have a lot of energy. Look at this. And we're going for a counter down and gets the counter down. This has a ton of energy.
What do you do with all this energy? Metabol's now coming in with those air slash fast attacks, but it's going to have to respect a close combat because it's 2 times boosted and Intellect's not too.
Oh my gosh, have you seen a kid do that much damage from a close combat? And another one. This is going to force the shield 100%.
The Annihilate just barely hanging on to get to that second close combat. And this is going to get rid of the Mandibuzz. Bye-bye. See you later. In comes that Diggersby. And now the Azumarill is going to come in to meet it.
Oh, this is really tricky now for MatiK. Has shields, but is going to be taking so much damage. The shields are the only thing to mitigate damage left on MatiK's side.
That's right. The Diggersby does get the attack fail from that Scorching Sands. There is a slight chance of that happening every time you throw it. But now the Ice Beam's coming through. MatiK recognizing I'm going to have to start shooting something eventually. Otherwise, I'm going to be leaving this matchup with both shields in play.
Yeah, but what we can see in the back there is the Galarian Corsola's there. And this Diggersby has a fantastic matchup into that Galarian Corsola. But it is going to be tricky, and it's got to get there first. There's so much time.
Wow, the
before it
second
even
attack drop. The attack drop now coming through. The problem is for this Diggersby is that it just has to keep whittling away through 2 of the bulkiest Pokemon in the meta. And for any Pokemon, that's an enormous task. And I just don't think that is Diggersby going to have that capacity to pull this off.
It is definitely tricky, but it's got to give it a try. It doesn't have any choice. And out comes the Corsola. And here come the Scorching Sands. Now, we did notice that the swap out there to reset those debuffs, and we did not see if the first Scorching Sands get a debuff into this Corsola.
We see the second Scorching Sands coming through onto the Corsola. Like you said, I like the play there from Yusei, switching out his Azumarill. We have to clear those debuffs. Oh, and that third attack drop in this battle. But here comes the Nightshade. This is only going to tickle.
This is tis but a scratch, as they would say. And there you can see there just a small amount of damage. But we can see Yusei is starting to look for that catch there. You saw those taps coming across.
Yusei has to be careful here that he doesn't accidentally catch a Scorching Sands on his Azumarill and KO it before he gets a chance to throw that Ice Beam. We see now he's going for that second Nightshade, putting this Diggersby super into the low health range.
This is where it's critical for MatiK to know how much energy the Azumarill has, know how much energy his Diggersby has. Where you're not just looking at the Pokemon in front of you, you've got to be mindful of those other ones in the back. Catches a Fire Punch!
Wow, the Fire Punch is going to connect with the Annihilate. This is not helping MatiK at all. UsFaru is putting on an absolute showcase here of his PvP skills. And now he's going to be able to outpace this to the Ice Beam. And he's going to secure game number 2 for UsFaru.
Insane. Using both shields right at the start for his Annihilate. Out of shields for the rest of the game. Ended up having the Diggersby on his Galarian Corsola, but still enough to get over the line in this game number 2. Fantastic play from Yusei.
Yusei, a really well-deserved win there from Yusei. That was an incredible match that he just put on. And MatiK, no slouch either. That was really well played from him. He recognized his win conditions, but Yusei was just able to capitalize on those good matchups when he had them and overwhelm his opponent essentially with positive gameplay.
Just too much bulk, right? That Galarian Corsola and the Annihilate just had too much bulk. They were too thick, and Diggersby just wasn't able to get through both of them, even with 2 shields.
That's right. Like Diggersby, a super bulky Pokemon, but it came up against 2 additionally super bulky Pokemon in the Azumarill and the Corsola. What can you do in that time? DrTrotter, I think it's time that we take a short break and bring it back to Debbie and Steve.
Let's go. Great.
And we're back, and man, those are some exciting battles.
Oh my goodness. Morpeko, finally we see Morpeko on the regional stage.
Well, I mean, we saw it in the graphic, right?
Yeah,
it's,
but it looks cute on the graphic, but it's still there.
Okay, if we're going to count that, we're going to count that, I guess. I mean, I think, if I'm not wrong about this, Morpeko's only actually seen the battlefield on an official broadcast once, ever.
Oh, okay.
And
Can we make it twice?
Yeah, hopefully, we see a bit more Morpeko action as the battles rage on. Also getting a little more Galarian Corsola action going on as well, so that's pretty cool to see. It's definitely it's a tough Pokemon to deal with.
It is high in defense, and it's just so bulky. And like I said earlier, you don't need shields in play. You just throw in the Galarian Corsola and just be like, let it tank it.
Yeah, there's a lot of very helpful bulky Pokemon, just like Dr. Legs, I believe they were deemed in chat. We're talking about on the previous cast. So talking about that, these bulky Pokemon that are really running around quite a bit. Could definitely sort of cause a few problems if you don't have enough attack sort of running around to deal with it. But we've got a lot more really hype battles. But I just want to shout out something, because what's been happening off stream while all of these hype battles have been happening on stream, there have been a lot of upsets, Debbie.
There have been a lot of upsets. So within, I suppose we do have some quality Worlds players that are playing in the Perth regional at the moment, and a few of them are in losers bracket at the moment.
Yeah, we've lost Rick Flareon, we've lost Avrip, we've lost Mikey Morgs. I mean, the battlers are just dropping like flies into the losers bracket.
But the good thing about double elimination, they're not out yet. They're still in it, but they're just in the losers bracket.
Yeah, so plenty more to come. But I believe next up we are going to be seeing TheyLuvJy return to the stream alongside Fish on a Heater, who has been taking his way through the bracket. Here's the teams up on the screen. We saw TheyLuvJy with his Unnovan Stunfisk, Shadow Alola Ninetales, and regular Feraligatr. And he was telling me off stream, he wishes he could run a Shadow, but he just does not have access to one.
Oh, my goodness.
Look, he'll get there eventually, right? But we have Fish and a Heater, brand new team on the block. What are we seeing here, Debbie?
We see Jumpluff, not Shadow, regular Jumpluff. And we see a Galarian Corsola, a Azumarill, Diggersby, Annihilate, and Shadow Typhlosion.
Yeah, now Shadow Typhlosion has very strong matchups into Alola Ninetales, as you would expect, but it gets quite a bit rougher with the Unnovan Stunfisk. It can get to those Mud Bombs pretty quick smart.
Yeah, absolutely through there. So I wonder if that Shadow Alola Ninetales will come out, though, because it is a tried and true Pokemon that TheyLuvJy likes to bring. So I personally would like to see it, but again, once you see a Shadow Typhlosion, you're like, ooh, think about it twice.
Yeah, it becomes extra powerful. And this is something that we were talking about a little bit earlier in the broadcast. When you do have this matchup that is such a hard counter scenario, obviously you have that ability of giving your opponent a lot of farmed up energy, but when a Shadow Typhlosion is on the field, it becomes so much more dangerous because it gets so much energy so quickly. Each Incinerate giving it 20 energy. Like, it is just so quick. And so you really don't want to give a Shadow Typhlosion a lot of farm, because if it gets maxed out energy, if it goes up to 100, it can throw back-to-back blast burns. And it is an absolute nightmare for pretty much anything on TheyLuvJy's team.
Yeah, call the ambulance, because, that is not he'll be in the burns unit for that one. My goodness, it would do a lot of damage. And with shields in play, ouch.
Yeah.
Again, with Fish on a Heater's team, there's a lot of things that we haven't quite seen. So Jumpluff being one as well, Steve.
Yeah, Jumpluff is an interesting Pokemon. So I've been on that. There's a lot of people out there, and a lot of you potentially watching in chat that are like, I'm not so sure about Jumpluff, man. Like, I just can't make it work. And then you watch LAIC. You see Mato Galde winning an entire championship with it. Oh, but it looks like we are going to be getting into game number one. TheyLuvJy on the left with that regular Feraligatr into the Annihilate. And we know that Annihilate is in a very powerful spot here because it can really do so much work using those Protect Shields.
Yeah, absolutely. Through here, we can see that TheyLuvJy is already ready for a Ice Beam and Hydro Cannon, but both opponents going to farm up a little bit more. And Fish on Heater actually going for the superpower here.
Wow, big call from TheyLuvJy, shielding up that close combat and just meaning that the Annihilate swaps straight out into the Azu, but TheyLuvJy wanted this to happen because now in comes the Superior to just eat this thing up.
Yeah, absolutely. It is a straight swap through there. This Ice Beam will connect with the Superior, but we know Superior is tanky and is able to hold strong.
Yeah, that's right. Superior will be able to outpace to 2 Frenzy Plants and put a lot of pressure onto that Azumarill, really putting Fish and a Heater in a tough tough bind because he's going to have to take the superior down and then still take out 2 Pokemon in the back.
Absolutely. Opting to not shield the Azumarill there. The Azumarill is now in the red and trying to bubble it down as much as possible, getting to that Ice Beam, but TheyLuvJy has managed to get to this Aero Ace first.
Yeah, this is a great call from TheyLuvJy, going on charge attack priority, knowing that the Azumarill was at the Ice Beam and making sure that it is not able to fire. Taking down the Azumarill, and in comes the Typhlosion. And Debbie, this is what TheyLuvJy had to fear. Typhlosion getting so much farm, already up to 40 energy as this Superior gets one last Hail Mary Frenzy Plant off before it goes down, taking Typhlosion down into the deep yellow. But now it is going to be up to both of these sort of pseudo-water types to try and take down the great Typhlosion.
Yeah, absolutely. Now we can see the Shadow Drapion against this Typhlosion now. Fish on a heater, opting to go for the Blast Burn, and TheyLuvJy choosing to shield.
Yeah, great shield there, keeping the Drapion alive. Very strong into both the Typhlosion and the Annihilate that is hanging out here in the front. Aqua Tail getting shielded from Fish and a Heater. He wants to try and recover this somehow. And so we actually see a quick swap into the Feraligatr as well. Gets the Hydro Cannon off onto the Annihilate, and now it is all up to Fish on a Heater to try and turn this thing around. No shields the Hydro Cannon, lets the Annihilate go down, and it is up to this Typhlosion. But Debbie, I don't think this is going anywhere.
Oh, look, Jai has already maxed out all of his energy there. We can see that just straight Shadow Claw down. Game 1 going to TheyLuvJy.
Yeah, look, really powerful Pokemon. And to be honest, I looked at the team lineup, right? And I was like, ooh, that Typhlosion could be very, very strong into TheyLuvJy's lineup. I mean, not only does it have a very strong matchup into the Superior, but it also actually beats Feraligatr quite handily because Thunder Punch is just such a powerful move, especially now that it's been buffed in the Dual Destiny season.
Yeah, absolutely through there. And it's just, I was scared to see that Typhlosion. That Typhlosion came out and we were like, oh, that Superior just went down just through there. But cleverly from TheyLuvJy, just had good management with his energy and was able to get a few charge moves off. So able to do as much damage as possible so that he could whittle it down as much as he could.
Yeah, that's right. It was really helpful for TheyLuvJy. He had that Superior in the back, and really, as we were sort of talking about a bit earlier, Superior is one of those Pokemon that you would love to have in a great matchup. You don't love it so much when it is in a poor one, like up against that Typhlosion. But not only, it was able to accomplish 2 things.
Yes.
Number 1, it was able to swap into the Azumarill and do a lot of work making sure that Azumarill was gone, which is, obviously a very bulky Pokemon, a Pokemon that you really do have to deal with. Second thing, naturally. Second thing that it was able to accomplish was land a big dose of damage onto that Typhlosion. So that by the time he was sort of, swapped into his backline matchup, he didn't actually have that much damage to do with his Feraligatr. And so even though there were still shields in play, there wasn't really anywhere to go.
No, exactly. And he, even at that point, still had another Hydro Cannon as well. So could have easily gone for that double by that point. But yeah, I think it was clever to bring Fish on a Heater to bring that Typhlosion. I think that was the right call. Just unfortunate and a bit unlucky with the pairings through there.
Yeah, that's right. But goes into game number 2, and it's going to have to make a bit of an adjustment. What do we want to do this time? And actually, going straight into game number 2, I do expect that Typhlosion to be around again, but here is the same lead. Dormammu, I've come to bargain, and Feraligatr into the Annihilate in the lead matchup, and we see a Diggersby actually coming in the back lineup, but there's a Unova Stunfisk in the back for Jai.
Yeah, through there. Now we can see the Hydro Cannon going up through here. Fish on a Heater deciding this time to shield its Annihilate and try to preserve its health.
Yeah, this Hydro Cannon is going to get that Protect Shield, but here comes Annihilate, does Fish and a Heater. He's going for a different play this time. He went for the close combat on game number 1. He goes for the Raichu game number 2, and TheyLuvJy calls it. He lets the Raichu come through, taking it on the Feraligatr, and is now going to be able to fire some Hydro Cannon action into that Annihilate, and Fish and a Heater needs to decide, do I want to protect the ape?
Oh, we'll see who calls it through here. And last second does decide to protect the Annihilate here. Now this Feraligatr goes down. TheyLuvJy now bringing the Shadow Drapion.
But here's the thing, Debbie. TheyLuvJy has 2 shields to 0, and Fish and a Heater needs to start peeling these things off. Throws the close combat, and TheyLuvJy shields at the last second. Great shield from Jai.
Great shield from the Jai. Now this Annihilate has his defense fallen through here. All these points are doing so much damage.
Yeah, TheyLuvJy again really on top of his counts, making sure that he can throw a move before Fish and a Heater gets the opportunity to throw a charge attack of his own. And now it is going to be the Diggersby coming in. Very strong Pokemon into the Drapion, but the problem is Diggersby is a little bit slow. Aqua Tails are going to be charging up every 4 Poison Stings, and it is going to take that Diggersby 7 to get to that first Scorching Sands.
Absolutely through there. We can see Jai's already at the Aqua Tail, now both going for the charge attack, and TheyLuvJy managed to get their move off first.
Yeah, the Fire Punch now being buffed as well, coming in from the Diggersby, really going to put a threat in this Drapion now that it is so low on health. So TheyLuvJy opting to use the Protect Shield here, bringing it down to 0 shields to 0 shields. It is all closer scenario. But Debbie, you know what? A Pokemon is a really good closer. It is the Shadow Typhlosion, but there's a hard counter in the back with that Stunfisk.
Yeah, there is through theirs. So obviously we can see the teams, they can't see the teams, so they haven't seen what's in the back yet. So now this Diggersby goes down and the Shadow Typhlosion and the straight swap.
The double swap into the back lineup, and whoever wins this matchup is likely to win the game. But what was that? Another big Incinerate coming through on the Unova Stunfisk, the Mud Bomb being fired from the Unova Stunfisk. Oh my gosh, takes it all the way down, but Typhlosion hangs on and gets a Blast Burn. Is this going to KO?
I'm not sure about it, Steve. This Typhlosion is Shadow, so it's going to hit an extra 20% through there, and it connects.
Wow!
Oh my goodness.
Stunfisk, 1 HP and a dream, hanging on.
Oh.
Typhlosion going down to the Thundershock in the back. And I mean, Debbie, you know what? That might give a lot of credence to that damage buff that Thundershock got in the Dual Destiny season, because my gosh, that is a powerful attack.
Oh, I love seeing this like Flappy Pancake in action today, because it was, what a showcase.
Oh my gosh. Look, I was talking to TheyLuvJy before, and he was sort of like, you know, I was looking at the Stuttgart teams. He was like, 5 times weak to Stunfisk. 5 times weak to Stunfisk. 5 times weak to Stunfisk. And apparently teams are still getting dominated by that Unova Stunfisk in the Perth Regional Championship. So incredible good plays from TheyLuvJy, and Fish Nahida will still survive into the losers bracket.
Yeah, he will do. And well played from Fish Nahida as well. I think that was a great showcase for Shadow Typhlosion. Definitely was hard hitting, and really, I think it really just came down to the Pokemon at the end, because it just hung on by one 1 HP, really.
Yeah, very, very strong for that Unova Stunfisk. It does have a little bit of bulk in tow. Definitely a Pokemon that you really have to start thinking about going into this season as the meta does develop. I feel like TheyLuvJy potentially might be starting a trend with this Unova Stunfisk.
Oh, I hope he does. We'll see in the future regionals, but we've got to focus on this one in Perth, because we're still going, and now his progress is still into the winners bracket.
Yeah, that's right. And again, as we were saying before, there are a lot of really big names sort of dropping down into the losers bracket, including some battlers that came from overseas. Like, for example, PokeMoney Maker, a very strong battler that came in from Japan for this particular tournament, is also in the losers bracket alongside some very strong Australian competitors. So at this point, it is really anyone's game. And I think TheyLuvJy he's put himself in a pretty strong position to try and go for that grand finals again.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he went all the way up to the being finalist for last year, so we can see that he is progressing and playing so well and so strong as well. So I hope to see that, you know, he keeps going and makes it to that grand final yet again.
Yeah, I mean, look, he's played in one major championship event, being that Perth Regional Championships in 2022. He came second in his first ever event, and I think he's going for gold this time around. But so. I know you, Debbie, as you're actually a local of TheyLuvJy, you have to play this guy quite a bit at your local tournaments, right?
Yeah, look, I've seen a fair few Shadow Alola Ninetales in my time. And since the local scenes have come up from basically, I think, March of this year, we have been running locals in the Perth scene. So if you are a Perth local and would like to practice and participate, have a look at Pokemon.com events for your local and see what's near you, so you can come down and participate and practice to lead up to these regionals as well. And also meet us and have some fun as well. And maybe there's a Shadow Alola Ninetales every now and then.
Yeah, you can at least guarantee there is one Pokemon that you need to prepare for when you come to a Perth local, and maybe a few Bastiodons as well. But Perth local is definitely very lucky to have a very strong local scene. So if you are here for the Perth Regional Championship, definitely go check out that website. And even if you're not, definitely check out that website, and maybe it's a local near you that you can compete at in the coming weeks. But as we progress on in the stream, I believe the next battle we're going to be seeing is Cola for First Bomatsu. So another one of the New Zealand battlers who has been performing quite strong over the past couple of seasons in Pokemon Go PvP, and is looking to make New Zealand give a bit of a name for itself alongside UsFaru in this particular tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. And Cola also flying in from over east to Perth as well. So both of them have been on a flight to come over to participate in this Perth regional. So no locals in this particular one, but Bomatsu has been around. He actually qualified for Worlds as well, so it would be great to see him and showcase his gameplay. And Cola being in from, I believe, from the Melbourne scene, is that correct?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, and he's been doing quite well in his particular locals as well, so really it'll be interesting to see how these two match up.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be an interesting one. Now, I actually know Bumatsu a little bit because back doing grassroots team tournaments, we actually played together quite a bit. I sort of watched a lot of his battles. He watched a lot of my battles, and he's definitely a battler that has grown quite a bit over the last few years. I really think that he's becoming better and better and better, and he's really going to be looking to prove it here at the Perth Regional Championships. And so it's going to be interesting to see how this battle does play out against Cola 4 because, as you said, it's definitely going to be an exciting one.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, unfortunately, New Zealand doesn't get a lot of showcasing over there. So the fact that the New Zealanders have flown all the way to Perth to come and play and that we get to showcase it, I think that's a bit special.
Yeah, I mean, us East Coasters of Australia, we complain quite a bit. We're like, oh, Perth is so far away. We have to fly all this way to get to Perth. But you're right. New Zealand is an extra couple of hours along, and so they've really been dedicated to make sure they can come all the way out here to the very first tournament of the Oceanic Championship. And I mean, look, this is the first tournament of the season, and this season is running a little bit different to seasons in the past. And we didn't necessarily talk about this earlier in the stream, but in the previous season, it was all about championship points and getting to a certain level. And if you attained a certain quantity of championship points, you would qualify for the World Championships. That is changing this season.
Yes.
And so for the Oceanic region, the top 10 battlers by championship points at the end of the season will qualify for the World Championships, in addition to anyone who also won a particular championship. And so the Oceanic battle is definitely looking to try and preserve that invite by winning the Perth Regional Championship.
Yeah, and getting all those points. I believe teams are ready to be viewed as well, so we can have a look and see what both Cola 4 and Bumatsu are bringing here. And on Cola 4 side, we can see that Shadow for Alligator, the Azumarill, the Superior, the Reliable Clodsire, the Mandibuzz, and the Dunsparce.
Yeah, and then Bumatsu's side is bringing in a relatively safe 5 and one little bit of a spice pick. We've got the Dunsparce, Ariados, Toxapex, Azumarill, and Annihilate. And in slot number 6, do you see a Shadow Whiscash?
I see a Shadow Whiscash.
Now, that is a very interesting pick and not one that you see very often, and potentially a very strong pick into TheyLuvJy, Unova, and Stunfisk if their paths ever do cross. But as he's looking into Cola 4's team matchup, it's similar to Gastrodon in that fact that it is a mud boy. It is very, very weak to that grass damage, and so Superior is going to be a major risk.
Look, I'm just flabbergasted to see a Shadow Whiscash. I feel like I haven't seen that in a few seasons because we've had Lanterns, we've had other mud boys. Whiscash just hasn't been around for a really long time. So I'm just more like, oh, hello, old friend.
There is one notable exception. I believe that Vincent's are coming from the Asia region in one of the Asian qualifiers for the World Championship tournament. He actually placed second, not only with a Whiscash, with a Mud Bomb Blizzard Whiscash. And so Blizzard is a very interesting move that can really hit a lot of Pokemon for a lot of damage, threaten Pokemon like Superior when they're like, oh, I'm a grass type into a Mud Boy. I'm in such a soaring position. Not if you get hit with a Blizzard.
Look, I have like that moveset on my Whiscash, and it was purely during a time that I didn't have TMs. So really, like, maybe I was a trendsetter here, let's be honest.
All right, well, let's assume that everyone is copying you here and running that particular moveset on the Whiscash. We don't know for sure what Bumatsu is running, but we'll find out in a little bit. But one Pokemon that is also very interesting and a bit similar to this, somewhat alignment-based, somewhat not, is the Toxapex. Now, again, Toxapex was really popularized in that very first Latin American tournament at the start of the 2025 season. And it's really hung around as a Pokemon that not only has a lot of bulk, a pretty decent typing with water and poison, but also very strong neutral play into a lot of Pokemon that don't have ground damage.
Yeah, through there. And look, Toxapex wouldn't come in my team. Let's put it that way. It doesn't fit the Debbie criteria, but it is very bulky and it does have good coverage as well. So I think it is a solid pick to bring in a team. Just not my team.
That's fair enough. But I think that it's actually a very powerful Pokemon in this particular meta because we're seeing Azumarill usage actually start to slowly increase and increase and increase. Again, we talked about this a little bit earlier, but Ariados usage was really peaking with the Gdansk Regional Championship just over a month ago. And as Ariados has sort of slithered away, started to crawl away back to its home here in Australia, we've actually seen Azumarill usage be a bit more safe and start to increase because there isn't that same Trailblaze damage running around. But you really have to worry in this particular regional, I suppose, because there is so much, Typhlosion with Thunder Punch running around. Unova Stunfisk apparently running around as well. But Bomatsu also is running that Ariados as well. So it hasn't completely left us.
No, it hasn't. And look, I think with everything with the Poison Sting buff that came through, it's just like, I thought it was very hard to bring a Azumarill in, but now just like the Azumarils are coming back up, and hence why the pin's there, because it's flying. This one's flying up.
Yeah, the only thing that you can guarantee when you're talking about Pokemon Go PvP, no matter what day, what week, what month, what year you're talking about it, is that Azumarill is going to be a very, very strong Pokemon. It's been that way from the very beginning in December 2018. Pokemon PvP first dropped, and now we're in, let me check my watch, December 2024, and Azumarill is still absolutely crushing it at the regional level. So, yeah, definitely one to look out for at all times. But at the same time, we also are seeing that Mandibuzz on Cold's side, and I think that could be quite a powerful pick into Bomatsu's side. It has strong matchups into Ariados. It has strong matchups into Annihilate. It's pretty decent into Toxapex, I'd say, even though it is a bit bulk versus bulk. You at least are able to do something in there. But it looks like, okay, we are getting a little bit of a delay on... Oh, we've actually... There's been a forfeit. Unfortunately, there was a few issues with getting into some accounts, and so I'm not sure which direction it's gone, but it looks like we'll actually be progressing on to another match going forward. So unfortunately, we'll have to wait and see whether the Whiscash has progressed into the tournament or not. But either way, we'll wait and see what.
We will. I do hope to see that Whiscash will return. But look, like I said, I haven't seen it in such a long time. Perhaps from the grassroots times, because I do have, like I said, I do have one made with Blizzard, so I know how hard hitting that could be.
Well, I think I will say Whiscash usage was a little bit higher before Scold was nerfed, and I've got that move update particularly locked in my head because there is a different Pokemon that runs Scold that I was maybe got nerfed at the same time.
Does it look this big and has this big of a smile and just like likes to float in the water? Is that the particular one I'm thinking of?
Maybe whale shaped. That was nerfed at the exact same time with that Scold. So we've definitely got that one locked in. But unfortunately, Whiscash was sort of the reason that Scold was nerfed because Whiscash was so powerful back at the time with Scolds having that 50% chance.
We don't want to see it then. No. It's the enemy of the show.
Enemy of the show. I see. Man, that Whiscash should get out of here. But regardless, I think it is. If it's not running Scold, then maybe it's okay. Maybe the Mud Bomb Blizzard version of the Whiscash, we can be okay with, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, fine. We'll do that. But yeah, how about now we look into some GBL teams that have been playing into now the Dual Destiny season. Now there's all these moves that we talked about earlier, and we can for what's playing through there.
Yeah, we can take a little bit of a look at the Fantasy Cup teams that are sort of suggested for the particular meta. We mentioned it a little bit earlier in the broadcast with that Thunderfang Steelix being a very powerful Pokemon now that Thunderfang has been buffed. I mean, I don't know about you, but Debbie, but whenever I see Steelix come onto my screen and it plays that Thunderfang animation, I'm getting absolutely bamboozled. I'm like, says here, a strong team with some more familiar picks. We've lost it for now, but we'll get back to it pretty soon, I think. But it's a very interesting team that Flygon is also a Pokemon that actually has some use case at the moment, which is sort of, you don't see that very often.
No, I don't know about you, but during Community Day, I did make a Flygon, but I was like, I'll probably never use it, but now it's actually usable in Fantasy Cup.
Yeah, and so we've got here a strong team with more familiar Pokemon you might have. Sand Attack Flygon and Shadow Claw Alolan Sandslash. Now, Sand Attack is a move that was added to Gliscor in the Dual Destiny season.
Yes.
But Flygon's been holding on this in the sky for a few months now.
Yeah. So it's all, you can definitely play it into there as well. And then back here at the end with the Azumarill, which, the fairy pick is there.
Yeah, fair enough. And actually, if you notice, all four of these teams actually have Azumarill on it. In the bottom left, we have the Azumarill, Galarian, Weezing, Alolan Dugtrio. In the top right, we're running a bit of an inadequates classic with the Giratina Origin, the Azumarill, and the Alolan Dugtrio. And I mean, fun fact about that Giratina, or that is also in the bottom right-hand team, is that Inadequates really did want to run it for that Stuttgart tournament, but dropped it at the last minute, recognizing that, well, look, my team doesn't really fit with Giratina, and I'll have to swap out for Drifloon. And, he ended up coming in 4th in that particular tournament.
I suppose he was on the money on that then.
Well, was he in the money, or would he have come first if he had the Giratina? One way to find out, I suppose. But we also have this bottom right-hand team with a bit of an ABB sort of core with the Azumarill, Giratina, Dragapult with Azumarill Double Ghost. And Debbie, do you want to explain what ABB is for those that might not be as familiar?
Yeah, so for A being one particular type of Pokemon, and then B being something that will help and cover the A-type Pokemon. So then you've got the same on the back of line here. So we can see with the A, we've got the fairy type there, and then the B and the B being both being the dragon type there. Actually, with Dragapult, that's something that we don't see a lot of. It's a fairly new Pokemon. Do you have a Dragapult, Steve?
Look, I only got my first ever Dreepy back in Brazil, actually, while I was there for LAIC. I definitely don't have enough candy to evolve it, so I think I'm going to have to be walking it. But to be honest, Debbie, at the moment, I'm walking my Corsola. I'm trying to get those Corsola XLs ready to build my Galarian Corsola to use in my own battles in the near future, hopefully. But look, Galarian Corsola can't hurt you, Debbie. It's not hanging out here. So the Dragapult is a Pokemon that actually performed incredibly well in the Championship Series in the Gdansk Regional Championship. I believe it finished in top 4.
Yeah.
Being run by Udu. And so just a very interesting Pokemon that I really don't think many people have thought about. But it's got Astonish, so it does a lot of big damage across the board to a lot of Pokemon, somewhat similar to Drifloon in that way, in that you really are able to force a lot of damage. I guess actually a better comparison would be to the Shadow Alolan Marowak, because Shadow Kanto Marowak, where Kanto Marowak is able to just force its way through matchups using those shields, protecting itself while it does big, fast attack damage with Mud Slap, forcing its way through 2 shielding matchups with a Dragapult doing a very similar thing with Astonish, pushing its way all the way through. But we can actually confirm off screen that it looks like Bomatsu did forfeit that particular battle. So unfortunately, Whiscash will be hanging out in the losers bracket, but Colifor will be progressing on in the winners bracket, and I'm sure we'll be seeing him later on.
Yeah, and I believe we have the teams ready for the next battle as well, as we have Jins versus Bambos through there. So Bambos from your side of town, Steve.
Yeah, that's right. Bambos is a local of mine, someone who has put a lot of effort into building the community. He's actually a community ambassador for the Sydney regime, hanging out with the Bondi squad, but a very, very dedicated battler who has put a lot of work into building up the local scene over in New South Wales as well, the state that I'm from over on the East Coast. Newcastle doesn't necessarily have a Bambos, but Bambos is a golden member of this community, and we're really lucky to have him all around. But a very interesting competitor, because he likes to run some slightly spicy picks sometimes. I have personally been beaten by him in multiple locals when he's been running Tentacruel, which, I mean, look, at some point, and I after a few times of losing to this Tentacruel, I was like, you know what? The next local I go to, I know the Bambos is going to be there. I'm building a team that is just hard countering Tentacruel. I'm going to beat that thing down. I've got double electric types. I've got all sorts of ground coverage. He didn't even bring it.
He knew, being like, I brought this Tentacruel too many times now. I got to change it up because Steve will know.
So, I guess that tells you that well, maybe he can read minds a little bit. So maybe Jins has to watch out as we sort of go into the next
he's
battles.
a psychic type.
Yes, exactly. But Jins, a battler who's been all around the world racking up championship points. He was able to gain some championship points in an American regional. And I believe on his way to this tournament, he made a little bit of a detour through New Zealand where he won a cup and a challenge.
Yes, down in Christchurch in New Zealand as well, and playing at their their locals as well, and making it his way to Perth for the first time. So it'll be great to see him and on stream to play, because I think like Jins has been sitting in the top of the Oceania leaderboard, but he hasn't actually been in Australia as he's been doing some study and has some family overseas. So although he has home here, it means that he can actually fly and play in an Oceania regional.
Yeah, so definitely looking forward to seeing how that all plays out. I would definitely be scared if I was either trainer, because to be honest, Jins is a very talented battler who's performed quite well all over the world, and Bambos is a battler who can be hard to predict, hard to know exactly what he's been doing. I know that he performs quite well in the Sydney Regional Championship last season, and every time he won a game, he just sort of looked around surprised, like, I can't believe this is happening. I mean, like, I don't know what's going on, which I may know a thing or two about from that particular same regional championship. bit. But looks like we might be able to get the teams of this next matchup shortly. And we can see here we've got Jins on the left-hand side with the Azumarill, the Talonflame, the Shadow Drapion, the Annihilate, the Toxapex, and the Diggersby, with Bambos running actually a pretty meta line.
Yeah, where is the Tentacruel here, Steve? I was promised Tentacruel. But no, we have the Clodsire, the Azumarill, the Diggersby, the Dunsparce, the Superior, and the Shadow Feraligatr.
Yeah, that's right. So unfortunately, no Tentacruel. I guess Jins is sort of bringing a Tentacle side grade, right? He's got the Toxapex with that same poison water typing. I don't know whether Toxapex or Tentacruel wins that particular matchup, but I'd love to find out. And I'm sure Bambos is no, so I'll ask him later on.
Yes.
But as you look at these two teams, there's one Pokemon that I think really stands out from Jins' side as sort of, in some way, the Pokemon that is going to dictate how this matchup is going to go, and that is the Talonflame.
Yeah, the Talonflame, as we saw in Laluloha's previous match, is so hard hitting with the Incinerates as well, and gets through the Flight and the Brave Bird so quickly. Or it could be running Flame Charge as well and just boost its attack.
That's right. It has a lot of options up sleeve, ready for its disposal going into these games. And so when you're Bambos' side, you have to sort of, there's some risks here. So here's one possibility. You run Superior and you see a Talonflame, you are in some trouble. You are not loving that matchup at all. But on the complete opposite side of the coin, you have the Dunsparce, who is one of the most dominant Pokemon that you could have going into a Talonflame because you do so much double super effective damage with those rollouts that come out relatively quickly.
Yeah, through there as well. So it would not like to see that at all. But look, it's just so tough against it. I know when I see an Incinerate come through, I get a little bit, even though it takes so many turns to get there, I'm a bit like stunned. I'm like, what do I do? Because one, it takes so long, but also going, ow, this hurts.
Yeah, and I know that that's actually one of the matchups that we talk about move counting quite a bit through these broadcasts. And, different moves have different turn lengths. And an Incinerate takes 5 turns, which is 2.5 seconds. A Rollout takes 1.5 seconds or 3 turns. And when you sort of throw your charge attacks when you're in these scenarios, you sort of want to make it so that you're not giving them too many free turns when you click the charge attack button. And when you have 3 turn versus 5 turn, it becomes pretty messy because you throw 3, then you're at 6, and then you're at 10, and then you're not. It's like, it takes quite a bit of time to actually get this thing going. But at the same time, they are both Pokemon that can farm up quite a bit of energy and can really become a bit of a thorn in your side.
Yeah, absolutely through there. So it'll be interesting to see if Jins does bring the Talonflame because of that, like Dunsparce on the other side. It'll be interesting to see if Bambos does bring the Dunsparce. I think it will be a safe pick to bring the Dunsparce.
Yeah, I'm sort of looking at Bambos' side, and Talonflame looks like a tough Pokemon to bring because not only do you have the double ground moveset with the Clodsire and the Diggersby, which, it's not like it's bad matchups, particularly unless that Clodsire is running that Stone Edge, then it becomes quite a bad matchup. But we also have the Azumarill Feraligatr, so we have 2 water types, but that's sort of where the potentially power of the Talonflame does come through, in that even if it's in its bad matchups, Talonflame is still able to do quite a bit of work. And because, as you said, it has access to that Brave Bird. Nothing likes getting hit with a Brave Bird. That is going to do a lot of damage to anyone, especially if you're running the Flame Charge Brave Bird moveset. Where you can boost your Brave Bird. That just gets a bit much, I think. I don't know if anyone's really running Flame Charge Brave Bird. At that point, just run Fly.
Oh, look, but would it not be fun, Steve? Would it not be fun with Flame Charge and a Brave Bird? I think it'll be fun.
Look, and, we're all about fun matchups here. We're all about the fun movesets. And so, I think that we're going to be playing it pretty straight here. But one Pokemon that is also going to be a little bit challenging for Jins to bring here, really limiting his options down, is the Drapion. And here's why. There are 2 ground types hanging out on Bambos' side. But not only that, he's got the Dunsparce as well that is also running Drill Run action. And, Azumarill, Feraligatr, both of them are still able to have quite good neutral play into the Drapion as well. And so there's not necessarily a safe position for the Drapion to be. But sometimes that is when the best players can really make their mark. When there is no safety, it is all about being aggressive. It is about getting up in your opponent's face, maneuvering your way through these complicated matchups and just being a little bit aggressive, trying to fight your way through it.
And Jins is such a talented player that he probably could do that as well. So it might be a bit of a spice pick in the back, just to have that, just in case that Bambos does have that Superior and lines it up very nicely into like some sort of swap scenario.
Yeah, now I think that's the first time that Drapion has been referred to as a spice pick, but it definitely could be
against this team.
Yeah, but I think that the number 1 Pokemon for Jins, looking at these 2 lineups, is going to be Annihilate. Because Annihilate is always just such a powerful Pokemon. It has such good matchups into pretty much the entire meta. You can really just fight your way through so many different Pokemon just by using those 2 Protect Shields fighting your way through. And this is definitely going to be no exception to that rule, because Clodsire, you've got play. Azumarill, play.
Yes.
Diggersby, Dunsparce, Superior, Feraligatr, you have play across Bambos's entire team. And so I do not expect Jins to leave Annihilate at home a single time.
No, and he opted to go for the regular Annihilate, not the Shadow as well. So it will tank a lot more as well, and it will get to the Rage Fist and able to hang on even with shields. So I think it is something to kind of worry about if you are Bambos.
Yeah, if you are Bambos, I really think you need to start leaning into Pokemon like Clodsire, because if we're being honest, Debbie, Jins' side isn't ridiculously strong into Clodsire. There's definitely some answers to it. Diggersby is a very tough matchup for Clodsire to get through, but depending on its moveset, I should say, Clodsire does have quite a bit of play into a lot of Jins' side. And so Bambos, I think, again, I've played Bambos many times. He's not a man that necessarily plays it safe. Sometimes he goes for some pretty wacky lines, just trying to find that advantage, fight his way through to the next matchup. And so I think Jins is going to have to be a little bit concerned, have to really think because I think this is something that happens quite a bit in many regional championship events. It even happened many times at the World Championships, where a very strong battler would go into a game and you sort of expect a line that makes sense. and sometimes when you're sort of playing on the other side, if you run a team that's a little bit wacky or it's really weak to this one Pokemon, for example, maybe if you see a Dunsparce lead, you instantly lose the game. You've essentially got no play. Sometimes you run that sort of line and your opponent doesn't think that you would run that, because that would be ridiculous.
Yeah.
And so when it comes to your sort of back Pokemon, they're making predictions like, oh, it makes sense that they would have Azumarill in the back here. That would be the most safe option. Meanwhile, there is no Azumarill nowhere in sight, and all of a sudden that can really become quite powerful for people who run maybe non-traditional lines. And I think the number one player for that is Arrow, who performs quite well in a lot of tournaments and really leans into those lines that, as he would say, don't make sense.
Yeah, I would say a little bit off kilter. How about that?
Yeah, potentially that's a bit of a nicer way to put it. But definitely some very powerful lines. And I guess they make sense in the fact that they don't make sense. They're unpredictable. It's like, oh, how are you going to run this thing? And I think Bambos definitely runs some unpredictable lines. So Jins, I don't think he's ever played Bambos before. And so he's really going to have to, try and adapt on the fly, especially sort of gain some information from game number one. And to be honest, Debbie, I think that's the sort of thing you have to do in the current Pokemon Go landscape, is you have to try and read what sort of playstyle your opponent does use, does implement as the games go on, especially, in these best of three scenarios. You've only got one shot to learn information, because then you could be on match point.
Absolutely. So it's always so difficult. That game one really will, I suppose you can read the dynamic of the player as well, being like, okay, is this someone that likes to do like fast move pressure, or do they like to conserve energy and switch out, or do they like to run wacky lines? So we'll find out once we get to game one and see how they play them through. But as a player, when you have that game one, and whether you win or lose, it's always difficult to get into game two, because you're like, well, will they run it again? Will they run it back? What will it do? Will it be like a Fishy Legs 2 where he runs it twice in the same time? Who knows?
Yeah, we've all been in those sorts of scenarios, just thinking like, how many steps ahead do I have to be of my opponent? And I know that Fishy Legs was talking about this a little bit earlier. People like Inadequates who can really just read their opponent and be able to figure out that quite well. So Wireless is another player from the European region that really does that incredibly well. Really is able to figure out what their opponent is likely to do and play to that exactly. And when you have that ability, I mean, man, mind reading helps out in the Pokemon Go PvP scene, I'll tell you that much.
How do we get this ability, Steve? How do we, I'm a fairy type, but how do we bring to the psychic types?
Yeah, well, it looks like we're not going to have to mind read for long, because we're about to find out what teams these two battlers are running in game number one. The Diggersby and the lead for Jins going into the Clodsire. Terrible for Bambos.
Terrible for Bambos here. We'll see if he pivots or he stays into this matchup through here. And now he pivots straight away into his own Diggersby.
Oh, but this is an interesting spot, because Jins doesn't really have an answer to this Diggersby. He's got his own Diggersby that he can start throwing some energy on, but at some point he's either going to have to use up his Diggersby in this particular matchup, or maybe lean into his Drapion in the back and try and do a little bit of Aqua Tail pressure. But this isn't a clean match for Jins.
No, there isn't through here. Now Bambos going for his own Scorching Sands here. We know that the respective Diggersby will be able to take this quite comfortably. But what does Jins do here? Does it just keep going through and trying to throw these Scorching Sands, or does he start pivoting?
Yeah, well, it looks like he's going to keep throwing them for a while. And Bambos actually running one of those lines that, quote unquote, doesn't make sense with an A-B-A ground. One ground in the front, one ground in the back. And when he swaps from one to the other, I mean, Jins is running an A-B-B lineup where both of his Pokemon in the back are quite weak to ground damage. So Bambos actually potentially using that unpredictable lineup to do some big damage here. But as we go on, one of these Diggersbys is about to go down.
Yeah, we can see Jins now launching its final Scorching Sands through here, and Bambos actually opting to shield and preserve his Diggersby.
Yeah, Diggersby going to stay around for a little bit while longer. Gets the debuff on that Diggersby as well. The attack being reduced, but at this point, I'm actually after that debuff. I'm not sure if this Fire Punch will still KO the Diggersby. And Jins actually shielding up the Fire Punch, getting baited, which means that Bambos is able to get to another Fire Punch.
And Bambos is able to launch his Fire Punch through here, and now Jins has to make a decision, opting not to shield and letting this go through. And it actually holds on with a sliver.
All down to that attack debuff. Jins able to hang on, get one more Fire Punch through, and does Bambos shield? He does. He wants to win switch advantage. He knows that he was in a bit of a bad lead scenario, but actually here's the Drapion swap from Jins, and here's Bambos swapping into the Clodsire.
Yeah, this Aqua Tail will go through as Bambos has no shields in play. It will tickle just this Clodsire through here.
Yeah, now Clodsire is going to try and get to that Earthquake, but the problem is Jins is still holding on to that Protect Shield, and so these Aqua Tails are really going to add up and add up and add up onto this Clodsire, and at some point it is not going to be able to take them anymore, and I actually feel like Jins has somehow brought this back to play.
Yeah, through here. Now Bambos actually going for the Sludge Bomb here and actually going for the bait. Jins opting to shield and preserve its Drapion here.
Yeah, protecting up the Drapion using that last Protect Shield of the game. But what Bambos doesn't know is that in the back line, there is an Azumarill on his side, and Jins has one of the hardest counters imaginable to the Azumarill, the Toxapex, and that is not going to be good for Bambos.
No, not at all. Now this Aqua Tail will connect. What does Bambos do from here? What does he switch into? Into the Azumarill now.
Yeah, and now this is a bit of an interesting spot because Jins has the Drapion in. Actually, great play from Jins. He farms up a lot of energy on his Drapion. Bambos tries to make a catch potentially on the Diggersby, or just so close.
Missed on that Scorching Sands. Now this Azumarill comes out against his Toxapex. Launches a play rough, but we know that this poison type will be able to tank it so well.
Yeah, Bambos has got nowhere to go here. This Toxapex will just slowly whittle and whittle and whittle, and this Azumarill's health bar will slowly go from green to yellow to red to gone, and the Azumarill is going to go back to its Pokeball. One big Sludge Wave is going to help it. Actually, forget about yellow. We're going straight to the red, and down it goes the Azumarill, and down goes Bambos in game number 1.
Yeah, in game number 1. They're Jins taking it out in game 1 and actually still having all 3 Pokemon still in play on that show front. So it just goes to show how dominant Jins actually played that matchup.
Yeah, it was actually really well played because here's the thing. He had 2 ground types. He had 2 ground types, and Jins was running double weak to ground, and somehow it just worked out for Jins where the Diggersby was sort of, I guess, Bambos' Diggersby was used up per se, in that all of its health, all of its energy was used to fight Jins' own Diggersby.
Yes.
And so by staying in, he sort of let that play out, and so then he had his Drapion to come back in against the Clodsire a little bit later, and just keep farming that one down, leaving only one terrible matchup for Bambos left in the back.
Yeah, in the back with the Toxapex through there. And we know Toxapex is so bulky and able to tank everything. And it's just unlucky, I think, from that front and being like, oh, well, there's the Toxapex. What do I do here? Yeah. And just all you can do is just plan to game 2.
Yeah, and it was literally 1 Pokemon out of 3 that Toxapex was going to be good against from Jins' line, and somehow he managed to get himself onto it. So really, really well played from Jins' side, and just able to outplay Bambos' potentially wacky line. But as we said before, now Jins is aware. He's like, oh, Bambos is willing to go for some risks.
Yes.
He's willing to play a little bit wacky, a little bit spicy, get some big, crazy ABA lines going on, and so now Jins has to really think, what do I want to run going into game number 2?
Yeah, does he follow the wackiness? Does he be like, oh, you know what? Let's bring Talonflame. Let's do it. Or the other way around, does Bambos go, oh, do I want to rein it in a bit? I can't play that risk of game 1 now. I don't have something to fall back on. And it looks like the players have locked in their teams, and we've got a Diggersby versus a Superior.
Now, generally, this is a crazy good matchup for the Superior. The Fire Punch buff does help a little bit, but not that much. So we see a quick swap into the Drapion, and here comes the Azumarill to meet it.
Yeah, through there. Now we're going for Jins opting going for the crunch through here, and Bambos safely not shielding through here, knowing that the Zoomer can tech whatever charge attack move goes through.
Yeah, there is not a single charge attack that Zero cares about, but that crunch actually got was that the defense debuff that I saw potentially go through on that Azumarill? We see the Ice Beam coming in. Here is the Protect Shield from the Drapion. Ice Beam not going to do very much damage, but Drapion wants to keep itself around, knowing that there is that superior in the back, and Jins has got a Diggersby and a Toxapex in the back.
Yeah, through here. Now this crunch will connect to the Azumarill here and actually brings the Azumarill into the yellow.
Yeah, it is definitely getting very low at this point, and Drapion, because it is so spammy, gets another crunch off before the Azumarill is even close to another charge attack. This will, I believe, KO the Azumarill. Azumarill going to go down, and now it is up to Bambos to try and get back in this game. Clodsire looks quite strong into all three Pokemon, but only if Jins' shields go down.
Yeah, through there. Now Jins still has one shield where Bambos still has two. Now the Clodsire comes out against the Drapion through here, and we'll see what Jins plays through here. We can see going straight for the Aqua Tail, and Bambos has two shields and opting to shield it and protect his Clodsire.
Yeah, the problem for Bambos is that these Aqua Tails are going to be so quick, and Clodsire is not going to get to these moves very quick. Bambos heads up play, goes for the Sludge Bomb bait, recognizing that he really needs to get some energy advantage in this game, and it gets called. Jins letting it go and getting an Aqua Tail off before going down. That is a ridiculous play from Jins.
Absolutely. Through there. Now we can see this Aqua Tail will connect onto the Clodsire, and we can see if the Clodsire can farm this down before it gets to Aqua Tail, and it farms it all the way through.
Now, this is interesting because Diggersby's going to come in here, terrible matchup for the Clodsire, but actually going to fire off the Earthquake into the Diggersby. I'm not sure about this play because now that Toxapex in the back that Bambos doesn't know is there is going to have a much easier time because here comes the Superior, and Toxapex is going to be doing a lot of super effective poison damage back.
Yeah, through here, Bambos now going for the Frenzy Plant, and Jins is thinking about whether to shield and opting not to shield and letting it go through onto this Toxapex, and Toxapex just be like, oh, thanks for the tickle there.
Yeah, I mean, here's the thing about Superior. You are going to be getting to those Frenzy Plants in only 6 Vine Whips, and so you are able to add it up quite quickly, but there is still a Protect Shield up on Jin's side, but he's not going to bring it up this time. He knows that the Toxapex will be able to take this Frenzy Plant, and to be honest, Debbie, it is really looking like that Diggersby in the back is going to be doing a lot of work in this battle.
Yeah, through there. Now Jins is launching its this charge attack through here, and we can see Bambos decide to shield and protect his own Superior there.
Yep, Superior going to stick around for a little bit while longer and actually going to throw the Aerial Ace here. Bambos trying to save on a little bit of energy, knowing that he needs the Superior to fight against that Diggersby in the back. Down goes the Toxapex, in comes the Diggersby, but it already has energy, and Bambos makes the crazy catch! The 5 punch on the Clodsire!
Oh my goodness, Bambos, these crazy plays, because we know that Bambos does these crazy plays, managed to catch the Fire Punch and able to tank it on this Clodsire. Now this Clodsire is trying to do as much damage as possible to this Diggersby.
Yeah, they're in that race to the charge stack, and Clodsire able to get to the Earthquake, and Jins needs to shield this. He doesn't shield. Oh my gosh, he's going to do so much damage to that Diggersby down into the red. But actually, oh my gosh, Jins is going up to double charge attacks, knowing that he will win a charge attack priority potentially into that Superior, goes against the Scorching Sands into the Clodsire, will KO, in will come the Superior, and now it is going to be up to Bambos to try and get a move off, but the energy is just too much, and this buffed Fire Punch is going to KO the Superior and secure game number 2 for Jins.
Yeah, through here, and this Fire Punch will connect game 2, going to Jins through there. And what incredible plays from both players.
Yeah, look, Bambos, really incredible catch there, trying to come back from the brink in what seemed like a hopeless scenario, recognizing like, oh, I've got one shot here, one opportunity. And he has to swap, and he makes the catch. It was really well played. Unfortunately, not quite enough to secure that game. So Jins will be progressing on in the winners bracket, and Bambos will be secured in the losers bracket.
Yeah, through there. But what a catch, and just trying to get that last win con and last opportunity to try and get that window and trying to get through. But Jins just knowing the win con and actually being patient and building up to those double Scorching Sands, and actually Scorching Sands then with the Fire Punch at the end as well. Because you know what? Why not? Because it's buffed.
Exactly right. It's really good identification of how the rest of the game is going to play out. You have to read the future a little bit. Like, okay, how much energy do I need to make sure that not only can I throw one charge attack against the Pokemon in front of me, but I can then outpace the Pokemon that's in the back to get to that last charge attack to KO 2 in a row, and Jins was able to do that masterfully in that game number 2.
Yeah, through there. So Jins progressing into the winners, and then Bambos now into the losers bracket. So he's not all the way out. He's still in it, but has to go the long way around to try and get to the finals.
Yeah, that's right. But we've seen plenty of battlers do it before. I know that Doonbug gets brought up the most often in his massive losers run all the way through to the championship title a few months ago, and it's definitely possible that we see it happen again here in Perth.
Yeah, especially with all these other Worlds players as well into the losers bracket, that we can probably see a very long run from. I'm hoping to see one from one of them.
Look, there's a lot of them in there, so there is a very good chance that one of those guys is going to be able to make it all the way. But we're going to throw it to a real quick break and then come back to you with some more battles really shortly, so don't go anywhere. All right, I'm here with TheyLuvJy, someone competing at the Perth Regional Championships. Jai, do you want to sort of introduce yourself? I mean, you competed at Perth last year, right? How'd you do?
I did. Yeah, I came second place last time. Rick Flareon booted me into the losers bracket, and then I was able to bring it to game 10, which I'm pretty proud of.
Yeah, it was a cracker of a performance. I mean, you just absolutely blitzed through the regional championship. I mean, you got win after win after win, and then you only lost twice in that regional.
To Rick Flareon. And that's not a bad person to lose to, I guess. I'm not ashamed,
Yeah, now, I think that a lot of people back at the last Perth Regionals had a bit of maybe their eyes lit up at one particular Pokemon that it turns out you're a little bit known for. Do you want to maybe talk about that?
So my Shadow and Ninetales, I won't leak the IVs, but they're really good. And Charm last time, because Powder Snow was my go-to, but it sucked in that meta. So Charm was the way to go, and I think it worked out. I was pretty happy with it. My biggest regret for that tournament was not bringing it earlier to more matches. I think it was better in the game than as bench pressure.
Yeah, I think that's fair enough. I mean, we saw you use it quite a few times in the grand finals up against Rick Flareon, and it definitely put a lot of pressure on.
Yeah, it did some things. Game 10, it didn't work, but the other games it did something, for sure.
Yeah, for sure. Now, as we go into the sort of brand new meta, you know, we've passed the max out season. We're in that halfway meta with part of the dual destiny meta. You know, we have some of the move changes, some of the not move changes. Is it still A9 season?
It is still A9 season this time, but it's not Charm season. It's Powder Snow season. I think I was really excited when the meta changed because we have no more Skarmory. So I felt like it doesn't have to be so RPS, and it can do funny things like beat the Ariados in the ones and the zeros, beat Marowak, beat Mandibuzz and Moltres. I thought it has some play. PV Poke seems to disagree, but I think it needs a bit more credit, to be honest.
All right, fair enough. Well, we'll look forward to seeing what you do today. Definitely going to be a bit of a fun one, and hopefully we see another cracker of a performance.
Yeah,
I mean,
hopefully.
Look, it's hard to top second place in your first ever regional.
Only one way to go.
Only one way to go. Good luck.
Thank you very much.
Hey everybody, HomesliceHenry here. I am one of the official casters for the Play Pokemon circuit, and today I'm going to be talking about one of my favorite attack changes in the Season 21 balance patch for Pokemon Go Battle League, the season of Dual Destiny, and that is the buff to Thundershock. Now, in previous seasons, Thundershock did do 3 base damage, but now it has been adjusted to 4. Now, 1 increase in base damage may not seem like a lot. However, when your starting point was 3, it's a 33% increase in base power, which can translate into some pretty interesting matchups. One that I do want to highlight, for example, is Unova Stunfisk. Unova Stunfisk with Thundershock in previous seasons did 1 damage per Thundershock to Clodsire, but this season it will do 2. So that's doubling the amount of fast move damage, and that actually turns Unova Stunfisk into a Pokemon that can beat Clodsire, despite the fact that its fast move is double resisted. Some other Pokemon that do very much benefit from the changes include, of course, Morpeko. Morpeko is a Pokemon that has only been legal recently. We haven't seen it have a lot of tournament success so far, or even just a lot of people try it at tournaments. But I do firmly believe that with this adjustment, giving it a little bit of extra fast move pressure, even though it's a very glassy Pokemon, I think we're going to begin to start seeing Morpeko a little bit more. Other beneficiaries of this change as far as the Open Grade League meta go include Togedemaru, a Pokemon honestly popularized by Nighttime Clasher. I don't know if anyone else has actually brought Togedemaru to a regional championship. Someone can fact check me on that, as well as Shadow Zapdos, a Pokemon that I really enjoy. Again, a lot of these electric types outside of Unova Stunfisk are very, very frail, so they can't take a hit. So giving them a little bit of extra ability to farm things down after landing one of their hard-hitting charge moves is a definite plus. And another one that I do want to discuss as well is Electivire. Now, Electivire is a Pokemon that does get a double buff. Electivire, its Ice Punch does more damage, and Thundershock does more damage. It's a tricky Pokemon to use due to its extreme frailty, but personally, I would absolutely love seeing Electivire used in an official tournament.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks for joining us again here on this Perth Regional 2024. Absolutely.
2025 now.
2025, that's the 2025 season in the year 2024. Right? We're still in December. The year's going fast. But there's been some crazy happenings in this tournament, as we've seen. Some really big name players that are going to have to fight their way back in that losers bracket now.
Absolutely. We see big names like Rick Flareon, Mikey Morgs, Gorm 1001, Avrip, people who have all qualified and played in multiple world championships that are now in the losers bracket. And it's all happening.
It's happening. And they didn't just qualify for Worlds. They're not just like the best in the region. They've all done fairly well in the World Championships. I don't think any of them have lost, just gone 0-2 at Worlds ever. Like, they've all beaten people. So they're able to mix it up with the best in the world, which really showcases how strong this Perth tournament is. We are
straight into battles here. We have Belbass versus Jamathi, Superior versus Clodsire. This is actually interestingly neutral matchup because we see the Stone Edge on the Clodsire.
Yes, without that Sludge Bomb, it's really actually Superior's match to take out. So Belbass really doing well here, choosing to stay into this matchup, even against the Poison type of Clodsire.
Yeah, this matchup is going to play out for a little while. The Stone Edge coming through with over-farming just a little bit Belbass on that Frenzy Plants. Frenzy Plant 1 coming through. Jamathi is going to elect here to not shield his Clodsire, and it does a sizable chunk.
It does good damage, but the downside is that Superior doesn't need... an attempted catch, the switch into the Annihilate, but Jamathi did not throw the charge. The catch was unsuccessful. Earthquake getting shielded up here by Belbass.
Yeah, Belbass has an opportunity now to start really getting ahead on energy, building up those Rage Fists, not electing to throw it straight away. He's going to overfarm some more. The next Earthquake coming through from Jamathi, and this is going to go unshielded by Belbass. This is going to do a lot of damage.
So we'll take that on a lap incredibly low, deep into the yellow, in the red now, and a swap into Fragator. Here comes a Rage Fist. This is going to do a reasonable amount of damage because of the shadow of that Shadow for Alligator. It means an extra 20% damage. Look at that.
Wow, that Rage Fist did a lot of damage, and just hanging on to get to a second one now. This is going to force a shield out of the Feraligatr if Jamathi wants to keep it alive, and he does. He knows the potential of farming down this Annihilate and having extra energy for the backline. Even Superior is threatened by this Feraligatr.
It is, and it's a CAP event, so charge priority, which Feraligatr wins because it has a higher attack stat. This is going to do a really good amount of damage to the Superior.
Oh, and the Superior has to shield now. The Frenzy Plant is, the Aerial Ace, my bad, is coming through, and it's going to get a shield off this Feraligatr. We are now 0 shields left in play. Dunsparce coming in to start soaking up some of this energy and resisting those Shadow Claws. This is pretty good for Belbass here.
It is good, but Belbass correctly throwing an extra fast attack. This is going to be a little bit extra energy. So this Hydro Cannon is going to come through unshielded. It's going to do a large amount of damage deep into the yellow, 50% health. But look at all the energy that Belbass now has on this Diggersby. This is really tricky because the Dunsparce, has all the energy, but the Diggersby has so much health and it's so bulky.
Yeah, the Dunsparce is really going to have an uphill battle here if it wants to get rid of this Diggersby, because it does resist those rollouts, and those drill runs aren't the same type of attack bonus, and those Scorching Sands are going to do a significant chunk. I think one might even take out the Dunsparce from here. Over farming from Jamathi, knows his counts well, getting as much energy as he can.
Really loading up on that energy there, and this is really unfortunate for Belbass, who played the game so nicely, and it just got sucked away at the end. Here comes this. Oh, and the Fire punches through. This is going to take out Superior, surely.
Superior is not going to hang on to this newly buffed Fire Punch from the Diggersby. The move is coming through now as we see the Superior is taken out, and that's a Game 1 win to Jamathi.
Jamathi, Game 1 win and 3-ball. You'd never like to get 3-balled, but both those opponents just so well played. Really tight matchup. That was fast. That was furious. We haven't
Wow.
seen a game like that so far today. We've been having these big bulky mons that, my gosh, those two played it brilliantly.
Yeah, I really loved seeing Shallow Feraligatr really make the most of a farm down opportunity, coming out with so much energy and forcing those final shields out of Belbass. That's the type of gameplay I love to see.
The composure from Jamathi when there was that swapping of the Annihilate, like, whoa, didn't throw the Stone Edge. I'm not doing that just yet. I'll do that on my time, thank you very much. And then getting all that extra energy to get 2 Earthquakes onto that Annihilate to really force those shields, force the energy to be thrown, just put that Feraligatr just in such a good position, and then just Digby just swept it up at the end, took it easy. Well played.
That was some interesting team compositions there. Like the Diggersby really didn't look like it had too much play going for it until that Dunsparce came out and it was able to make the most of that matchup. So Jamathi really recognizing those time to use the Pokemon when they have their best advantage. So really smart plays from Jamathi. He is one of our New South Wales-based players who's actually putting on a bit of a tear at the local scene recently.
Yeah, and Belbass, the community ambassador for Perth, he's doing a fantastic job for his community. Perth, probably one of the most thriving local scenes. But let's get into match number 2. We've got the Annihilate from Belbass. Oh, it's into the Sandslash.
Oh.
This is huge for Belbass.
The Lowland Sandslash wants to be anywhere else but here. Feraligatr now coming in and is met by the Superior. This matchup is super interesting because if the Feraligatr gets that Ice Beam and can land it on the Superior, it's bye-bye Superior.
Yeah, Superior will just survive, but it doesn't have enough time to get to another move. We'll get Shadow Claw down and then extra energy on Feraligatr. Could there be anything better?
That's absolutely right. We see the Hydro Cannon number 2 coming through. Belbass recognizing this isn't an Ice Beam. He's going to no-shield this move, and it was charged attack priority, so he's guaranteeing getting his own move off here. Is he going to force a shield out of Jamathi? No, Jamathi recognizes it, and he's going to let it go.
Great call there for Jamathi. Got the advantage from the matchup that they needed. Got the shield advantage. Maybe you don't have switch, but you got the shield. And now look at this. You have an ice type into the grass type. Here comes the Frenzy Plant from Belbass. This still does a reasonable amount of damage, but with the non-shadow, so the normal Sandslash there, it really doesn't. And a swap into the counter user.
Jamathi reacting a little bit slow there, taking a couple additional counters onto his Alolan Sandslash. That's going to really hurt later on in the matchup. But this Azumarill is now 2 shields up against the Annihilate with only 1 shield left. Rage Fist coming through is going to get that guaranteed attack boost, and the Azumarill just over farming, ready to get that first attack.
Yeah, it's very smart there from Jamathi. We saw an extra bubble sneak through there, so that extra little bit of energy could play a huge difference in the back here, because we know one player comes out, and here comes the player. Is Belbass going to choose the shield? No! Immediately throwing the no shield. Going to let this one go and put it back onto that Superior and Dunsparce to clean up.
Yeah, Belbass recognizing now that his Annihilate has done all the work it needs to do. This Azumarill not able to reach the aerial ace in the Ice Beam in time before the Frenzy Plant comes through, is going to shield it up, recognizing that he needs this energy, he needs to get rid of the Superior, because there's only so much health left in the game.
Yes, that is one thing that can happen. You can be thinking so much about the charge moves, you forget about that fast move damage. And here comes a drill run from this Sandslash. Goes unshielded by the Dunsparce. Dunsparce able to take it reasonably well, but there is so much energy. There's only 1 shield on either side. Well, how are the trainers going to play this one out? Here comes an Ice Punch bait.
Yeah, Belbass correctly no shooting the bait here. He knows his Dunsparce is bulky enough to survive either move as it is. He's going to get close to those 2 drill ones here, and that's going to be enough to get rid of this Sandslash. Is Jamathi going to use his last Protect Shield or put it all back onto the Azu? He's going to use that last shield, but we're dangerously close to that second drill run from the Dunsparce coming through. Oh, and here comes the Ice Punch, but he's got a shield.
He has a shield. This would be crazy to no shield. Oh, thank goodness. Belbass has used the shield. Swap to Azu. Swap to Azu with the move. Snipe. He is sniped here with Azumarill. We're going to have that. It's all on Superior. What can Superior do? Can it take out the Azu and the Sandslash in the back? Does it have the fast move damage? Does it have the energy? Can it outpace to the moves? Here we go.
The Superior really reaching for that full farm down, and he gets it as well. Is the Superior going to be able to take out this Sandslash? It's so low. The Frenzy Plant coming through. I think this is going to be game number 2 to Belbass.
Game no, surely. Yes, we have the customary pause, and there it is. The grass type took out the ice steel type in Sandslash. We are going into game number 3. Belbass fantastically played. That pivot That early pivot out of the Serperior, this Serperior was so essential to the rest of that battle. Even though it seemed like an odd thing, like why are you going to throw your Annihilate in against the Sandslash? He got the extra counter. That really made the huge difference. And then even though the Annihilate was stuck on the Azu, he still had the Serperior there. He had a shield. It was just enough to get over the line. Fantastic game number 2. Oh, I'm looking forward to this. That was fantastic.
Yeah, Belbass absolutely just played to perfection in that game, really capitalized on all the opportunities that Jamathi gave him, which is really what you got to do. When the trainers are giving you a window, you got to take it, and that's incredible play there from Belbass. Jamathi just not able to keep the momentum going. As we head into this decisive game number 3, DrTrotter, what do you think we're going to have to do here if you're Belbass?
Oh, Belbass. I mean, first thing you want to do about it, take a breath and just enjoy the fact that you had won a cracker of a game. And then you go, okay, now we're moving on to game number 2. I think Jamathi's definitely going to still lean on that Shadow for Alligator. It's been so great for them. Belbass, again, it's tricky. It only really has that Serperior as the hard counter. So now you got to think, how else am I going to do it? What else am I going to do against that for Alligator? Maybe I'm going to run the Azu. But let's find out here. Looks like we're locked in going into game number 3.
It is the Annihilate into the Feraligatr. This matchup can go a number of ways depending on how the trainers want to use their shields. And it looks like both trainers are staying in to start.
Yep, excellent. Trainer staying in. And, Hydro Cannon straight away. Not giving Belbass any chance here. The shield is going to come up. Now, will we see Belbass go down the road of the double shield like we've seen earlier from some other trainers today? Throwing that Rage Fist immediately, getting that attack boost. So critical for this matchup.
Yeah, this is going to boost those counters as they come through into that Feraligatr. It is not a particularly bulky Pokemon, so it is going to struggle to hang on here against this fast attack damage. Second Hydro Cannon is going to come through, but notably for Belbass, his Serperior in the back doesn't look like it has a lot of places to go.
No, it is tricky. But this could be a place to go. Here comes a boosted, one-stage attack boosted on the Rage Fist into the Clodsire. Clodsire does not need to shield this. We can relax. We can wait. Jamathi feels like in control, and out comes the Serperior now.
Yeah, I think Belbass recognizes now that his Serperior doesn't have really any other better matchups. Now the Feraligatr is all but gone. Stone Edge is going to come through. There's no Protect Shields remaining for Belbass, so he's got no choice but to wear it. Serperior tanks it fairly well and is going to get through a first Frenzy Plant now. This is going to chip a fair bit into this Clodsire.
Yeah, the back matchup's going to be very interesting. Oh, and a shield from Jamathi. I feel like this is playing very nicely for Belbass. And the shield comes up and the Stone Edge coming through. This will be very close. This could actually KO the Serperior here. Maybe it doesn't get to that other move.
Serperior, it just can't hang on. And now Belbass is going to have to come in with his Dunsparce if he wants to try and take out this Clodsire because that Annihilate is so low. Does this open up the doorway for the Alolan Sandslash to clean up in the back roach? But no, coming in with the Annihilate.
It wants to go the Annihilate and look like maybe going for that close combat. No, and catching, getting the energy. What a catch. Belbass playing out of his mind here, catching the Stone Edge, the non-Stame attack bonus Stone Edge. Takes a good amount. Oh, and here comes that A-Slash, an Alolan Sandslash, and it is a race to a charge move. Neither wanting to throw yet because both know that they don't quite KO these charge moves.
Yeah, you're right. The Ice Punch now coming through. What I really like that what Belbass has done is he's saved that close combat in the back just to have that nuke potential for the back line. Now the Drill Run is coming through from the Dunsparce into the Alolan Sandslash. It's going to do a significant amount of damage, but doesn't quite KO. Doesn't
KO, and it looks like is the Ice Punch there. So this will knock out the Dunsparce. The Annihilate has a lot to do here. Is it going to counter down this Sandslash, or is it going to? Yes, it does.
Wow.
And it's all about what Pokemon comes out.
Oh, and we see the Clodsire coming to soak up this energy now. Rage Fist coming through. This isn't going to quite KO the Clodsire. It's just too bulky. I think this might be game, set, match for Jamathi.
It is. Wow, we have a Poison Sting down of a Ghost for Jamathi to take out the third game here and continue to move on in this tournament in the winners bracket.
Yeah, that was some really clean plays there from Jamathi. He managed to bring the momentum back into his favour after losing that game number 2. But don't despair because Belbass is still in this tournament. He's going down to the losers bracket now. But Jamathi really showing that he's here to take on the Perth scene after being quite competitive in the local scene in New South Wales.
Yeah, I believe he's won a few of the New South Wales tournaments. Is very much up there in the Oceanic leaderboards with the points for this current season.
Yeah, Jamathi really not a name that I've heard a lot of, but he's showing why we should start to learn his name. Write it down, trainers at home. Keep an eye out on Jamathi. He's here to play to the best of his capacity. Trotter, that was just some incredible games.
That was great. I thoroughly enjoyed it. It is lovely to see a new brand of battlers coming through. So, we've got some old hats, some who've, they're down in the losers bracket. Maybe it's time for a fresh start. Things are changing. Things are evolving. We've got some great new young battlers. We've seen TheyLuvJy performing really well. Maybe it's the time for the changing of the guard, the new breed are coming through.
We've seen all across the globe that these younger trainers are really making an upstart here. We see people like PvP David in the European region. We see people like Out of Pocket in the North American region. And now we're seeing people like TheyLuvJy in the Oceanic region, who are all these young trainers just up and coming. I don't know what they've got cooking, but it seems to be working.
It does seem to be working. We have to ask their parents for some of the recipes because I wouldn't mind cooking some of that up in my place myself. And anyway, we are moving on now. We have another Australian trainer in SammyP taking on Godz.
Yes, I believe both these trainers are Australian. SammyP has flown over from Queensland for this tournament today. He has actually knocked Rick Flareon into the losers bracket, and Rick is probably one of the most decorated Australian battlers that we have. Really.
Rick would have to be the most consistent performer. So for every single regional, the one OCIC we have, Rick Flareon has not finished outside of the top 10. Not once. Now, he may not have won quite as many as our good friend Dracoviz, who's won pretty much most things that there are to be won, but definitely was the most consistent performers in Rick Flareon. So anytime you can take a scalp off Rick Flareon, whether it's one game, two, however many you've got, that's something to notice for, right?
Yeah, that's impressive. So really keep an eye out for SammyP. I think he's going to put on a great display here for us today. Also, Godz, another Aussie battler who I've had the pleasure of playing a couple of times, and I tell you what, he has been grinding out these grassroots tournaments, local challenges, and actually an up-and-coming trainer that I'd keep your eyes on.
Yeah. We have recruited Godz for an Australian grassroots tournament, and he played one round for us and did fantastic. So really looking forward to that. I think we're starting to get towards the pointy end of the tournament. We're really going to see not only just those who are performing well, but those who are ready to step up to that next level. Those who are really going to compete for the title. We're not just playing as, I want to go play. I want to have a good tournament and get some experience. These are battlers that are really gunning for that tournament win and that trophy.
Wow, Trotter, do you see what I see? I see a Shadow Fortress.
Shadow Fortress, but it's got a Shadow Typhlosion on the other side. Oh, yikes.
Yeah, now that is a polarizing matchup if ever I've seen one. How interestingly, though, the Shadow Fortress does have access to Earthquake, so I don't think Shadow Typhlosion wants to let that one go through the cracks.
But I think it's going to be 3 Incinerates and it's all over. I don't even think...
You think 3? Might be 2.
No, I think it might just survive the second one. It's going to do a lot of damage, though, so that is something that Godz I feel might be popping in the back pocket. But it does have some good matchups with that, the Fortress, because it's got the Azumarill, it's got the Mandibuzz, it's got the Serperior, it's got targets there. Will we see it? I don't know. It's very tricky.
Yeah, I mean, between the Gastrodon and the Typhlosion, it's going to have its work cut out for it. But I would love to see it on stream. It'd be awesome to watch the Shadow Fortress just really go off. But we've seen regular Fortress make an impact in the European region with people like Inadequates running it.
Yes.
And it is really interesting how the way it plays is quite bulky. It can be quite slow. The Shadow Fortress, with that access to that Volt Switch, can put a little bit more pressure on Pokemon like the Azumarill and the Mandibuzz.
It does add up. We are assuming that it's running Volt Switch and not the original Bug Bite. Shout out to Speediest Chief on that one. But what we do, both teams have a Mud Slapper here. We haven't seen too much of Mud Slapper occurring, and both of them have, it's an interesting matchup. Very polarizing, especially with that Serperior on SammyP's side.
if I am SammyP, I'm looking hard at my own Gastrodon to say, this thing's got a lot of play into everything except that Mandibuzz. So if I can protect the Mandibuzz against the Mandibuzz, say, with the Dunsparce or the Azumarill even, because Azumarill looks pretty neutral as well, I think SammyP's got a lot of play here with that Gastrodon.
Yeah, I do think we sort of looking at this initial analysis, SammyP seems to have that slight team composition advantage, but team composition isn't everything. You can balance your energy, balance your shields, you can work your way around these things, and that's what these top battlers will be doing here this afternoon, in Perth. Very much looking forward to what they're going to showcase for us here. Mandibuzz on both sides against that Gastrodon. That is a polarizing matchup if ever I've seen one.
Yeah, I don't know if either of these trainers are running that Water Pulse moveset, but you would expect to see Earth Power coming through. So Mandibuzz, going to be quite a nice neutral play for SammyP. Godzilla has to watch out for that Azumarill, of course. That is a really bad matchup for the Mandibuzz. But even still with the new 50-second switch clock, which isn't as new as it was, you can still stall that clock time out, switch back out, save some energy, and overwhelm your opponent later in the piece. I've seen trainers do it before. It can be done. It's not easy to do, though.
Not easy to do. And nicely here for SammyP has another counter for that Mandibuzz in the Dunsparce. So a little bit more neutral, but that rollout buff, that damage just adds up and increases and increases. Paces slightly faster than the Mandibuzz if it's Aerial Ace, Air Slash. This is going to be a tight one, but I feel like this is SammyP's match to win, and Godzilla is really going to have to pull out something special here to get on top of SammyP, who, as we said before, knocked out Rick Flareon. That's hopefully not in Godzillama's back of his mind. He's just going to focus on the six Pokemon that are in front of them and just do their best.
And that's what you got to do. You really have to take each game as it comes. You can't spend too much time worrying about, this trainer or this opponent has beaten this person, or these are their accolades, because at the end of the day, you only got to play your own game against the opponent in front of you. You don't have to worry about what else they've done. Matches can be won or lost by any trainer.
Very true. And what we've seen so far, if Godzilla can get that Annihilate in a nice position, it has the ability to do neutral damage to everything. So the close combat, actually, we saw before how much one single boost of close combat ended up doing to a Mandibuzz. It took it more than 50% of its HP away. And then with Mandibuzz being one of the bulkiest Pokemon available in Pokemon Go Great League, anything's possible. And I'm really, really looking forward to see how they do it. But I do think Godzilla has a great ability to really lean and use the shields for that Shadow for Alligator, as we've seen time and time again in this current season, that it just able to do so much damage. And then if you compare it with some bulky Pokemon in the back, some extra, you save your shields, it's really been a dynamic combo.
We know the really strong, quite common core of Shadow for Alligator, Clodsire, and even Mandibuzz. And I think that's a team that Godzilla could even run just to cover his for Alligator against the weakness it has against that grass type Superior. But I think that Superior might be superior in this matchup, because
I see what you did there.
It only has to worry about that Mandibuzz, even against the Clodsire and the Fortress. It has neutral play, neutral options with the Aerial Aces and the Frenzy Plants. So I expect SammyP, it will actually rely on that Superior quite a bit, because it's going to really threaten both those water types that look so good for Godzilla.
Yeah, definitely does look great, that Superior. Superior is actually a Pokemon that I've been using a fair bit recently, and the extra bulk that it has over some of the other grass Pokemon really is why it's shining, especially lately in these Show 6 tournaments. And the diverse moveset, having that other flying move to counter the grass types, to counter the fighting types, a little one less Vine Whip to get to it compared to the Frenzy Plant. It just really does open up a lot of doors with where the current meta is at the moment. So it looks like our battlers are looking at their teams, trying to find those final decisions, exactly what they're going to do. Very much looking forward to this. And honestly, I'm just going to say, I hope we see a mud slap down of a Typhlosion, because that thing can be so devastating, and we've seen it a couple of times. It would be nice to see it get knocked off its perch.
Do you know what I would like to see? I would like to see an Incinerate down of a Mudslapper. How about
Oh!
that? Now, that would be quality battling. And then taking that additional energy and just melting through a team. That is high quality plays.
Touche, my friend. Touche. I see what you did there. That's fantastic. But I do think Godz Llama really needs to really concentrate hard on this one. This is going to be a tough battle. But if you overcome this hurdle, sometimes it's nice to take out one of these absolutely phenomenal trainers and actually freeze up the rest of your run through the rest of the winners bracket. Taking someone out early may feel like then you're not as battling as strong of a potential opponents coming through, but they're opponents that have also won. So they're maybe on a bit of a roll. Their confidence is up. They've got everything going through them. We say something when we're going fishing that confidence is the most important thing. If you're confident in what you're doing, you'll perform better. And I really feel like that sort of confidence can carry over into every other aspect of life, not just Pokemon.
Yeah, well, I was speaking to SammyP earlier, actually, on the floor after his matchup against Rick Flareon, and he was ecstatic. He was pumped. He was so confident. He said, I feel great. I feel like I've overcome a really big hurdle, and now I'm ready to push on. He said, I'm here to put a new name on our roster as one of the top players to look out for in Australia. So SammyP, highly confident going into this matchup. I hope to see that confidence shine through with the way he's playing today. And Godz Llama is going to have to just do his best to play his own game, not take too much into consideration what Sammy's done. Play his game, do what he can. When in doubt, Shadow Gator will get you out.
That's a great philosophy. I believe that's the philosophy you used in Worlds recently, right?
Yeah, that's correct.
It just got you out of any of those holes. So, I mean, I've never heard anyone say that. I mean, mostly because no one beats Rick Flareon in these tournaments generally. But to come out of that feeling so confident, and that's really, really going to be sitting well with them. But as with all things, you don't want to go too overconfident. If you then doubt or you don't give your opponent the respect that they deserve, because you may have won 5 really good matchups, 3 good matchups. They've done the same. And here we go. Both teams locked in here. SammyP versus Godz Llama.
And it is the Shadow Fortress into the Mandibuzz. This is a great lead for Godz Llama. Throw everything we just said out the window. Godz Llama is in charge here.
Absolutely interesting. Oh, and a switch into the Dunsparce and a counter swap. Oh my gosh, this is a hard counter. This Annihilate is just going to counter its way through this Dunsparce. Drill Run is the only thing that's going to do any damage to this Annihilate.
We see the Drill Run now coming through. It is going to connect with the Annihilate, puts it down into below half HP. But we see Godz Llama not messing around. He's going straight for that close combat. SammyP doesn't recognize it. He's going to let it go, and that does so much damage. But this Annihilate is now 2 stages defense debuffed.
This is an interesting twist to this matchup. We see SammyP waiting the entire time, and in comes the Azumarill, and now you've got to think the Godz Llama's like, maybe I should have got a little bit more energy. I don't think I'm going to make it to the second Rage Fist.
Well, I think Sammy hasn't respected the Fortress enough because he's ABA weak to this Shadow Fortress. Now the Feraligatr coming in to try and chip down this Azumarill, get it low enough that he can deal with it with his Fortress in the back. Play Rough is going to come through from SammyP. Does Godz Llama need to shield this?
He doesn't. I think they're so much better off saving both of those shields. See, it doesn't KO this Feraligatr, and Feraligatr is going for more energy, and here comes the Hydro Cannon.
Hydro Cannon is going to connect with the Azumarill. SammyP knows, I'm just going to save my shields. You're going to save your shields. I can do that too. Azumarill can take this move. It is down into the red though. Ice Beam going to come through. Even though it's resisted damage, this will be enough to knock out the Shadow Feraligatr. Godz Llama, he's going to leave it all on the Fortress.
Yes, this is good farm for that Fortress and has the potential catch there in that Annihilate in the back. Waiting the time. Good composure here from Godz Llama. Waits out the timer. In comes the Fortress' first Volt Switch. Second one, are they going to throw that Rock Tomb straight away? Rock Tomb with the debuff chance coming through here.
Rock Tomb will drill drop the attack of this Mandibuzz. It's going to start reducing the capacity of this Mandibuzz to get rid of the Fortress. It's its own best friend here with these Rock Tombs. Is going to elect to shield the Dark Pulse. I think this is a good play.
I think this is a fantastic play because Fortress resists both of the moves that Azumarill has. And that Azumarill is deep in the red HP here. And Mandibuzz outpacing to another charge move, throwing the Dark move. Will we see the other shield from Godz Llama?
Yes, so Godzilla recognizing that I can still debuff this Metabuzz further. I might as well take moves when they're even more significantly debuffed. This Rock Tomb coming through now does grab the final shield of SammyP. We are shieldless in this battle. No trainer has a shield left. Are we going to see a potential catch? No, the Dark Pulse is going to come through.
Dark Pulse coming through. It is really hard for Godzilla to read the catches. It's a 2-turn versus a 3-turn move. Will we be going for the catch here? And there it is, and waiting.
Wow.
Godzilla waited and waited for the catch brilliantly. Can't throw a move, can't just choose to Volt Switch down. Oh, we're going for the catch and countering down.
Wow, really well recognized there by Godzilla. Builds up extra energy, but doesn't want to take that extra move. And now he's going to be able to put a lot of pressure onto this Mandibuzz. He's going to get to the close combat, and this is going to take out the Mandibuzz. Godzilla securing game number 1. It is all systems go for Godzilla here.
Oh my gosh, the lack of respect of that Fortress cost SammyP a match that looked really in their favor.
Yeah, Sammy has elected not to bring that Shadow Typhlosion, and gee, did it backfire. That Fortress just honestly unchecked in that battle, and even ABA weak to it. Like that, even Dunsparce doesn't do that well, but we had the Annihilate to cover for it.
Phenomenal, absolutely phenomenal. Godzilla had SammyP on a string, played it like a puppet. Let's be real. Who was expecting the Shadow Fortress lead with Volt Switch?
That's a great team read from Godzilla. He said, I don't think that Sammy's going to expect me to bring this. I don't think he's going to bring the Typhlosion game number 1. I have 3 to 4 other options that can deal with the Typhlosion. I might as well lean on this Fortress and see what I can do in game number 1. That was really just clinically well played there by Godzilla. SammyP tried everything, but couldn't get it done.
Now let's see, SammyP able to turn this one around. It looked like it was a little bit of a. We were all talking about. Well, maybe it was just me talking about SammyP having such a dominant matchup. Didn't bring that Superior.
No, Superior wasn't there, and I don't know if it's going to come because we just saw that Shadow Fortress go off and the Annihilate as well. Like, it's going to be hard here for SammyP to bring that Superior with the way that Godzilla is playing this matchup. I do hope to see that Shadow Typhlosion come in though.
I mean, that would be a big change. Sometimes when you're in these things, you like to do what's familiar. Changing 2 out of the 3 Pokemon can be a big change to your team. It feels dangerous. It feels risky to do that. But sometimes, I mean, you need to take that risk to keep on top of your opponent. Does SammyP do it? How would you do it, Fishy? What would you be looking at doing?
If I'm SammyP, I'm going to safe switch that Shadow Typhlosion. I'm going to hope there's no Gastrodon. I'm going to take a risk.
Yep.
Because at this point in the tournament, you have to. You're down 1 match. Playing safe isn't always the way forward. I'm going to safe switch that Typhlosion, pray that there's no Gastrodon, and then just force shields off everything else left in that matchup. And then I can use my Azumarill or my Superior to just outbulk and outdamage the backline that Godzilla is running.
Yeah, the safe swap, being able to hopefully get a little bit of time ahead to have enough time to get that energy from the Incinerate to get to those charge moves faster. One of those charge moves from the Shadow Typhlosion, that Thunder Punch, will KO the Shadow for Alligator. So if you were 4, 5, 6 turns ahead, that Shadow for Alligator has no chance in any sort of equal shield scenario to catch back up. It's chasing its tail. It's behind. Who would have thought the Water type into the Fire type? Fire type wins.
The Typhlosion only needs 1 turn of additional energy to flip that matchup. 1 turn, and that is not much. So that Shadow for Alligator can't come in to meet the Typhlosion if it already has started doing an Incinerate, or it's going to be outpaced those Thunder Punches. So this is where you make the most use of your Typhlosion. The reason SammyP didn't bring it game number 1 is because that Gastrodon just hard checks it so well that it becomes way too risky to bring. But again, we've spoken about risk. You have to take them sometimes.
Especially if you're 1 game down in a best of 3, you've potentially only have 1 more chance to get back into this matchup. If you cannot take the win, you're going down into the loser's bracket, and then you've got a longer afternoon ahead of you. You've got to fight your way through the whole way through. And we see it time and time again. If you're in the winner's bracket, you're fresher, you're more relaxed, you've had more energy. You're going to be doing a lot sort of smoother in a better fashion. Anyway, here, let's go into game number 2.
We have the trainers both locked in. It is the Gastrodon into the Mandibuzz. This is a great lead again for Godzilla.
Yeah, incredible. And we have a mud slap there. I did not get time to say we had a safe swap into Mandibuzz and a counter swap into Clodsire. This is the Stone Edge Clodsire. This is quite a neutral matchup, though.
Yeah, this matchup does go slightly in the favor of the Stone Edge Clodsire because it does do that super effective damage into the flying type Mandibuzz. We do see the Dark Pulse coming through. One thing I just picked up on is that Godzilla has the Air Slash variant of the Mandibuzz and SammyP is running the Snarl version, which means that in the head-to-head, the Mandibuzz on Godzillama's side will win against the Mirror Mandibuzz.
It sure will. And there comes that first Stone Edge. Boom, we are into the yellow. Big boom there from Godzilla. In comes another Dark Pulse. This is going to do a little bit of damage, but you're seeing just how bulky that Clodsire is. Just into the yellow here, and that Mandibuzz is almost dry. And wow, throwing this Stone Edge. Wants to get rid of this Mandibuzz. Does not want another bit of it in the matchup. SammyP, no shield.
SammyP recognizing he can still survive this move, and he's going to be able to just chip away at this Clodsire with another Dark Pulse coming through. Clodsire doesn't need to shield here. And smartly letting that damage come through to stop too much farm down from that Gastrodon when it comes back in.
Yes, and not able to get to that last aerial ace. So we can see here, Godzilla is furiously tapping on that Shadow for Alligator safe swap, wants it to have that Clodsire there for whatever is in the back. And out comes the, Gastrodon. These mud slaps are going to do a large amount of damage here.
Well, this has now turned the tide of the match because Godzilla has given up the switch advantage. He's now got the Gastrodon aligned to his Feraligatr, and there's an Azumarill in back for that Mandibuzz. This might have backfired.
This may very well. And we have a body slam bait. Is Godzilla going to use a shield? Yes, does. So very well played there from SammyP, recognizing that they need to get something out of value out of this. And in comes another body slam.
Body slam is going to come through against the Feraligatr, and Godzilla is letting it go. He's knows he can take a body slam, doesn't quite get the Shadow Claw down. He goes down with a Hydro Cannon loaded, but the Mandibuzz has shield disadvantage. The Clodsire is barely hanging on to a slither of health, and SammyP recognizes his Azu is got it in the bag at this point.
Azu's looking strong, but there is a lot of energy on that Clodsire. SammyP not going to waste any shields here on these moves, but the Air Slash variant of Mandibuzz will add up. We're just chipping away here. We're just chipping away. Is there going to be enough chip in this Pokemon to get through?
Oh, the catch! We saw both trainers there waiting, and Godzilla just waited enough time to get that switch, caught the Ice Beam onto the Clodsire, and he survived the undercharge, and he gets the Stone Edge off. What a play!
Not only does he get the Stone Edge off, gets the shield. So this is critical here. And look how this Mandibuzz is still super healthy. Will we see some sort of catch here? Returning catch? No, the switch timer is not up yet. In comes another Aerial Ace.
Aerial Ace coming through. It will connect on the Azumarill, but the Azumarill is so bulky. It's still quite healthy. We see that over farming coming in from SammyP. He will elect to throw the Ice Beam now. It is a little bit cheaper, and it's going to take 2 moves to KO anyway. Godzilla recognizes it, and no shields.
Fantastic no shield here from Godzilla. This is really coming down to the wire. This is coming down to keep your head cool. Keep cool. Shield coming up here from SammyP. Shields are down on the side of SammyP. Godzilla still has one in the back pocket.
Yeah, this is going to come down to the wire. We see the second Ice Beam coming through. The shield is going to get spent by the Mandibuzz. Was that charge attack priority?
This is charge attack priority. So the Azumarill does not have the ability to catch here. It's going to be a race to fast moves only. And with that, Dunsparce in the back Gastrodon in the back with no energy. This could be a fast move down. Or Azu, no, Azu's got the energy. It's going to get there.
Oh, and Azumarill gets the Ice Beam, and this is going to KO the Mandibuzz. So we are going to go to that decisive game 3.
Wow, SammyP fighting back from the brink of death. The timer was there. We were almost out of time in that matchup. Fantastic play. 1-1 trainers.
That was incredible. That scenario where both trainers waited a turn to try and see if the other one was going to catch, and then successfully pulling the catch off, like that was just incredible. It wasn't enough in the end to secure the game for Godzilla, but gee, that was high skill.
Fantastic. And that's what we were expecting to see from these trainers. Finding those win cons, finding those little 1%. How can I pull this match out? What can I do? Very close. Godz did absolutely everything in their ability there. Notice he didn't run ABA weak to that Fortress this time.
No, you're right. That Fortress, and it didn't even come. Godzilla was potentially expecting that Typhlosion might have been brought in response to that Fortress going bananas in game number 1. Now both trainers are on the back foot, essentially. Only one chance to move on into the winner's bracket. SammyP has brought back the momentum in his favour, though. Do we see him adjust his line after that game number 2, or is he going to stick with it?
Oh, I mean, we've been talking about the whole time. He's got to bring Surferia, right? It's there. I mean, the Clod side doesn't have that Sludge Bomb. It's a really great option. It's got so much it can do. It's got play into everything, even that Fortress, because it doesn't have any of those bug type moves. Even though it's the bug steel typing, it doesn't have the bug moves. It's not the end of the world. It's not great.
No. The one thing that is keeping it on the bench is that Air/Mandibuzz that we have confirmed now that we've seen it. So that is a terrible matchup for Superior. It doesn't want to be there at all. But if you can avoid that matchup, then the Superior has a lot to play for. I would like to see from SammyP that Dunsparce come back, though. After we saw that game number 2, we saw the Mandibuzz and the Feraligatr. Dunsparce is pretty good there.
Dunsparce able to soft lose that Feraligatr matchup, but then allow something else to come through and clean up. And I mean, there's nothing better that wants to come through and clean up than a Typhlosion, because it gets that energy and then it is nigh unstoppable if we're in shield parity with that extra energy. I think both trainers are going to take their time here and really make sure they're getting everything right for this last game, number 3.
If you're in this situation, DrTrotter, what are you doing? Are you going to play it safe, go for the neutral, bulky options, or are you going to take a risk and really try and force win cons out of your opponents?
I think what I would like to see, if I'm Godzilla, I'm definitely running that Shadow Feraligatr. It is just too much, too often. But we might even see something crazy like an ABA water team. That Superior hasn't come. You might feel a little bit more comfortable. And Feraligator's still got a little bit of play into that Superior because it has access to that Ice Beam charged attack.
I see a lot of players in the play Pokemon scene who don't respect the Superior, and they run that ABA style double water into a Superior lead and just get absolutely cooked. So that is a big risk to take. I think it could pay off here because we haven't seen it, but I guess we're going to find out right now. We see the Typhlosion on stream into the Annihilate. This is pretty neutral.
This is quite neutral, but we do have the double water from Godzilla here in the back line, however. And oh wow, and throwing straight to that Thunder Punch. This is still going to do a huge amount of damage to this Annihilate.
Yeah, Annihilate knows it can survive a Thunder Punch, but gee, it's deep into the red. The fast attacks are going to put a lot of pressure on. Azumarill comes in to try and absorb some energy, and it's met by the Feraligatr.
Feraligatr counter, leaving that Gastrodon in the back there so it can slap down that Typhlosion later. But look how much energy both of these trainers are going to.
Yeah, we see the first Hydro Cannon is going to come through and connect onto the Azumarill. This is going to do a decent amount of damage for a resisted move. Azumarill into the yellow health range already. Play Rough in response. Does Godzilla spend a shield? No, he's not shooting anything.
Save those shields. That has been the MO from these trainers so far today. And here comes another Hydro Cannon. This is going to put the Azumarill in dangerous red health range.
Yeah, the Azumarill is going to get put into the red health now. It's going to outpace the Feraligatr to the next move, though, and it's going to pressure shields off this Feraligatr. If Godzilla wants to keep it alive, does he invest his shields into this Feraligatr, potentially throw a move at the Typhlosion in the back? We see now he's going to bank it. He's switching into the Annihilate, and here he comes overloading on energy. Can he counter it down? Not quite.
Can't counter down, but can throw a Rage Fist, which is going to start boosting that damage that it's able to output. It's so low on health, though. Is the boost really worth that much? Oh, my gosh, there's a Mandibuzz in the back.
This Mandibuzz is primed to make the most of this matchup. It's going to be able to absorb this energy here from the Annihilate quite comfortably. Does it shield? No shield from SammyP. It's in the half health.
This is huge for Godzilla. Potentially able to gather something from seemingly nothing. That Gastrodon may be able to Mud Slap and Body Slam down from here. And here comes the Hydro Cannon. This is great, Chip.
Yeah, this is going to require a bit of respect here from SammyP. Otherwise, the Mandibuzz is all but gone. Mandibuzz does shield up that move, and now it's a Gastrodon, but the Gastrodon's got nothing it can do in this matchup.
No, it really doesn't. It's got the body slam, and that's about it. Gastrodon is going to have to eat a lot of Dark Pulses, but that Typhlosion really can't do too much to it. So the match is going to be won here and now, right in front of us.
Man, oh my god, and catching the body slam onto the Typhlosion, really absorbing that energy off that Gastrodon and leaving it all for the Mandibuzz. This Typhlosion doesn't even bother shield. It's, I don't want it anymore. Get rid of this thing. I'm just going to sacrifice my Typhlosion and let Mandibuzz bring it home. I think this one might be all wrapped up.
It's close. It is tight. There's still a potential catch here for Godz Llama to catch a charged move from SammyP, but I feel like, oh no, here comes the first one. There was no weights.
No, that was perfectly weighted there by SammyP. He waited that turn just to see if that Mudslap would come through. He did throw the Dark Pulse when he could, and we see that now he's overloading on energy. Body Slam's going to come through. This won't quite KO, but you're right. If there's a catch here, Godz Llama can turn it around.
Could, but I think that may have been charge attack priority. And, oh no, CMP, that wouldn't go through.
Oh my
There was no
gosh.
move that went through. Here comes the body slam, and this is definitely going to KO the Mandibuzz.
Mandibuzz is down, and Godz Llama takes game number 3. Wow. That was high octane.
High octane, mud slapped into Mandibuzz. One of the worst matchups we said. This is the one place you don't want to be, and Godz Llama completely went there.
That was unbelievable. I don't know how Godz Llama pulled that off. I thought there was no way on earth that Mandibuzz is going to lose to a Gastrodon with only body slam as its best move to use against the Mandibuzz. Like, how does that happen?
And SammyP was able to catch one of those body slams, and then alternatively, Godz Llama was not able to catch one of the moves onto the Annihilate.
I think where SammyP went wrong was he was too cautious about that catch. He waited too long. He was too worried about what his opponent was going to do, and then lost track of energy on that Gastrodon, and all of a sudden it was too late. It's really critical when you are trying to wait those turns, or you are trying to make sure your opponent doesn't catch a move, that you still end up throwing a move, or you're wasting all that energy.
Yeah, I mean, it may have been one of those issues where you may have missed the count, and so you think, oh, I've got one. We're both on 3-turn move parity with the Mud Slap, with the Snarl, so I just need to wait and make sure they don't catch. But like, yeah, they didn't throw the move, then you lose charge attack priority and lost the match. So the match was 100% there for SammyP to win. That overly cautious attitude, I think, which kind of came from game number 1 when he was overconfident and when ABA weak to that Fortress. Wow, ended up costing him the match.
Yeah, and look, I've been in that position before where you are just waiting for something to happen, and then your opponent you just lose track, and then all of a sudden it's over. So it's just really tricky to be in that position for SammyP, and now he's taking that hit to his confidence, and he's going down into the losers bracket. This is going to be a tough run for Sammy now. He really has to sort of almost dismiss those games and go, right, that's happened. I'm in the losers bracket now. I just have to play the games and move on from there.
Yeah. So I just want to confirm for the audience out there was not a charge attack priority event that didn't go. It was a wait from SammyP that led to then their second charge attack priority on the second body slam. So it was overly cautious. The trainers have agreed it is a 2-1 matchup. We will be moving on to the next battle very shortly.
Yeah, while we wait for that to happen, why don't we just take a quick little break?
Hey everyone, it's Axon here, and today I wanted to talk to you about Galarian Corsola. Galarian Corsola is one of the newest meta additions this season in Pokemon Go, coming only in 7-kilometer eggs, but being a very powerful Pokemon. Galarian Corsola is fairly bulky, having very similar bulk stats to things like Jumpluff and Dugong, kind of in that range. It also has a fantastic moveset of Astonish, which is a very efficient fast move, doing a lot of damage, generating a lot of energy, and then coming with the charge moves Nightshade and Power Gym. These two moves are going to be able to do a lot of damage, have great coverage in the current meta, and put Galarian Corsola on the map. There are good counters to Galarian Corsola, mainly things like the dark types and normal types that you see quite often. Dunsparce is probably one of the most common normal types that we see right now in play Pokemon. Diggersby as well. This current season with that Fire Punch buff could potentially rise a lot in usage right now, and it is one of the hardest walls to Galarian Corsola. Things also like Galarian Moltres and Shadow Drapion could potentially shut this Pokemon down, but with that said, in any sort of neutral matchup with the moveset and the bulk that I was talking about, Galarian Corsola is a monster. You can see here on pvpoke.com that Galarian Corsola is one of the best Pokemon in the entire meta. Ranked at number 2, it comes in just behind Clodsire, and because we haven't really had a regional yet where Galarian Corsola is legal to use, this is going to be very interesting to see how it's actually going to play in the competitive scene. While this is not the easiest Pokemon to get, I think a lot of trainers are going to have to prepare for this because of just how strong it can be. Galarian Corsola has a lot of key wins here, Azumarill and Clodsire being two of the main ones that we're going to see a lot of. Azumarill and Clodsire, I think, have been some of the most popular Pokemon in the last season of the competitive scene, but I think right now as well, with the ability to take out Malamar and Shadow Feraligatr, it is not only a good matchup into those neutral picks, but even in some of the matchups you might expect to be somewhat negative for Galarian Corsola, it can overcome. While it's not easy to get a high-rank Galarian Corsola to really maximize its bulk, if you trade with friends, you're going to be able to re-roll your IVs, make it so you could potentially get a lower attack Galarian Corsola, and the higher defense and HP stat you have, the better to make this Pokemon work. Thank you so much for watching. Let's get back into the action and see what these competitors are up to.
Some very helpful information from the world champion, it's Axon, coming in hot from the 2023 Yokohama World Championships. But
How nice for him to visit Perth.
yeah, he's over in another room. Just trust. But there's plenty more battles to go. We're almost into the locked-in top 16 of the Perth Regional Championships. And in this particular tournament, everyone that is in the top 16 is guaranteed championship points. So it's really whittling down from here.
Yeah, all these players are trying to get those championship points because we have 40 players in the tournament today. Only top 16 will get championship points. And because this is the only Oceania regional during this travel award period as well, everyone's vying for that top 4 spot as well.
That's right. They're really trying to get that NIC travel award, the top of the championship point ladder. At the same time, there is over $10,000 of prizing just in this event alone. So there is plenty to play for as we sort of progress in through this game, top 16. But I think we're going to actually take a little bit of a detour and go to the losers bracket for a change. Take a little bit of a look at one of the many battlers that are still fighting their way through the losers. And it's someone that is very near and dear to the Perth regional scene's heart because it's going to be someone that may have won once before.
Yeah, we're going to see Rick Flareon versus Bomatsu in the next matchup. Now, Rick Flareon was the champion for Perth Regionals for 2024, which really was just earlier this year. So he's taken away from the locals. So we can see if the locals can come back for it. But the next matchup is against Bomatsu, which was previously on stream. So hopefully we can get and see that Whiscash that we dodged the first time round.
Yeah, that's right. Luckily, all of the phone issues were sorted. So Bomatsu is going to be able to play this time around. And so we will see that Whiscash sort of grace our screens alongside. And we actually, Rick Flareon's team we'll see here for the first time as one of the many Worlds competitors. Again, I think there are currently 5 Worlds competitors battling their way through the losers bracket. So it is very, very stacked. But we have Rick Flareon and actually Bomatsu, another Worlds qualifier.
Yes.
But Rick Flareon is running the Clodsire, the Primeape, the Shadow Jumpluff, the Superior, the Diggersby, and Shadow Feraligatr. And I mean, Debbie, did I hear that right? Does Rick Flareon have 2 grass types?
He has 2 grass types, which, you know, being a Flareon, I'd just be like, oh, maybe not. But yeah, we've got the Shadow Jumpluff, we've got the Superior. So it's an interesting build. We rarely see a grass type, let alone 2 grass types.
Yeah, there's not a lot of grass damage running around. I mean, you can see on Bomatsu's team that he does have one Pokemon that runs a grass charge attack, being the Trailblaze on the Ariados, but there's no actual grass type. So it seems like Rick Flareon, he's just willing to make it up and just, you know, don't worry, man, I got you. I got one extra grass type ready to go. But it's a very interesting strategy, and it could actually work quite well into a lot of teams similar to Bomatsu's because a lot of people like to run double water strategies. So that ABB where they have one Pokemon in the front, 2 waters in the back, but it looks like we're going to be finding out what they're going to decide to bring in game. And number 1, we have the Diggersby from Rick Flareon and the Azumarill in from Bomatsu.
Yeah, through there. So we can see they're about to start in the battles here, and they straight switch out from Ric Flair and straight into that Feraligatr.
Yeah, Shadow for Alligator has been a constant safe swap for the entirety of the 2025 season, but here it is against Toxapex, who does take these Hydro Cannons quite well. Azumarill is a similar bulky Pokemon that can take Hydro Cannons, but I feel like Toxapex does it just a little bit better.
Yeah, with its massive bulk through there, but these Hydro Cannons do build up so quickly. So is Ric Flair able to get to the second Hydro Cannon already?
Yeah, I mean, you can see that Toxapex is also up to 1 charge attack. You can take that Hydro Cannon on the chin and instantly decide to throw a charge attack. Actually goes for the Sludge Wave here, hoping to land this, secure the knockout against Ric Flareon's Feraligatr. But Ric Flareon decides like, hey, you know what? That's all right with me. I don't need this Gator anyway. I got double ground in the back. Both of my Pokemon are going to be good into your Toxapex. And so here comes Diggersby ready to do it.
Yeah, this Diggersby will do a little bit of damage before now this Toxapex has this Brine ready to launch.
Yeah, the Brine is going to land and do a little bit of damage to this Diggersby. It is that super effective water typing, but Diggersby is just so bulky that actually Rick is going for a full farm down here, and he gets it!
He gets the full farm down. So much energy on that Diggersby now against this Azumarill.
Yeah, now Azumarill is a Pokemon that can definitely take it quite well. These Scorching Sands are going to hurt a little bit, but it can take quite a few of them before actually going down. I think that this game... Oh no, the attack debuff on the Azumarill as well, and the Clodsire comes in.
Yeah, the Clodsire comes in, so we try and Poison Sting as much as we can with the Azumarill, but now Bomatsu switches out into its own Dunsparce.
That's a really good play from Bomatsu. Again, being patient, getting energy on that Azumarill before Ric Flareon's Clodsire could even throw a charge attack, and now the Dunsparce comes in to soak up that, again, debuffed energy coming in from that Scorching Sands debuff, and is now going to be throwing drill runs into the Clodsire. But the Diggersby in the back isn't really going to love those drill runs either, to be honest.
No, it's not through there. Now we can see that Rick is now up to the moveset. However, Bomatsu actually launching the drill run before Rick has even gone for any of his charge moves.
Yeah, Ric Flareon does want to protect this Clodsire, though. He knows that it is a little bit better into that Azumarill matchup than the Diggersby might be, and so fires off one last Earthquake into this Dunsparce, but Bomatsu does correctly shield. He knows that this Dunsparce is a very powerful Pokemon into the remainder of Ric Flareon's teams, and also knows that he can get one charge attack, but actually Ric Flareon with the snipe, he comes in, throws the Scorching Sands from the Diggersby, and Bomatsu is actually going to let it go.
Yeah, lets it go through here. The Scorching Sands connects with the Dunsparce, and now that Bomatsu's got the Azumarill and going straight for an Ice Beam.
This Ice Beam is really going to hurt that Diggersby, but Diggersby is such a bulky bunny in this bunny versus bunny matchup that it is going to be able to hold on and actually will outpace the Azumarill to Scorching Sands. Oh no! He doesn't get to it! And so the Diggersby goes down, and now it is all up to this Clodsire to not only take out this Azumarill, but also have to fight that Dunsparce in the back. And I'll be honest, Debbie, it is not looking good.
It's not looking good for our friend here, Clodsire, but it's going to try its best. Now, the Azumarill has so much energy through there, now launching off an Ice Beam. Rick has a shield there in play. Will he play it? Will he not? He's holding on to that last second and decides to shield that Clodsire.
Yeah, he needs to shield something, and that Ice Beam would just bring him a little bit too low. The switch timer is almost up for Bomatsu, and Rick is well aware of that. And unfortunately for Ric Flareon, the Ice Beam is going to come in from this Azumarill. We are not going to get a Poison Sting farm down, and this will carry the Clodsire and secure game number 1 for Bomatsu with some relatively solid gameplay.
Yeah, solid gameplay through there for Bomatsu. So congratulations to Bomatsu on game 1 of this really tough battle. We've talked about before in the previous casters, talked about Rick's reputation. I suppose, he is considered one of the top players in the Oceania region, and Bomatsu also being a world qualifier. So we know that these two battles, these two players would be playing to their best, and Bomatsu coming up on top on that game 1.
Yeah, that's right. Well, Bomatsu has never played in a major regional level event in the Championship Series before, and so this being his debut, he's doing incredibly well so far up against Ric Flareon, as you said, one of the best in Australia, and for good reason. I mean, he won the first ever Melbourne Regional Championship back in 2022. He placed top 16 at Worlds in 2022. He placed top 16 at Worlds in 2023. Did incredibly well in 2024 as well, and on top of winning the Perth Regionals, second place in City the year before. I mean, the accolades go on and on and on, and so both of these battlers really looking to prove a lot going into this first tournament of the Oceanic next season. And so as we go into game number 2, potentially Rick has to make a little bit of a pivot because he did go for the double ground lineup.
Yes.
Although went a little bit more, I guess Diggersby did do a lot of work coming in from Rick Flair inside there.
Yeah, the Diggersby did do work, but it's just I just wonder how it will come about. The Toxapex is something that is just so bulky, and it just absorbs so much, so you don't really need to shield it too often. So I wonder, if you were in Rick's situation, how would you play against that Toxapex?
Yeah, it's difficult, right? And and again, it's actually similar to that matchup earlier on in the broadcast where we had Bambos fighting against Jins, where we had this 2 ground type matchup up against that bulky water poison type Toxapex. And yet, it felt like Toxapex was just able to muscle its way through and find its way out of those allegedly tricky matchups. But I think the problem is that both Diggersby and Clodsire, they take quite a bit of time to actually get to any of their super effective ground damage. And so it really is up to that Toxapex to sort of just, hang on, have enough energy from an earlier matchup to fight their way through. And so if you're Rick Flareon, potentially you just have to hope that you can try and get the energy first. But going into game number 2, we have the Clodsire into the Toxapex, and this is a good start for Rick.
It is a good start for him. We've got our friend Clodsire against the Toxapex 3 here. So both big and bulky and poison type.
But well, what's that in the back on Bomatsu's side? It is the Whiscash. That would be a brilliant pick into this Clodsire. And interestingly, Bomatsu actually going for the brine here. Both Dunsparce and Whiscash in the back will have positive matchups into the Clodsire. And so interesting to me that the Toxapex is really sticking around.
Yeah, through there. Rick is now opting to choose to go for an Earthquake here, and Bomatsu choosing not to shield.
Yeah, this is going to do a lot of damage to that Toxapex, bringing it right down into the deep yellow. Toxapex is looking to be able to try and get one last brine off before ditching here, but the Clodsire is going to be able to take this on the chin, just like it did the last one. Clodsire, a very bulky Pokemon, taking these hits from the Toxapex. And here's the swap into Whiscash with that Blizzard Mud Bomb moveset, and this is not what Whiscash wants to see at all.
No, it does not like any of these grass attacks. And, just a hitting by a feather, it will go down pretty quick. But now it goes straight for the Blizzard, and Rick correctly shields.
Yeah, he knew that he wasn't going to be able to get a Mud Bomb plus a Blizzard in this particular matchup. Needed to throw the heavy nuke, and Rick Flareon confidently knowing that he can burn a shield, take down one of those Pokemon. And look how much health he's lost. That was a full 1 Pokemon versus 1 Pokemon. And this Superior looks like it's barely got a scratch.
Oh, this Superior is holding on strong. And now Bomatsu brings out its Toxapex again, but Rick has got so much energy on this Superior and launches his first Frenzy Plant.
Yeah, and not only is this Superior in a relatively decent position here by having so much energy ready to fire, but the Feraligatr in the back for Rick Flareon looks very strong into Dunsparce in the back for Bomatsu. And so Toxapex going to let it go, going to put all of his chips onto that Dunsparce, but this is not good for Bomatsu. There is so much work that this Dunsparce needs to do to try and get the win for him. He's going to start by throwing this first Rock Slide, and Rick Flareon needs to decide. He doesn't. He hasn't shown his hand. He hasn't shown that there is a Feraligatr in the back, and so we're going to see Rick Flareon go throwing his moves on good timing. Throwing the first Frenzy Plant here, he's going to throw a second Frenzy Plant in pretty short succession, and this Dunsparce is not going to have a lot of health left.
No, decides to just take that first Frenzy Plant because I think Bomatsu knows that the second one is coming through here, and Bomatsu opting not to shield the Dunsparce.
Yeah, Bomatsu sees the writing on the wall. He knows this game is lost without even seeing the Feraligatr in the back. I mean, to be honest, whenever I'm in that sort of scenario, I'm going like, all right, I'm going to try and muscle through to at least see your back Pokemon so I can try and figure out what line you're running, but potentially Bomatsu is just so confident. He's like, look, Rick, I know how you play. I know what's in the back. I know that there was that Gator hiding back there. But now the series is tied 1-1. Which means that one of these battlers is only 1 game away from progressing into the tournament. And I believe progressing into the top 16 of the tournament. So, it's all on the line here. Not only are there championship points on the other side here, but there's the glory of that little, hey, I was top 16 in this regional championship.
Yeah, and amazing work from Rick Flareon there, being able to read game 1 and then flip it so dominantly in game 2 as well, having most Pokemon and a shield left over as well. So now it's really hard in this decisive game 3 on who will, take the upper hand here.
Yeah, and look, he had a much better lead matchup this time.
Mm.
He had that Clodsire into the Toxpex, and interesting, Bomatsu was really just happy to let it go. He was like, you know what, I don't need this guy. Toxpex is out of here. I'm going to rely on my Dunsparce Whiscash, but really it all fell apart when that Whiscash swap was met by the Superior.
Yeah.
I mean, if you're in that Whiscash position, where are you going to go?
Yeah.
Obviously, you can at least force, you can get a shield at every clearing, right? You can be like, look, you're at least going to have to give us one. you know that there is a Blizzard coming. You know you need a shield this matchup. And so, unfortunately, that shield just wasn't enough because Bomatsu had to use too many shields elsewhere.
Yeah, exactly right. And like that Superior was just like, just beautiful timing, switching it in, and just even with the Dunsparce in the back, and most situations, Superior wins that matchup with Dunsparce. So it was just a sign seal delivered by that point.
Yeah, and actually, really interesting play from Rick Flareon, because here's the thing: Rick Flareon has 2 grass types on his team, and he has 2 ground types on his team. Game number 1, he knows there's a Whiscash, possibly around.
Yes.
And he's like, you know what? My grass types have scared that Whiscash off. There is no universe that Whiscash comes out. I'm going to run double ground. And it may not have worked out for him, but it wasn't because of that Whiscash. Yeah. Game number 2, he goes, you know what? I think it could be Whiscash time. I think you've realized that I ran a double ground lineup and a Whiscash would be very strong into my particular line. So I think that you're going to bring it this time, and made the big call that Superior was going to be in the back. But here we go. Game number 2, Dunsparce into the Clodsire, a much more neutral matchup this time.
Yeah, neutral matchup through here. We'll see if the players both deciding to stay into these matchups. Both bulky Pokemon through here, but the Dunsparce should get to the drill runs first before Rick gets to the Earthquakes. Now Bomatsu choosing to go for the drill run here.
Yep, the drill runs are going to be doing super effective damage to that poison ground Clodsire, slowly adding up. But take a look at the backlines. We've got the Azumarill Toxpex double water combo coming in from Bomatsu, and a bit of an interesting Superior Feraligatr coming in from Rick Flareon, a very sort of classic ground water grass. And here's the swap into the Feraligatr, recognizing that there is a lot of energy on that Dunsparce, but Bomatsu says, you know what, I'm going to need this later. Saves the energy on the Dunsparce, swapping it to Toxpex, and it's going to have to eat a couple of Hydro Cannons along the road.
Yeah, Rick Flareon has built up so much energy on this Feraligatr now, and is able to get to this Hydro Cannon, and already add a second one here. Now we can see that Bomatsu is just farming as much energy as possible, because you know what, we know how bulky this Toxapex is. Rick Flareon now able to get to that Hydro Cannon, and Bomatsu safely not shielding.
Yeah, knows that he can take this Hydro Cannon on the chin pretty well here, and going for the Sludge Wave to again try and secure that KO, just like in that earlier battle. This worked for him in game number 1. Let's see if it works for him in game number 3. The Sludge Wave KOing the Feraligatr, and now it is time for Rick to make a decision. What does he think is in the back? Which of his Pokemon is going to be more important? And so he brings in that Clodsire. He knows that this Toxapex is starting to get low, and so decides to fire the Stone Edge here, recognizing that it is still going to do a nice bit of damage to the bulky Toxapex, bringing it right down to the KO.
Yeah, to the KO here. Bomatsu now bringing its Dunsparce. It's got almost two moves here, and launching its drill run here. Rick Flareon opting to shield and protect his Clodsire.
Again, Rick has not seen what Pokemon Bomatsu is hiding in the back, so he's throwing in the Clodsire, ready to rumble. The drill run's coming through. Rick's best play would be to let that Feraligatr cook, and that looks like exactly what he is doing. The Superior, sorry. And so he lets the Azumarill come in. Here comes the Superior, and in a really solid position here, but there's one caveat here, and that is that Bomatsu has a 2-to-1 shield advantage. And so after Rick Flareon uses this one Protect Shield on the Ice Beam, he's got none left.
Exactly right through here. So now Bomatsu has those 2 shields. It is almost like, even though it is a water versus grass type, it's a tough situation still because of those shields. It's going to have to burn through all these Frenzy Plants to try and even just get the shields down to launch that final Frenzy Plant.
Yeah, now there's always the risk that you could try and throw an Aerial Ace bait. It's only one Vine Whip you would save, but Rick has gone for the double Frenzy Plant, and Bomatsu says, you know what, I'm not risking it. I'm using my Protect Shields here, and luckily for him, called it correctly, and is now going to be able to fire off that Ice Beam into the Superior. Superior will be able to hang on here because it is quite a bulky Pokemon, even though it is big, super effective damage. And so now it is actually the Dunsparce coming in here. Rick Flareon swabs into the Clodsire, goes for the Stone Edge, trying to go for the KO against this Dunsparce. But the problem, Debbie, and the risk here, he goes for the big Undercharge as well. And this is a heads-up play from Rick Flareon. And he's actually letting the Dunsparce, he was going to let him farm up, actually throws the Charge Stack here, because here's the problem. If the Azumarill came in and got any amount of farm, then all of a sudden Azumarill was going to be able to outpace the Superior. And they're sitting there.
We're having a stalemate here, where they're just just both waiting. Now we can see Dobomatsu actually launching off and
Wow.
double KO here. Now both Pokemon are out with the Superior against Azumarill. Ric Flair unable to launch the frenzy plan here too on the unshielded Azumarill.
That was such an amazing play from Ric Flair and so in the weeds about how he had to win that battle. I mean, it's incredible, right? So if he tries to KO that Dunsparce, then all of a sudden Azumarill comes in. Azumarill gets a little bit of an energy advantage over the Superior, and Azumarill is able to get to the Ice Beam before the Superior is able to get to a Frenzy Plant. By not doing that, by not KOing, it meant that Azumarill stayed relatively energy dry, and as soon as Superior came back in, it was going to have that energy advantage, get the Frenzy Plant, and secure the KO.
Yeah, just well played from both players there, and both recognizing when they both stopped tapping and was like, oh, I see what you're doing there. You want to like just make sure that your Pokemon goes down so then it doesn't get the farm. So incredible plays from both players, and well done to Ric Flair on moving on to the next round of losers bracket. So unfortunately, Bomatsu out of the Perth regional championships today, but very well played after those game 3 to take Ric Flair into game 3 is also incredible in its own.
Yeah, that's right. And Ric Flair on the other side, progressing into the top 16 of the tournament, again, securing some championship points. He's already secured the EUIC Travel Award. He previously secured the LAIC Travel Award, and he's definitely angling to try and secure that NAIC Travel Award as well. So he's going to be trying to rack up as many championship points as he can throughout this entire championship tournament.
You know what he's going for, though, Steve? He's going for champion. Because he won it last year, he could do it again. So he wants to be the first to go back to back.
Well, not the first. Yakko actually went back to back
of
in
the same regional
season. But that is true. The same regional back to back. And essentially, if Ric Flair were to win this entire thing, Australia would be in a position of just utter domination. There's just a couple guys at the top that just keep knocking down everyone else, preventing the rest of us from getting any championship medals. They're trying to just hoard up that #1 gold medal. But we'll have to wait and see how the tournament does unfold, because there are still plenty of battles left as we sort of progress into the tournament.
Yeah, through there. So, look, just incredible plays. And I think even though these are losers matches, it's just so tough right now. I think there's just there's such great players into losers rounds, and it's just going to get tougher and tougher as we go along.
Yeah, now that we're in the top 16 of the tournament, I think that one thing that we might be able to do is take a look at the usage data from the Perth Regional Championship. Now, we've sort of seen how the meta has developed going through the Max Out update, and obviously now as we head into the Dual Destiny meta, things are getting a little bit different. We're seeing a few new moves come in, Galarian Corsola obviously coming through as well, and so we'll sort of have to wait and see how many Galarian Corsolas are actually in this tournament. And let me ask you this, Debbie.
Yes.
Do you think that Galarian Corsola has made it into the top 12 of this tournament?
I'm going to say yes. And the reason why is because it's the first regional. So it's a little bit of an unknown. And it's I suppose people don't know their matchups very well. It hasn't been showcased like previous regionals. You can watch it over and over again. You could see very talented players and be like, okay, well, that particular Pokemon works well with this, how it's been trained. However, no one knows much about Galarian Corsola. So I think it's a really interesting pick and something that hasn't been shown. So it does have that surprise factor.
Yeah, that's right. And here it is, the usage of day #1. And it looks like in number 10, we actually do see Galarian Corsola hanging out at 17.9% usage. But there's some interesting stuff here, Debbie.
Yeah, absolutely through there. I mean, look, we see the Galarian Corsola, but excuse me, Jumpluff, hello?
Yeah, somehow Jumpluff has been able to really actually make an impact on this tournament. I mean, obviously we have the top end, we have the Azumarill and the Clodsire. We expect those two to be at the very tippy top, right? On over 50% of teams that are actually in the tournament left over. We also now sort of have the Dunsparce and the Mandibuzz rounding out the sort of equal third place on a little bit less of teams. They're down around the 40% mark. And actually Annihilate has really increased.
Yeah.
It is up to 33% on teams.
Look, it's the better 8. We've got Primark there, we've got Annihilate there, but 33% versus 17.9. The favorite is the Annihilate, and honestly, I prefer to run Annihilate. I prefer that over Primeape. I like the idea of having same type attack bonus as well. So having that ghost move, so with that Rage Fist, just a little bit more. That's my preference, but being a local here, maybe they're reading my mind.
Yeah, well, I mean, look, this is the first time that Primeape has made it to the top 12 graphics since LAIC when it was first released. I don't think it's been here since. I'm pretty sure it's fallen off since then. But that Galarian Corsola has really sort of caused people to lean a little bit more into that Rage Fist damage, that super effective ability to counter the Galarian Corsola. And here's the benefit of Primeape. You may be doing same type attack bonus with your Rage Fist from Annihilate, but you know who's doing super effective damage to you? It's the Galarian Corsola. And you don't see that if you're the Primeape. So something to keep in mind a little bit.
Yeah, and like I said, we saw it on the graphic, so it means that quite a few of the players for Perth regionals have brought it in. So lucky ducks, because they actually hatched it from 7-kilometer eggs, and I only managed to get 2. So
I'm right with you. I only got the 2 as well. But it looks like we're getting into our next battle in the winners round 4, I believe, with Godsalama versus TheyLuvJy. We've seen TheyLuvJy going on a little bit of a tear through this tournament, and so now he's back again with that Alola Ninetales Unova Stunfisk combo up against Godsalama, who we've seen a few times as well.
We have. I've actually been on the other end of the table with Godsalama and TheyLuvJy, and both are very, very good players. So I can imagine how incredible these matches are going to be. Now, Godsalama, in the previous, Shadow Fortress, my goodness. When's the last time you've seen that, Steve?
Yeah, I mean, hey, its Fortress is actually doing quite well in the Stuttgart Regional Championships, and Natterquin's actually placed 4th with that Fortress, who is pretty much the first person to succeed with it in a very, very long time. Now, in the lead up to the Buenos Aires Special Championship that I competed in Argentina, Z's Wireless actually sort of gave me a team. He was like, Steve, this could be good for Buenos Aires.
Oh.
This is something that we could run.
Yeah.
And I was looking at it. It had a Fortress on it. I gave it a go. I couldn't make it work. It was going nightmarish for me.
The driver.
It's definitely about the driver. You know that Z's Wireless is the type of guy that can make a Fortress work. But the first guy to actually do it was Inadequates last week. And so, it definitely did pretty well for him. And so Godsalama, Godsalama's been running it for a long time. He's been running it long before Inadequates graced the halls of the Stuttgart Regional Championship. He's been running it for months in some of these great league practices, and he's really been loving it.
Look, I think if you're bringing Pokemon that you love, then you know it's going to do well for you. Like, win or lose, you've done your best. And I think if that's his particular Pokemon, that's his buddy, then go for it.
Yeah, that's right. But let's we're going to be jumping straight into game number 1. So we'll wait and see if we do see the Fortress grace these halls. It is a bit of a tough one to bring up against some of TheyLuvJy's team, but we'll just have to wait and see. And speaking of tough to bring, we've actually got the Unova and Stunfisk into the Mandibuzz. Looks like the screens are just the other way around. We've got the Shadow for Ralligator swapping into the Unova and Stunfisk, which is a bit of a tough spot when the Unova and Stunfisk has the energy advantage.
Yeah, absolutely there. Now, Godsalama is shielding his Shadow for Ralligator, knowing that it would be a discharge that would be coming through, but it's already at the Hydro Cannon and now even at an Ice Beam. So TheyLuvJy is stuck in this situation. Does he choose to shield or not? He chooses to shield and protect his Unova and Stunfisk.
Yeah, this Unova and Stunfisk is going to be incredibly important, and he knows that it is really good into that Mandibuzz in the back, especially when he's actually got that Superior in the back as well, and he definitely does not want his Superior to be up against that Mandibuzz a little bit later. So I do expect him to either try and win switch advantage in this matchup, or he's going to swap out and sort of try and bring that counter in. But the problem is, the longer the game this goes on, the more Godsalama switch timer is actually up, and it's up already.
There we go. We goes into the swap and brings out the Clodsire here, and now TheyLuvJy Fun can bring its Feraligatr out.
Unova and Stunfisk literally saw all 3 of Godsalama's Pokemon already, and now the Feraligatr coming in to throw the Hydro Cannon into the Clodsire. Obviously, we know this is going to do a lot of damage to that Clodsire, bringing it well below half health, but now has to contend with an Earthquake coming back with no Protect Shields remaining.
So this is, I think, where TheyLuvJy has chosen a non-Shadow Feraligatr, so it can actually take this quite comfortably. It's in the yellow, but it's going to farm with so much energy.
Yeah, it's still in such a good position. Can comfortably farm up until Clodsire gets that Stone Edge, throw the Hydro Cannon on charge attack priority, and make sure that this Clodsire is going to get KO'd here, and he's then going to have to see, is it going to be that Mandibuzz coming back in, or are we going to see that Gator? And either way, Jai has a really strong answer in the back.
Yeah, he does. And now it's going to be a Gator mirror. One is Shadow, one isn't, one shiny, and now it's actually Godsalama swapping back into the Mandibuzz and able to fast attack it down.
Yeah, you can see this Mandibuzz is actually running Air Slash rather than Snarl, which is terrible for the Unova Stunfisk matchup. And so now this Unova Stunfisk is going to be firing discharge after discharge after discharge into this Mandibuzz, and it really just has nowhere to go.
Yeah, through there. Now this discharge is going to connect as there's no shields remaining on Godzillama's side through here. I think it's just going to be really, really difficult from Godzillama's side. What do we do here?
Yeah, look, I think in the industry they call this a top left scenario where there is not much left that you can actually do in this particular matchup because this Mandibuzz is just getting lower and lower and lower. And look, there's a full health Superior in the back to take on that little bit of a Feraligatr as well. So this discharge will be enough to KO the Mandibuzz, and in will come the Gator to meet Superior.
Yeah, I always this Gator through here and actually not going straight for the swap, letting the Gator come through with its Hydro Cannon to take out this Unovian Stunfisk to only just be met by the full health Superior at the back.
Yeah, and look, you could actually see how much that Thundershock buff was doing for Unovan Stunfisk here, and one little Vine Whip, and down goes the Feraligatr. TheyLuvJy taking the first game of the series in, again, really solid fashion from the get-go.
Yeah, through there. And look, that Unovan Stunfisk, again, has been brought out to show be like TheyLuvJy's MVP. And I just love the spice of it. I just can't believe that we've got this pancake on the screen.
Yeah, I mean, look, he's managed to get Alola Ninetales and Unovan Stunfisk into the top 12 so far, I believe, of the Perth Regional Championships.
Oh, what an
so,
influencer.
yeah, I mean, look, again, I really do think that people are going to be watching this tournament, and maybe you at home are really watching TheyLuvJy play and be like, Unovan Stunfisk actually seems like it could be pretty good into this particular regional, but we'll have to wait and see if Godzilla can bring it back because, if Godzilla makes it look bad, then, maybe we leave Unovan Stunfisk at home.
Oh, yeah, we'll see. What I would love to see is the Shadow Alola Ninetales. We haven't seen it actually in play. The last time that TheyLuvJy was playing, it was just sitting in the back and actually not revealed. So I would love to see, because we don't know if it's Powder Smoke. We don't know if it's Charm. We don't know yet.
Yeah, well, I do believe that he's sort of been hinting at what he might have been running, potentially, running around. He said that the meta's changed a little bit. And so,
I see.
sometimes you can't run the fast move that you want to run. But, I mean, I do wonder if potentially the Alola Ninetales could come out. Obviously, it's always scary to bring an Alola Ninetales when there is a poison type like Clodsire running around.
Yes.
But he's made it work before, right? He runs through these Perth local championships just by, running A9.
Yeah, and just crossing his fingers and crossing his toes.
Yeah.
When there's like a lot of like Drapions and Ariados. So, but again, I think it's just so dominant with that Unovan Stunfisk. I don't know what we would do in Godzillama's situation. What would you do here, Steve?
Well, look, step number one is you try and make sure that your Mandibuzz does not lead into the Unovan Stunfisk. I think that's the number one thing.
Write it down. Yeah,
take some notes on this one. I got more advice for you just like that. Advice number two. Don't let a full health Superior come into your own Feraligatr when you've lost quite a bit of health.
Number two, write it down.
So
these are good points.
This is all very important material that anyone at home could learn as well.
When's your ebook coming out?
Yeah, it'll be published this August. But
okay,
as we jump into sort of our game number two here, I do really wonder if Godzilla has to try and get a bit more countery towards that Unovan Stunfisk. I think he has to respect it that little bit more.
Yeah.
Now, there's a few ways you could respect it. You could go for the Gastrodon, and actually, we're going to see pretty quickly whether he does. And okay, we've seen the same Mandibuzz lead, which is pretty scary, but the Feraligatr is just hanging out here. They're just chilling, taking a look at each other. And now we're going to get into the game at number two. Feraligatr going to be probably good in this. We've seen this a few times through this championship tournament where Feraligatr really wants to land that Ice Beam, and Jai is going to go for it straight away.
Yeah, straight away through here. This Mandibuzz is so bulky, though. It will be able to take it quite comfortably, and it's also non-shadow, so obviously not as much it would be if it was a shadow type.
Yeah, but look at how much damage that Ice Beam does. I mean, 2 Ice Beams and that's KO'd. And it really, an Ice Beam plus a Hydro Cannon plus some Shadow Claws, you're looking pretty good as well. But with the extra bulk of the regular Feraligatr is able to take it on the chin. And actually the Fortress comes on in. The Volt Switch is doing super effective damage to the Feraligatr, but not before this Feraligatr can get a Hydro Cannon off, taking Fortress down to below half health.
Low half health there. And then the Unovan Stunfisk now comes out and it's just flapping away and being able to get to this Mud Bomb.
Yeah, it's a bit of an interesting spot here because these mud bombs come out incredibly fast. But if Godzilla shields, which he is using his protect shield here, he will be able to fire off this earthquake that will absolutely do a ton of damage to this ground electric type. But oh my gosh,
Wow.
he goes for the rock tomb bait and Jai calls it. He's like, you know what? I don't care about that earthquake risk. I'm taking that on the chin. The attack debuff comes through, and all of a sudden, Godzilla is at quite the deficit.
Yeah, through here. Does he choose to shield the fortress or let it go here? He chooses to shield the fortress, and now it's in a situation where he actually can launch his earthquake. Jai actually not shielding the earthquake on the Unova Stunfisk. This is going to hurt, Steve.
This is going to hurt a lot, but it looks like he's actually going to lean in. Actually, he's going to be able to get one. Oh, no, we see a swap into the
Oh, wow.
Mandibuzz, and wow, because, again, it is that air/Mandibuzz double resisted here. This discharge is going to be able to do quite a bit of damage to that Mandibuzz, taking it down into the red, but now Jai's in a bit of a spot here because this Superior is going to need to KO the Mandibuzz, but he has set himself up for it because he has two shields to Godzilla 0.
Yeah, through there. So this Superior, although it's usually a tough situation against a Mandibuzz, these shields will help and protect its health through here. Now we can see that it's Jai just going for the areas here.
Yeah, Aerial Ace definitely going to be enough to KO the Mandibuzz here, and then it is just down to 2 in the back. The Fortress still has a little bit of health running, and unfortunately for Godzilla, his last Pokemon is not going to love the Superior. It's the Gastrodon with that water ground typing, and here it comes, potentially going to try and make a catch, but it's really tough to try and catch when you are a 3-turn Mud Slap into a 2-turn Vine Whip. And so here comes the Frenzy Plant that will be more than enough to KO Gastrodon. It's probably enough to KO 5 Gastrodons, and then it is just down to the Fortress, but with a shield still in tow, Jai is going to be able to throw the Aerial Ace, KO the Fortress, and secure game number 2 and the series against Godzilla.
Yeah, through here. This will connect and take this Fortress back to its Pokeball, and TheyLuvJy on a 2-0 into continuing onto his winner's run.
Yeah, and again, we're not seeing this Alolan Ninetales in action, but Unova Stunfisk is really showing itself as a superstar of the Perth Regional Championships.
Yeah, through there. I mean, like, just, you know, I think that Pancake is going to go up in those ranks now. Like, what a beautiful showcase of how much it can do. And I was just so flabbergasted of how much it could hold on after that fastest charge attack went through, because he was on this much health, but managed to get that discharge off.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, just kept it up. I kept it all the way through as well. And there was really just, it felt like he was never in danger. It felt like that Unova Stunfisk was just like, hey, no matter what matchup you throw my way, I'm going to fight my way through, and I'm going to throw, whether it's a Mud Bomb or a Discharge. I mean, it's just such good coverage across the board as well. But
such a clever pick. I think it just shows the talent that TheyLuvJy has. And, like, you know, it wasn't just a fluke that he was a finalist for last year. And I think this, like, showcasing his run for this time round, and also still has that Shadow Alolan Ninetales in the back. So he's still got his signature Pokemon.
Yeah, I mean, look, it would be pretty impressive to see the same man bring Shadow Alolan Ninetales into 2 different metas a year apart and still absolutely dominate the competition, even when there's no one else that's running A9. Like, let's be real here. A9 is not exactly the big meta read on this particular tournament. And, like, we haven't even seen him actually, like, put it on the battlefield yet.
No, not yet, but maybe soon. Well, maybe not. Who knows? This Unova Stunfisk can take almost 3 Pokemon out.
Yeah, that's true. That was crazy. I literally saw 3 Pokemon before Jai ever swapped out. It was just like, saw one, swap out, play out for the full 50-second Swiss timer, swap out again. Something was like, all right, now it's my time to dip. But yeah, it looks like, you know, we'll see how things end up going.
Yeah.
And, it's always fun to also see these spice picks as well. And I think that that's something that's really been true for the max out season and through into the dual destiny season as well, is that spice can perform quite well. And it's really about sort of trying to make that read. What is the meta going to be? What is everyone around me actually going to bring into this tournament? And what Pokemon might be able to do a really good job at core breaking it? And as I talked about before, I was talking with Jai again, and, you know, he was talking about that fact that Unova Stunfisk mashed up so well into so many top Stuttgart teams. And so he just sort of saw that and went, yeah, it's my time.
Yeah. And you've got to be like such a top player to read that and be like, what breaks this meta? What is the ones that could just, like, you know, just make it that's so comfortable, and that Unova Stunfisk is that for this particular regional as well. But yeah, I think we are heading into the next game, Steve.
All right, we're going to keep the action going, keep the games rolling, keep the battles playing, and see the next battle that we're going to be seeing in the winners round 4, which is going to be Cola 4 versus Laluloha. With Laluloha, kind of running into that Talonflame team, whereas Cola 4, we saw this before and we talked about it before when he was going to play Bomatsu, but he's running that Shadow Gator Azumarill combo with the Superior, the Clodsire, the Mandy, and the Dunsparce as well. And look, across the board, we've got 6 pretty meta picks here.
Yeah, 6 pretty meta picks, but again, I'd love to see that Talonflame. I know Laluloha is really proficient in using Talonflame. He actually uses it a lot for, I believe, in Master League.
Interesting.
And he did a lot of tournaments with Talonflame, because I remember versing him in a local. I'm like, why do you always bring Talonflame? And he's just so familiar with it. So I'm not surprised. I don't think he's going to be scared with the double water in the back.
Yeah, especially when Talonflame does really have strong matchups into both water types. So, we talked about this before. You have that ability to throw that big same type attack bonus Brave Bird into literally any Pokemon, and it is not going to love it very much at all. And again, actually similar to one of the earlier matchups with Talonflame, we see the Dunsparce on the opposing side. It can really ruin Talonflame's day quite a bit.
It can definitely do that. We're just swapping sides and swapping screens through there, but both of them have their respective Dunsparces there. I think also Laluloha has the Diggersby, whereas Cola has the Clodsire. So we know we've seen a few matches already with the Fire Punch buff as well. So it's nice to see the Diggersby coming back into play.
Yeah, and I really do think the Diggersby is a big read with all of the Clodsires that are running around. We saw that Clodsire is at #1 usage in this tournament, tied with the Azumarill. And so having Diggersby there really does work to hard counter it quite well. And you have to be a bit scared of that other top usage Mon Azumarill. So
Yeah, I suppose.
It's not too bad. It's definitely looking pretty good, especially when it actually isn't that bad into a lot of the other. It has quite neutral matchups across the board. We know that against Annihilate, for example, which we can see on Laluloha's team, obviously you get that super effective counter damage coming through from Annihilate, but your Rage Fists really aren't doing very much.
No, not at all through there. So yeah, really, really interesting. Now Laluloha actually has double flyer with the Mandibuzz as well, and Cola also has respectively their own Mandibuzz. But double flyer is interesting. Now we don't have to. The thing is, we don't have to worry about Unova Stunfisk.
Yeah, the Mandibuzzes are going to be a little bit more safe in this particular matchup, which again, is sort of why it's such a good read when Mandibuzz is top 4 usage as well in this particular tournament. But anyway, focusing on what's actually ahead of us here, you're right. The double flyer strat does sort of make Dunsparce a very powerful Pokemon. And really, I think, means that Laluloha, again, and I sort of keep saying this every time there's an Ape team, and it's because Ape teams have a big damaging Pokemon in there, and it is that Annihilate. And so I think that Laluloha is going to be building a lot of lines, building a lot of teams around that monkey.
Yeah, through there, and it just gets through this Rage Fist so quickly and does so much damage. I think it would be quite a good pick to bring into Cola's team. Now, with Cola's team, we do have that Shadow Feraligatr, which we've seen time and time again. Look, I think it's just really, really interesting, and I don't know how he's going to play it out. What would you bring if you were Cola?
Look, if I was Cola, I'm looking at Laluloha's lines, right? And I'm like, look, that Annihilate is a very scary Pokemon. You really need to bring some level of Pokemon that is not only going to be able to handle the Ape, do some damage to Annihilate, but also be able to handle any other Pokemon that comes through. And look, there's a Pokemon that has been top of the metagame for so many months now. I'm not even talking Azu.
No.
I'm talking Feraligatr. Feraligatr is such a powerful pick. And if you look at Laluloha's team, there's no hard counter to that Feraligatr. I mean,
No,
Annihilate is a pretty solid counter. As long as you burn your Protect Shields. But, there's no grass damage. There's no electric damage. And so Feraligatr looks really, really strong into Laluloha's team. And so Feraligatr and Annihilate serve 2 very similar purposes. And that purpose is really just around being that dynamic gameplay that is really able to do damage into an entire team, where they both are sort of able to sort of give them a few Protect Shields and they'll probably be able to change the world. It's very, very strong. And so it's sort of hard to maneuver around, and sort of similar to the fact that, Cola doesn't have a strong answer to Annihilate. Well, I guess he does actually. It's called Bambos. But there's no strong answer to Feraligatr going back the other way.
Look, what I'm hearing is Shadow for Alligator for Prime Minister or President, because like if it can change the world, then awesome. But yeah, no, it'll be really interesting to see. And yeah, I think again, this is still in the winners round. So both of these players have battled through to get to this point, through some very tough opponents, possibly even knocking out some world's competitors into the losers round. And now we've got into game one where we've got that Talonflame against the Azumarill.
Yeah, we see we've actually got a bit of an interesting matchup here where, again, Talonflame can do a lot of damage with its Brave Bird into the Azumarill, but when you're at an energy dry scenario, the Azumarill is able to do quite a bit to you. But wow, Laluloha able to sneak in an entire Incinerate up against that Azumarill. That puts him in an incredibly strong position in this particular matchup. And so I really do think we're actually going to see Laluloha go for the fly, try and potentially sneak a little shield out of Cola 4 here, and we'll see what he does do to respond. He does burn the shield, but it is just a fly, and Talonflame looking stronger and stronger in this matchup.
Yeah, absolutely. Now go for the Brave Bird, and we'll see if Cola 4 decides to shield or not on the Azumarill. Decides not to shield. So this will be heavy hitting against this Azumarill.
Yeah, right down into the red, and the Dunsparce going to come in to soak anything. Cola staying patient and keeping the energy on the Azumarill for later and swapping into that powerful Feraligatr. But here's the thing. Dunsparce has a fair bit of energy in tow, and so now that Feraligatr swapped in a little bit late, will still do a lot of damage with his Hydro Cannons, but has to contend with 2 drill runs that this Dunsparce has ready to fire.
And Cola only has 1 shield left, so will he decide? Yes, he decides to shield his Feraligatr here, trying to preserve its health, but Laluloha has so much energy and already at a drill run and a bit.
Yeah, now Feraligatr is going to be able to take this drill run. It is healthy enough that it's going to take it quite well. Feraligatr is actually going to be able to threaten 1 more Hydro Cannon up against this Dunsparce, but Cola able to get a little bit of extra farm there before throwing the Hydro Cannon, and Laluloha makes the call. You know what? Dunsparce is done for. I think that I can get a little bit of farm in the back, and actually decides to bring in the Azumarill to, again, be able to soak up a Hydro Cannon from the Feraligatr.
Yeah, through here. So I believe that Laluloha will probably not shield in this situation, and like the Feraligatr is so low, might be able to bubble down from this point.
Yeah, it's definitely in that position where Feraligatr is getting so low. It looks like you might just barely be able to bubble. But no, the Hydro Cannon is going to come out from the Feraligatr, weakening down that Azumarill just that little bit more. And so now this Azumarill, in conjunction with that Talonflame that is hanging out in the back, is going to have to deal with a Dunsparce. Cola knows that he's got a Dunsparce. Laluloha, actually, I think he's so happy that this Dunsparce has come out now.
Yes.
He's like, I need to deal with this quick because I do not want this Dunsparce against my Talonflame.
Not at all, and just launching off these play roughs to try to get as much damage as possible on this Dunsparce through here. The Dunsparce is now able to get to the drill run. Look, you have to shield, wouldn't you, in this situation?
Yeah, there's
no shield in the
gosh.
situation through here. The Azumarill holds on and able to get to this play rough.
Yeah, throws the player. Actually, I don't think would have been able to get to another charge attack before the Dunsparce can. So it makes sense that he sort of, kept off, knew that, look, I'm going to have to need this Talonflame. This Talonflame is going to have to do some work. We see he's actually got enough energy for the fly now, so he's able to protect shield up this rock slide. Will be able to fire the fly, but he has to be worried. Is the Azumarill swap coming? And it does, and he catches the fly. This is going to take out the Azumarill, but now Dunsparce is in such a strong position to take out this Talonflame.
Oh my goodness, what a swap through there. And now this Dunsparce is against this Talonflame. Look at all these rollouts coming through.
Oh, the Incinerate actually able to KO the Dunsparce before the second rollout of damage was able to come through. That is some crazy shenanigans. And actually, Laluloha coming back from what seemed like the brink to take that game number 1.
Me. What a battle through there. And just to show what we talked about earlier about turns and how Incinerate is a 5-turn move and the rollout is being a 3-turn move, and just how much that roller couldn't get to that second one to take it out, and that Incinerate went through.
Yeah, and look, it is such a dangerous position when you're in those end game scenarios when there's just a few fast moves that separate you from winning the game. And this is one of those scenarios that, he's going to be talking about this for a while now.
Yeah,
he's like, man, I was so close to winning that game number 1, just one fast move away, and it would have been a victory. But look, such a heads up play, because look, it made sense that Talonflame was like, okay, he has the fly ready to go. If he taps 1 more Incinerate, right, then Cola has 5 full turns to respond. And so Laluloha went, look, I'm not going to do it. I'm just going to fire and hope that Cola sort of stays into that Dunsparce, but not how it played out. And, Brilliant catch onto that Azumarill.
Yeah, it was excellent plays from both players through there, but just Laluloha just clinching it out in the end and being able to secure game 1 in this winners bracket. And just, oh my goodness, like I think like Kohler had like the right team as well. There was water types. There was just I can't believe it, honestly.
Yeah, you know what actually could have changed this game a little bit? At the very beginning of the battle, when Kohler sort of let a full Incinerate come through. But actually, we're going to jump into game number 2 here. We have the Dunsparce going into the Feraligatr this time. A pretty neutral matchup, but the Hydro Cannons are not exactly Dunsparce's favorite drink here.
Yeah, not at all. The Hydro Cannon, it will go off first through here, and Laluloha, knowing that the Dunsparce is able to take on this quite comfortably.
Yep, it will be able to take this. It will go down to the yellow and will not be able to take another Hydro Cannon. So needs to be a little bit careful here. Throws the Drill on to try and weaken this Feraligatr down. But Kohler is going to burn the Protect Shield. And probably lucky because Laluloha did miss a couple bubbles at the end there.
Through there. Now we can see the second Hydro Cannon has been tapped. And Laluloha now shielding the Dunsparce and preserving its health through here.
Yep, Dunsparce is going to hang on. It knows that it could be a very powerful Pokemon. Knows that he's got a Talonflame in the back, and he's expecting Kohler 4 to have that Dunsparce, which he does. So he does not want to swap into his Talonflame at all. And he's a little bit cautious to swap, because if he swaps out and plays the other matchup out, then maybe that's all it's got, but he catches the Hydro Cannon into the Azumarill.
Yeah, catches it through here. We know that the Hydro Cannon won't do too much to Azumarill, so it safely doesn't need to shield here.
Yeah, there's actually no hard check to that Azumarill in the back, and so he's decided to go into his own Azumarill. Now, this is a little bit of a chip and dip scenario in a sense, and this is something that we've actually seen play out a lot over and over through the history of Pokemon Go PvP. It used to be the Lickitung versus Lickitung, and to be honest, it used to before that be the Azumarill versus Azumarill, and so really, we've come full circle here. But it's that case where, you weaken down the opponent's Pokemon a little bit with a charge move from earlier. In this case, it was that Hydro Cannon from the Feraligatr. Then, by bringing in your own Azumarill, you can hope that you can sort of just outpace that little bit. Maybe when you get to those simultaneous charge attacks, you will just barely survive when they just barely will not. And so I think that is definitely what Kohler is going to be hoping for as this Azumarill on Laluloha side gets lower and lower and lower.
Yeah, through there. But the thing about the difference between previous seasons and this one is that we have the 50-second timer. So the timer is already up for Laluloha, so he could switch at any point.
There's always that potential to try and get a catch. But to be honest, there's not really anything you want to catch on in the back. Potentially, you could try and sack the Dunsparce. But interestingly, Kohler goes for the Ice Beam. He goes like, hey, you're actually so low in health that I can just fire the Ice Beam and get the KO here. Really, really good at paying attention from Kohler. And here comes the Talonflame, who again is not in a great spot, but because you have a shield in tow, you can actually quite comfortably throws on charge attack priority as well, and this fly will KO the Azumarill.
Yeah, this will connect through. So usually in this situation, you wouldn't bring a fire type against a water type, but this one quite comfortably can take out the Azumarill, and now it gets a Feraligatr. What do you do here?
Yeah, well, look, this is another scenario where it's like, look, he still has the shield, and actually Laluloha again decides like, hey, I can sneak in a full Incinerate here. You're going to try and throw on charge attack priority, but it is not going to pay off. I'm going to get full 5 turns, and here's the Dunsparce. And so Laluloha goes like, you know what? I'm going to throw the big Brave Bird to do a ton of damage onto your Dunsparce. And here it goes, a massive boom coming through here. And now it's a scenario where, oh my gosh, he stays in to throw a fly.
It goes for the fly here and just stays in, not actually swapping into his own Dunsparce. So this Dunsparce will go down.
Yeah, I mean, Dunsparce goes down, and now it is going to be the Dunsparce to try and match the Feraligatr, throws the Druin straight away, going to KO the Feraligatr, and then it is all just going to be down to Laluloha's Dunsparce to take out the little bit of health. Actually, no, it was a KO earlier, so Laluloha has actually secured game number 2.
It secured game number 2. Well done to Laluloha, 2-0 in that match in the winners round. And look, the winners rounds get tougher and tougher. To 2-0 and not drop a game through there is incredible. And also bringing in a Talonflame against a Feraligatr, against an Azumarill, against a Dunsparce. Steve, it blows my mind.
Yeah, look, it's going pretty well across the board. But yeah, Laluloha progresses on into Lucis round 5, I believe. He's really getting deep into this tournament now. There are not very many battlers remaining in that winner's bracket. It is all heating up as the tournament progresses on. But look, he secured a lot of championship points already, but he's not done yet.
No, he isn't. And Laluloha, I know he's got it within him. He's being a local in the Perth scene, he has he's won cups before, he's won challenges before, he's taken out world players before in the locals. So I know he's got it in him to try and take it all the way to the grand final.
Yeah, now there are plenty of other battlers hanging out in the winners bracket. I think UsFaru is still in the winners bracket as well,
Yes.
running that pick of Morpeko. And so I think we're going to go for a quick break and maybe hear from an expert in the field about how Morpeko might actually work when we get the next battle paired up. So don't go anywhere.
We'll see you soon.
Go. Thanks to its signature move, Aura Wheel, this unique move changes typing depending on its mode, electric and full belly mode and dark and hangry mode, giving Morpeko unmatched versatility in battle. It's also a newcomer to the Play Pokemon Championship Series, being legal for only 3 weeks now. With its dynamic mechanics, Morpeko was already proving to be a fascinating addition to the meta for players looking to spice up their teams. One of Morpeko's biggest upgrades is its Thundershock buff, which increases damage from 3 to 4. This improvement makes Thundershock not only a top tier energy generating move, but also a great way to apply chip damage during battles. Combined with Aura Wheel's versatility, Morpeko can ramp up the pressure on opponents quickly. In GBL, Morpeko thrives in fast-paced battles, using its energy generation and typing flexibility to counter common threats. And in Championship play, its ability to adapt between electric and dark modes can now throw opponents off guard, making it an unpredictable force. The question is, how well do we think Morpeko is going to perform at Perth Regionals? With its ability to adjust to different team compositions in its recent Thundershock buff, Morpeko could actually serve as a surprise pick against meta staples like Azumarill and Mandibuzz. It's a versatile option that might just catch some opponents off guard, so keep an eye on how it performs during this weekend. Thanks for watching this segment on Morpeko. If you're excited about its potential or just love PvP battles, make sure to follow me on Twitch at TrainerM, where I dive into Pokemon Go battles live. Good luck to all competitors, and I'll see you in the battles.
Welcome back, trainers. We are back in action. I am FishyLegs2, joined by my co-host, DrTrotter. And Trotter, we're getting to the pointy end of the battles now. This tournament is turning up the heat.
It's getting fiery, and it's not just getting fiery in the winners bracket. If you have a look at that losers bracket, the names that are in there, they are going to be absolutely insane battles. So really looking forward to getting as many of these battles in as we can to you guys out there in the Twitch world. But my gosh, there's been some big upsets that we've talked about. But the quality of the other battles that we were not really ready for, I wasn't prepared.
No, it's been unreal to see all these up-and-coming trainers putting on absolute displays of their talent today. And I was having a quick look at the losers bracket just a minute ago, and I saw that Avrip, the local hero who's been in top cut this tournament every time he's competed, second place first time, won it in 2023. He has eliminated Gorm 1001, also world competitor. So it is really turning up. We still have Rick Flareon battling on, but guys like Mikey Morgs are already out, and it's tough out there.
It's tough out there. And I mean, Rick Flareon coming into Z-Tab as well, but it looks like we are moving now on here to show you 89 Calgary Flames fan, one of the young and upcoming battlers in Australia against old hat, UsFaru.
Yeah, this really is the dual destiny here. We've got the old hand and the new kid on the block with 89 Flames fan. Looking at these trainers, I mean, this is an interesting matchup, man.
This is definitely going to be a unique sort of battle that we haven't seen really yet. And it looks like we had just no time for that. Everyone's locked in. We are ready. Flames fan, UsFaru, let's go.
We have the Primate into the Corsola. This is a great lead for Usay. He's going to wall all those fast attacks from that Primate. The Rage Fist can do a little bit, but it doesn't do a lot.
No, it doesn't do a lot. And Karate Chop gets to those Rage Fists so quickly. It only needs 4 for every Rage Fist, but it needs to pump up, needs that attack boost before it really does that much damage.
You can see that super effective damage coming through, and Corsola's like, I don't really mind. That's fine. I can keep chipping away here all day long. The second Rage Fist is coming in now. But Corsola, again, no shielding. UsFaru knows he can take this.
Knows he can take, but he's going to need to do something soon because that health is slowly dribbling away. Oh, wow, and a swap to the Drapion. Drapion able to do super effective damage with those crunches to this Corsola.
This is a tough spot now for Usay because he doesn't have a clear answer for this Drapion. Drapion is really super quick to those charge moves, but the Azumarill now coming in to wear this crunch.
Yeah, and as we know, Azumarill resists both of these charge moves, the Aqua Tail and Crunch, but if the debuff is a huge difference maker, it does not come through there.
No debuff there from the crunch off that Shadow Drapion. Azumarill over farming, so is the Drapion. Drapion going for that crunch now. It is going to go unshielded again. Usay knows he can take this quite comfortably, but it's getting quite low, this Azumarill.
He's getting low and probably doesn't really want to take another crunch. And yes, in comes this Ice Beam here. Ooh, undercharging. this could be one of those sneaky ones, as you say, nailed this undercharge perfectly, or is it gonna? It does KO still.
We see the Feraligatr coming in to greet this Azumarill. The Feraligatr can resist all of these bubbles, over farm with those Shadow Claws, and the play rough is going to come through. Flames fan using his first shield. These trainers have been very stingy with their shields so far.
Holding on to them, but that is the play. Save them for the end when you need them. Ooh,
Wow.
and it's a swap into Corsola. Doubling up here. Is we going to get a shield here from Flames fan?
That was great knowledge of his Pokemon there. Yusei comes in to get that Night Shadow before he could get Shadow Claw down. Feraligatr takes the move. He doesn't want to go down 0 shields because he's still only got the squishy Primeape in back as well. Yusei has the Morpeko in back. Is it time for Morpeko to go off?
It is definitely time for Morpeko to go off. Going to have to shield everything. This Pokemon will fall over with a slight gentle breeze. Going to need to shield both of these Hydro Cannons, but here comes the second one. Not choosing to pivot to the Primeape yet. This is going to be a race to the charge moves here. We're going to have to see a swap out here from Flames fan, and there it is. Here we go. We're off to the races.
Wow. So we see now this is actually a Seed Bomb Morpeko. Primeape is going to have to shield this move regardless of what it is because it's going to get KO'd because it is so squishy. We see Flames fan. Oh, there's a form change. Oh, we go for the catch. It's unsuccessful. Energy building up from Flames.
Here we go. Rage Fist to boost. This will be enough to KO the Azumarill, and then it's whoever has the energy to get the charge move off onto the Morpeko. Is it the... Oh, it's the close combat. It's already there. This is super effective. This will absolutely kill at least 3 Morpeko.
Morpeko is out of here. That little mouse cannot stand up to the angry monkey. It is absolutely obliterated by that boosted close combat. Wow, that was a dynamic end game.
Yeah, Morpeko being KO'd there cannot take the close combat.
No way.
I think you say maybe regretting that Morpeko pick in this game one.
Well, interestingly, he wasn't running that Psychic Fangs that we normally see on the Morpeko. He's running the Seed Bomb variant, which has better coverage into those ground and water types, but less so into the fighting types like the Primeape.
Yes, less. But I mean, even then, Primate's fairly squishy. It will hit for a lot of damage. The only thing that may not KO would be that Dark Aura Wheel if it was to come through. But even then, once it's one stage boosted, I think that might do it still.
That does a lot of damage. But that was a really interesting gameplay there by Yusei. Like, really dancing around with his Corsola to try and get off damage and absorb moves here and there. But I don't know if no shooting it in the lead against the Primeape was the play.
Yeah, that first one, you never want to shield that first one. It needs to be boosted. But once that second one had come through, it was then cannon fodder for that Feraligatr to Shadow Claw. Anything was going to fast move it down from that point. I expect to see a bit of a change up here from Yusei. Maybe move into some of those faster Pokemon. It felt like the Corsola, whilst bulky, was a bit slow getting to any charge moves.
What I think Flames can really leverage here is the fact that he's got that Shadow Feraligatr that is fairly unchecked from UsFaru's side. Yes, there is the Morpeko, but if Flames fan decides to safe swap it when the Morpeko isn't in the lead, he'll have energy advantage. And because it doesn't have access to that bait move of Psychic Fangs, you're going to outpace and put a lot of shield pressure on that Morpeko. So I think Flames fan has a slight team comp advantage here. Yusei definitely trying to rely on the bulk of his Azu and his Corsola to work a way through this type matchup, but Flames fan's got a lot of diverse options here.
Lots of options, and I mean, we got to say, we've been talking about Shallow Feraligatr being so strong. Yusei still in the winners bracket with the team that's reasonably, we want to say weak, but is seemingly would struggle with that Shadow Feraligatr. So obviously he's playing out of the skin, doing something right here as we move into game number 2. Calgary Flames fan for our Shadow Feraligatr lead into the Skarmory.
Oh, wow. This is a great lead for 89 Flames fan. He can really make the most of this opportunity to overfarm on energy because those Steel Wings are resisted and Skarmory is so slow to those charge attacks. We see that the Hydro Cannon is coming through onto the Skarmory now on the charge attack priority. And Yusei knows he can take this move without any struggle.
Comfortably, but does not want to take the second one. Here comes the shield up from a Flames fan. Would not be able to take this Sky Attack, but potentially Yusei's going to need to swap here. Otherwise, yeah, there's the swap. The Shadow Claws would have done, and counter swap by the Drapion. Here come those crunches. It's so fast to those crunches.
Yeah, already outpacing this Azumarill to a move. The Azumarill as we saw in the last game, doesn't need to worry about shooting these moves too much. But if the defense drop does come through from that crunch, it can change the outcome of this match. And we do see it come through. It now gives the Dracoviz more advantage.
Yeah, those poison stings now really start to add up with that extra damage that the Zoomerl is going to take. But, an Ice Beam goes through unshielded. That is doing a lot of damage to Dracoviz.
This crunch is coming through. It's going to do a little bit more damage than the previous one thanks to that defense drop. Is there another defense drop? No, there's not. Now the Azur is going to overfarm just a little bit, actually throwing on poor timing, but just to get that guaranteed move off before the Dracoviz gets to its next attack.
Yeah, even though you never want to throw on poor timing, sometimes it's super beneficial. Oh, and a counter swap straight into that Galarian Corsola with the Primate there.
Yeah, and the thing is, this time it's got shield advantage. So the Primate's going to have to put in a lot of work. You say smartly, doesn't shield the first one. He knows he can take it before the boost comes through, but it's met by the Feraligatr that has energy.
Yeah, this is a really tricky spot again for Yusei. It's going to really have to overcome this. The Galarian Corsola is just seemingly so slow to get to these charge moves. They will be KOing, so Kyrie Flame Fan throwing up that shield.
This is the last shield that Flames Fan has available in this battle, and Yusei still has that one shield advantage here, and he's going to be able to shield this Hydro Cannon from the Feraligatr should he choose to, and he's going to. He knows that he can outpace this Feraligatr to the next move.
Yep, and those switch timers are not quite there yet for Flamesend, so he's going to need to throw it, and here it is. This is going to knock out, and now we have a Primate in the back and a Galarian Corsola that's super low on health, but it's going to be tricky. Everything's low on health. This is so tight.
Yeah, and he's going for the catch. We see it's unsuccessful. Flames Fan being patient, not throwing his move yet. He's going to build to back-to-back moves. This is very smart play. The Rage Fist is going to connect with the Zoomerl, and it will KO. Yusei has 2 low health Mons versus this energy advantage Primate.
Yeah, this is super strong for 89 Calgary Flames Fan. Totally depends on what comes in. And if coming with the Skarmory, and now Flames Fan knows the energy can get up to 2, there's the double Rage Fist here. So this is going to be a dominant victory from a Flames Fan over the old hat UsFaru. Going to take out this Skarmory with the first one, and here comes the second.
Flames Fan says, it is my destiny to move on to the next round as he takes on this Corsola with the Rage Fist. Congratulations to 89 Flames Fan. Moving on to the next round. UsFaru, I don't think this is the last we'll see of him.
Definitely not going to be the last we see of him as he moves down into the losers bracket. Not the place you want to be, but there's plenty of opportunity to fight your way back here in this matchup. I hate to say it, exquisite Feraligatr play from Flames Fan.
Flames really making the most of that Feraligatr, over farming when he can, getting heaps of energy. Yusei making risky calls like leading the Skarmory, met by that Feraligatr was really tough to come back from. Unfortunately, he couldn't make it happen, but Flames Fan wasn't one to waste a good opportunity, over-farmed where he could. Excellent gameplay. Gets the seal of approval from me.
Definitely does. And I think what we saw there was the pacing from Flames Fan. That Corsola was just too slow. It needs to be bulky enough that it can make up for its lack of pace to those charge attacks. And it just wasn't able to. That Drapion, the Shadow Feraligatr, just too fast. Even the Primate, just getting to those charge moves, super effective damage coming from everywhere, just really putting that Galarian Corsola, it didn't land. It never landed for Yusei.
Unfortunately not. And the Corsola is one of those Pokemon that is really good in neutral matchups, but when there's that slight disadvantage, like that typing disadvantage that we saw with the Shadow Claws and the Rage Fists, it does struggle a little bit. And that's what we're seeing this weekend. This is our first chance to look at the Corsola in that Show 6 format. And I got to say, I'm not overwhelmed just yet.
No, I mean, I'm kind of glad I've kept my XL Candy just waiting for the right one. It's not a Pokemon that we've sort of all looked into for there may be certain breakpoints, there may be certain scenarios that we're not yet aware of because we haven't all really done that deep dive into it. But yeah, I'll be honest, a little bit underwhelming thus far. Maybe it's just not in the right trainer's hands yet.
It could be the driver. It could be that the meta isn't there for it. Maybe everyone was expecting it and are bringing teams really strong against it, and it just hasn't landed where it wanted to. I remember back when the Shadow Feraligatr first got Shadow Claw, everyone thought it was going to be great, but everyone brought counters to it, and so it dropped off a little bit. And then once everyone stopped countering it, it really rose to its own. So maybe that's what's going to happen with the Corsola. trainers might start disrespecting it, and that's when it comes into the fore.
Yeah, well, I mean, so far for me, it's course see you later. It's out of my team. I'm going to put the Mandibuzz back in for the challenges and cups upcoming, and we're just going to go with it from there. So now I believe we're going to be looking at another winners bracket match coming up next. I believe we have Jins versus Jumothy.
Yeah, both trainers we have seen earlier today, both very skilled. We have Jins with that Diggersby Toxapex core, and Jumothy, who we saw earlier, with the double ground line.
Yeah, the double ground line does make it hard, but this is possibly the one team that having double ground is actually a bit of an advantage because they've got 2 poison types on the other side.
Well, you're right. There is those 2 poison types, the Shadow Dropion and the Toxapex, hanging out in that team from Jins. But I think these trainers are just going to take a moment to go get ready. So perhaps we should review the usage data before we get too carried away with this matchup.
Oh, that sounds great. Let's see what everyone's been bringing.
I personally think that there's been a lot of those Clodsire and Azumarill. And there we can see at the top of the usage chart there, Azumarill seems to be on every team.
I mean, look at those top 4. Those top 4 are all bulky boys and gals there. Very, very much so. But then the rest, like, look at that. We actually only have a 69.2% Shadow for Alligator. So there's actually a few normal for alligators out there. That's honestly quite surprising to me.
And one of them is doing quite well with TheyLuvJy. He is one of those trainers using the regular for alligator and really making the most of it. It does have that little bit more bulk just to survive some of those moves, like the Rage Fist from Annihilate, makes that matchup a little bit more comfortable. But in the same token, we can see the Annihilate, the Feraligatr, and the Gastrodon all with that 33% usage. So every 1 in 3 trainers is bringing at least one of those Pokemon. Some of them might be bringing all 3.
Gastrodon, a very polarizing Pokemon in the meta currently. Obviously, brilliant if you land it against any of those poison types. It's absolutely doing its thing. But just behind it there, you've got the Serperior. There's the Mandibuzz on top. Both of those are just so strong into it. It really is just in such a tricky position there. Kind of, if you're running that Gastrodon, it is going to feel a little polarizing, and it's one of those high risk, high reward kind of stakes that you're going to be playing with.
It's interesting to me that we're not seeing much of that Shadow Kanto Marowak. Something that's been so prominent in that play Pokemon circuit in the max out meta that was just mud slapping away through victories all across North America, Europe, and LATAM region. To see it not even in the top 12 usage here, like that's really surprising to me.
Well, it's that access issue I think we brought up later. There's some trainers like myself who didn't actually keep one of those Cubones, those Shadow Cubones there. So, and who would have thought? Who would have thought that Kanto Marowak, with its seemingly average moveset, is now such a dominant force with that mud slap buff that it got, just slapping through. I actually played a game of GBL the other day, and in the one shields, my Tapu Fini against so water type against that ground type, you think, oh, we'll just water gun it down. Nope. The mud slaps and the bone clubs pay so quickly, loses the ones. And now we all know that I'm playing a Tapu Fini.
Tapu Fini could be washed up.
It's washed. This is in the context. It was my fantasy cup team that was accidentally in Great League. But here we go. We've got Jins and Jimothy back on screen. We're getting ready. Trainers are just analyzing their teams, looking what they lock in. Can that Sandslash avoid the 2 big problems? It's got double super effective counters from the Annihilate, double super effective Incinerates.
Yeah.
Which, what, is that 3? Is it 2?
I don't want to count, but it's unlucky that the Sandslash has come up against this team from Jins because it really has decent matchups into the Toxapex, the Drapion, and even the Azumarill is fairly neutral. But now that we've boosted the attack from that Fire Punch from Diggersby, even that matchup isn't super comfortable anymore for the Alolan Sandslash. I do think Jumothy is going to be relying on that Shadow for Alligator. We've seen it time and time again today. It is just so consistent in this current meta, especially for what these trainers are bringing. We've seen so many Annihilates. So we need to be accounting for that for Alligator. I also think that something that's really interesting here from this team is the Diggersby. I think the Diggersby has a lot of neutral play. It's going to struggle with the Talonflame, but aside from that, it can put a little bit of work into a lot of those Pokemon.
A little bit of work in a lot of places is a useful thing to have in this meta, and especially if you can then set it up for your Feraligatr just to come through later and knock everything out of the park. I think Jumothy doesn't need to do a whole lot. He's going to play a fairly safe lines. Jins going to have to really put in some work here, get some energy, have a soft loss, get a farm down, or alternatively, can look at running that Toxapex, save your shields, get shield advantage, and then come from that angle.
Yeah, you're right. I think there's a lot of capacity here for that Toxapex to act like a sponge. And even the Diggersby and the Azu as well, they both play that role where they're just absorbing charge attacks after charge attacks. So Jins might rely on something like the Shadow Dropion, the Talonflame to burn shields, throw charge attacks, and then switch out and absorb all that energy onto something a bit tankier. We do know that the Toxapex and Diggersby core is so strong, they cover each other so well. And really on this team for Jumothy, his only way to sort of break that core, I mean, can he?
He can. I think he can. But then you run the risk of like playing that rock, paper, scissors scenario here. But we are lined up. Jins versus Jumothy. Game number 1. Let's go, trainers.
We are jumping straight into this battle. It is the Clodsire versus the Annihilate. This is going to be fairly neutral. It depends on the movesets here. We do see the Stone Edge, and it's an Ice Punch Annihilate.
Ice Punch Annihilate. This is not one we've seen so far today. Jins throwing that Rage Fist needs to get that boosted damage up, but this is slightly more threatening to that into the Clodsire now.
Now that you've boosted your attack once, these Ice Punches are going to do a lot more damage, even more still since the Ice Punch buff in the most recent move update. Earthquake coming through, Jins doesn't elect to shield it. He knows he can survive it quite comfortably, and he's going to farm up to this next move. Is he going to throw the Ice Punch? He does.
Throws the Ice Punch before Jumothy is able to get to the next Earthquake. Is Jumothy going to use a shield here? It is.
This is so interesting to me because no one really knows how much damage that was going to do because it is so new with the Rage Fist and buffed Ice Punch combination. Feraligatr gets the farm down. That's dangerous.
Super dangerous here. Fortunately for Jins, is up 1 shield, has that Drapion there, which is able to match speed with this Feraligatr. So 1 or 4 fast attacks ahead, it doesn't really matter here, Fishy Legs.
It doesn't matter, but the Dropion's going to have to start shooting these Hydro Cannons because they do so much damage. This is going to come down to really decisions by trainers on where they want to spend their shields. Feraligatr has the potential here to shield and get the other shield off this Dropion and bring it to a 0 shield situation.
Yes, and the timers are slowly ticking away there. There's always the option after this Hydro Cannon. Here it comes. Is Jins going to use that last shield? Immediately. No choice about it. There's a potential catch here now, this timer, with those 5 seconds for the charge move. It's there. And no, just straight swapping. Going, no, through the Stone Edge. This is not an Earthquake. This will not quite KO this Drapion.
Jumothy goes for the snipe, but he doesn't quite execute it to plan. The Drapion survives, gets to 2 Aqua Tails. I think this Aqua Tail isn't going to quite KO, but it's going to go really close.
It is going to go really close, but then it leaves the option for a drop out to that Diggersby, and no, it's just going to stay in and eating another move.
Jins potentially losing count there of his opponent's fast moves. The Stone Edge is going to come through and connect with that Drapion. He will come back in now with the Diggersby to start over farming with energy. Perhaps that was the intention, to let the Diggersby get ahead on energy, but I mean, if you're Diggersby, you've got 2 water types to deal with.
This is a huge mountain to climb. I mean, and that Feraligatr has a tiny little bit of energy. You're going to need to throw. Oh, it is going to be a charge attack priority event. This Shadow Hydro Cannon is going to take at least half of this Diggersby's health out.
Diggersby might be a bulky bunny, but he isn't that bulky. It was charge attack priority. So this is great for Jumothy because now he's wasting the energy off the Diggersby to let the Azumarill come in. And gee, I tell you what, that hike is getting really hard for the Diggersby just about now.
Oh, yeah. This is 5 bubbles away. I think, yeah, you can see Jin's nose is just using the fast attacks. And this Ice Beam will 100% KO this Diggersby, sending it to the Shadow Realm. Jumothy up 1-0 in this match.
Yeah, great plays there by Jumothy. Really optimizing his gator gameplay, as we like to say. or finding the opportunity to farm something down with the Feraligatr and then just overwhelming your opponent with hydro cannons and the like. It just can be such a difficult strategy to deal with.
I was quite surprised there. I really thought Jins was going to store a move on the Drapion and then dip to the Diggersby to gain extra energy, chip his way into that Clodsire and then get back into the match. But Cho, I must have, like we said, may have missed a count or two there, wasn't sure, had a different plan to farm down with the Diggersby, and it just too much with those two water types in the back to do.
To be fair to Jins, he might have thought that the Clodsire only had a Stone Edge's worth of energy when it swapped in and threw that first charged attack, despite it having that Earthquake ready. So he might have been counting as per that move count. Now, unfortunately for Jins, that means that he did actually lose his Drapion before he was ready for it to go. But yeah, so both trainers making slight errors. But in a tournament where you're running and playing game after game against opponent after opponent, it really is about that endurance and who makes the least amount of mistakes across the day.
Mistakes, they say in cricket, catches win matches. Keeping your counts, keeping yourself crisp, really important. So we did see there have been some competitors who've stepped out, had a little quiet moment, had a drink, moving away from the floor when they have opportunity, just keep themselves refreshed. And there's other people who need to be around people, those extroverts that need that energy. They thrive on it. They get around other people and build them up. So how's Jins going to build his way back into this match now?
Well, we saw that ABB line from Jonathan, the Clodsire double water. I think the Toxapex, if it dodges that Clodsire, looks really quite good here. I mean, obviously we've got those two hard counters of that Diggersby and that Clodsire, but you're going to have to align it where you need it. And that's just the way it goes sometimes. You just have to put the Pokemon where they need to be.
You got to put them where they need to be. I think I'd like to see Jins utilize that Drapion a little bit more efficiently. You always have the potential to lead it, and even if you get that Shadow Feraligatr, which is probably one of the worst matchups. Here we go, into game number 2. We have Annihilate into Clodsire again, so we are running it back. Same old, same old. Let's see if these trainers play it any different.
I think both these trainers have locked in the exact same teams as last time.
Is this a replay? Are we going back to that old chestnut?
And we see the first Rage Fist coming through into the Clodsire. This is a repeat of game 1. We saw how Jins likes to play it. He likes to boost his attack first and then get to the Ice Punch. This time, however, Jonathan going for the bait, and Jins has called it.
Jins has called it an amazing call. This has actually got huge potential to flip the rest of this match from here. Are we going to see a swap out into that Feraligatr? No, we're staying in and we're going right up to the Earthquakes. Oh, and 1 over. Jins not throwing a move there.
Jins is not just the last second electing to shield that move. I really didn't think he was going to there for a second. He is now going for that Ice Punch after overfarming just a little bit more energy. I do believe this is enough to KO the Clodsire now. Jonathan respects it and he's going to shield.
Yeah, now Jins has potential to pour on the pressure here and throw another Ice Punch straight away and catching on the Feraligatr.
That is a brilliant catch from Jonathan. He's nullifying that energy that the Annihilate had. He's not going to shield. He knows it's resisted damage. He takes it quite well. The Shadow Claws are going to put in a lot of work. But now we see the Drapion is coming in slightly behind on energy. But he's going to bait with the Aqua Tail, and it doesn't get cold.
Wow, huge bait call here. And Jumathi playing it safe, shielding up now. Jins's Drapion will outpace to the second charge move here. And it's a charge attack priority.
Feraligatr does win charge attack priority against this Drapion. Jins recognizes that he needs to get this move off, so he's going to shield it and is going to fire this crunch off. In return, the Feraligatr doesn't have any shields left. It's going down.
Feraligatr, see you later. We are moving into the next Pokemon. Now, this is for Jins for the winning. Oh, has the Earthquake there, is going to overfarm as well. Fantastic overfarm here. This Clodsire is putting in a lot of work in this battle.
Jamathi is going to be really happy that this time he actually clicked the Earthquake instead of the Stone Edge. Drapion is out of here. It's Drappy-off, I mind you. Diggersby is now coming in. It's met by the Azumarill. This isn't looking great, though. In the Zero Shield scenario, I think that the Azumarill's got this.
Azumarill looking very strong, but there's the debuff chance, which might set up. There's still a little bit of health left on that Annihilate in the back, so we've still got plenty of time here in this battle. And no debuff coming through. So here comes an Ice Beam from Jimothy. This is a super effective damage into the ground type of Diggersby.
We did see Jins there reaching for the catch, but wasn't quite able to execute it. He's going to build up to the second Scorching Sands that is coming through. This is going to do a reasonable amount of neutral damage to this Azumarill. Put it into the yellow. If there is an attack debuff, that's only going to help. We now see that we're so close to that second Ice Beam. Just over farming, and it gets the catch. Oh!
Did you see he actually waited a turn before throwing the Ice Beam, which actually allowed the catch to come through from Jins? Ice Beam does not take out this Annihilate, but here comes the bubble. This is going to get a little bit of extra energy. Does the Rage Fist? No!
Oh, unable to get that Rage Fist off. Perfect bubble down there for Jimothy. Gets the Ice Beam just before the Scorching Sands comes through, and this is going to get Jimothy the 2-0 victory over Jins.
Wow, fantastic play there. Azu found its way onto that Diggersby twice and 2 wins. Critical in this win for Jimothy.
Jimothy has moved his way on in this tournament series. He is putting on a clinic today. He's playing so well. Super consistent, great use of his Shadow for Relegator, and he's a Azumarill. I'm really liking where Jimothy's heading.
Jimothy, it is looking like Jimothy is going to be one of the trainers to beat. We've really seen some of the young trainers. So we've got TheyLuvJy and Calgary Flames fan absolutely dominating these Western Australian trainers, doing really well, looking after their region, still in that winners bracket. And we've got Jimothy from New South Wales. Oh, fantastic. I'm really looking forward to seeing how these trainers progress and if they can keep up this high standard for another few battles to win this tournament.
Yeah, you're so right. But I've just heard we have a stellar matchup coming up next. It is Avrip versus UsFaru, two titans of the Oceanic PvP scene. This is going to be a brilliant match. We haven't seen any of Avrip all day, I don't believe.
No, we haven't really seen him. And there we go. We've got his team on screen. Oh, and we have something else we haven't seen a whole lot of in that Spooter there. The Ariados joins the fray today.
Just showing a little bit of that Aussie flair with this Spider on his team. I have actually done a little bit of battling against Avrip in the last couple of weeks, and I know how well he uses that Pokemon.
Yeah, it is a fantastic. Those poison stings just get to energy and charged attacks so fast. It paces really well. So it's 5 2-turn moves, and then you're there, you're ready, and you've got debuff options with Lunge. You've got that boost option with Trailblaze. Like, it's just got so much potential, but it does need to be a little bit careful because there is that absolute wall to it on the other side.
Yes, that Morpeko. I'm just kidding. The Skarmory can completely ignore anything that Ariados has to say. It just hard walls it. It double resists all of its moves. That's tough.
It is tough. And looking on this side, there is actually nothing that can deal super effective damage to Skarmory. There's neutral at best. That steel flying typing, which really makes it tricky. So I think we might actually see a bit of Skarmory action in this matchup.
I wouldn't be surprised if we do, DrTrotter. I think the Skarmory is well positioned here to really capitalize on its typing advantage and its capacity to build up to those hard-hitting Brave Birds and then switch out. A strategy that we like to call the old BB and D, Brave Bird and Dip. It is super, I want to say super effective, because there's nothing that here does super damage to, but it's a very effective strategy that trainers can utilize to create a shield advantage for themselves and then come in with something like that Morpeko and start getting ahead on energy, and creates a lot of problems for your opponent.
Yeah, Morpeko, and we did see that Morpeko actually is running that seed bomb. So that Quagsire over there is all of a sudden, it's not feeling so comfortable anymore. It's like, oh, I can take all the electric damage, nothing to worry about there. Oh, it's going to be scared.
Yeah, I have used Morpeko against a Quagsire before, and it just one-shots with that seed bomb. It is so good to see when you land that seed bomb. It just does so much damage to that really quite a bulky water and ground type. It does take 4 times super effective damage from grass. Great coverage option from the Morpeko. It didn't work out too well against Flames Fan. It's probably going to work a little bit better here against Avrip.
I think it's got a lot more play here against Avrip. And like you said, as soon as it gets up on shield, Avrip doesn't have a lot of high damaging fast attacks against the Morpeko. I mean, maybe the Mudshot. Mudshot is going to add up there. But there's potential here for, like you said, that Brave Bird and Dip. And then Morpeko can almost just clean up. And then why not just throw an Azu just to shield up everything else and just roll through? I think, yeah, this is going to be a little bit of a battle here for Avrip to overcome. I mean, But what we've been saying, like, you have to run the Superior. We didn't see a Superior all day, and the trainer was still able to win. So what we see may not be what these trainers see, and it's going to be fun. It's going to be a fun one tonight.
And if there's anyone who can win an uphill battle, it's Avrip. We've seen him put on extremely well played displays of his prowess in matches like his Yokohama tournament series, where he went top 10 at the World Championships in the 2023 season. He is a trainer who knows how to play against adversity. UsFaru, we know he's good. We know he's clinical. We haven't seen him perform at that world stage just yet, but we know Avrip is a top-class battler.
Yeah, and I think the key for Avrip is going to be that Drapion, getting just energy and just crunch, throwing those moves, getting it out quickly. Being able to do that is really going to put a lot of pressure on UsFaru. So we've been talking about Usei putting the pressure on Avrip, but Avrip actually has that pacing there. He does have a lot of Pokemon that pace fairly quickly. We spoke about the Ariados. We spoke about the Drapion. The Quagsire is reasonably fast. Even with the reduction in energy generation of Mudshot has, it's still a fantastic. The Dunsparce has the bulk that the rollouts then they roll through pretty quickly, those charge moves. So there's still options. This is by no means a sure thing for Usei just to tap his way to victory here. I'm really looking forward to getting into this matchup.
If we're talking about tapping, he does have that Shadow Alolan Ninetales. I don't know whether he's running that Charm moveset or the Powder Snow, but if he wants to run Steel Wing and Charm and just try and tap his way through these battles, I think he's going to have another thing coming for him. I really like the look of the Quagsire as well from Avrip, especially into something like the Skarmory where it's going to resist those Steel Wings. But again, Usei has lots of options with that Azumarill, even with the Annihilate looking pretty strong into most things that aren't named Ariados.
Yes. Yeah, but Annihilate has this interesting now with this Rage Fist into the Ariados. The Poison Stings are resisted. The counters are resisted. It's a quick, fast move. You know, who's going to shield? Are they calling the bait to the Ariados? You get the lunge to counteract the buff. Like, there's just so many fantastic things that can happen with these Pokemon. It should be set up for an absolute cracker between these two heavyweights.
Yeah, and look, I'm really looking forward to seeing these battles get underway. I don't think we're going to see much action from that Corsola today, just because we've got the two dark types and a normal type on the side of Avrip. So there might be time to bench that bulky little Coral and leave it up to that Morpeko Skarmory core. Especially
after last match we saw with Usei. That Corsola almost in a way put him in a hole that he just couldn't dig his way out of. You know, so here we go. We are going to line up Avrip versus UsFaru, game number 1.
And we do see the Corsola proving me completely wrong into the Azumarill in game number 1. This is a neutral matchup of two bulky Titans.
Yeah, very neutral. We've got Astonish and Bubble just chipping their way in. Will we see the Power Gem or Nightshade? It is Nightshade coming in first from Usei into Avrip's Azumarill.
This matchup is really going to be a matter of who sneezes first, who switches out of the matchup, who goes, I don't want to stay in this for longer, I want to try and switch and get an advantage. But because if that happens, it opens the doorway up for your opponent to counter swap and start capitalizing on those matchups.
Yes, and what we see in the back there for Usei, he does have that Skarmory and Morpeko that we were talking about. So a shield here would be absolutely critical, or maybe even a farm down. This match is poised on a knife's edge. In comes the Nightshade, no shield.
And we see that Drapion being quick to switch in. Drapion starting to get ahead on energy, but a late switch into the Skarmory. Skarmory is really slow to those charge moves ever since Steel Wing got nerfed. I think this is going to be good for the Drapion.
Drapion with that extra energy is going to be sitting nice and pretty and no debuff. Oh, so we'll need to charge an extra charge moves from this point. And here comes the Aqua Tail. Great recognition from Avrip. Crunch is just going to take one extra Poison Sting to get to. Let's get there faster with Aqua Tails.
That's right. It's going to take two charge moves regardless. I might as well be energy efficient, says Avrip. He's going for that third move now. This Drapion is so spammy. It's getting 3 charge attacks off before the Skarmory gets to 1, and Skarmory's gone. It's out of there.
Skarmory is out of there. I think Usei, if he had his time again, wouldn't have minded throwing a charge move there. But this Drapion is now dry. So here out comes this Corsola and Power Gem. Ooh, this is going to hit hard.
Power Gem going unshielded. Avrip said, thank you, Drapion. You've done your work. You can go back to your ball now and take a rest until the next match. And now I reckon he's going to have to come in with that Quagsire because that Azumarill is so low and doesn't have a lot of energy banked. In comes the Quagsire, and Yusei's like, "Oh, hang on, I've got my Morpeko back. Can I get a shield here and then double Seed Bomb?"
Yeah, I think if Yusei had the time again, they would have done an insta swap into Morpeko. Oh, forced to use a shield, only saving one shield for the Morpeko. This is going to be a very tricky situation from now for UsFaru. And yes, first shield coming up on Avrip.
Avrip is electing to shield his Quagsire. He knows the value that it has. Now in comes that Morpeko, but it's behind on energy, and Avrip is going to be able to throw a move before it gets to one. Here comes that first Aqua Tail. Does Yusei shield this, or is he going to leave it all on the line?
Oh, he is shielding it. This would have done a lot of damage. So using his shield, this is a tricky. In comes the second one. This Quagsire is so fast at these charges, outpacing this Morpeko because of that extra farm that got on the Corsola.
Oh, but that doesn't quite KO. This Morpeko is still alive. He's going for the Aura Wheel. Hang on a minute. This is resisted damage. What is Avrip going to do? Does he call the bait here, or is he going to shield?
He is using the shield, and it is a race to the next charge move, or is it fast move damage? What is coming in? Oh, we have to wait for the graphic. Oh, and a swap too. Azu, oh, what is happening? Here comes the Seed Bomb, which will KO the Azumarill, but then Morpeko is dry and has 1 HP left.
That Morpeko is super low. This Quagsire is just going to be able to mudshot through this rest of this team. He does throw the Aqua Tail into the Corsola. Its Corsola is out of here, and Morpeko is all but done.
Morpeko getting knocked out by one more mudshot. Game 1 to Avrip. Like we said, the Drapion, the Quagsire was super key. And my goodness, just how much energy he accumulated on that Drapion into that Skarmory. I think Yusei's going to need to adjust his playstyle a little bit. He's using these slower Pokemon. I think he really needs to move away from there. There's just not the bulk that you need against these super fast, heavy-hitting shadow Pokemon that Avrip was running.
Yeah, and I do owe Avrip an apology there. I didn't think he had any energy left on that Azumarill, and he had a whole play rough banked. He was just storing energy left, right, and center. It was super well managed there by Avrip. He is clinically class. Like, he just has energy everywhere. He doesn't make many of those mistakes. He's showing his experience in this competitive play Pokemon format. Yusei hasn't competed in a play Pokemon series in a long time, despite doing a lot of local cups and challenges. Perhaps that is the advantage that Avrip has here.
Yes, Avrip, having competed against some of the world's best multiple times over in Honolulu and Yokohama before that, and London, 3 times competitor. So that experience is really coming through for the young gentleman, and I'm really looking forward to this game number 2. Is he going to keep on that roll? Is Yusei going to move away from those slower Pokemon, or is he going to double down and be like, yep, you know what? I'm just going to go for it, and if you're able to beat me, then so be it.
Yeah, look, Yusei has some decisions to make. I honestly think, and we've talked about it already today, put the Corsola on the bench. Leave it alone. It's not working for you.
Well, we've been spot on with our lead so far today, so I'm almost going to bet it's coming in the lead. Morpeko lead into Azumarill.
Now, this looks a lot better for Yusei. He has a great type advantage here. He's going to be able to overfarm as well because Azumarill's a bit slow, but now the Drapion comes in to meet it. But it's going to have to shield an Aura Wheel because this does so much damage.
So much damage. And it's going to be boosted. So it's really awkward because you don't want to boost and then have to leave the matchup. But we'll see what he's going to do in this matchup. And no, he's willing to stay in here. Thinks the boosted Aura Wheel is going to be enough to do damage. Ooh, Avrip throwing off an Aqua Tail unshielded.
Yusei knows his Morpeko well enough that he can take this Aqua Tail from the Drapion. It is going to get that Dark type Aura Wheel coming through. And now that the attack boosted, I think this is going to do a large amount of damage.
It will be is an insane amount. Resisted damage. Oh my gosh, it is almost out of here.
That Morpeko is crazy. The Aqua Tail is coming through. Avrip just hanging on to that Drapion. It is going to get that charge attack off, getting a shield back from that Morpeko. But Morpeko has just absolutely put on a show.
Oh, that has been fantastic. Now, Quagsire coming in here to do its thing, but it is met with an Annihilate. This is a very neutral matchup, but the energy advantage is on Quagsire's side here.
The problem that Quagsire has is it can't KO this Annihilate with one charge attack, and those counters are really going to start adding up now that that attack has been boosted by the Rage Fist. Yusei knows he can take one. He's going to let it come through. Avrip's in a bit of a tight spot because if he switches to his Azumarill, then the Azumarill from Yusei is going to have an advantage.
And if it is going to build up to the rage, no, going straight to the close combat and then trying to catch. Good timing from Avrip, good patience. Now we're in an Azumarill Mirror matchup.
The Azumarill Mirror is one of those things that takes a fair bit of time. I think it's roughly around 3 play roughs it takes to KO the opponent's Azumarill, but Avrip has taken that chip damage from the Annihilate. It's going to give the advantage to Yusei. I think what Avrip has to do here is store a move and switch out and try and KO this Azumarill with his Quagsire.
Yes, it is very close. We are only actually, because of the damage is fairly equal, and we're only 1 bubble difference. So this is tight. This is more tight matchup than you think. Look at that. You can see on the screen that Avrip is actually 1 bubble ahead of Yusei.
Oh, and he goes for the catch. It's unsuccessful, but he goes to fire off the Aquatail anyway. And now Yusei is going to have to make a decision. Is he going to shield? I think he's going to leave all his shields for the Annihilate. No, he does shield the Aquatail. That's resisted.
Resisted Aquatail being shielded, and in comes an Ice Beam. It was a CAP event, charge attack priority. This is a flip on its head. Now Avrip is in such a dominant position. There is no shields left. It just needs 2 play roughs. Avrip going to 200 energy.
Ooh. Avrip is over farming, potentially waiting for that switch coming from the Annihilate. Doesn't happen. Just stored up as much as he could. Oh, and the Azumarill hangs on with 1 HP. It's going to get to this play rough. Avrip, can he hang on from this play rough, or is he going to spend that shield? It doesn't shield. Does he hang on? He does, but he's only 1 health, and that is game number 2 to UsFaru.
Wow, Avrip not using a shield there. I mean, there was a lot of energy on that Annihilate in the back, but that is surprising. Wow. You play to your win cons, right? In the moment, you are only playing to your win cons right at the end. Yeah. Avrip must have thought, oh, I have to survive this. Potentially thought he was at 2 Rage Fists, even though he was just short. He was only at the close combat.
Yeah, that was unfortunate. I think Avrip over-farmed that Azumarill too much. It meant that he wasn't able to maximize his energy as efficiently as he might have liked to. It means that the Azumarill was able to throw that play rough and forcing that shield out of Avrip. It was so tight there at the end. Just really well fought back from Avrip to have that such a hard lead loss. With no real strong answer for that Morpeko to bring it down to a really close game.
Yeah, well, look, I'm thankful that he ended up Yusei able to win that game, because it means we get a game number 3. Yes. And I think these guys both deserve this sort of match up here. This is in the losers round, so whoever loses this, their tournament, unfortunately, is finished for the day.
This is the end of the day for one of these trainers, so there's everything on the line in this game number 3. It is really going to be decisive as to who moves on to the next round. I think, I don't know who to call it. I think either of these trainers have the capacity to win this game 3.
They definitely do. I think we see Yusei leading that Morpeko again. I think it got him in a good spot to start with. The mid game then got a little bit away from him, and then the end game it came back. So I think he would probably recognize that Morpeko is a really strong starter. What the worst scenario for Morpeko is that Quagsire, and it doesn't do too bad there.
I wouldn't mind seeing that Dunsparce come from the Avrip. It does do neutrally into the majority of Yusei's team, except for the Annihilate, which we haven't seen much of. So potentially an opportunity here for Avrip to adjust, bring the Dunsparce. It's got Drill Run for the Morpeko. It's got neutral damage into the Azu, into the Skarmory, into the Corsola, and it even resists the Astonishes from Corsola. I think it could be useful here.
Could be very useful, because I think Yusei is going to run that. Actually, I'm calling Ninetales is coming. Let's see what the Drapion lead. So pacing quickly.
Into Morpeko.
Morpeko. So these Pokemon will both pace quite quickly to their charged attacks, and we've seen it in the previous game that Aurora Wheel will do so much damage.
Aurora Wheel commands shields out of your opponent. We see Avrip now electing to do so. He wants to keep that Drapion alive, to do something at the very least. And that hunger mode coming through, we see the switch into the Skarmory. So that's similar to that strategy I talked about, the Brave Bird and Dip. This is Aura Wheel and Dip. Now Skarmory coming in to absorb all this charge moves from the Drapion.
Yeah, but Drapion's going to pace so fast and a defenseful. So this next crunch will come so close to getting, instead choosing to switch to the Azumarill, having a huge amount of energy there in the back. really intriguing play. And in comes the Sky Attack, not choosing the Brave Bird, and a no shield from Avrip. Such solid play.
Avrip making a really smart decision there to save that energy for that Morpeko later in the piece, because he knows that he's going to have to do something with the shield deficit. We see now just throwing before the next move comes through from the Skarmory. I don't think Yusei is going to hold on to this. He's going to let it go.
No, you're going to let it go and then come back in with this Morpeko, which is going to do a lot of damage. Wow, but the amount of farm that Avrip got means that this Azumarill is going to outpace to a move. You don't say that often when talking about Morpeko.
Not Morpeko into Azumarill, that's for sure. We see again, Yusei maximizing the amount of energy he can get before he throws a charge attack. He has more than true Aura Wheels built up. He is sending the first one off now. Avrip knows he can't afford to shield this because otherwise he's opening the doorway for those Aura Wheels to fly. But if you're Avrip, you're in a really sticky situation with that Annihilate in the back. It's got a lot of free reign because it doesn't take much in the way of super effective damage from either of these two Pokemon.
No, it doesn't. But look, we have gotten the last shield out of Yusei here with Drapion. And it has a second Aqua Tail, but in comes the Aura Wheel. Is Avrip going to shield? This is a huge moment in this match, and does.
Avrip is going to elect to shield. He's going to get this Aqua Tail off against the Morpeko. I think it's going to be enough to KO from this low health range because the Morpeko is so squishy. It's just a little mouse bean looking thing.
It's just a little mouse. And what we're going to see now is Drapion into a full health Annihilate. In comes the Crunch. This is going to do a ton of damage. Is Avrip going to be able to get there with the Quagsire? Is he going to swap out? Is he going to stay in? This is super insta swap.
Is instantly swapping there. Defense 4 does come through, but this close combat is going to go through unshielded when Yusei elects to throw it. This is going to do so much damage. I don't think the Quagsire can hang on to this.
Oh, I'd like to think it could, but it seems like it might not, does it? It
Oh,
does!
it
It
just
hangs
hangs
on! Gets the Aqua Tail, and Avrip is going to continue his way through this tournament. Yusei Faro, unfortunately going out. Wow, that Drapion did so much in this match. My goodness, well played. GG's to both players.
That was stellar gameplay from Avrip. That was unreal. He just managed his energy so effectively. You saw that when that Skarmory came in, he just overfarmed, threw one crunch, thought, I'm going to get a little bit more energy here, and then go into my Azumarill to absorb all this damage. It was just, yeah, he was in control.
That was 100% the way he won that matchup. Keeping all of that additional energy on that Drapion was just so effective because the Morpeko came back in and it was lined back up with the Drapion. But because Drapion had so much more energy and there was no chance for a catch because he went on charge attack priority.
Those games were so high octane. We saw such speedy Pokemon in action. The Morpeko, the Shadow Drapion flying off everywhere. DrTrotter, I think I need a little bit of a lay down. I am exhausted after watching that.
Well, we'll go out back. We'll check your heart, make sure you're okay, and we'll come back because there's plenty more action to come as we get down to the pointy end of this Perth Regionals tournament. It has been absolutely fantastic so far. I cannot wait to see who is going to make the final and who is going to take out this tournament. Stay tuned.
Debbie and Josh will be right back.
And we are back heading into the tippy top of this particular tournament. Not a lot of battlers left in this Perth Regional Championship, and it is really heading towards that championship finals.
And what a battle that we just had against Avrip and Yusei Farao. My goodness me. And playing to just stay in this Perth Regional,
Yeah.
right? Oh my goodness. That's what I expect to see in a final. I would love to see that in like a winners up to game 5, but that was just game 3, or to 3 games in particular. But yeah, now we're heading into just the point, like you said, the pointy end where it's just going to get tougher and tougher to try and be the champion of Perth Regionals.
Yeah, that's right. There are only 4 battlers remaining in the winners bracket in the entire tournament, and so we're going to be going into bracket A winners finals. There's only 2 battlers remaining undefeated, and one of them, again, the finalist of last year's Perth Regional Championship tournament, TheyLuvJy.
Yes, it is TheyLuvJy. So again, back and in a very comfortable spot. He's been here before. He's done this road against actually another local, which is Laluloha. So really, this is just this is my local. Like, let's not call this a regional. This is a challenge down the road. But they're both incredible players. It just shows, even though Perth Regional may be small in numbers, we pack a punch.
Oh yeah, that is for sure. And it looks like we'll be seeing some punches being packed with the teams between TheyLuvJy and Laluloha coming on screens here now. We've got TheyLuvJy again running that Unova Stunfisk and Ninetales team that we love so much, and Laluloha running that Diggersby, Mandibuzz, Talonflame, Azumarill, Dunsparce, and Annihilate. That scary, scary Annihilate coverage.
Yeah, and look, again, TheyLuvJy with that Unova Stunfisk. I think it's been his MVP throughout the whole tournament. I expect to see it again. Again with Laluloha as well, the Talonflame. My goodness, he took out Water types. He took out Dunsparce. I can't believe it. So I think it's going to be an incredible matchup. But if it's a Unova Stunfisk against a Talonflame, I think that's a very hard matchup for someone.
Yeah, it definitely becomes a bit harder for that flying type Talonflame. But in fact, Laluloha has double flyer, which really does give Unova Stunfisk a bit of extra wiggle room to move around, as well as the only water type on Laluloha's team being that Azumarill that also doesn't love being in the Unova Stunfisk matchup. But notably, you do still have that Ice Beam damage that can hurt Stunfisk quite a bit. So definitely not out of the woods at all. Dunsparce does become pretty tricky for Stunfisk to mess with. And so, to be honest, Dunsparce is quite good into Jai's entire team.
Yeah, and look, again, we still have not seen this Shadow Alolan Ninetales. I actually went down to the floor and was like, Jai, where's this Ninetales? And it's just like, I just can't bring it in just yet. I was just like, all right, he's saving it for the finals, perhaps.
Yeah, it wouldn't be the first time that we see something similar playing out. And to be honest, looking at Laluloha's team, there's potential you could bring the Alolan Ninetales here. There's a lot of targets you could really try and hit. The Mandibuzz is quite a good matchup. The Annihilate, not too bad a matchup. Diggersby isn't great because it does have that buffed Fire Punch into this Dual Destiny season. And, obviously, Talonflame is a little bit of you don't want that to be happening. And Dunsparce also quite a difficult matchup with that heavy rollout damage coming through as well. But, there's always the chance, right? I mean, we can hope. But look, let's be real. Much more likely we're going to see one major Pokemon coming from TheyLuvJy, and it rhymes with Feraligatr because it is a very strong Pokemon that is really strong into Laluloha's entire team. Again, the sort of no hard check, even Azumarill, famously, as you sort of swap into an Azumarill, if Feraligatr is your safe swap, Feraligatr does okay.
Yeah, and again, Jai going for the non-shadow type as well. So has even more bulk. Doesn't have that extra 20% shadow damage. But you know what? Jai just says, don't worry about it. I want the bulk.
And I'm actually pretty sure that the Dunsparce matchup is one of the ones that the regular Feraligatr actually does a little bit better in than the Shadow Feraligatr, especially when you start burning those Protect Shields. But I really do think that we're going to see a lot of Feraligatr. I think that Drapion also has quite a lot of play, and we're going to see how it plays out with the Feraligatr going straight into that Talonflame. Definitely a pretty powerful matchup, water versus fire. So the quick swap to Dunsparce.
Yes, a quick swap out to save that Talonflame into this matchup.
Yep, the Superior is coming in now. Going to be able to take a lot of energy out of this Dunsparce and really throw some heavy Frenzy Plants to do a lot of damage back to Dunny.
Yeah, through here. Now, we know that these Rock Slides won't do too much to this Superior, so it's able to tank and hold on pretty strong. Now, Laluloha can go for that second Rock Slide.
Yeah, the Rock Slides are going to be adding up onto this Superior. It's going to take it down into the yellow, but Superior has got a little bit of energy and it's almost up to the back-to-back Frenzy Plant, making sure that TheyLuvJy throws on great timing here, not letting Laluloha get a single free turn of energy from those rollouts. First Frenzy Plant connecting to the Dunsparce. Here comes Frenzy Plant number 2. This will be enough to KO the Dunsparce if Laluloha lets it go, but no. And actually, Jai going for an undercharge as well.
Oh, there we go. And now Laluloha has enough to get that Rock Slide and a bit more, and now launches this off. TheyLuvJy opting not to shield.
Yeah, lets the Superior go down here, actually, and I like this play. He knew that Superior was going to be a bit of a liability into that Talonflame in the back, and so letting it go brings in the Feraligatr, recognizing that energy on Gator is going to be more important than anything, and him not knowing there is an Annihilate in the back couldn't be more true, because now Annihilate comes into a Feraligatr with 2 Hydro Cannons loaded, and the first one firing off.
Yeah, it's going to fire off through here. Does Laluloha decide to shield? And he decides not to shield, so this Oh my goodness, there's a Nilep's already in the yellow.
Yeah, it is definitely getting super low. The Shadow Claws are adding up as well. The Rage Fist is going to actually also land onto the Feraligatr, boosting the attack of the counter damage coming from the Annihilate, and just it's going to be a race. Actually, Feraligatr firing off that final Hydro Cannon to try and KO this Annihilate.
Yeah, 3 here. Does Laluloha decide to shield? No, not shielding this Annihilate. This Annihilate will go down. What does he decide to bring? You've got the full health Talonflame coming through now.
Yeah, unfortunately for Laluloha, a Hydro Cannon is going to be fired off by the Feraligatr going into this Talonflame matchup, forcing that final Protect Shield to keep it nice and healthy. But here comes Stunfisk. The Pancake is in action. Tons of energy ready to fire into that Talonflame as well. And it looks like Talon potentially might have been trying to go for the Brave Bird there. But before it does, the Discharge going to be coming off and firing into the Talonflame. A lot of damage here.
Oh my goodness, it's already into such a little health there, but going for that Brave Bird and trying to do as much damage as possible, possibly doing what Fishy Legs called a BB&D, and just trying to get as much damage here. Does he switch out? No, he stays in.
Yeah, that Thundershock buff really helping to farm down the Talonflame, because now with the Dunsparce coming in, it is pretty much energy dry, and you know then Stunfisk is going to take it pretty quick there. I mean, Laluloha, he stops the recording. He knows where this battle is going, and that is to a TheyLuvJy victory in the Group A Winners Finals.
Yeah, oh, that Unova Stunfisk comes in again.
I mean, look, Laluloha decided to run the flyer, Talonflame obviously being a very powerful pick, but when you have to see that Unova Stunfisk, even when you have a little bit of energy on that Talonflame, it just wasn't going to be able to make the muster.
No, and I think with these two locals, they know each other. They know their gameplays. I've seen banter between these two before, and where TheyLuvJy is like, I'm bringing the Alolan, like nine tails. So Laluloha will be like, all right, I'll bring my Talonflame. So I'm just wondering, I'm just picturing now that they're probably just bantering and being like, I'm going to bring this, and a bit of mind games happening today.
Yeah, one of the best parts of certainly the Oceanic scene is just the constant banter going through as these battles play it out. And as they go into game number 2, TheyLuvJy is really just going to have to think, what is Laluloha going to do to adjust to my particular strategy? And there's no easy answer, because the problem is, like, I mean, that Superior is just hanging out around the wing. So you might go like, oh, Diggersby is going to be pretty strong into that Unova Stunfisk, but we'll have to wait and see where the adjustment lies, because we're going to see a Superior into Dunsparce again in the lead of game number 2, with that Gator still hanging out in the back alongside Stunfisk.
Yeah, they both locked it in pretty quickly, because they also call him TheyLuvJy, but they lock it in as well.
Yeah, that is for sure. The Superior now going to be firing off these Frenzy Plants. And again, Dunsparce being so bulky, Laluloha does not want to burn the Protect Shields when they don't have to. But also at the same time, you want to try and do as much damage to the Superior as possible. Laluloha has the Diggersby in the back. And even though you have access to that Fire Punch that's been buffed, when you're at the energy disadvantage, that is still not a good place to be if you are the Diggersby. And so wants to try and weaken this Superior down, and potentially even get a little bit of an Annihilate farm.
Yeah, 3 there. So we can see the Superior is already in the yellow, but it has so much energy. So it's just building as not enough to just get a little bit more on good timing and throwing the Frenzy Plant here.
Yeah, makes sure that the Dunsparce is not able to get to one last charge attack. Lets the Dunsparce go down, and here comes that Annihilate looking to try and get an energy advantage. If you're Laluloha, you know you are burning a Protect Shield on this one, because this is going to do a lot of damage, making you sweat here in the caster booth. But Annihilate is now going to be able to comfortably counter all the way down. Doesn't quite have a Rage Fist ready to go, but it is now time for the Stunfisk. But if you're the Annihilate here, you sort of go like, ooh, I do have a very strong answer to this Stunfisk in the back. Maybe I sort of play things a little bit differently. Throws the Rage Fist to just boost its attack that little bit, getting Stunfisk down to about half health, and catches the move onto Diggersby.
Catching the actual Mud Bomb onto the Diggersby here as well. So, and Laluloha deciding not to shield, and this, that's just a little bit on that Diggersby. Now this Feraligatr can safely come out and try and do as much damage as possible.
Yeah, this Feraligatr definitely looking incredibly strong into this Diggersby. The Hydro Cannon is going to do so much damage, and not only that, with only one Protect Shield in tow, Laluloha lets it go, going like, ooh, I really do think that my Annihilate is going to be the big powerhouse of this game, and I'm going to have to put all of my hopes and dreams on that monkey. Throws the Fire Punch and actually gets a shield out of TheyLuvJy, because he's recognizing, hey, my Feraligatr is going to be really important. I do not want my Stunfisk to have to face this Diggersby.
No, not at all. So Laluloha has to make the decision going, nope, I am going to let this Diggersby go.
Yeah, he is so cracked here. Here comes the Annihilate, but does have a charge attack ready to go. And there's a potential call here because Laluloha goes for the close combat and Jai lets it go. But this is actually good for TheyLuvJy because the stun piece is going to come back in. It's going to be able to do even more Thundershock damage to the Primeape and only needs to fire off 2 charge attacks. 1 to burn the first Protect Shield, 1 to KO the Annihilate, and the game will be Jai's. We'll have to shield up this Rage Fist, but I'm pretty sure he's got this one in the bag.
Yeah, through here. The Annihilate, it's already been debuffed. Even though the attack has risen, it's already been debuffed through here. Now this Mud Bomb will go through, but Laluloha has a shield in play. Decides not to shield, being like, all right, I see the writing on the wall.
Yeah, he lets it go, recognizes that TheyLuvJy, just as he has in so many Perth local tournaments in the past, has taken him out in this Group A winners finals, taking Laluloha out and pushing him down to the losers bracket as well. But TheyLuvJy, now one of the only 2 people that are going to be heading into that winners finals when the groups merge.
Yeah, through there. Again, does that is he a finalist again?
Not quite. We were almost there.
Okay.
We were almost there. Actually, yeah, no, you're right. He's the winners finals at this point. Not quite the tournament finalist.
There we
but
go. He might be tournament champion. Let's be honest.
champion.
We can't say it too soon.
That's right.
But well played by Laluloha there. He's not out. That's the thing. He just goes into the losers round so he still might be able to come back in. We'll see.
Yeah, that's right. But Jai has secured himself a spot in the top 6 of the tournament, I believe. So there's still a little bit to go, but there's definitely a lot of hopes that have left to go because there's only a few more battles. If he wins the next one, wins one more, he's officially the Perth regional champion, and so it all is coming down to a head pretty quick, smart. But there are, of course, plenty more battles to come because there is another group with a winners finals to play as well. So there are still so many more battles left to play here. I think that we're actually going to be seeing Jumothy potentially
from your
through.
side.
Yeah, over from the east coast of Australia. So, we had our taste of the west coast battling. We had that, Perth v Perth shenanigans. So let's take a look at the teams that we're going to be seeing in this last winners, the group winners finals, I should say. On the other side of the bracket, we've got Flames fan, actually another Perth local, taking on our New South Wales Jumothy.
Yeah, we've got from Flames fan, we've got the Primeape, we've got the Shadow Drapier, the Shadow Kanto Marowak, the Jumpluff that is not Shadow, Azumarill, and a Shadow Feraligatr.
Yeah, that's right. And then Jumothy side, we do have that, as we saw earlier, the superior Clodsire Double Water with the Shadow Gator Azumarill, alongside the Alola, the Sandslash, and the Diggersby. And Debbie, that Alolan Sandslash looks like it could do a lot of work.
It could, especially with against Flames fan's team. Now, look, we haven't seen I haven't seen a lot of Kanto Marowak, Shadow Kanto Marowak. So I think that is like the mud slaps do add up, and just goodness, it does pack a punch. So you definitely have to have some coverage over that.
Oh yeah, that is for sure. It is one of the most powerful Pokemon in the meta ever since Lyle Jeffs decided to run it back so many regionals ago. It has just been I think top of every single tournament. Get it just top 8 after top 8 after top 8. So many battles still running it. I know that one of the other casters, Nighttime Clasher, he is a massive proponent of that Shadow Marowak. He loves running that thing. He loves just swap it in the back, use 2 shields, win a matchup. And up against Jumothy's team, it can do a lot of that, but there is one of the biggest Marowak counters on Jumothy's team, and that is the Superior. You do not want to swap your Marowak in and have a Superior swap in response.
Yeah, and that's why it was one of my caster picks with Superior, expected to be in most teams as well, because it just does have that coverage. Although there's been a lot of Galarian Moltres and other flying types that have been coming around, Superior is just reliable. It can take a lot, and especially for this particular matchup as well.
Yeah, that's true. But if you sort of look at Flames fans' team, I mean, not only you have a decent matchup into that Marowak, you've got a decent matchup into the Azumarill, into the Feraligatr, even into the Primeape. It's not the worst matchup in the world. Primeape is going to be outpacing you a little bit, so you have to worry a little bit. But you, at the very least, are going to force some Protect Shields out of that Primeape. And potentially, to be honest, Jumothy doesn't even have a flyer on his team, so he's not running a hard check into that Primeape, so it might be a little bit tough for him.
Yeah, through there. So it'll be interesting to see what Flame Fan will bring in. But again, Jumpluff, and also not bringing the Shadow one. So that's a really interesting pick. We actually don't quite know the, we actually did from the previous battle, but what he's actually running through the charge move through there. But again, Jumpluff, I know we talked about this earlier. It's just something that I can't just fathom in my head going, where do you go, Jumper? Where do you sit in the meta?
Yeah, look, it has won 2 of the last 3 major tournaments from around the world.
I'm still confused.
It's clearly doing something, but I just keep looking at it and I just go like, I tried to rent it. I actually I played it in a local and I did pretty good in the local. I think I placed in second, but Jumpluff was no help at all. It was not really
It was cheering him aside with pom poms.
But I mean, like, if you sort of look into Jumpy's team, right? I mean, it's actually got a decent matchup into Superior. It's got a decent matchup into, obviously, again, the double water. It is a grass type, but because you have that grass and flying typing, unlike Superior, who is very bulky, can take an Ice Beam on the chin quite well, Jumpluff doesn't love the Ice Beam as much due to the double super effective damage, and so it becomes a little bit dicier up against the Azumarill and the Feraligatr, who both have that ability to run that Ice Beam charge attack, and then at the same time, you then have to face Alolan Sandslash, who is also running a lot of Ice Punch damage. You then have to face Diggersby, who is running Fire Punch. And because Jumpluff just feels a little bit slow, even though it has that relatively fast charging, fast attack in Fairy Wind, it still takes a little bit of time. And because it just doesn't output a lot of damage, it really just does feel like up against Jumpy's team, it might be a bit tough to bring.
Yeah, I think so. I think the Fairy Winds will be doing a little too... It's not going to put that pressure on. And I think with these, especially these winners finals, that pressure is important as well to try and gain momentum, because you really want to head that momentum trying to get into the finals as well. So I think it'll be interesting plays from both of them. And I think Jumpy's just got a very well-rounded team there.
Yeah, I think that's a great way to put it, is that it is very well-rounded. I really do expect a lot of superior play, and I expect him to sort of use that Feraligatr as a bit of an anchor point in his team as well, because as with so many teams, it is so hard to counter that Feraligatr. And, maybe even Flames fan looks at that and he says like, well, I've only got sort of one hard check to that Feraligatr, and it happens to be that Jumpluff. So maybe I try and just run it, go for the alignment. I'm not too sure. I've never had to play Flames Fan, I don't think, so I'm not quite sure what his play style ends up being. But I mean, we'll have to find out.
That's a secret.
Well, I guess we'll find out in just a few moments. But we do still have some other big, neutral picks that are hanging out on Jumpy's team as well. I really do think that the Alolan Sandslash is one of the most powerful Pokemon that you could potentially run into Flames Fan team, as long as you don't see the Primeape. If you can dodge the Primeape, it can be such a strong Pokemon. And again, we talked about this earlier, but when it is in good matchups, when it is in neutral matchups, Alolan Sandslash can be such a dominating force, and it almost leaves your opponents with no options. But as soon as it gets bad, it gets real bad.
Yeah. It's a very high risk, high reward, I feel like, sometimes with the apes, especially Primeape. So it'll be interesting to see if he does bring that along. But if it's lining up and matches and aligns very well, it could run away with the whole match.
Oh yeah, that is absolutely the case. And we saw that a lot, especially at LAIC, I think. And again, part of that is because there were 4 in the top 4 of the tournament, so we saw plenty of Alolan Sandslash. But it really is one of those Pokemon that I remember quite distinctly. I think it was the top 8 match between Ashton Ash, and it was really just a case of like, this Pokemon, Alolan Sandslash, is going to be strong into 2 out of 3 of your squad. I just need to dodge that 3 and I am good. I am going to dominate against your team as long as I can dodge that alignment. And, unfortunately, we've seen that alignment go both ways throughout this tournament. We've seen a few games where it's like, Bambos' game, for example, from earlier on, where he had double ground and somehow the Toxapex just managed to dodge the 2 ground types and land on the Azumarill. And all of a sudden, that is all she wrote. So sometimes there's all of that, but sometimes it goes pretty well. And, TheyLuvJy seems to be an expert at making sure his Stunfisk ends up in the right spot.
It certainly does. And I feel like as we get closer and closer to the finals, that these are very exceptional players. And even in those tough matchups where they're like, oh, this alignment's not good, they can pivot and they can find their little windows of opportunity to try and close and try and still flip the match and to win it.
Oh, yeah, that is absolutely right. I mean, look, these guys are already in the top 8 of the Perth Regional Championship. They've already taken some prize money home as well. I think they're running away with a minimum of $750 dues. So you don't mind that at all, in addition to the championship points that is getting higher and higher as they progress through this tournament. And again, hurdling them closer and closer to the NAIC Travel Award that will finish up in a couple months.
Yeah, look, that's a lot of plushies. I was going to say that I could. No, anyway, we'll digress and move on. But yeah, they are just trying to get their way and trying to build up to the world's invite. As we talked about previously, within the Oceania region, we only have 10 that can qualify for Worlds. It's not like previously where we had to meet a cap and then be like, okay, I made the 250 CP cap, I'm going to Worlds. It's now going, you have to fight every single time to try and maintain yourself to remain in the top 10.
Yeah, and it's going to be tough, right? When so many of these regionals, I mean, at least 8 battlers, at least 16 battlers, and I think all 3 of the upcoming Oceanic regionals, we are going to see 16 different people taking home a big slice of the championship point cake. And so it is going to be really tough to make sure that you retain that spot in the top 10 on the leaderboard. Make sure that you secure an invite to the World Championships in Anaheim in August 2025. And so, you know, it's you really want to try and get points early so you sort of secure a little bit of a buffer space as you go into the next few tournaments.
Makes it a bit more comfortable, right? Like, you don't want to be there on June and be like, oh, I need 10 points to try and knock out someone else. You want to try and get yourself a little bit more breathing room so that you can be like, all right, I'm sitting good here.
Yeah, I'm pretty confident there's a lot of battlers that are really looking to try and secure that spot. 2 of them certainly being Flamesfan and Jumothy. Jumothy, I think this is the first time that he's actually flown out from New South Wales to actually compete
Worthwhile
in
flight.
a regional championship. So he's done pretty well for himself, to say the least, and definitely one of the best battlers that we have over in New South Wales as well. I was speaking to Bambos a little bit earlier, one of the people who sort of lead the local scene in the New South Wales region, and he was sort of saying that, you know what, in the last few months, Jumothy is probably the most consistent battler that we have had in the local scene, but we'll see if he can keep that consistency up against Flamesfan in game number 1, the Feraligatr going into the Clodsire. Great matchup for Gator.
Yeah, great match for Flamesfan here. We'll see if Jumothy pivots through when it starts, and we can see he goes straight for the Zoomerall.
And we actually see the jump bluff coming in here to answer it. Jumothy is running a bit of an interesting strategy here with the Superior in the back as well, that is really going to be looking for that Feraligatr later on. And Flamesfan actually lets the Ice Beam go. He's like, you know what, Jumothy, jump bluff, is a very bulky Pokemon. It can take an Ice Beam on the chin. We'll be able to throw this Energy Ball into the Azumarill. Azumarill, though, very bulky as well, and we'll be able to take this pretty easily.
Yeah, take it pretty well. It's already in half health and still quite in the yellow through there. Now we can see that with the Zoomer, we're getting to that Ice Beam and the Energy Ball, but Flamesfan able to launch first with its Energy Ball.
Yeah, this will do a lot of damage to that Azumarill, and so as you're going to let it go, Jumothy going like, ooh, oh my gosh, survives! Gets the Ice Beam off with 1 HP remaining. This will carry the jump up, and it means that Flamesfan is going to have to decide, what do I want to bring in, knowing that there is that Clodsire in the back, but this is actually a great play from Flamesfan. Knowing that Jumothy has the Clodsire, which is probably Jumothy's best answer to the Drapion, by getting that 1 Poison Sting of advantage, he puts himself in a position where he can get so many back-to-back Aqua Tails.
Yeah, just having that energy lead makes such a difference through there. And now we can see Jumothy trying to build up as much as possible, but Flamesfan is already on so much energy, and this first Aqua Tail is launched.
He's literally got 2 Aqua Tails before Clodsire could get to a single Earthquake. This is going to be a lot for Jumothy to fight through, throwing the Stone Edge bait, trying to get any advantage that he can, and Flamesfan falls for it. He's like, hey, I'm not taking the risk here. I want to keep this jump up, this Drapion around, and so here comes more Aqua Tails though, because he is now back to 2 back-to-back Aqua Tails.
Yeah, it's got the energy through here, and Jumothy reads it going, yep, we need to shield this Clodsire.
Yeah, this is going to be really important because, again, looking at that back line, the Superior is going to be very strong into the Gator. And so we just want to try and get there for your Jumothy. And Flamesfan makes the call. He's like, oh, I think you were going to bait again. And luckily for Flamesfan, he calls correctly on this one.
Yeah, he didn't quite make it to the Earthquake there. So launching that Stone Edge and being able to be like, oh, I think I counted correctly there. Now with the Aqua Tail is being launched, and now Jumothy, the Clodsire in the red.
Yeah, the Clodsire is getting really low. So the Drapion and actually catching the Aqua Tail into the Superior, getting a bit of an energy advantage on Superior as well. And this is going to be huge because Feraligatr takes 7 Shadow Claws to get up to the Ice Beam. Superior only takes 6 to get to the Frenzy Plant. And so it is really going to be a game of baits to see who can get out ahead. And Jumothy letting the crunch come through. It's going to bring the Superior very low. Oh, no.
Through there as well. So now this is a debuffed on the Superior, and it has to shield because it's on such little health left on these Poison Stings are adding up.
That is such a disaster for Jumothy. These Poison Stings are doing so much damage. Here comes the Feraligatr. He's doing anything he can. He goes for the bait. Flamesfan does fall for the bait. He shields up the Aerial Ace. If Jumothy can get to a Frenzy Plant, then maybe we're in with a chance here. He's only, oh no, he's actually going for the Aerial Ace, recognizing that Flamespan was actually at the charge attack, and was like, oh, maybe he's going to go for the Hydro Cannon. Maybe I wouldn't actually survive this last Shadow Claw. It turns out he can't. He was going to get KO'd, and unfortunately for Jumothy, the Hydro Cannon is going to win at charge attack priority here from the Feraligatr, and this will KO the Clodsire and secure game number 1.
Yeah, game 1 going to 89 CGY Flames fan through there, and it's just, oh, what a tough match that was.
It's definitely a tough one to have to fight through from Jumothy's ends, but you know, it really just shows that Flames fan is definitely a very powerful competitor that you really have to think about how you want to progress. Because, I mean, to be honest, Jumpluff did okay.
Yeah, Jumpluff did. Are you just saying okay? I mean, I think I did pretty well.
Oh, yeah, look, I think Superior would have done a pretty similar job. But, look, it definitely did all right in this particular game. And I guess going into game number 2, you know, we saw Jumothy sort of, he did bring in, like, some very strong Pokemon. He brought in the Superior that on paper looks very strong into Flames Fan team. But Flames Fan brought, you know, 2 Pokemon that have quite good matchups into the Superior.
Yes.
And that defense drop was it just put the cherry on top. Because, I mean, it was that one little Shadow Claw that KO'd the Superior in the end there and sort of forced him to have to go for the Aerial Ace. If there's no defense drop there, then maybe you hang on, you're able to at least threaten a large move over towards Feraligatr, and then maybe the game goes a little bit different. But unfortunately, you know, that's the game we play. There's always the chance of a crunch debuff right around the corner, always when you least want it, right?
Yeah, oh look, I mean, like, obviously for Flamespan, he's like, you know, that played into my favor. Like, yeah, he's banked up some good karma to like bring that around. But yeah, just unlucky for Jumothy there, because I think if that defense drop didn't come through, he had potential win cons.
Yeah, there was definitely some chance there, but it just means that he's going to have to adapt going into game number 2. Now, we actually didn't see the Primate coming out from Flames Fan, which surprises me a little bit because it does look so strong into Jumothy's side. Obviously, you have the 2 Pokemon that you're doing super effective Karate Chop damage to, that being the Alolan Sandslash and the Diggersby, but again, everything on his team, it does not love the Primate matchup if you want to give it 2 shields, Rage Fist all the way through. And Flames Fan has built his team in a way that is really prone to these 2 shield farm down scenarios. One, having the Primate, but 2, having the Kanto Marowak as well. You've got options.
Yeah, and again, with that, lots of that pressure that I mentioned earlier as well. So it's a bit of a difficult one because you're like, everything actually looks a bit scary on his team now. Now that Jumothy is a bit in the backseat going, oh, okay, what do I do here? What do I do to try and combat through? Because like I said, the jump off was just okay, but it was a perfect, like the third in the whole line to just kind of like make it all sing together.
Yeah, it definitely did balance out. It was quite a good line from Flamespan, and it really did play out quite well as well. And of course, you know, speaks to the power of these top meta picks, right? I mean, the famous phrase is meta for a reason, and we're absolutely seeing that play out here in this particular game from Flamespan. But if you're Jumothy, I'm just sort of going like, how do you get your way through this? And I know it's risky, but you know, Flamespan just ran a line that is 2 times weak to Alolan Sandslash, and so it could be time to sort of, you know, put the pedal to the metal, put the Ice Sandslash in and try and give it a shot, see how things are going to go, because I really think it could be very powerful.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. If I was in Jumothy's shoes, what would I bring here? And I think the Sandslash would be the go. Look, I think it just has so much coverage against Flame fans, and I think also that Flame fans is a bit confident now. He might be like, oh, you know what? My first line ran really, really well. I might run it again.
But then you have to consider when you're at this top of the bracket, you have to go like, you've just fallen into my ultimate show 6 pick 3 trap.
Card.
It's like, oh, I'm sorry. Do you think that I'm not going to be running that Primate? Do you think that I was just running a line that was weak to that Alolan Sandslash in game number 1? Well, joke's on you, because I'm running something strong into it game number 2, and here is the Drapion into the Superior. Brilliant lead, and he has brought the Primate in the back.
Yeah, through here. So we can see the straight pivot out. Jumothy now bringing his Shadow Feraligatr out.
Yeah, the crunch is going to be doing a lot of damage to this Feraligatr, and so Jumothy has to sort of decide how important is my Feraligatr to me, and he answers pretty quickly, yeah, it's pretty important.
It is very important, and shielding through there, now Flamespan can actually bring his respective Shadow Feraligatr. We've got Gators on stage.
But there was another defense fall of that crunch on the Drapion, and so now the Shadow Claws from Flamespan are doing even more damage, and the Hydro Cannons are going to be doing a lot as well. We've lost the feed on the right-hand side, but the Hydro Cannon here coming from the Feraligatr is going to do so much damage, taking out the Feraligatr. And here comes the Superior from Jumpathy's side in a really, really good spot here. And actually was going to be able to farm down the Feraligatr just before the Ice Beam goes. So Flamesfan, recognizing this, throws the Hydro Cannon to make sure that he's able to get the charge attack off, and he's going to just go down with a whimper.
Yeah, just a good timing through there. Now Flameflames has to think, do I bring the Primate or do I bring the Drapion? And decides to bring the Drapion back out.
Yeah, Superior has a lot of play into both of these Pokemon. Because Superior has a lot of energy built up, these Frenzy Plants are ready to fire and going to do a lot of damage to these Shadow Drapion, taking it down into the yellow. One more Aerial Ace, actually goes for the Aerial Ace, hoping to sneak it through, but the Drapion does win that charge attack priority, and so he's going to really put that pressure back onto the Superior, KOing it, and now it is all down to Clodsire. Ground type versus Drapion is usually a pretty good matchup, but not when you don't have when there's two shields on the other side.
Yeah, two shields on the other side. This Aqua Tail is coming through, and Jumpathy has to decide whether he wants to shield this one or even the next one, because we're so close to a second Aqua Tail already.
That's absolutely right. The Drapion has so much stock ready to fire, shielding this Stone Edge that is coming through. Again, Jumpathy sort of going for these low energy moves, or lower, I should say, not that low energy, to try and KO the Pokemon, to try and fight his way through, to try and find a win con, but it's just not happening here. There is so much energy in tow, and that Primeape is going to be doing so much work in the back as well.
Absolutely, and it's got full health as well. So we're getting this Aqua Tail to come through. There's no shields in play. It's really going to be a tough uphill with this Clodsire.
Especially because the poison stings from the Clodsire aren't doing super effective damage. And here comes the Primeape. One single Rage Fist is going to do so much damage to this Clodsire. So here comes the Stone Edge. And actually, Flamesfan is going like, hey, no, I can take this fine. This is a resisted Stone Edge. This is your only win con. And just for play, he's actually throwing the resisted close combat to try and finish out this battle instead of the Rage Fist. Just knowing like, hey, no matter what move I throw here, I know I'm KOing that Clodsire, and so takes it out. Technically, I do think that close combat does do a little bit more damage, but yeah, definitely the resisted move here. Rage Fist would have been enough, and Flamesfan securing the win into the Group B Winners Final.
2-0 to Flame fans there against Jumpathy, and just shows that these local players are, they're pretty talented over here in Perth. So, with that's just one to Perth, I'm just going to say.
All right. Well, look, there are two Perth locals now in the winners' finals as the only two battlers remaining undefeated left in this bracket. So there's only a couple of battles remaining in the remainder of this tournament. We've got 2 left in the winners. I think we might have about 4 left in the losers. I mean, we are really, really getting to the pointy end here. But I guess we're going to head to a real quick break before we come back in for the losers bracket. And I think we're going to be going into losers round 7 after this.
Yeah, see you soon.
G'day, battlers. I am PvP. Oh, hang on, sorry. I got it all wrong. I am Fishy Legs 2, and I'm joined again by DrTrotter. How are we doing?
Oh, fantastic. Look, I've been so impressed with Flamesfan today. Absolutely killing it. This kid is on a tear. It is going to be so hard to stop him in the rest of this tournament. But we've got battlers. They're going to try their best, and they're coming up shortly.
Yeah, the kids have been on fire today. TheyLuvJy and 89 Flamesfan both putting on absolute displays of pure class today. But we do have a trip down to the losers bracket for us this afternoon. We're going to see Laluloha versus PokeMoney Maker, someone who we haven't seen on stream yet, a player who's come all the way from Japan to compete at Perth today. And I'm really looking forward to seeing what they've got on to show us.
Yeah, I think Laluloha might be a little bit disappointed in their loss just recently. And really going to hope to step back. But yeah, and PokeMoney Maker, my goodness, let's see if he can make that money and get out of this losers bracket and into those big cash in the finals of these battles.
Yeah, well, interestingly, PokeMoney Maker was put into the losers bracket by Ztab, who they then beat in a losers round just prior. So the revenge is on. The comeback is here. Let's see if they can make it all the way through to the grand finals.
And revenge is sweet, and it is lovely to get. So we'll see if these trainers can do it. Let's look at this team. And PokeMoney Maker is running the Shadow Dragonite. That is awesome. I love it. And it lands pretty well, except for two of the Pokemon we can see there for Laluloha.
Yeah, the Azumarill and the Dunsparce are two semi-checks to Dragonite. And I say semi because the Azumarill only throws resisted bubbles, and Shadow Dragonite just does way more damage in matches it shouldn't do. Like this thing's silly. It just does so much damage out of that extra shadow damage that really even it can threaten even a low health Azu, or it's got superpower for the Dunsparce, and I wouldn't want to be taking a move like that if I was Dunsparce.
Look, I do look a little like Dunsparce on the odd occasion. And I know I don't want to take a superpower, but there are plenty of other Pokemon that these amazing battlers have access to, and it remains to be seen exactly what we haven't seen the movesets for PokeMoney Maker. So, I mean, is he running that Stone Edge Clodsire? But he's got two water Pokemon, so that Talonflame looks reasonably in check, especially with the Dunsparce there. It's going to be hard for Laluloha to run that Talonflame, which they did have some success with earlier today.
Well, if you've been watching Laluloha today, you know that they don't really care what they come up against. They run that Talonflame regardless. Whether there's double water and a Dunsparce, whether there's something else entirely, I have seen them bring that Talonflame into some pretty questionable matchups and do well with it. So perhaps, there's nothing that resists the flying type charged attacks from that Talonflame. So maybe leaving it as a sweeper to try and clean up with those Brave Birds could be a strategy here from Laluloha. The other thing that I do like to see is that the Azumarill and Mandibuzz are just so tanky and have such good synergy into this team that it's going to be hard for PokeMoney Maker to work around.
Yeah, that Azu is going to get shields with everything that it throws against. Obviously, for Alligator, still a reasonable Azumarill counter, as much as we may hate to say that. But often what it does is you're using the Azumarill to get those shields to set up like those big heavy hitters, like your Talonflame. I don't really want to say Diggersby, but it's not really a heavy hitter because it's so bulky. But, I mean, as long as it doesn't stay on the Dragonite, Diggersby's got a fair bit of neutrality there.
I wonder even if with the Fire Punch buff recently, whether the Diggersby has a decent amount of play into the Dragonite, just with the quick attack damage adding up over time, and Dragonite really just cannot take a move to save itself. So it'll be an interesting display from PokeMoney Maker. The other thing that is really interesting about Shadow Dragonite is it puts a lot of bench pressure onto people. I was watching a grassroots tournament last week where people were bringing Shadow Dragonite game 1 and winning, and then their opponent triple card countered it, but they didn't bring it in game number 2. It's these mind games that are so important at this late stage of a tournament.
And I feel like if I see a Shadow Dragonite, it is playing into my mind a little bit. Like, I don't want to necessarily run that Annihilate because those counters are going to do little to nothing. And Dragonite does not need to shield that first Rage Fist, even though as squishy as it is. And it's just going to pile on damage with those Dragon Breaths. You really want to get that Azu in there for it. I do expect to see a lot of Azu play from Laluloha in this matchup.
Yes.
But, I mean, we've seen some crazier things So we're waiting on these battlers to look at locking in their teams. I think they're spending a little bit more time than usual, trying to suck a little bit more time from the refs and the judges there to let them, do their thing, get themselves all set up and ready. And it's very risky, but will we see that double ABB flying back line for Laluloha today?
Ooh, it's an interesting call. You're going to have to run it with something that hard beats the Azumarill. And unfortunately for Laluloha, I don't think there is one. There is nothing that hard beats the Azumarill. So it's a risky strategy for sure. It could pay off though. PokeMoney Maker might decide to bench the Azumarill, but I can't see that happening in this matchup. It just has play on play on play into everything in Laluloha's team. The most neutral matchup is Dunsparce, and that's pretty even.
Yeah, and I mean, I don't mind it. I think these players are going to play those neutral sort of game here. They're going to have to play the neutral, maybe get a little bit of energy, and then try and catch a resisted move. Just anything to just leverage yourself a little bit further ahead. Maybe you go a little bit behind in one instance, but then you can push further later in the game. That's that early game versus that mid game versus that late game. There's such a distinction between them, and some players are great at one and not so good at the other.
Looks like we have got both trainers locked in for game number 1. We do see the Dunsparce lead into the Annihilate. This is great for PokeMoney Maker. He is in a prime spot.
Absolutely making some money on this lead here, and an instant swap out into Azumarill and counter swap into Feraligatr. Like we said, Feraligatr actually a reasonably good counter for Azumarill if you want to use a shield.
Yeah, you're so right. Feraligatr just has so much damage potential. We've been talking about it all day, and it just doesn't seem to go away, this Shadow Feraligatr. It is now shooting that play rough, building up additional energy, throwing the first Hydro Cannon. This does chip the Azumarill like we've talked about. It is hard to stop this thing when it gets going.
Super hard, but Laluloha is going to do exactly what they need to do to win this matchup. Get shields. Get those shields. Get as many shields as you can, because you are going to lose this matchup. It's there for the Feraligatr to win. So you're going to try and get as many shields as you can before letting it go. And here comes the third Hydro Cannon. Will Laluloha use a first shield in this matchup?
Yeah, Laluloha has finally clicked that shield just the last second, recognizing that actually I kind of need to change the alignment here, because I don't want my Dunsparce aligned to that Annihilate and going to go through that play rough. PokeMoney Maker is going to shield it and is going to be able to farm all the way down here. But no, the switch into the Dunsparce met by the Annihilate. Again, we're back where we started.
We're back where we started, but this time we have an shield on Laluloha's side, and there's no shield for the Annihilate. It's coming down to the Rage Fist, resisted Rage Fist versus close combat. What do you throw here?
Well, there's actually only an Ice Punch from this Annihilate, which is the second time I've seen this moveset today. But this actually helps with this matchup, because it means you don't have to debuff your own defense and you can just throw the Ice Punch. And we see the undercharge allowing for a further farm down. But this Annihilate's going to get really low after this drill run.
Is there going to be a rollout down here of a fighter? This would be absolutely crazy. It is going to come close. I feel like a Rage Fist needs to come here. No counter.
Counter is enough to knock out that Dunsparce. We see now a couple more counters coming through. Oh, electing not to throw the drill run to get more energy onto the Shadow Feraligatr, but there's a switch into the Annihilate. Hydro Cannon coming through.
Hydro Cannon is going to force that last shield for Laluloha. Critical play here. Going to need to balance. And oh no, out comes the Azumarill. This is such a dominant matchup here at this point. He's going to have to throw Rage Fist to boost itself. Oh no. Wow. I better be quiet, because these trainers are throwing whatever they feel like, and here comes a close combat into a full health Azumarill.
This is such a tight matchup. There are no shields left in play for this Annihilate. I think Laluloha sees the writing on the wall. The Ice Beam coming through from the Azumarill is likely going to KO this Annihilate from this health range. Just saying some of the silver HP, but PokeMoney Maker able to position these water types where he wants them and take game number 1.
Exactly. In comes the last bubbles. Bubble, toil, and trouble. Off we go to the races. Well played by PokeMoney Maker. I think Laluloha recognized at that point that, it was writing was on the wall, it was all over.
The deal was sealed early in the piece for that game, but there's all still to play for yet. This game is not over. We still have an opportunity for Laluloha to turn this game around and come back in game number 2 and 3. But you're going to have to make an adjustment. Or is it just coming down to, where do I align my Pokemon?
And I think what we saw there in that matchup was that Laluloha was worried about that Shadow Dragonite, right? It had the Azumarill, sorry. It had the Dunsparce there. It was threatening and it was worrying, and it wasn't there.
That's right. That's that bench pressure we talked about. It forced Laluloha to make decisions on their team building that weren't necessarily constructive to what PokeMoney Maker brought. And now, if you're Laluloha, you go, well, stuff it. If you're not going to bring the Dragonite, I'm going to disrespect it. And Pokémon Maker goes, I know you're going to. I'm going to bring the Dragonite.
That's one of those things that these trainers, it's not just sitting there looking at your phone. Sometimes, I don't know if you ever looked up and looked the other opponent in the eyes and just tried to get their eye contact. There's little things you can do which are not against the rules. Obviously, we do not want to intimidate. We're not trying to do anything rude or obtrusive, but you're trying to gain a read. You're trying to get information. Just like when you're playing poker, you're looking for a little wink of an eye, a twitch, anything that you can use to your advantage. And here we go. We are locked in for game number 2.
We do see the Annihilate back in the lead again for PokeMoney Maker, but this time into the Mandibuzz. This is significantly more neutral. Both players have options here. I think they're going to play out a neutral start, but no, straight to the Feraligatr. It's Gator time.
It is. And Laluloha choosing to stay in here and trying to get an aerial ace off, trying to chip this Feraligatr because the Feraligatr, while it does a huge amount of damage, is going to get a shield here.
Would you like some dip with that chip?
Oh, wouldn't mind it if I do say so myself. And let's roll on into the next battle.
Feraligatr now throwing the Hydro Cannon at the Dunsparce. Dunsparce knows, I can take one of these. I'll let it go. But interestingly enough, the Shadow Feraligatr with the Shadow Claw damage can KO the Dunsparce with just 2 Hydro Cannons. So now Laluloha has to make a decision. Do I need to shield this, or can I just hang on to get my drill run off?
Trying to hang on, and does hangs on with a tiny sliver of health. Oh, but he's going for the rollout and just survives those Shadow Claw damage. And here comes a drill run. This is going to put it on, and PokeMoney Maker is keeping everything, using all shields for Feraligatr all the time.
Feraligatr is one of those Pokemon that you've got to give shields to, and this is exactly what PokeMoney Maker is doing. And now in comes the Mandibuzz. Throwing the Hydro Cannon, is this going to get a shield back off Laluloha?
This is a tricky situation, and it does get the first shield from Laluloha, getting to the aerial ace and throwing it. This will KO the Feraligatr, and then we have an Azumarill and a Annihilate in the back for PokeMoney Maker, and there's Azumarill there for Laluloha. This is a very intriguing finish to this battle.
The shield advantage here for Laluloha might come in crucial in the end game of this battle. The Aerial Ace coming through is going to do a tiny little bit of damage to this Azumarill. It is so bulky, and Aerial Ace isn't the most efficient move. It even says not very effective. I don't know if that's entirely true.
I do not believe that for 1 second. It was not a dark move there. I think you need to check yourself over there. But here we go. Player off onto the Azumarill here. Eats 1. We know it can eat 2. Cannot eat the 3rd, but we have a shield. And we are on even energy for the mirror match of the Azumarill. In comes the move from Laluloha.
Laluloha is charging up all the bubbles from this player off. We wanted to make sure he gets as much damage onto this Azumarill as possible. In this position, they've got it all to play for with that shield advantage. The second player off coming through now, Laluloha, the tongue twister, knows that they can take this move and continue to farm it up to an energy advantage. This third player off coming through now, I think this Azumarill is going to barely hang on.
Yes, I believe you're correct there, Fishy Legs. It will just hang on here. Deep into the red, and we see an insta-swap. So banking that move, out comes the Annihilate, in comes the Air Slash Mandibuzz, but we have interesting conundrum. Do you throw the Rage Fist or the Ice Punch? It is Ice Punch.
Ice Punch is coming through. Laluloha is thinking about it. Do I shield? Don't I shield? What do I do? I'm going to shield and hope that I can get rid of this Annihilate before it goes crazy on me. In comes the Aerial Ace now. I don't think this is enough damage, even though it's super effective. It's not that strong coming from the Mandibuzz.
No, it is not, but it is going to be a race. Can you Air Slash down before it gets to another charge move? It looks like the Air Slash is going to get there before the Ice Punch, and it does KO that Annihilate. So it's Azumarill versus 2 months, and here comes the Ice Beam.
Now this Azumarill is going to have to race its counterpart from Laluloha to get to the last move here. It's going to come down to the wire. Both trainers have almost no energy, but I think the bubbles are going to take out the Azumarill before it gets to the move.
No! It gets the Ice Beam just ahead, and PokeMoney Maker Azumarill is going to be KO'd here, and we are back to parity. 1-1 Laluloha versus PokeMoney Maker.
Wow, we are heading for that decisive game 3 now. This is a tight matchup between these two trainers. It's back and forth every time. It's incredible to watch.
I'm thoroughly enjoying watching these battles with you here, Fishy Legs. It's incredible. And this is where you got to make your money. This is where the rubber meets the road. It's 1-1. You have to win this to stay in the tournament. We're in the loser's side of the bracket. This is where it's all about. This is what you're here for. Who is going to step up?
Yeah, we're going to see Laluloha, who's been putting on great battles all day and only recently made their way into losers bracket, or PokeMoney, who made an early drop into that losers run and is fighting their way back through, consistently battling all the way through this losers bracket. It's quite hard. It's almost an endurance sport at this point.
It is, and that shows a lot of character when you're able to work your way through a loser's bracket. You have to do so many more battles than everybody in those winner bracket in these double elimination tournaments. So regardless of what happens in this next match, you have to give credit to PokeMoney for making an amazing run through the losers bracket. It is tiring, but hopefully for them, it is not over, and Laluloha is going to be doing their absolute best to make sure it is. So it's a thrilling matchup as we get into game number 3. Come on, let's see that Shadow Dragonite.
I want to see some Dragonite action. I think it would be a perfect way to wrap out this series and just put all that pressure back onto Laluloha. We do see them still going for those bulkier picks just to try and just at least be able to whittle away at all the Pokemon that PokeMoney is bringing. I think that Feraligatr is just guaranteed to come.
Yeah, it's a shoo-in. Don't have to worry about that. Let's worry about the other two. And that's where, but I mean, that's what the MO has been for a lot of these trainers. TheyLuvJy actually running the non-shadow, the ordinary Feraligatr. And let's just say he's been cooking with it. He's had a bit of noodles, a bit of Feraligatr, and boom, it is delicious.
I was just talking to TheyLuvJy on the floor a minute ago. He's like, actually, I wanted to run shadow, but this regular thing's pretty good. And it is definitely paying off. As we see game number 3, Laluloha says, aloha in the Azumarill mirror match.
All right, pull up a chair, get yourself a cup of coffee. Unless one of these trainers chooses to dip, we are going to the races here, and we will see potentially with a CMP tie who is able to win this lead matchup. Both bubbles coming in, just bubbling away. Now, this is a very interesting thing for some people. You don't want to throw that charge move straight away because you could then get to an advantage if you are able to switch out. So
we do see here that the PokeMoney Azumarill wins that charge attack priority. This is important information for Laluloha to note later in the match. They have to make sure they don't get in a position where they lose that charge attack priority at a crucial moment. So what the play might be is to overfarm with that Azumarill, keep building up energy so that you don't ever force that charge attack priority. But if PokeMoney knows that, they're just going to always force it.
Yeah, they have that option. It doesn't really matter if you're going to not shield, though, right until that last one. But if you look on each side, there is a Pokemon that does resist Play Rough in that Talonflame. Will Laluloha go for that, giving up that, switch advantage to try and reduce that damage, or do you just let it go?
Well, you know what, Trotter? You actually made the call on the team composition earlier in the piece. It is that double flyer backline from Laluloha with the Azumarill. So Laluloha's probably really quite happy just to let that move come through, surviving a 1 HP play rough, and just going to let their Azumarill go down and leave it up to the birds in the back.
No, he's left an undercharge to let this go. He does not want switch. Wants the energy, and here comes the switch into the Feraligatr. And this is a tricky position for both trainers. Oh, look at this. And no one wants to throw the move because they know if they throw on bad timing, PokeMoney throws on bad timing, it could be really tricky. Here comes the shield.
The shield coming through now gets the first one away from the Feraligatr. Feraligatr going for that Hydro Cannon. Laluloha has to respect it or that Talonflame is gone. We see that the shield comes up early. Hydro Cannon doesn't connect. The fly is ready, but the Feraligatr is going to get to the second Hydro Cannon first.
Yeah, and in comes the second shield. So Laluloha really wants to get rid of all shields that are on PokeMoney side. So choosing to keep this Talonflame here. And it is going to get outpaced. Oh no, this is a huge moment in the match. PokeMoney has gotten to another Hydro Cannon and is going to keep that extra shield now.
That Talonflame just getting slightly too greedy on energy, unable to get to that fly before the Feraligatr got the third Hydro Cannon off. That was some great energy management there from PokeMoney. The Mandibuzz now coming in is going to have a lot of work to get rid of this Feraligatr before it Oh, going for an attempted catch, but failing.
Yeah, and that was what they needed to do to win this matchup. Had to not get this Ice Beam, but this is going to do an absolute ton to this Mandibuzz with a shield in the back. This is so hard now for Laluloha. It's just really going to struggle to get the damage output to take out this Annihilate. And here comes the first shield for PokeMoney Maker. Sorry, the last shield for PokeMoney Maker.
The last of 2 shields for PokeMoney Maker. Since that Ice Beam's come through, I do think that an Ice Punch from the Annihilate is going to connect here. It's going to do enough to KO that Mandibuzz, and the Azumarill is only on 1 HP left. PokeMoney Maker is signing his ticket to losers round 8.
Wow, let's just say money, money, money. Do you want to do the last bit? The money.
No, I'm good. I'll leave the singing on to you,
thank
man.
you. So PokeMoney Maker showing has what it takes to just romp their way through this losers bracket. Expert play didn't need the Shadow Dragonite. Did need that for Alligator just to put in work after work after work. It is almost disgusting how much these Feraligators are just dominating everywhere in the competition. And we need to find something better to counter it, really.
Well, thinking back to my caster's pick, I'm pretty happy. Shadow Feraligator was something I identified early as a threat to the meta at the moment, and these trainers are proving me correct, which is quite nice if I don't say so myself.
Well, I mean, look, if it's anything, yes, I must admit, it seems to be dominating, and I'm very glad. Like, so we were all the talk of the town leading up to this tournament was what is Galarian Corsola going to do, and we've seen it's just a bit slow. It's bulky, but it's not quite bulky enough with all this ghost damage being around at the moment, or the dark damage being around, the normal types that can resist everything, the ground types that don't have to worry about the power gem.
Yeah.
It's just not being that meta-defining Pokemon that some people are touting it out to be. And I think speaking to a few people who've done a lot of scrims with it, the word that they used to describe it was slightly underwhelming. They found it slightly underwhelming. If you couldn't farm down, if you couldn't really get ahead, it was just too slow to really flip that advantage, where we're seeing now these fast Pokemon, the Shadow Drapion, the Shadow Feraligatr, are just getting trainers ahead of the game, and they're winning the matchups.
Maybe we need to give Galarian Corsola Rage Fist.
Ooh, yeah, because that's what you want. We want boosted Astonish.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Maybe we should give Wigglytuff Power Up Punch just to get those charms.
Oh, you're right. That would be fantastic. I'd love to see that. Maybe even like a charm buff where it boosts its attack after every charm.
Every charm. So it's like literally charming the enemy. They like it more and more. That's just what they're into.
Maybe that's where we can bring in a new move into the game, Attract, and it just does the same thing.
All right, fantastic. Looks like we've got players logging in for the next round. Well, there's a little bit of a typo there with the producers, but it is fantastic. We're going to be going into the next round. I believe it's another losers round matchup.
Yes, I think we're back into losers round 7. Let's take a look at these teams here that we've got on display for us today. So we do see Jumothy back in action with Avrip.
This is fantastic. These two have been absolutely killing it in the battles. They've been playing so well. Jumothy, unfortunately, recently having to come up against Calgary Flames fan, who was just absolutely tearing through everybody. So there's no shame in that. Put up a great fight. And I'm interested to see here, this Ariados looks like it's going to do a bit of damage.
Ariados is chefing it up into this matchup. I think the Alolan Sandslash really is the only thing that's going to hard counter it, unless Jumothy's running the Stone Edge variant of that Clodsire, which I believe he might be. However, we can always cover that with the Quagsire.
Quagsire, I mean, it's very nice. It's very neutral. It can hit hard, especially being the Shadow. But I really feel like Avrip, with his playstyle and what he's been doing, he's going to be leaning into that Shadow Drapion. It is just so fast. It does so much damage. The crunches, if they're not resisted, beautiful. Azu, even the Azu, you think, it's a fairy versus a dark type, but because of the poison, with shields, Drapion can pull away and pull that one out. So just really keen to see what Avrip's going to pull out for this one.
And I like what Avrip's done with his team building here. He hasn't made his team weak to Shadow Feraligatr. He's got the 2 dark types and the normal type, and the Ariados with the access to that Trailblaze. It does so much damage in that matchup. And even the Azumarill, that's a fairly neutral matchup. We give it to Feraligatr most times, but it can go either way depending on how trainers want to spend their shields. So I think Avrip has made a smart call here to make it hard for his opponent to run the Feraligatr. And then he's just going to be able to whittle away at things with that combination of spammy Pokemon like the Drapion, the Quagsire, and the Ariados.
Yeah, and I think Azumarill is one of those not so spammy Pokemon, but it actually has the bulk to just deal with it, right? So what I think we might even see here from Avrip is a potential without the sludge bomb on the Clodsire, Azu can function a little bit as a safe swap.
Yes.
And then you are banking a little bit on that, not having that Serperior there, but there's 3 weak to Serperior, 3 strong to Serperior. It's one of those, it's a coin flip in that sort of side for Jumothy. So if he can draw out the Clodsire with the Azumarill, get a farm down afterwards, it's going to set up, especially if they can get a shield advantage, it's going to set up that Drapion so well in the back.
Yeah, the Diggersby as well here is I don't mind it, just because I think that we're going to see a lot of that Drapion, that Ariados, and that Diggersby, not Diggersby, sorry, the Dunsparce, that the Diggersby has a little bit of play into those Pokemon. And even though we've got a couple of bad matchups, it's pretty tanky, it's very bulky, it's going to get those Scorching Stands off, those debuffs could come through. It has a lot of neutral play, and I think these battlers are really leaning into those neutral gaming where they can, avoiding that alignment-based gameplay, because that can often be a coin flip. Yeah,
it is a nasty place when you know you need that alignment-based play to make the win, and it's not something trainers really like to do. Sometimes it's essential. If that's your only way to win, it's your only condition, you have to lean into it. But a lot of these trainers are looking elsewhere for their victories. I mean, most of them are looking to Shadow for Alligator for all of their victories. But there's other places, and I think Avrip may even look at bringing in that Mandibuzz there, because it really can wall off that Serperior, but it also can tank a bit of the moves from that Feraligatr. So again, you can get a little bit of an advantage as long as that Feraligatr doesn't really just farm up all this extra energy and then take you out. And it's awkward. It's really makes it awkward whether you're going to use your shields or not.
Yeah. Feraligatr is one of those Pokemon that just commands shields. It's like that Typhlosion that we've seen earlier in the day. Even in the 2 shield scenario, if you're the Feraligatr and you somehow manage to sneak an Ice Beam through on that Mandibuzz, you're in a great spot.
It's delightful. And because you only need a Hydro Cannon after that. And I think it's 2 or 3 more Shadow Claws, and you're in the bank, and you're just dominating from that point. 2 or 3 extra Shadow Claws is a lot, as we've seen in these matchups. It's a lot of extra energy, and just Hydro Cannon is just stupidly doing so much damage from that Shadow Pokemon.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to seeing what these 2 battlers bring to these games. I almost don't want to make a prediction, because I just want to leave it open. I just want to see what the trainers do. I want to see where their mind takes them. It's going to be really interesting to see, because Jumothy today has been running a lot of that Serperior or that Clodsire double water. He's running a lot of ABA lines. I know Avrip, as a battler, he likes to be flexible. And so I don't know if that ABB strategy is going to work so well into a player like Avrip.
Yeah, I agree. I think Avrip as well is probably going to avoid himself running too much ABB, and is just going to run off of his strength, which is getting good energy, dropping out, and then having that energy for later. As long as you're not taking lots of fast move damage, it's a brilliant place for him to be.
And there's not a lot of fast move pressure from Jumothy's team. It's all lots of high energy generating charged fast attacks, like the Vine Whip, like the Shadow Claw. But enough of that. Let's get into game number 1. We see the Azumarill mirror match.
Well, we've just seen that in the last battle. And what we did see was there are some IVs of Azumarill that can survive the 3rd play rough.
That's right. If the Azumarill has enough XL candy invested, it can take that 3rd play rough and get another move off just at the last moments. We see now Jumothy firing off the 1st play rough. And something I've seen in the back that I haven't seen all day is the Alolan Sandslash.
Alolan Sandslash. And it does look like it's going to be in a nice place. Oh, and counter swap into the Dunsparce. This is a very neutral, tricky matchup coming in, especially with the non-shadow Alolan Sandslash.
Yeah, the non-shadow is a little bit more neutral in this matchup. It doesn't take quite so much damage from those drill runs. But that was a really great play there from Avrip. He didn't let that Alolan Sandslash catch that resisted energy from the Azumarill onto Sandslash, and he's come in to answer it with that Dunsparce now. We do see that first drill run coming through from the Dunsparce, sorry. And the Ice Punch coming to meet it.
Yeah, and looks like Avrip is going to choose not to use a shield here. He's just going to save those shields for when he really wants them later in the game. And Jumothy throwing both shields out there, does not want this alignment to go out of their favor, willing to use both shields to keep it that way.
Both shields now out of play from Jamathi. We see that, the Dunsparce just unable to get to that last drill run. Now this is a little bit of a tough spot to try and get rid of this Sand Slash without spending some energy. So Everett comes in and throws that Play Rough.
Yeah, resisted Play Rough, but look, it is got it deep into the yellow, and whoa, and Azumarill has come back in here, and look, Avrip has kept his cool. He's like, man, I don't need to. You're trying to sucker out my last Pokemon. I'm not going to show you any win conditions yet. I'm just going to go back to this mirror, and I'm feeling pretty comfortable in it.
Yeah, Rip is just hanging in there, taking it slow, using this opportunity to think about what he wants to do next. He's identifying that the 2-shield Drapion is his win condition here. He might have predicted that Serperior in the back. He's going to leave it all on the shoulders of that little Scorpion that he has cooking in the back there. Play Rough coming through now from Avrip is going to connect on Jamathi, who doesn't have any shields left.
This is going to do a lot of damage. And swapping into the Drapion now. Now is going, okay, it's time. I'm pulling the trigger. This is the way I'm going to win this matchup. First shield. Now, what I'm seeing here is I think Avrip is going to try and build up as much energy unless that switch timer is available. And it is. And so out comes that Alolan Sand Slash. Oh, and it is a charge attack priority. No. The one-turn switch means that this Aqua Tail comes through, and this will knock out. All that energy goes to waste for that Sand Slash.
That was great recognition from Avrip. He knew that the combo play was coming, and he clicked that Aqua Tail before Jamathi had a chance to press on the drill run. It was perfect timing there, a perfect reading from Avrip, and now he has his Drapion up a shield into the Superior. This is hard to beat.
Well, this all of a sudden feels a lot more comfortable for Avrip. I think that was that critical moment, and now he can take a breath and go, okay, the Azu's there. It's got a little bit of energy. I'm just going to chip my way through, get rid of this Serperior, and let me do my thing. I'm cooking.
That's right. The aerial ace coming through now. Avrip doesn't really even need to shield this, and he says that he recognizes that he doesn't want to shield just yet. He's going to build up a little bit more energy. Watches for the catch. This man is on fire. There's nothing that Jamathi can do to slow him down, and he's got all the energy in the world to get rid of this Superior.
And there is the crunch. It was a charge attack priority. Has a shield. This will KO, and game number 1 is going to go to Avrip with some absolutely expert play.
Avrip and his signature Drapion. This thing has been tearing teams apart all day. We saw him put heaps of work into UsFaru earlier. Now he's doing the same thing to Jamathi. This is a really good showcase of just the ability for Drapion to be so neutral, to get so much energy and put so much pressure on your opponents.
Yeah, fantastic play. And it was really nice to see two battlers. They weren't friends before. They obviously became friends, and look, they've leveled up in friendship.
Now they're good
It's
friends.
like a warm hug, isn't it? If you're the winner, maybe you're not. If you're Jamathi, I think Jamathi's going for blood now, and we'll see how is he going to get that blood out of Avrip.
Well, honestly, at this point, who's going to slow Avrip down? He might make it all the way through to the losers finals at this rate, but I think if Jamathi can make the most out of those bulky ground types, like what I mentioned earlier, to try and slow down that Drapion. Even though it has Aqua Tail, it's not stab. It's not same type attack bonus, so it doesn't do quite as much as it would do coming from a water type like a Coolfish, for example.
Are you saying you want to see Jamathi run ABA ground?
I would love to see that.
I honestly would too. I think it's got plenty of merit to it. Obviously, you probably don't want to lead the Clodsire if you're looking at running ABA ground, just because we just know how much longer it takes to get to those moves. The Diggersby is going to get there slightly faster and threaten that Drapion a lot more. And you've got a bait, which is a large factor in these matchups. Baiting with that Fire Punch. Because we didn't see that Quagsire in game number 1. It's an option. I'm just saying it's an option. I'm not saying it's the best option, but it's an option.
Nor did we see the Ariados in game number 1 either. And I don't think Avrip has brought it to any of the battles that we've seen so far. So I would really like to see that adjustment from Avrip, potentially expecting the double water backline coming from Jamathi, paired up with something like the Superior or even the Diggersby. But less speculation, more Azumarill mirror matches.
Well, what can be said about this matchup that we haven't already said? Don't throw the Ice Beam trainers. Build up your energy. Throw the Play Roughs. If you think you are a low attack Azumarill, you may want to try and get a charge attack priority event to work out, to get that information early to see, do you win that charge attack or lose the charge attack priority?
Last game, we saw that Jamothy tried to catch some energy on the Alolan Sandslash, and that really opened the door for Avrip to capitalize on his energy management and his alignment of his Pokemon. So will we see that same play again from Jamothy, or is he wisened up this time and go, I actually need to stay in this matchup as long as I can to avoid giving any advantages out?
Because what we can see here in the back is we have the exact same teams as in game number 1. So like you said, players are trying, and Avrip aggressively swapping in his Drapion, wanting to get an advantage here, and those poisonous things are doing a little bit to that Azumarill.
Yeah, however, it is too far away for that Drapion to farm fully down with those fast attacks. We see a little bit of technical errors there coming from Jamothy. He's bringing in that Alolan Sandslash to match this Drapion, but the crunches are going to add up super quick.
They are, and so he's choosing to shield the first crunch on the Sandslash, and it is going to be parity into here, and we have a charge attack priority. Beautiful timing here from Avrip.
Avrip going for that crunch now. Will this get the debuff? We didn't see it earlier. It does connect with the Sandslash. We don't see that debuff coming through. Avrip recognizing, I want to keep my Drapion around. I'm going to shield this drill run, and does so correctly. It's going to be a race to the next move here, which I think the Drapion's going to win.
The Drapion is going to win, but Jamothy does have a spare shield in the back. And going for a catch and holding his nerve. Jamothy holding the nerve, not throwing the move here, and now is able to get a little bit of energy and throw this drill run into the Azumarill.
That was amazing patience from Jamothy. I don't think I had the patience to hold my trigger finger off for that long. We now see that the play rough is coming through onto the Alolan Sandslash. It's going to leave it low into the red, but it should survive.
Does survive, and we are going for a attempted Powder Snow. Just gets the move. And eating and catching an Ice Beam. This Azu, it does not have to worry about it. Azumarill can eat an Ice Beam all day.
Azumarill munching on that Ice Beam, not the ice cream. Avrip loses his own. Azumarill is meeting it now with the Dunsparce. Dunsparce, can it roll down all the way?
It probably can. I believe it could. It's this no worries. It's only an Ice Beam. It's not same type attack bonus, but it is going to be putting in a lot of work. Or do you just build up to 2 and then throw? I think you might just let them get to a charge attack priority. And no!
Avrip says they see me rolling. They hating. Ice Beam coming through. This isn't going to be enough to KO the Dunsparce.
No, it is not, and it's going to put Dunsparce in. It's got 2 moves. Whoa! It's letting bubbles come through. There's some interesting tactics here from trainers. Looks like the Serperior is there.
This Serperior is primed to go off here because it has that shield advantage, and even though Drapion resists the move, it is low in health, and Frenzy Blades do so much damage, even in resisted scenarios.
In resisted scenarios, they do, and that Drapion is quite low. Here comes the second Rock Slide. Is Jamothy going to use that last shield, or is he going to hold his nerve, keep it there, leave it in the back, knowing that here comes there. And there's a bait. This is a huge bait.
This is a big call now for Jamothy. Does he recognize the bait? Is he going to call it? He does call it, but it is just the Aqua Tail. Now we see that the crunch has reached on charge attack priority. I think this is going to KO. But does the Alolan Sandslash have energy?
I believe it does have some energy. Exactly how much? But it might survive with 1 HP. No, it's enough to take it out. It doesn't have the HP and a poison sting down. Avrip takes game number 2. 2-0 against Jamothy. That went right down to the wire.
The Steel type gets Poison Sting down on 1 HP and doesn't reach that move right at the last second. Avrip sealing that 2-0 victory over Jamothy and moves on in the tournament.
For Jamothy, that stings, right? That stings.
That stings a lot.
He played so well. He's played a phenomenal tournament here, coming all the way over from New South Wales. And well done on your run in this tournament, Jamothy. It's great to see you competing and absolutely dominating. We hope we can see you continue the work you're doing over in New South Wales.
There is no shame in losing to a trainer like Avrip. Like we've talked about, he is a top 10 at Worlds level player. He is on a tear through this losers run. I expect him to go far. I'm not looking at the bracket right now, but I do feel like there's a high potential now for the 4 Perth trainers, 4 locals to be in those top 4 positions. So we've got TheyLuvJy, Calgary Flames. Now we've got Avrip. Can Z-Tub? It's all on Z-Tub now. Can he get there? Can he get himself? Might have lost the PokeMoney maker.
Z-Tub did he? Oh my gosh. Z-Tub, I'm sorry. I love you.
Well, guys, we are going to take another quick break while we throw it back to Stebby, and we'll be right back after this short break.
Shout out to Dr. Legs for killing that cast in the last couple of battles. And there's only a few matches left to go. In fact, I think it's only 4 matches left to go.
Oh, it's down to the what? We're down to the cream of the crop right now.
Yep. There are only 4 players remaining in the Perth Regional Championship. And Debbie, 3 of them are from Perth.
Yes, Perth represent. You've probably seen me in chat putting hashtag Perth represent. I am incredibly proud because these players have been playing throughout the local scene. So we've had cups and challenges every month to let them practice here. So I'm so proud from my end of things because I help and organize the local scene here, and them doing so well means it's a job well done on my part as well. I've done a little bit.
And I think that everyone in Perth would be sending a lot of thanks towards Debbiepebble for doing so much work and keeping those locals going. But we do have to get into the matches, and I think we're going to get to our fourth from final, third from final, the 4th last match in this particular tournament, which is going to be in the losers semi-finals from local Avrip, who again won the 2023 Perth Regional Championships, versus PokeMoney, the only non-Perthian still hanging out in this tournament, coming in all the way from Japan.
Yeah, and look, PokeMoney is, I suppose, a well-known name, has been in the GBL leaderboards for a while as well. So when we saw his name come through, we're like, oh, hello there. So it's really exciting to actually see international players come into these regionals.
Yeah, especially now that they do have the ability to instantly qualify for the World Championships if they do take out this entire tournament. So it is definitely all on the line as we progress into these matches. And you can see the teams here, as you've seen over the past couple of battles. We've got PokeMoney, we've got Avrip, with both of them running a, I wouldn't say unconventional pick. Well, PokeMoney definitely is, but I think that Avrip's potentially unconventional pick is only unconventional in this particular Perth meta because we haven't seen a lot of it. It's the Quagsire.
Yeah, it's a Quagsire, and like the Shadow Quagsire as well, and that's something that Adam loves to bring. I think like in the local scenes, we expect it. And be like, all right, this is like, we expect Ariados, we expect Shadow Quagsire. So he's very, very confident in these plays, and he knows his matchups with these particular Pokemon. So I expect to see a few of them run around as well. With PokeMoney though, that Shadow Dragonite it's so shiny. Why is it sitting there?
It's a very fun Pokemon, and to be honest, a Pokemon that actually is very popular in Japan. I know that the Japanese players love to run that Shadow Dragonite in so many of the tournaments that they play, and this is apparently no exception. And apparently it's a big meta read. It does so well, and I really think that these two teams, when you look at them, both of them are running a lot of heavy neutral play. There is a lot of interplay between each other. I mean, on PokeMoney's side, you have that Annihilate, the Gator, the Dragonite, and of course the Quagsire hanging out on the other side as well. And as we lock into game number 1 of the losers semis, someone is about to get an advantage, and we actually at the Dunsparce mirror match. This is going to be a long one, Debbie.
Oh, it is going to be a long one. It's going to be rolling in and rolling out through here, and it's just be like, we just have to look at the back lines through. Both have a Azumarill, and one has a Shadow Feraligatr, and the other with the Shadow Drapion.
Yeah, I really think that this game is going to come down to what happens in this lead matchup, because it is going to be really telling as to who gives up switch advantage, who can put the right Pokemon against the right Pokemon, because at the moment we're just going to see Drill Run drilling and drilling and drilling all the way through, trying to get something to happen here. I mean, there's as many segments as a Dunsparce on the screen right now, but I have a feeling that that Feraligatr is going to look incredibly powerful into the back line of Avrip.
Yeah, through there as well. So honestly, it's almost like a game of chicken. Who wants to go first? So we'll see who plays out and who wants to do that first pivot.
Yeah, of course, we do have the knowledge that Avrip is winning charge attack priority with his Dunsparce, which means that if they just play it straight, if they just keep going until the charge button goes big and they click it, then all of a sudden that Avrip is going to take that matchup out. So we'll see if there's a quick swap here, and actually Avrip swapping into the Azumarill and PokeMoney hitting that Rock Slide.
Yeah, hitting the Rock Slide here. Avrip showing to deciding not to shield there on the Azumarill.
And here comes that Feraligatr again, one of the most powerful safe swaps in the entirety of Pokemon Go PvP. Hydro Cannons are going to be coming out quick and fast from the Feraligatr, but not too fast because we've got time to charge up to 2 before throwing one.
Yeah, through here. And we know these Hydro Cannons won't do too much to this Azumarill, so Avrip safely not shielding here.
Yeah, at some point, it's going to have to think about it, though. It's like, how do I want to play this game out? What Pokemon are they running in the back? Because this player is going to do a lot of damage to Feraligatr if it were to go through, but the Protect Shield comes up. And so now it is actually going to be Gator's game to throw 2 Hydro Cannons back to back before Azumarill gets to a charge attack. But Avrip actually getting all the way up to the charge attack. PokeMoney Maker has the option of throwing this Hydro Cannon, throwing another, and would win charge attack priority. So Adam goes, you know what? I'm just going to bring my Drapion in. I have 2 Protect Shields in tow. I need to try and get an advantage. But PokeMoney Maker has so much energy on this Feraligatr.
Yeah, this Feraligatr has an incredible amount of energy here. So the pressure is on for Avrip, and he decides to shield and protect his Drapion here.
Yeah, look, it looks like that was charge attack priority as well. Another Hydro Cannon coming through. Is this like the 50th Hydro Cannon being thrown in this game? I mean, PokeMoney Maker's got so much energy. It's ridiculous. The Drapion now almost getting to a back-to-back crunch as well. This would definitely be enough to KO the Feraligatr. And PokeMoney Maker says, hey, I've done enough with this Feraligatr. I think I better give one of the other Pokemon a go.
Yeah, through there. And Pokemon Maker taking their time, being like, oh, do I bring the Dunsparce or the Azumarill? The Azumarill comes into play.
Now, Azumarill is in such a strong position here because not only do they have the shield advantage, not only do they wall the energy, the Aqua Tails and the Crunches coming in from that Drapion, but it's also just so bulky. It can take these moves like nothing.
It definitely does. And we can see here now that it's going for another crunch, but we know that this is not super effective at all against this Azumarill. So the Azumarill, that bunny, is just taking it all.
Yeah, now Adam can try and get a catch onto his own Dunsparce, and it looks like he did potentially try there. Didn't get the catch, but was able to throw the Drill Run into the Azumarill, and PokeMoney Maker goes, hey, you know what? I really do need this health on this Azumarill to try and win this battle. He's actually capped out on energy here, all the way to the top, ready to throw this Ice Beam to KO the Dunsparce, and is then going to have, so close to another charge attack to throw into the Drapion, and Adam is just a little bit too far away. He's not going to get to another charge attack. This Ice Beam will connect into the Drapion, and PokeMoney Maker's looking great to get game number 1 in this losers semi-finals.
Yeah, game 1 going to PokeMoney Maker here, and the Drapion goes down. And my goodness, what a play from PokeMoney Maker, and being able to maneuver around that Shadow Drapion.
Yeah, it was sort of an interesting position where, we saw Avrip, even though he was winning that charge attack priority, he actually swapped into the Azumarill going like, hey, no, this is all yours. I'm happy for you to sort of get that last word in. And so at the end of the day, he just didn't have that sort of neutral ability left to maneuver around. PokeMoney Maker was essentially able to dictate the course of the battle just because he was able to dictate what he was going to swap in and really decide how the game was going to roll. And unfortunately, Adam was just never able to recover from that with just, I think, not enough big aggression coming in from Adam. I think that's sort of something that really happens when you do run an Azumarill and a Dunsparce, which both players did. But they just sort of, you rely on the bulk so much that you don't have that ability to sort of put your foot forward and decide how the game is going to go. We saw PokeMoney Maker sort of really running that with his Shadow Feraligatr. It just really felt like that Gator was running the game.
Yeah, the Gator was definitely doing that, and it had so much energy, and with the shields as well. And it did it just at the end, I thought that the Feraligatr was going to take the entire match, honestly, until we decided to let it go at the end. So really strong plays from PokeMoney Maker there.
Yeah, honestly, I didn't realize that you could press the charge attack button so many times. So I didn't realize that it worked that long. But apparently, that Feraligatr is just, it tells you why it is such a powerful Pokemon in this meta. And when you look at Adam's team, there's a bit of a lack of hard counters unless you want to go for the Ariados. But we're locking in for game number 2, Azumarill into the Feraligatr.
Yeah, through here with Avrip running the Azumarill in this play as well. So they both decided to stay in this matchup so far.
Now, this is actually pretty dangerous for Adam because look at the back lines. PokeMoney Maker has that Dunsparce, and Dunsparce has a positive matchup into both of Adam's back Pokemon, the Ariados and the Drapion.
Yeah, through there. So it's we can see the teams, they can't see the teams, so they just have to predict what's in the back. Now we can see that Avrip is going for that play rough, and PokeMoney Maker deciding to shield.
Yeah, look, PokeMoney Maker knew how much damage that Feraligatr was doing in game number 1, says I think that Feraligatr can do a pretty similar job in game number 2. Farmed up past the double Hydro Cannon back-to-back, and here comes Hydro Cannon not even number 1 at this point. They're still just flowing into this Azumarill, down into the red, and actually charge attack priority. This is what they were trying to avoid in the previous game, but this Hydro Cannon will be enough to KO that Azumarill. Adam, all of that energy going to waste.
Yeah, through here. So the Azumarill Thundershock goes down, and Adam's got a choice here. Which one do you bring, the Ariados or do you bring the Shadow Drapion?
Now, he brought that Ariados for one reason and one reason only, and that is to have a really nice counter in that Feraligatr. But unfortunately, that Gator has that one Shadow Claw of energy, and that is exactly why PokeMoney Maker played the way that he did, making sure that he wasn't going to be losing charge attack priority to the Ariados by making sure that he had that advantage locked in. Now, we do have a shield parity, and so Avrip decides, you know what, I'm just going to throw the lunge here. I think that you're going to shield, and it turns out there's actually no shield here.
No shield, and letting the Feraligatr go down here. Now, what does PokeMoney bring out here? But nothing but else, the Dunsparce, of course.
We've got a really strong matchup coming with the Dunsparce. Avrip going to go for a lunge to try and reduce the damage that those rollouts are doing, but I really expect him to try and swap out into the Drapion. Potentially, you could try and actually get another lunge off here, which does set Drapion up to have a little bit of a better time, just because Dunsparce is quite a bulky Pokemon. Drill Run doing less and less and less as the lunges go again and again and again, but you're also actually bringing Drapion quite low.
Yeah, through there. I can see the swap from Avrip here and being able to be like, okay, I can tank this Drill Run.
Yeah, you can definitely take one, but look how much damage the Drill Run still does, taking it down to almost half health. And once you throw the rollouts into the mix, it's going to get incredibly low after this Drill Run does go through as well. Avrip using that final Protect Shield to keep that Drapion around, knowing that there is a Azumarill coming out in the back. But again, we're in a similar spot to the last game, Debbie, where that Azumarill is holding onto a Protect Shield. Yeah. And there is nothing this Drapion can do to stop it.
No, not at all. I mean, these crunches will connect, but you can see how little damage it does to this Azumarill, and it's just building up so much energy, and these bubbles are doing so much as well.
It is slowly whittling it down, though, and we have to look at the Ariados in the back. Now, Adam didn't leave a lot of energy on that Ariados, I don't think, and so in this sort of scenario, you'd love to have the Ariados hanging out against this Azumarill, those super effective poison stings, obviously, but mainly the ability to get to those Trailblazers. The Ice Beam will KO the Drapion here, and now it is Ariados' time to shine, try and get a KO here, but look, Debbie, he just top left. He just goes, you know what, there was no universe that I get a win here, showing off the Pokestops from the Perth Regional Championships, but Pokémoney Maker is officially through the losers finals.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's just taking out one of the local heroes, which is Avrip here. I mean, like you mentioned, Avrip has a bit of a decorated history as well, previously winning a championship in Perth, has been a finalist in Perth as well, has been to Worlds every time that we've had it, so 3 Worlds as well. So he's a decorated player, and Pokémoney Maker just making such a clinical play with his team, and without that Shadow Dragonite as well, which we were expecting possibly to bring out. So what a beautiful play, and well done to Pokémon Maker making it to the next round.
Yeah, Pokémoney making moves and moving into that losers finals and just playing out of their mind, quite frankly. I mean, the entire way through, they're just setting themselves up for success after success after success. And unfortunately, yeah, Avrip does lose his ability to become the first ever back-to-back single regional championship winner, in the sense about getting 2 regional titles at the same city. But that means that we've got a new champion.
Yeah, it does. It totally does through there. So we're waiting for the next team to lock in. But yeah, it is just, it's incredible. It's lovely to see. To be a new person sitting on the mantle now.
Yeah, and now it is going to be up to the Perth locals, the Perth kids, to protect the Perth region from the one Japanese player that is going to be waiting for one of them in the losers bracket. Of course, we are going to be going into the winners finals, where we do have Flames fan ready to take on TheyLuvJy. TheyLuvJy, obviously, he went to his first regional tournament last year. He came in second. He's come to his second regional tournament this year. He's already in top 3 guaranteed. So I think he's doing pretty well for himself.
Yeah, and look, when we say kids, these players are relatively young in the scene. So, but that doesn't mean they're not great players. I mean, they already made it to top 3. So I think there's just this new, almost like a new breed that are coming through and taking over our players in this stage, and they're incredible. And I can't wait to see the matches play ahead.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't know at what point I stopped being one of the kids that was running around. I don't realize how this has happened. Maybe you put on a suit and you add 5 years, but all of a sudden we've got that new generation really going to be coming through in the winners bracket coming up shortly. But it does mean that, Debbie, we're officially entering the part of the tournament where it is best of 5 gameplay. These battlers will need to win 3 battles out of 5 to actually win their set and progress onto the grand finals of the tournament. That's going to be the case for the winners finals. It's going to be the case for the losers finals. And then, for those that aren't already aware, as it always is in the grand finals, the loser, the person coming from the losers bracket, will have to not only win one best of 5 to reset the bracket, but then will have to win another best of 5 to actually become the Perth regional champion, which really sets the person coming from the winners bracket with a significant advantage.
Yeah, absolutely. This is why you want to stay in the winners bracket if you can, because it's a much smoother run and there'll be less battles. But it means if you are in the losers bracket, you have more play, so you actually get more time to warm up. I feel like sometimes, so you get to more practice in and more confidence building as well. Because you know what, if you're going on a streak of like, yes, you've lost the first match, but then you win 8 back to back, you're pretty confident going into the finals there.
Yeah, you reckon you're looking pretty good. But I will say, I went back and looked. I checked every Oceanic tournament that we've had so far, both the regionals and the Oceanic International Championships. Over half of them have actually had a bracket reset. So there's really some potential to sort of see some bracket reset action and see a lot more battles as the tournament plays out. But as we sort of head towards this winners finals, it is worth noting that TheyLuvJy, Flames fan, neither of these battlers have dropped a single battle in this tournament. Not only a single round, because obviously these guys are in the winners bracket. They haven't dropped a match yet. They haven't dropped a battle, Debbie. None of them. It's ridiculous. 2-0, 2-0, 2-0, 2-0. I mean, that's quite the tear.
Yeah, absolutely through there. And like, it's just, I think it just showcases how incredible these players are. They're young, they're from Perth, they're local. I am incredibly proud and I cannot wait. I think it really does warm my heart to see them both play on the winners final side.
Yeah, and both running some interesting picks as well. Look, we'll eventually get the teams up and ready, but we know TheyLuvJy is just running one of the wackiest teams that has been running around as well. We can see them up on the screen now. We've got that TheyLuvJy team, which we'll just run it through again for good measure. We've got that Superior, the Shadow Drapion, the Malamar, Unova Stunfisk, Shadow Alola Ninetales, the Feraligatr, again, as we've been saying throughout this entire broadcast, the regular, only because he doesn't have access to the Shadow.
And on the other side, we have 89 CGY Flames fan with the Primate, the Shadow Drapion, the Shadow Kanto Marowak, the Jumpluff, the Zoomerl, and the Shadow Feraligatr with, again, a regular Jumpluff.
Yeah, that's right. Really not leaning into the Shadow Jumpluff that has been all the rage through so many tournaments in the lead up to this. But Debbie, I'm looking at this team and I'm just going, Superior is kind of good for TheyLuvJy. I mean, you've got the double waters, obviously, which sets you up pretty well for a start. But you've also got a great matchup into Kanto Marowak, like a great matchup into Kanto Marowak. You've got a good matchup into the Primate. You've got really decent play into the Drapion because you can do so much damage if you do hold on to that energy advantage. The ability to throw those big, heavy Frenzy Plants. Let's say Drapion doesn't exactly enjoy it.
Not at all.
Even Jumpluff. At least you have Aerial Ace, but let's avoid that one, hey?
Yeah. It has so much bulk as well. I suppose, like, do we foresee that TheyLuvJy brings the Unova Stunfisk? I mean, we've seen it time and time again. He's been really relying on it. Do we see any play here? What do you reckon, Steve?
Look, it's a little tougher this time, especially when you're staring down the barrel of that Kanto Marowak, right? I mean, just the risk of just getting absolutely floored by some heavy mud-type damage is a pretty scary feat, but at the same time, you know. And actually, I was talking to Jai about this on the floor, is apparently everyone here has talked to Jai, because through this entire broadcast, you know what I keep hearing? I was talking to Jai. Everyone's been talking to Jai, and Jai's got a lot to say, clearly because he's doing pretty well. But that he was talking about how when he does the PV Poke Sims, and I did these before just to check, I was doing the PV Poke Sims on Unova Stunfisk, and it doesn't look good. And he was like, you know what? PV Poke doesn't believe in Unova Stunfisk, but I do. And so clearly it is doing well for him. So maybe going into this match up against Flames fan, it could be decent.
You got to trust your Pokemon. I think that's the key here. That's why Jai has done so well.
Yeah, look, it's all, you know, the best players decide to run their favourites, and I think Jai is adding one more favourite to the list with that Unova Stunfisk. And, you know, it's not like it has no play here, right? You've got 2 water types for that super effective electric damage. You've got the Drapion for that super effective ground damage, and still able to do quite a bit of damage across the way as well.
Yeah, through there. So it'll be interesting to see, like, if he does bring it along. I would love to see it if he does. And now it looks like the players have locked in their lines.
Okay, we're going to be getting into game number 1 of the winners finals. Again, this is a best of 5 series, and we're starting off with the Unova Stunfisk into the Drapion.
Oh, we are starting off over here. So we can see the pancake on the field. Does Jai decide to stay in? He does decide to stay in. And we'll see how he plays out here.
Yeah, now this actually is a little bit rough for Jai because the Drapion is going to outpace that first Aqua Tail. He will, Sunfisk will get a little bit quicker after here, but that's going to add up a fair bit of damage quite quickly. And so we're really going to have to wait and see how much damage are these Mud Bombs going to do. And I think the answer is going to be a fair bit.
Quite a lot, I imagine. And Flame Sand here actually deciding not to shield. And it does so much damage. That Drapion is now into the red.
Yeah, but look, Stunfisk is even getting down into the yellow at this point. I really do feel like we're in a little bit of strife here. The Stunfisk is going to get really low after this Aqua Tail right down into the red, but Stunfisk actually comes out with the advantage here.
Yeah, it does. And that we're able to launch his Mud Bomb through here, and Flame Flap's being like, okay, let's shield here.
Yeah, gets that one Protect Shield, but Drapion is at the Aqua Tail now and tries to go for the Poison Sting down, but Flamespan decides to let the stun. Oh no, he's using Protect Shield. I think he might regret going for that farm down here.
Oh, we'll see how it plays out. But now TheyLuvJy bringing out the Shadow Alola Ninetales.
Yeah, he's finally brought it to the battlefield and he's going to try and Poison Sting down this. Poison Sting down. Powder Snow down this Poison type Drapion, and it has a 2-0 shield advantage to boot. Here comes the Feraligatr and actually swaps straight into Gator because at this point, Debbie, I mean, look at the back line. Not only does Jai have a great position with a 2-0 shield advantage to Feraligatr, but as soon as that jump off comes out, he just needs to get to that Ice Beam and is already going to put himself in such a strong position, especially with the Alola Ninetales in the back.
Yeah, absolutely. Through here now, Flame's actually swapping into their jump bluff and getting this Ice Beam off here.
Was trying to catch a Hydro Cannon into the jump off to try and burn up some energy from it. TheyLuvJy, but look at that damage from the Ice Beam, and now he can even KO with Hydro Cannon. But you know, Jai's looking at this and he's saying, you know what? It's time to finally win with my guy that did so well back at the 2024 Perth Regional Championships. It's time for Alolan Ninetales to get a little bit of the spotlight and actually goes for Charge Shack priority here, throwing the Hydro Cannon to do 1 damage. Jai, I think you can stop hitting bubbles. I think you've done enough here.
Oh, look, I think he just wants to make sure and secures it all in and being able to get to the next Hydro Cannon here. But Flame Flans has no shields in play. This is going to hurt a lot.
Yeah, this is definitely going to be a tough one for Feraligatr to take, but in it comes that Alolan Ninetales, throws the Weather Ball, and to be honest, I think this Weather Ball is going to seal the deal. So Jai, after barely running this Ninetales on stream, has finally come back in the winners finals, and just to finish it off, throws that Weather Ball into the Feraligatr and gets game 1 of the series.
Game 1 of this potentially a 5-match battle as well. So how incredible. I'm so happy to see that Ninetales finally come out, and we know it's Powder Snow this time.
Yeah, well, it's interesting because not only did he run the Ninetales, but he actually ran 2 for 2 of his really interesting picks that he's running. His 2 unique picks that he's running. And this is just like how Jai was running in the last Perth Regional Championships, where everyone was sort of looking at him and going, Alolan Ninetales, interesting. And he just kept running it. And he was doing so well. And so it's not like it's just bench pressure. It's not like, you know, some people that run some weird Pokemon that tries to do well in a single tournament.
Yeah.
He's intending to run the thing.
Yeah. I heard about this Welma once, but, you know, I don't know. It's fairy tales.
Yeah, I don't think that's real. Let's be real. But TheyLuvJy definitely doing incredibly well here. And to be honest, in that game, it really was. I do wonder if Flamespan actually threw the Aqua Tail to try and get the KO on the Stunfisk instead of sort of going like, oh, I kind of want to use this energy on the Pokemon in the back. I kind of wonder if he might have been in a stronger position because he wouldn't have been at the 2-0 shield disadvantage.
Yeah, through there. But TheyLuvJy sees the opportunity, saw his like win cons through there and just like finished it off with the chef's kiss with the Alolan Ninetales in the end.
Yeah, it's a lovely way to finish the battle, but of course there is still a lot of battles left to go in this series, and we're getting into the second one here for Feraligatr into the Primeape. This is a pretty interesting matchup, Debbie.
Yeah, I'm not too familiar with this matchup because of the new Rage Fist Community Day move from Primeape, so we'll see how it plays out through here, and both opting to stay in.
Yeah, it's a very good matchup for Primeape if you decide to use your Protect Shields because you can just Rage Fist all the way through. You get to them so quickly with the Karate Chop fast attack as well. I mean, look, he's already got so much energy stacked up and he's actually going for the close combat straight away, trying to make TheyLuvJy make the call, and Jai actually calls it correctly. He reckons, you know what, that close combat was coming. I could smell that from a mile away. Going for a second close combat as well, and actually this time Jai is actually at the 2 to shield disadvantage.
Yeah, taking down both both shields from here. So this Primeape is very so weak and defense dropped. And this Shadow Claw should be able to take it down. And actually, Flame Fan's now switching into his own for Alligator.
Yeah, now this is actually interesting because it's still going to do a lot of damage. As we know, Hydro Cannon is a pretty scary move. It's going to be doing a lot of damage all over the shop. And Jai has so much energy in tow that he can constantly farm up so much energy before Flames Fan can even get to another Hydro Cannon, forcing Flames Fan to burn his final shield of the game.
Yeah, I believe there's no shields in play so early into this match.
Yeah, and actually Flames Fan just keeps on pushing it. He's like, hey, no, I still want more energy. And he lets Jai throw the Hydro Cannon here. Flames Fan actually got to it first, but this Hydro Cannon, it's going to hang on.
And it switches straight into the Shadow Lalu Ninetales to absorb this Hydro Cannon.
And it is definitely going to take it on the chin. It's going to do a lot, but it's going to take it down to the relatively deep yellow. And so now you can see on Flames Fan's side, there's not a lot of that Primeape left, and it's going to be all down to this Drapion. But this is a bit of a problem for Jai because he has that Unova Stunfisk in the back. And if this was an even scenario, this wouldn't be too bad. But now that Drapion is going to have such an energy advantage over that Stunfisk, this could get really rough really quick. He's almost at the back-to-back Aqua Tail.
Yeah, through there. So it's going to be really tough. And I think Jai's just waiting on the switch timer and just being like, okay, I'm going to have to bring something in here, but I just got to wait it out a little bit.
Yeah, look, here it comes. He's going to try and make a catch. You can see him waiting to swap in, trying to let that switch timer tick down further and further and further. But Flamespan throws the first Aqua Tail, brings it down to about 2/3 healthy, tries to make the catch into Gator, but unsuccessful. Flamespan keeps his cool and is going to Poison Sting that all the way down. It is now in a dominant position into this Stunfisk because he throws the first Aqua Tail here. He's going to throw another Aqua Tail straight back to back. And as long as he can carry this Stunfisk before Stunfisk gets to a Mud Bomb, he's going to be looking pretty good. He also actually has the Primeape in the back, who is a pretty dominating comeback from Flamespan here.
Yeah, through there. This Aqua Tail will connect onto this Unovan Stunfisk, and that means that we have evened the playing field. 1-1 to both of these players now.
Yeah, now if we were in a best of 3 scenario, it would be one battle to go. Someone would be about to win it through and become the first person into the grand finals of the Perth Regional Championships, but it's a best of 5, so we potentially, we have at least 2 more battles left to go to see how this game does end up playing out. And look, Jai has brought Stunfisk Ninetales into 2 games in a row. Does he need to swap it up, or does he keep going with the same strategy, hoping it works out?
I think it's difficult. I think Flameflans has read his game 1 very, very well and managed to pivot and actually take that game 2 quite comfortably. So Jai needs to think going, do I run it back? Or do I be like, you know what? What's a safer option here? And do I switch into something a little bit more meta?
Yeah. I mean, look, it's all meta, right? In some sense, at this point, if top 3 guaranteed in the Perth Regional Championships, you know it's going to be on all of those team graphics. You know that he's going to be looking pretty good going into the next couple of tournaments. And so when we sort of look at what TheyLuvJy could bring, I really think that he's not making ridiculous calls as to what Pokemon he's bringing. I do think that potentially you could bench the Alola Ninetales. Maybe you lean into something a bit more like Drapion. Maybe go like, hey, Drapion's working for Flamespan. Maybe it'll work for me.
Yeah, I would love to see the Superior. I'd like to see that being brought in. I think that would be a bit more of it would cover a lot more bases. But you know what? Tried and true, Jai knows his Pokemon well. So who am I to say what he should bring in? Because you know what? He's in the top 3.
Yeah, I think Jai's doing pretty well for himself, and so he's going to decide to bring the Stunfisk in the lead this time into the Primeape lead, and we've actually ditched the Ninetales, and we've got the Superior in the back, just like you requested.
Oh, thank you. I'm glad he listened.
Yeah, now this is one of those matchups that PB Poke has a sort of somewhere in the middle, right? Where it's sort of like, they're each doing quite a bit of damage to each other. And apparently, both of these players just wants to farm up so much energy. You'd really think, if you're the Primeape, you kind of want to start throwing those Rage Fists a little bit early so you can boost up the attack of your Karate Chops, but was a little bit cautious. Like, Jai could swap out. I don't want to use up my energy quite yet. And so plays it a little bit safe.
Yeah, I think they were just both seeing what each other would do in these scenarios. And now Flamespan going for the hard-hitting close combat through here, and Jai reading it and shielding.
Yeah, that is a brilliant call from Jai, recognizing he could probably go for the Rage Fist first up and then the close combat second. Even throws the Mud Bomb here to try and get the KO before Primeape can get another move off. But Flames fan, again, similar to game number 1, decides, actually, I want this little bit of HP and my energy because I want to throw one last close combat. And actually, it turns out it's a bit of a shield trade.
Ah, there we go. So again, shield for shield, this close combat does not connect. And now Flameslam is able to go into his Shadow Drapion.
And this time, Stunfisk has so much more energy. This is the reverse of what we saw in the last game, where Jai is all of a sudden in a dominant position. Look how much damage this Mud Bomb does, taking it right down into the yellow and actually quick swaps into the Feraligatr to take these charge attacks.
Yeah, there's no shields remaining on TheyLuvJy's side, so this crunch will connect onto this regular Feraligatr.
Feraligatr looks pretty good into Flames. Oh no, the defense drop. That's a crazy drop again. Flames fan getting all sorts of crunch drops here. This Hydro Cannon will still KO the Drapion though, and tries to think like, ooh, do I need to get out of here before this defense drop keeps on going?
Yeah, unfortunately, the timer is not up for him to switch out, so he's going to have to stay in here and manage to get to the Hydro Cannon to try and threaten the opposite Shadow Feraligatr.
Look, this is actually looking really good for Jai in this game number 3 because look at where the Superior is sitting. It has got a lot of health. There's not too much health on that Feraligatr, and actually going to come in with the Stunfisk to try and burn that last Protect Shield off of Gator as well. I like this play from Jai.
Yeah, I think it's a very confident play from Jai just to try and burn this shield out, and now just doing all this damage off of this fast attack, and now the Superior comes out.
Tried to catch a Hydro Cannon into the Superior, and all of a sudden this is not looking very good because this Ice Beam is going to connect. Superior is going to get low enough that one more charge attack is going to be all that is needed to KO. And Feraligatr actually going low. What is happening here? The Hydro Cannon is going to come out here. Wait, what is Flamehead doing?
They're stalling. They're both waiting. Oh, no, it's gone down.
Oh, my gosh. I feel like Flamespan had that game, but he decided, you know what, I'm going to try and do something a bit cheeky. I'm going to try and catch something into this Primeape, but it just didn't work for him.
Yeah, and that game 3 now goes to Jai. So we are into, because it is into the finals, we need to play all up to the 5 matches through here. But, so it's not game over just yet.
Yeah, look, Jai only needs one more win to secure himself a position in the grand finals for the second time ever for a 100% grand final success rate in the championship series, which is a pretty crazy rate.
I mean, like, not a lot of players can say that, right? But what a crazy play in the end game just there. I think Flame Fans was trying to go for a catch right at the end, but it just didn't quite work out for him.
Yeah, unfortunately, it just isn't how things played out, and so as it is, it just means that we are going to have to go into that game at number 4 with TheyLuvJy having that match point. And look, I think it was the right strategy to ditch the Alola Ninetales. I really do think that it was holding it back a little bit going to these games against Flamespan. And I really do like the sort of adjustment that is going on. As you said, you wanted to see the Superior in action, and that is exactly why, because you can come out and be in not too bad of a spot. Now, when you have to come into a Feraligatr with that much energy, I don't know if I would want to be in that scenario.
No, it's a difficult one, but like, it's just incredible that so far in the last 2 matches, the shields have been in place so early into the match as well. So we've been to very like 0 shield scenarios at the end. So it's really, really difficult because those hard hitting charge attacks will hit hard, obviously.
Yeah, but now we are going into game number 4 of the winners finals. You have the Feraligatr into the jump bluff, not where Feraligatr actually wants to be, but you at least have that play of trying to land an Ice Beam into the jump bluff. Or Jai could try and, he's going for the bait with a Hydro Cannon.
Yeah, going for the bait here, trying to conserve as much energy as possible against this jump bluff. And Flame Fans not shielding at all.
Absolutely crazy call. Lets the Hydro Cannon go through. I mean, at the rate that these battlers have been burning their shield so quickly, I assumed that it'd be going in a heartbeat. But no, the energy ball now coming out, and Jai does correctly call this. Flamespan not throwing a bait back, recognizing, hey, I called the bait, so I'm in quite a strong position here. And yeah, he is.
Yeah, through there. Now going for the Ice Beam. Flame Fans being like, all right, I'm going to shield this time and protect his jump bluff.
Yeah, you're not going to bait me twice in a row. I'm going to take precautions and burn the shield there. But look how much energy Flamespan has now. He's really dominating the start of this matchup, throwing the energy ball into the Feraligatr, and we see there's the Protect Shield in the last second to get that Feraligatr up to the next Ice Beam, because it will actually, swaps into the Superior, potentially expecting the Aerial Ace to come through, but it is now Superior versus Drapion. Not necessarily where TheyLuvJy wants to be, but the Frenzy Plants still do a lot of damage.
They do. This Community Day move is so hard hitting, and we can see the Drapion already into the yellow and now going for the crunch. Will he get another debuff? Flamefan has had 2 so far in this series.
Yeah, if Flamesfan gets one more debuff, I think Jai might just throw the phone. No debuff this time, but we do now have the potential of the Aerial Ace to try and get onto the Drapion, but we see the charge attack priority, and with no shields remaining, this Aquatail is... Oh, Flamesfan actually undercharges here, tries to leave a little bit of Superior left to go, and so this Aerial Ace is going to fire from the Superior, and it looks like Flamesfan trying to get a little bit of farm on his Pokemon in the back.
Yeah, I think this is really clever from Flamefans. Obviously trying to see, being like, how do I play into the back line through here? Bringing his Shadow for Alligator to actually take down the Superior.
Yeah, this is a really tough position for TheyLuvJy to be in because he's facing a Feraligatr with energy and he's down a shield, catches the Hydro Cannon into the Feraligatr, is doing anything that he can to try and get the advantage out of this matchup here, eats the Hydro into Feraligatr and throws the Hydro Cannon straight back.
Yeah, throwing it straight back, and Flamefans actually deciding not to shield his own Shadow for Alligator here.
Look, always nice to play a little bit of ping pong, throwing these Hydro Cannons back and forth, but Flamespan now going to Shadow Claw that Gator all the way down and is going to have all of this energy ready to fire into the Stunfisk and Debbie. It's looking like we're going to a game number 5.
It does look like we're going to a game number 5 here. This Hydro Cannon will connect. This Stunfisk is struggling so hard, but Flamefans still has a shield in play.
Yeah, there is so much energy still on Flamesfan's side as well. This energy ball is going to KO the Unova Stunfisk, and this will be GG, setting the winners finals to 2-2.
2-2. We're even the playing field yet again. So it will be the decisive game 5.
Yeah, now this is an interesting spot, right? Because we've come into the winners finals, neither of them dropping a single battle. And they're just trying to look, let's try and make this as equal as we can. Let's both lose 2 battles, and then we'll just try and decide who wins at the very end.
Yeah, look, I think it's just fair. I mean, that's nice camaraderie. So it's nice to see that, we're getting the full value, Steve, of these matches and going to this game 5.
Yeah, it's actually interesting because I know at the last Perth Regional Championships in the grand finals, Rick went all the way into the grands, I think also without dropping a single battle. And so it seems like a bit of a theme in Perth of just trying to sweep your way as deep into the tournament as you can. And, one of these guys, well, unfortunately, they haven't done it this time quite yet. They have got a couple of losses to, dampen their record, but it does mean that only one of them is 1 battle away from going through the grand finals.
Look, it is such a stressful, enjoyable, exciting kind of period at the moment. So I can imagine the nerves going through them, being like, oh, this is really like, I've got to play as correctly as possible, because really there is no catch net underneath here, where before you had a bit of barrier. You could be like, oh, I could play a little bit more wild because you know what, I can still do another match. Now we're down to the wire, we're down to the last match. What do you play here? Do you go safe or do you go a little bit rogue?
Look, I think that TheyLuvJy just really needs to consider how well Flamesfan is playing with that Feraligatr. Feraligatr is that is sort of Flamesfan's big win con whenever he's able to fight through, just by having that energy advantage on the Gator. But here it comes, that decisive game number 5 in the winners finals. The Gator versus the Gator, ready to play, and it's going to be down to who wins Chashak priority, who wants to play what here.
Absolutely. This mirror match through here, and we can see that Flamefans going straight for the Hydro Cannon here first, and TheyLuvJy being like, all right, we can take this.
Yeah, Feraligatr going to take it on the chin again. The regular Gator versus the Shadow Gator. The corrupted versus the uncorrupted. Ready to fire these Hydro Cannons back and back and back. Ready to fire. And it looks like this Flamesfan is actually going to shield up this one. He wants to keep this Gator around. It did so well in the last one.
Oh, it's proven so strong for him in his last few games as well. So it's double shielding his Shadow Feraligatr here and trying to protect as much as possible. So it will be interesting to see how this plays out.
Yeah, no, in this series, it hasn't gone great for Flamesfan when he does go down that 2 shields, but TheyLuvJy going to decide to bring that aggressive Shadow Drapion in, protect shielding the Hydro Cannon here to try and get an advantage by getting to these charge attacks so quickly.
Yeah, through here, and now Flamefans can go for his Hydro Cannon through, and TheyLuvJy opting to shield and protect his Drapion.
Yeah, this is definitely a big play from TheyLuvJy. He recognizes that this Aqua Tail, actually, no, we're going to see a swap into the Drapion. So now this is actually a really powerful position for TheyLuvJy to be in because he has so much energy in stock. I mean, this Aqua Tail is going to be thrown out like nothing else just to try and weaken this thing down. And Flamesfan is just a little bit behind.
Yeah, just a little bit behind through here. Now, there's no shields on TheyLuvJy's side as well through here. So this Aqua Tail will connect. However, TheyLuvJy has so much energy that he's got his own Aqua Tail to reciprocate.
Yeah, but here's the problem, Debbie. Look at the back lines. Flamefan is running that Jumpluff that is going to be quite decent into that Feraligatr and the Stunfisk that Jai is running in the back lineup. He actually catches the move into the Feraligatr, recognizing like, no, I might need my Drapion later. And if he's reading that Jumpluff, he is absolutely correct.
Yeah, through here. And we can see that no bubbles were hit during this period of time. So that it basically leaves so much energy and that the Feraligatr survives.
Yeah, Jai did not want Flamesfan to get much farm on his Jumpluff here. And so now it's going to be up to this Drapion to start unleashing this energy. Catches the move into the Feraligatr. This is not what Jai wanted. He will be able to carry the Feraligatr here, but it means that this Stunfisk is going to be in against this Jumpluff for quite a while.
Yeah, will do through here. And it has so much energy on that Jumpluff. So now we're able to see this Crunch connect with the Jumpluff through here. And we know that Jumpluff can handle this quite well.
Look, if there was a time for a Crunch debuff, now would be it. But no Crunch debuff from the Drapion. And so this Aerial Ace is going to KO the Drapion. And so it is all coming down to this. Who wins the winners finals of the Perth Regional Championship is going to come down to Unova Stunfisk versus Jumpluff. And look, Energy Ball is going to be doing a lot of damage when it lands here. And here it comes. I don't know if Stunfisk, how well it can take it.
Oh, I'm not too sure, Steve. We'll see how far it can go. We do have that discharge ready to go as well on Jai's side. It takes a good chunk of its health. I think it's trying to get to double discharge.
Yeah, this could actually be Jai's game because this discharge is going to do a nice little bit of damage. If 2 discharges is enough to carry this Jumpluff, then Jai has just progressed into the grand finals, and that looks like enough to me. I think that we are going to see TheyLuvJy discharging down the Jumpluff, the ground type defeating the grass type to win and progress into the grand finals for his second straight regional championship.
100% right into the grand finals. What an incredible run so far for Jai. And that is a beautiful decisive game 5, 3-2 to Jai there.
And MatiK even finishing the final Pokemon on the battlefield is that Unova Stunfisk that has been relying on so heavily throughout this entire tournament. I mean, what more can you ask for, Debbie?
Oh, I could ask for a Alola Ninetales, but I can't ask for much. It's all right.
Look, Alola Ninetales would have been even better into that Jumpluff in the back, right? But look, Jai can take his pick. He doesn't even need Ninetales. He's just showing you like, no, I'm going to do it on hard mode. That's how much I believe in my ability. And he should believe in his ability because 100% success rate to the grand finals is pretty solid to me.
I really hope that Unova Stunfisk gets a little best buddy ribbon in the future because it has been his MVP for this entire regional so far.
Yeah, but look, he has to worry because this is a pretty tight set against Flamesfan, and it may not be over for him because Flamesfan is now going to go into the losers bracket up against, here comes the PokeMoney, and we'll see which one of them is going to return back to the grand finals. But quickly, we're going to head to a quick little break, and Dr. Legs will take us straight into the losers finals.
We'll see you then.
Welcome back. Thank you so much to Stebble over there for all of the things that they've done in those last matchups. That was fantastic. And now we are into the losers grand final. So the best of 5. Best of 5s are so different from those best of 3s as we just saw.
Yeah, best of 5 is really a battle of endurance when it comes down to it. You can come up to 5 games, and at that point, you're not really reading your opponent's team. You're reading your opponent and trying to make guesses and educated guesses on what your opponent's going to do, bringing Pokemon to counter what you think they're going to bring. It's really just all in the mind games.
There is a lot of mind games. And I mean, I think we saw PokeMoney Maker against Avrip really pushing through there. And now he's into that final top 3. That interesting team, that Shadow Dragonite, the Ice Punch, Annihilate. There's so many things he has there for him. And we just got to see if what he's able to do against his opponent today.
Yeah, that is right. And we're in the losers final now. We're in the top 3 battlers. It is 89 Flamesfan versus PokeMoney Maker. It is all go here for today. We're right at the pointy end of it now. So I think these trainers are going to have to do everything they can to try and earn their spot as the regional champion.
Yeah, and that's the goal, right? That's why you're here. You're here for not just the accolades, not just the championship points, not the prizes. It's also around the mystique of you've won a regional championship. Now, none of these battlers, none of the last three have won a regional, so it's going to be crowning a brand new regional champion in Australia, which is something we haven't done for a little while.
Yeah, it's just almost unique for us in the Oceania region with people like Jakobovic taking dominant runs through the regional circuit in the last couple of years. So it'll be great to see someone new, someone upcoming. I mean, we've got two young kids on the block, and I will say a veteran of the scene from Japan in PokeMoney Maker.
Yeah, Pokemon Maker has been around a little while. We are not yet that used to him, though. He's brand new to this scene and showing why he has been a very dominant battler in Japan for so long and still quite a young gentleman himself.
Yeah, that's true. Now, we do just have news that we're undergoing a review for the last game. It was TheyLuvJy versus 89 Flames. So we are waiting on a result from that before we move on to the losers final. It's one of those things where we're in the finals now. We don't want to make a mistake. We want to make sure everyone's happy with how the game is playing. And while we do that, Trotter, do you have any reflections on the Metamons that we saw today and what you thought might have been coming, what you didn't see?
So one thing that we haven't seen much of has been that Gylo's favorite Pokemon, the Ninetales, Alolan Ninetales. And in his matches, it hasn't been used much. And the times it has, don't want to say it, but a little bit of a liability to him. So it has been one of those slightly underwhelming ones, which is obviously it's one of his favorites. When you love something, you've got to play it, right? But it has really been one of those another dominant matches from those Feraligators. Azumarill has been really good at it. It's not winning matches, but it's setting up to win matches, and that's what it's been used by those top trainers so well today.
We see in other games like the Video Game Championship where they have these set up Pokemon that are designed to set up their teammates for success. They've got moves that assist and support their team's Pokemon. And in a similar way here with Pokemon Go, we have those bulkier Pokemon that can get shields or absorb energy and really set up Pokemon like the Feraligatr, like the Morpeko to sweep in the end game.
Oof, those Morpeko. I'm kind of glad we haven't seen that Morpeko sweep because it is such a frustrating Pokemon if you come up against it, especially in those blind GBL formats where you don't know what it's got, you don't know the moves, and you just feel like you have to shield. And we haven't seen much of it. We saw it a lot with UsFaru today, who really used it quite well. It was the win con, but some expert play from Avrip earlier, just that Shadow Drapion just able to get so much energy, it just overcame that. So yeah, I do feel like we will see more Peko.
More Peko?
More Peko. That sounds like a great name. In future tournaments, and it'll be great to see others around the world how they're going to utilize it. Are they going to run that Psychic Fangs for that debuff with a bait move? It's so fast to get there. Or like we've seen today from Yusei, you're going to run that Bullet Seed. No, Seed Bomb, sorry.
Bullet Seed would be an interesting tech as well. But I think Seed Bomb is the move you want to go through at the moment. It does do that super effective damage into those ground and water types, especially the ground types that hard counter that Morpeko being an electric type Pokemon. So it is an interesting little way of running it. I personally like the Seed Bomb more. I think it's a lot more fun because you get to nuke things like Quagsire, and that's always fun.
Yeah, but you do need the Psychic Fangs. If you can bait against that Feraligatr, you're able to then flip that match up and win and come out with so much health, right? Because you don't have to shield. You have to shield, but those Shadow Claws are resisted by the Dark type. So you're coming out with just so much health. It really sets you up.
Well, the thing is with the Feraligatr, you can just go straight Aura Wheel and win that matchup anyway.
Very good point. It does win the CAP in that matchup, but I don't know, it feels better. Like if you want to take your opponent out, not just win, but win with like a finger on top, you land that bait.
Well, I have seen trainers call the bait and actually flip that matchup. So you're opening yourself up for a lose con. We talk about win cons all the time, but you got to avoid those lose conditions as well because sometimes that's all it takes is making one small mistake.
Very true, and that's the thing that these battlers have to do. It's often that one turn, that waiting a turn, the switch, the catch, preventing those things is what differentiates those at the top, these last three trainers, away from those who didn't quite make that top cut.
Yeah, absolutely right. And we're at the the peak of it now. The trainers that are here are the cream of the crop. They are names that aren't super well known to the broader community, but we know them and we know how good these trainers are, and we're seeing proof of that today. And I'm really excited to see just how much more of this extremely high level skill, this high level gameplay that we're going to get today.
Yeah, and I think that is the beauty of the Australian PvP community in Pokemon Go, is that it's not just a group of people who fight against each other. It's a family. We love coming to these events and seeing each other. It's the only time I ever get to see Steve. It's the only time we see Debbie. Fishy Legs, even though we live in the same state, we may as well be countries apart.
That's absolutely right. Australia is just so broad. But we have just received news that there was no rematch granted in the TheyLuvJy versus 89 Flames fan match. So we will be seeing 89 Flames fan confirmed against PokeMoney Maker in the losers final. Let's have a look at the teams if we can.
Let's get them over there because we really need to highlight where this Shadow Dragonite can land because we haven't seen it yet and I want to see it. It would play so nicely in. So let's go to the teams and hear what we can see here. And look, it's not the worst.
It's not bad at all, really. It's got quite a few good matchups there with the Kanto Marowak, especially resisting those mud slaps so effectively, being that flying type Dragonite. The thing you're going to have to watch out for here is those really spammy Pokemon. Like even the Primeape can put pressure on with those Rage Fists because they come out so quickly. Dragonite can 2-shield through that, however.
Can 2-shield through it. I mean, and it's going to be up to the Primeape. Does it want to waste 1 shield on, say, a Dragon Claw? Because it's going to need to. With the fast move damage coming through, then a Dragon Claw, that's going to take out everything. I'm going to say pretty much everything except for an Azumarill.
I think the Jumpluff will hang on.
The Jumpluff does hang on.
And Jumpluff has the
but
Fairy Wind as well. The Fairy Wind is doing super effective fast attack damage back into that Shadow Dragonite. So that's going to be an interesting point of difference there to see whether that's going to add up enough to put that Shadow Dragonite into a bit of a tight spot.
Yeah, but without the acrobatics, that heavy-hitting flying move, just the Aerial Ace, Shadow Dragonite doesn't need to pull that shield straight away because there's not a lot of damage coming out from that neutral Aerial Ace. But it's still not resisting, even though it's got Fairy Wind, it's not a Fairy type. So it's not resisting those Dragon Breaths. And it does add up quite a lot. I have tried it a few times myself, and you do lose the ones, I believe, as the Jumpluff, even with acrobatics.
Well, that is tough. So what I'm seeing is Shadow for Alligator. And I've been saying it all day, and I'm going to say it again. Shadow for Alligator, from Flames fans specifically, looks impeccable. It has only got that Dragonite to worry about, and if you get shields down, Ice Beam on a Shadow Dragonite, goodbye. See you later.
I mean, I'm pretty sure even Shadow Claws plus Hydro Cannon, we 1 shield and that's enough. Like it's just so hard hitting and dominant. But we're gonna watch those Dragon Breaths add up. But now let's look elsewhere for PokeMoney Maker. Where is he gonna make his money in this matchup? Because he does have plenty of options here with his own Shadow for Alligator. There's quite a neutral Dunsparce, but it does want to avoid that Primeape.
One thing to note, PokeMoney Maker is running that Ice Punch on the Annihilate. That gives him a lot of play into the Jumpluff.
Yes.
This can make that Annihilate really quite solid here.
Does a lot of damage, especially if you can get away with, let's say you get into a scenario where you've got like a Jumpluff that's on like maybe 3/4 health. And it's like, oh, I'm not so sure how much that boosted Ice Punch is going to do. You bait the Rage Fist, you boost your attack, and then you've got an Ice Punch, which is going to absolutely annihilate that Jumpluff.
So
yeah, thank you. And so you can really, those baits and the boosts can really change the dynamics of these matchups.
Yeah, it's going to be a really tight match. I think what we're going to see here from Flames fan is that Azumarill and that Feraligatr core coming in. We did see him work that Drapion so well in those matches against TheyLuvJy. Unfortunately, wasn't able to overcome TheyLuvJy's Unova and Stunfisk. However, that Drapion is going to be really key in this matchup as well. It's good into most of the team. Like, it doesn't really have a hard answer because of Aqua Tails, those crunches, they're just so spammy.
That is correct. So we're going to need to see who is going to use their shields, where are they going to use their shields. It's an effective use of that, which has been time and time again today, where players have made their money, where they've won their games, where they've fallen a little bit short in some cases because of the timing and pacing of those moves.
And we've got to remember, this is the losers final. This is the last opportunity. You lose this and you're out at the top 3 placement. You don't get through to that grand final. It is a best of 5. So there's a lot of mental pressure on these trainers. They have to calculate everything. They have to be clinical with what they're doing.
It's the name of the game. That's why they're here, and that's what they're going to do. So what I'm interested to see is anything PokeMoney Maker can do to draw out that Annihilate that lets that Dunsparce have a bit of freedom in the back. Because if it's free, it may be able to get up a little bit of energy, get some shields, get some advantage. It's going to essentially function like an Azumarill, right? Where it's going to not win you the match, but it's going to set you up for the win. But obviously, with Primeape there, you really cannot just take those consistent karate chops. You cannot take one of those close combats.
One matchup that we haven't seen much of today is actually the interaction between the Annihilate and the Primeape. The big brother versus the little brother. And CGY and Flamespan is the little brother of this matchup. He is the young kid on the block. But the thing is that Annihilate, because it is Ghost type, it's going to resist those karate chops, and it can just sort of boost itself once with Rage Fist and tap, 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 counter its way through the Primeape, even though it's getting those moves quicker.
But on the flip side, if Primeape is able to then get a little farm down and gets that energy a little bit faster, it can get to those moves quicker, and it will need 2 Rage Fists to KO. I mean, maybe if it's boosted 4 times, one might even KO. I've not seen that yet.
I think it likely would. But do you think there's any room for that Shadow Kanto Marowak?
I think there is. I think there's plenty of room for it. Outside of that Dragonite, the damage from those Shadow Mud Slaps adds up so much. You can 2 shield slap your way through for Alligator. No worries, just all done.
Well, I don't want to be on the receiving end of that Shadow Kanto Marowak if that's the case. But I really do like it here because it is quite neutral into things like the Annihilate, into the Clodsire, into the Dunsparce, and these are really neutral options for PokeMoney Maker. So hopefully we get to see some KWAC gaming. That would be a lot of fun, but it's going to be tough to run into that Shadow Dragonite.
Yeah, and also it is quite tough to run to, oddly enough, the Azumarill, right? Because it has access to the Ice Beam and the super effective bubble. So all of those things, it has the bulk to deal with that damage output. And that's where for Alligator comes up a little bit short. Has the pacing, but doesn't have the bulk. So that's where the other water type, the interaction just changes a little bit. Things cross over a little bit. But if PokeMoney Maker is going to rely on that double water team, then Jumpluff in the back can just sneak in there and cause a lot of trouble.
The thing about the Jumpluff, both those water types have ice type coverage. And we saw 89 Flamespan's not afraid to no-shield his Jumpluff when a potential ice move is coming through. So PokeMoney Maker's going to have that in the back of his mind. Like, gee, do I bait here? Do I not? Like, this kid's crazy. What calls is he going to make?
Yes, and that is the fun part about this for us. Maybe not so much for PokeMoney Maker, who's going to have to make those decisions. But I really do think, Flamespan with that Shadow Drapion there just has such ability, such a high damage output with pacing. Add that to the for Alligator, add that to the bulk of the Azu. There's just so many interesting dynamics to it play. And I really think Flamespan has the most ability with the Azumarill to just have so much either strong or neutral play. There's no grass type over there for PokeMoney Maker to really output that damage. It does have the Sludge Bomb on Clodsire, but they're both so bulky. The Sludge Bomb, it hurts, but it's not the end of the world.
No, that matchup with the Azumarill and the Clodsire can be so close. It really comes down to IVs at some points. Like the 2 Ice Beams plus the bubble damage into the Clodsire, it gets it super low.
It does indeed. So it's going to be something that PokeMoney Maker needs to be aware of. And I think instead of, if there is an Azu say swap, we might even potentially see PokeMoney Maker look at going into that for Alligator to use as a 1 shield counter to the Azumarill, because then you can come out with a lot of extra energy, and we know how dominant that energy is. And you can save your Clodsires as shields with something else in another time.
Clodsire is a 3rd and 4th shield in some matchups. That thing is so bulky. It has so much defense. Its ability to output damage really quite respectable for such a bulky Pokemon. And it really is why we're seeing it on most teams here today.
Yeah, that is why Azumarill and Clodsire are both the highest usage Pokemon. Honestly, I was a little bit surprised they were only at 58%. I thought they would be higher. I thought we'd be seeing 70, 80, maybe even 90. At the moment, I'm not going to enter a show 6 without one of those. And let's be honest, let's say the Shadow for Alligator as well.
Shadow for Alligator should be on 100% of teams, in my opinion, but I could be slightly biased as it was my caster pick for today. But we are getting into game number 1 of this losers final. PokeMoney Maker versus CG89 CGY Flames fan. Clodsire into the jump bluff.
Oh, wow. This is so good for Clodsire. It is able to deal super effective damage with those poisonous things. And we see an instant swap out into the Drapion here. And this is a very intriguing pairing because the Aquatails are going to come out so fast.
Yeah, the Aquatails only takes 3 to KO the Clodsire, and it gets to them so quickly. Clodsire knows it can no shield the first one, survives quite comfortably, stores the energy, switches into the Azumarill to start absorbing these moves.
Now, what PokeMoney Maker has done here is he's taken all of that resisted damage onto the Clodsire, and now he's taking the resisted charge move damage onto the Azumarill. So fantastic way of setting up for a win later in the game.
Yeah, that's a really smart decision there from PokeMoney Maker. We see the second crunch coming through onto the Azumarill. The first one didn't get the debuff on the defense. Does the second one get the debuff? No, it doesn't. A little bit of bad luck there for 89 Flames. But the Ice Beam coming through, this won't KO.
No, this will not KO. Are we going to see the shield? Is the Holding Zone? No, he does use the shield. So PokeMoney Maker has done exactly what they wanted and gotten a shield out of Calgary Flames fan nice and early.
Yeah, Flames fan now going for his third crunch. This isn't going to be quite enough to knock out the Azumarill at this point, so he might be able to poison this thing down, but that Azumarill's getting close to another move. It does get to the Ice Beam just on 1 HP.
Oh, this will come close and an instant no shield. Flames fan is not willing to go down 2 shields just yet in this matchup, but this might yet survive.
Oh, it survives with just a slither of health, and it has the Aquatail loaded. Where's it going to go?
Oh, and he is choosing to take it on the Clodsire. So using Clodsire's bulk, and look, we have saving 2 shields for Feraligatr from PokeMoney Maker. I think I've seen this before.
This is a very smart play here from PokeMoney Maker. Gets the poison sting down, but we see that Kanto Marowak in back, but it's met by the Feraligatr. This is pretty neutral, but the shield deficit for the Marowak is a bad spot to be in.
And here comes the first Hydro Cannon. This will 100% go and forced to use a shield here for Calgary Flames fan. It is almost at the stage where we need to consider you have to catch on that jump off a Hydro Cannon.
The Hydro Cannon does need to be caught by a jump off, but you have to be careful you don't accidentally catch an Ice Beam at the same time. We have seen the Bone Club come through. It does get the first shield away from PokeMoney Maker. It's taking him this far through the game to start spinning shields. Goes for the attempted catch, doesn't pull it off. Here comes that Ice Beam.
Oh my gosh, this is going to do so much damage. Great nerve held from PokeMoney Maker. Flames fan was trying to do something to win the match. How Garrett comes in. Oh!
Wow, it doesn't just KO. Gets this Aerial Ace in the last second. Feraligatr going to say goodbye. See you later, Gator. And we've got the Clodsire with heaps of energy left to finish off this game.
But there is also energy. Oh, whoa, and throwing a Sludge Bomb here. Going for the double Sludge Bomb. Not confident in the Earthquake that will do enough damage to take out this Shadow Marowak.
Sludge Bomb connects, does do a reasonable amount of damage. The second one coming through now, is this going to be enough to KO? I think it might just barely do it.
It should just do it with 1 poison sting away. No, it looks like this will take it out. And game 1 goes to PokeMoney Maker.
Wow, PokeMoney Maker just barely hangs on to secure that game number 1.
Now, that's interesting because I personally did not know that 2 Sludge Bombs must do more damage than 1 Earthquake, even in a resisted scenario.
Yeah, that was super interesting recognition there from PokeMoney Maker. He really has showcased his knowledge of the game here. His knowledge of matchups as well. That's something he would have studied at home in preparation for this tournament.
And we did see that Shadow Kanto Marowak come out. It was doing a lot of damage, but it just didn't really get in the right spot. The Drapion had used up that shield, and that just really, having the 2 shields on PokeMoney Maker's side, just really didn't get it where it wanted to be.
Yeah, it's really hard when you just can't quite align those Pokemon where you want them. PokeMoney Maker just able to consistently maintain that advantage where he likes it, able to secure the alignment that he needed with that Clodsire into that jump off in the lead. Really well played. CGY Flames almost able to claw it back, but not quite.
No, almost went for that catch. We at those end games, you got to play to your win cons, and sometimes they just don't quite come off. And there's not much you can do, right? You just got to sit back and go, look, I tried my best. Well played. Let's move on to the net match. I've still got potentially another 3 or 4 matches to go, so I'm going to try my absolute best. And let's regroup, regather, come back at it, and see how can I win with my Shadow for Alligator.
And you know what? I don't think 89 Flames made any mistakes in that game. He just got outplayed by PokeMoney Maker. He did everything right. It just comes down to sometimes your opponent plays better. Sometimes your opponent has better matchups than you do, and that's just part of the game. You can't let that get to you too much. You just have to sit back, take a moment, and go, all right, that's game one out of the way. What do I do for game number two?
And what we do for game number 2 is we gotta run that Shadow Dragonite. Come on, PokeMoney Maker. We've been begging for it. Let's see what you want to do. But again, I really like that jump off for Flames fan. It just didn't quite end up in the right position.
No, the position of eating an ice beam from a Shadow for Alligator is not where you want to be if you're a Jumpluff. It is basically throwing a Pokemon straight down the drain before it gets to do anything. Amazingly, it's bulky enough to hang on to that move with just a little bit of health, and then it was able to get that Aerial Ace off to get rid of the Feraligatr, but it wasn't comfortable.
No, definitely not comfortable. It looks like there may be a little bit of a question happening on that matchup. There was a undercharge, which we're like, whoa, undercharge. So there is a little bit happening in the background, so that's fine. Again, this is really important when these little breaks happen for the trainers, that you don't just get frustrated, get angry. Everyone is entitled to review a match. Every battler is that's a right. No one should be trying to take that away from them or do anything. So you just got to focus on yourself, focus on what you're doing, have a drink of water, whatever you need to do, regroup, focus, and just be ready for the next match. Because essentially, it's just another match. Whether it's a rematch or the same thing, the score is the only thing that changes. The battle, the 6 Pokemon, they're all the same. You just need to keep rolling through with those punches.
You have to roll with the punches. And thankfully, we haven't seen too much Dunsparce rolling with those punches just yet, because that is not a matchup that Dunsparce wants to be in.
No, Dunsparce does not want to be taking any fighting damage whatsoever. I mean, I don't see too much play in this matchup for Dunsparce. I think that Clodsire does everything that Dunsparce can do, but maybe a little bit better.
Yeah, I think you're right. This Clodsire does look a little bit safer into Flames fans' team. It has a little bit more capacity to put pressure on things like the Jumpluff. So I do like seeing the Clodsire here. I like the Flames fan brought the Drapion. I think it's got capacity. I think he just didn't quite... He had a lineup that was a little bit ABA weak to that Clodsire in the lead, and so he wasn't able to execute it how he wanted to. I think he still should be relying on it, though, because it is so strong, so neutral in this matchup.
Yeah, I think in this case, it probably functions a little bit better in the lead than as the safe swap. Just in that dynamic that it has, especially in the 2 shield against Clodsire, where it can actually come out on top, which is absolutely crazy to think of.
It's bonkers.
But you know, that's Pokemon Go. You don't necessarily have to have that ABC, RPS, however you want to call it, style. There are so many ways to play this game. You can pick different movesets. You can do what you want. And, you know, that's what we've seen PokeMoney Maker do here. He's run the Ice Punch on his Annihilate to give it a bit of better coverage, maybe against that Serperior, maybe against any other grass Pokemon. Maybe it's there for a Dragon. We don't know. We'd have to ask him.
Maybe it's there just because he knew Jumpluff was coming.
Well, that's a massive meta read if you've done that. Well done. But yeah, I mean, it's done very well for him thus far.
To be fair, Jumpluff has been around. We did see it win LAIC. It is a Pokemon that has been strong in the meta, able to punish those ground-type Pokemon that are mud-slapping all around. So, you know, Jumpluff, not a bad thing to consider. The rest of the team is, you know, hit and miss against that Jumpluff, so maybe that's why he brought the Ice Punch. Maybe it was for other Dragons. I mean, Dragons could be a little bit of a problem.
Could be. Hopefully we'll get to see if it is. Now, I think we have word that it is likely to be a rematch there. So we are going back to game number 1 in this losers final. And there has been a review and it was deemed that there was effects on the match result. And so we're going back and running it back. And now key with these rematches are, just so everyone out there knows, you're allowed to pick an entirely new team of 3. You can run the same if you want, but nobody has to. There's nothing locking you in. It's restart. Let's go.
Is that more of those mind games?
There's definitely a mind game. And I don't know how you deal with a rematch. I don't like them. They're never fun for either party, right?
No, I don't like being on the receiving or the giving end of a rematch. It is really tricky because you just, instead of like a game 1 to game 2 scenario, you're replaying the game that you just had. And it's just a little bit of a different mindset. Like if you won the original game and now all of a sudden you have to reset that game because something happened within the game that wasn't a normal function, then you can be a little bit like, oh, geez, I feel like I should have won that and it didn't go my way. Or alternatively, if you thought you should have won a game, but now you have to rematch it, it's tricky.
Yeah, and as we've seen earlier today, we're not in a rematch, but when players have played the same Pokemon into the as a previous game, and the previous game they landed a bait and it got shielded, sometimes the next time you're like, oh, they landed a bait, I'm not shielding, and boom, they land a nuke, and the dynamics just change totally. So even though you've had information from the previous battle, you can't necessarily rely on that information rolling through. I think at this level, the battlers are too good. They've got too much insight into how things are going. You just have to read it for what it is in front of you.
Yeah, that is so true. And these games, these trainers have been through the mental ringer today. They've both been battling all day long. And when it comes to things like this, it just creates that additional more mental energy, more mental stress. It starts opening the door for mistakes. And it's the trainers who are super consistent, that don't make mistakes, that do really well in these late tournament scenarios.
Yeah. So we're going to see who has the internal fortitude to go forward in this losers bracket here. This is taking quite some time, so please bear with us, ladies and gentlemen. I know you're here for the battles, we're here for the battles, but we're also here for the battlers, and they need to make sure that the right outcome is happening for them. So that is why there has been this delay here as we wait for everything to get sorted out and locked in. Now Carrier Claims Fan, he did fairly well in Perth last year, but didn't quite make it this far. Wasn't quite running as clean. I think Mikey Morgs actually knocked him out instead of round 2 or round 3.
I might have been losers round 2 or 3, yeah, in a 2-0 fashion. Well, he has spin the biscuit this time, and he is now in the losers final in a top 3 situation for in his second tournament. Like that's a really great effort for someone so young who's realistically relatively new to the game, right? It's impressive to see.
I mean, it's not like this game came out last year. This game has been around for a number of years now. You would not have been legally allowed to play this game as a young gentleman. So it's come into it and he's doing extraordinarily well, really pushing up the ladder ranks in the GBL circuit as well. So doing quite well, hitting Legend quite early this season, I believe, in GBL also.
Well, hopefully he hasn't hit Legend this season because that would be an extremely talented way to start the season off. We're only a week in, but he is one of those trainers who's always pushing the top of the GBL leaderboards. He's someone who spends a lot of time studying matchups and just really refining his plays. And that's why we're seeing him here today in this losers final. But it looks like we are getting really close to locking into game number 1.
Game number 1 again, yeah. There have been a few little interesting nuances on the floor. I think with PokeMoney Maker not having as much experience in the English language, being one of those Japanese trainers. But fortunately, there is somebody there able to assist with him, working on like a little bit of a translator level. So thank you very much to the battler over there. It's really great having community members out there supporting each other, helping us all to get through this. So, those angst, those little times where things can be frustrating, we can calm down, we can take a breath, we can help each other, we can show support and care for our fellow battlers.
Yeah, it's a great community that we have here in the Oceanic region and the broader PvP community as well. All of the events that I've been to, whether it's local or across the globe, have always made me feel at home. But here we are getting into not game number 1 just yet.
No, not just yet. We saw it was close. One of those screens looked absolutely fantastic, and the other one just looked like they're out for another day, catching a few Pokemon, spinning a few stops, getting things ready. So we are working on that. It's just one of those things. Now, there have been a few little special spawns here, I think.
Yes.
I saw you showed me something quite nice just before.
I have just got my first shiny Volibee. I was so ecstatic. While TheyLuvJy and 89 Flames were battling it out, I was just chilling on my phone, catching shiny Pokemon. It was great for me. Very relaxed.
That's fantastic. And IVs, are we looking at trading this one?
This one might be sent to a new home.
Mm-hmm.
But nonetheless, I'm very happy to add the shiny Wallaby to my collection.
Well, that's great. I caught a shiny Duskull. So, I think you're one up on me there.
Duskull being one of those Pokemon that has had a community today, the shiny has been a little bit more readily available, unfortunately. But enough of that. We're actually into the battles now. We have PokeMoney Maker versus CGY Flames fan. Jump off into the Azumarill.
This is a great spot for Flames fan. He wants to be getting that super effective grass moves into this Azumarill. All of the fast moves are not going to be doing that much with Fairy Wind being quite soft. And here comes that first Energy Ball. Now, Energy Ball has a chance to debuff.
Yeah, it does have a 10% chance to reduce the defense of the opposing Pokemon. We do not see it this time. The Azumarill farming up to that Ice Beam. It is going to come through. Will CGY Flames shield this?
This is one of those hard decisions, and choosing to let it go through, knowing how much damage it takes. But you are outpacing this Azumarill to everything here, and you have so much more ability to deal this damage. And Jump Luff, here we go. And no shield from Pokemon Maker. Knows it survives.
But do you see what I see in the back? It's that Shadow Dragonite. He's going to be saving all those shields for those Dragonite in the back just to try and force his way through this game.
And it will force its way through, whether CGY Flames fan likes it or not, because it just has the ability to deal so much damage. And out comes that Feraligatr. That's 2 Shadow Claws ahead already. This is big damage.
This is dangerous. Feraligatr ahead on energy. Flames fan not mucking around. He's going straight for those Hydro Cannons. Pokemon Maker's like, this is resisted, but I can't have to shield it anyway.
Yeah, Pokemon Maker wants no bar of that Hydro Cannon damage. And look at how much damage these Dragon Breaths are doing. And look at the timing here. Just before it gets to the Hydro Cannon, throwing the Dragon Claw, gets the shield.
This trainer has used the Shadow Dragonite once or twice. I can tell. He is capitalizing on the amount of damage he can do, the amount of energy he can make. He's going to shield it again. He's pushing his way through this Feraligatr. Feraligatr puts out so much damage, but it is not especially tanky. And then see the quick swap into the Drapion there to reduce the amount of farm it's going to get.
Yeah, here comes that Drapion, and there's the superpower. So this will threaten such high damage if there's no shield come for Flames. And he lets it go through.
Doesn't shield.
Massive. It's out of here.
The superpower connects, and it's going to be all over for CGY Flames. PokeMoney Maker showcasing why he's brought that Shadow Dragonite today.
Oh, that was a heavy, fast game. That
Wow.
damage, you saw how much. Now, that is a neutral. That is not a super effective superpower. That's just neutral, non-stab. So
Wow.
Shadow Dragonite ain't no joke, and PokeMoney Maker showed why.
PokeMoney making those moves, am I right?
Oh,
But that Dragonite, just absolute clinical display of how to use that Shadow Dragonite, making sure you can farm as much energy as possible, optimizing those charge attack timing, perfect gameplay.
Now, there's a very important reason, if you're not as experienced in Pokemon Go PvP, that he threw the superpower was because it was the win con. So even if they shield the superpower, you swap out to your Clodsire, all you need to do is get to 1 Earthquake, and then that Drapion is gone, Ski. And then you've just got a couple of taps for Alligator out of the way. So Pokemon Maker playing to that win condition of, wow, if I throw a Dragon Claw and he no-shields this, I'm actually in trouble. The whole thing flips on its head. So I'm going to play the best way I know to win, and that was to throw that nuke move.
And you might be wondering, why didn't 89 Flames just shield the superpower? If it does that much damage, why doesn't he just shield it? Well, it's because he knew that if he shields that, then something like the Clodsire comes in and Drapion's got nowhere to go. So he needed to save that shield for what was ever in the back line. And at that point, it was all over.
It was all over indeed. Now, the interesting thing about this, the mind games continue. Calgary Flames fan didn't see that third Pokemon. We can see that it was a Clodsire, so we knew the win condition. He didn't, so that mind plays in the mind game. And now we have a Azumarill Mirror. We have seen about, 4 or 5 of these in this matchup, but it is actually going to be quite important because we have a very, very interesting matchup backline here, which is going to be really important to see how the outcome of this battle goes.
Yeah, it's going to come down to who gets their Pokemon where they want them. We see that charge attack priority, the play rough coming through. Azumarill says, mirror, mirror on the wall. I think I'm the fairest of them all.
Well, it's looking pretty good right about now. And here comes Flames fan to throw his play rough right back at it. Now, we have seen there are some IV spreads of Azumarill that can survive that third
Play rough.
Play rough, yes.
The play rough is a decent move. It does have that same type of attack bonus from that fairy typing of the Azumarill. We see the second one coming through now from 89 Flames fan. It is connecting with the opponent's Azumarill. The second one coming through now. It's just taking its time.
Yep, you can take your time. You don't have to rush these battles. You play what is in front of you, and this is where it's key to come in. Are we going to see an attempted catch here, or are we going for CMP? Oh, no. Flames fan going for the extra bubble.
Flames fan, he must be trusting in the IVs, but we see PokeMoney Maker is actually purposely undercharging here. Might be opening the door for a Shadow Claw farm down from that for Alligator.
That could very much be opening the door, but now we see Flames fan. Yep, is going to charge up all the bubbles here, take out the Azumarill, and here we go. Here is the Shadow Claw coming into this one, and this is going to be very nice energy to have on the Feraligatr. And wow, in comes the Shadow Marowak with 2 shields. These Mud Slaps are going to be doing so much damage.
PokeMoney Maker has so much energy on this Feraligatr now. We do see the first shield coming up from 89 Flames fan, and as he goes for that Bone Club, this is going to do a lot of damage if it goes unshielded.
Bone Club, it is insane how much damage it now does. With the Mud Slaps from this Shadow Marowak, it is just absolutely scintillating. And we can see here, PokeMoney Maker really trying to maximize the amount of energy it can get there. And the last shield comes out from Flames fan here.
Flames fan spent all of his shields. We do see that the Feraligatr actually fainted to that last Mud Slap there and didn't get off both of his Hydro Cannons. Now the Godz is stuck up in a matchup it doesn't want to be in.
No, Godz does not want to be here. It was hoping to see all of its time into that jump off, but at this point, it is going to have to use all of its health, all of its shields, just to get through this Shadow Marowak.
Yeah, you're right. The Marowak is going to be such a hard wall for this Godz to climb through. And we see it now coming. The Earthquake will take out this Marowak, but I don't think there's enough health left on the Godz to get rid of this Jumpluff.
No, it looks like Jumpluff just needs to get to 1 energy ball, and I don't believe the Sludge Wave is going to do anywhere near enough damage to take out that Jumpluff. Here's the energy ball. Here's the KO coming in. This Godz is going down. We are moving to a 1-1 in this game number 2.
89 Flames fan does secure game number 2. I do believe, however, that there is going to be a review for that Shadow Feraligatr going down in the mid-game there. I do believe that Pokemon Maker thought he needed to get both of those Hydro Cannons off, so we're just going to wait for the outcome of a review for that match.
Yep. We've been here before. We'll be here again. It is unfortunate, but there was, according to Pokemon Maker, a discrepancy where the game didn't function how they were hoping it would or they believe it should have. And again, everyone is welcome to those reviews.
That's right. The reviews are an important process, right? Because we want to make sure that players have every opportunity to play the game how it should work. So this is a good opportunity for Pokemon Maker to interject with what he thought was the outcome should have been. We're going to leave it up to the judges to make that decision. They have all the knowledge. They have the video of the gameplay, so they will be able to tell us whether that was a warranted a rematch or whether 89 Flames fan has tied it up to that 1-1 situation.
Yeah, we will not speculate on our own opinions on this matter because we can't see those videos. We can see it live, but we can't see some of the dynamics of what the players are actually doing at the time. So those judges have that extra information, which we over here on the casting desk do not. Now, we definitely saw how dominant in that rematch of game number 1 that the Shadow Dragonite was, and then Pokemon Maker on the bench again.
Yeah.
Now, are we going to see, is this a rematch Pokemon? Is Shadow Dragonite Pokemon Maker's rematch Pokemon where he's like, okay, I'm not happy. I'm bringing it in. This is what it's there for. And I mean, you just saw how much, one, that Super Bow did, how oppressive the Dragon Breath damage is to that Shadow Feraligatr.
I think the response came from 89 Flames, right? He brought that Azumarill in lead. He's like, I see what you're doing. I'm not letting you do that again. So he is obviously taking that Dragonite into consideration. Like, it has to be done because it was so effective in that game number 1. So again, the mind games, the bench pressure, as we like to call it, of that Shadow Dragonite, forcing Flames fan to make team building compositions, decisions that he may not want to make based on what Pokemon Maker is doing.
And what we have seen as well in these battles so far is the extra bulk on the non-shadow jump-off. So the regular jump-off for Flames fan has actually been quite useful. He's not running a Clodsire. He's not running a Mandibuzz. Does have the Azumarill there for bulk, but the other Pokemon are relatively on the squishier side, less health, less defense. So jump off, even though it's double super effective or 4 times damage it takes from a ice attack, everything neutral isn't hitting it quite as much as you might expect.
Yeah, the trade-off there is that you're not outputting quite as much damage as you would if you had that shadow bonus, that 20% more attack. So sometimes the jump off gets stuck in these neutral matchups where you just can't quite get the job done because those attacks don't do quite enough damage. But you put it in the right spot, you align it to the Feraligatr, you align it to the Azumarill. When you have energy or shield advantage, those energy balls are going to do a lot of damage.
Yeah, it's one of those war of attritions. Do you want to get the game over quickly? You're trying to delay that clock so you can get something like a little bit of extra energy on your Shadow Feraligatr, get it back in there, get it doing damage, because like we saw, there's no super effective grass moves on PokeMoney Maker's side to hit that Feraligatr. There's no electric moves out there to hit it. But you know what is out there to hit it? It's got plenty of dragon breaths, right? So as long as that Shadow Dragonite has health, it is definitely one that can put a massive dent into the HP of any Feraligatr out there, shadow or non-shadow.
Yeah, it's oppressive. It is really, that's the word for it. It's oppressive. Like it just puts so much damage out onto all these Pokemon. And like I've said earlier today, even the Azumarill, you're resisting the bubbles and you're chunking away very slowly. If you land a superpower, it still does a good chunk.
Yeah, superpower and dip. It definitely adds up. It'll put the Azu almost it'll be below 66%. I think it'll take over a third of its damage when you include the Dragon Breath. And when you think about you're like, oh, that's not much. That's the same as a Play Rough from an Azumarill. It's a non-resisted move. So, all of that sort of thing can add up. And the whole thing is to add up that you have more HP left at the end of the game than your opponents.
The person with the most amount of HP at the end of the game is the one who wins, right?
That's what I've heard.
Yeah, I would love to see some more Shadow Dragonite gameplay here today, but I'm also enjoying seeing the Shadow Kanto Marowak come out in these losers finals as well. DrTrotter Flames showing he's not afraid of that Dragonite. I'm still going to bring this KWAC because it has Rock Slide. It has access to super effective damage against a Shadow Dragonite.
And I would think that Rock Slide would come pretty close, if not KO, just one of them right off the bat. So you cannot let that Kanto Marowak, say, like farm down a Clodsire or even farm down a Shadow Feraligatr and have that energy there, because then it can throw one move, then it can dip, or it can stay in and try to get to their second move, really putting pressure on anything else in this meta, especially that Shadow Dragonite.
I do think we have confirmation that there was no rematch granted for game number 2. So it is back to a 1-1 situation, we believe, in this losers final. So it's all to play for. We're essentially back to a best of 3 situation at this point.
Yep, we are, but it is a best of 5. So
sure
even though we've been here for a while, it is taking a little bit of time. It's important that every battler, no matter if they're in the first match or the last match, that they get a fair assessment of the game. And so it looks like things are going to continue once that's been communicated to the players. Let's see what we're going to get. Are we going to see how many, let's make a game of this. How many Azumarill mirror matches are we going to get for the rest of this tournament? Because I feel like there's at least 1 or 2 left in it.
Remind me, is TheyLuvJy running Azumarill?
Ooh, I don't have the team sheet for that in front of us. One of our fellow friends could actually let us know, or let us know in the chat. No.
There's no Azumarill on TheyLuvJy, so I'm expecting 3 more Azumarill mirror matches.
No, please, no. It's slightly better than the Umbreon mirror match, but not that much. So let's see what we can do to reduce that. I would much prefer to see a Feraligatr mirror if we had to see any mirrors.
Oh, Feraligatr mirror is a tricky matchup to play because those Hydro Cannons do so much damage. One on its own still does about 40% to the Feraligatr, and then you add some Shadow Claws in there, and all of a sudden you cannot take 2 of them.
Those Shadow Claws just add up so fast unless you're resisting that damage. And then if you are resisting that damage, you're still going to be taking a super effective or a non-resisted Hydro Cannon. So it's so tricky. There's so few Pokemon, but there is one Pokemon that actually resists everything that Feraligatr can throw, and that is Greninja. But it doesn't have the bulk. It doesn't have the bulk to eat any of that. It's still just in the same spot.
I was just thinking Greninja is one of the few Pokemon that can do this, but Greninja, being such a low defense and HP weighted Pokemon, doesn't want to take a Hydro Cannon regardless of whether it resisted or not. And that's the power of Feraligatr. it just outputs so much consistent damage against everything that it comes up against.
Yeah, now we've seen Tonton Batus run that Greninja. I haven't seen anyone run the Crawdon because that also does resist everything. It is definitely not one we're likely to see anytime soon.
And Australian regionals are no stranger to Shadow Sharpedo.
Oh, the Shadow Sharpedo. I know somebody out there's spines tingling just thinking about it
Dracoviz,
now.
if you're in chat, this one's to you, my friend. Shadow Sharpedo is a scary Pokemon to see. It does so much damage. Doesn't want to take any moves, though.
No, it does not. And it is something that you do see pop up every now and then, and you have to pause and think, is this real? And then you're like, oh, I'm playing. I need to switch out. I can't just get Waterfalled or Bite taking out your Pokemon.
And it has Psychic Thing too, right? So it can debuff your defense as well.
Disgusting.
Scary Pokemon.
But it does also blow over in a Gentle Breeze. So do you need to consider that? But what we are seeing is now since the damage reduction to Charm in the latest update, we are seeing a lot of Pokemon like there's the Dark types, there's the Fighters who are having a little bit more free reign because there's not those massive hitting fast moves. This competition has sort of more been about the charge move damage.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of these players using charge attack pressure over that fast attack pressure. We have actually seen in this set of battles that we've got the Dragonite, we've got the Kanto Marowak that do that fast attack pressure, but everything else is only low damage. As we move into game number 3, it's Feraligatr into the Clodsire. This is great for 89 Flames fan.
It is great, but Clodsire can actually eat one of these Shadow Hydro Cannons, and the Feraligatr does not have the ability to eat an Earthquake and still staying around. So let's see how these trainers, are they going to throw him? Oh, and we have a catch straight away from Moneymaker. Ching, ching, ching.
Moneymaker is catching that Hydro Cannon on his Azumarill. It doesn't do a lot of damage, but this gives an opportunity for Flamespan to start overloading on that energy, generating heaps and heaps of energy for those Hydro Cannons later in the piece. Tries to go for an opposing catch, doesn't quite pull it off.
Doesn't quite pull it off, but I think Pokemon Maker's like, oh, excellent. I know what to do in an Azumarill mirror match. I'm just going to throw Play Roughs, and we'll go back to this old chestnut of Play Rough versus Play Rough, but the HP differential is the biggest difference here. And Flamesfan recognizing that he's built up energy on that Feraligatr and then left with a little bit of energy.
If we're tallying these up, this is one Azumarill mirror match. We've got 2 more left for this losers final series as we see the Hydro Cannon connecting onto PokeMoney Maker's Azumarill. Oh, he tries to catch the next move, but he's going to get to the Sludge Bomb on the Clodsire first.
He's going to go to the Sludge Bomb, and Flames lets this one go through. This will do a nice chunk of damage here, taking the Azumarill into the red and firing back with an Ice Beam. The non-stab Ice Beam going to be a lot less effective. And it is going to be super effective. And now we are potentially, oh my goodness, and look how much energy this Feraligatr has. It's come back in and said, I'm stamping my name into this matchup.
Feraligatr is going to take out the Clodsire, but it's the Shadow Dragonite in the back that's scaring me off. That Dragonite is going to come through now and put on another display of its oppressive Dragon Breath damage like it did in the other games.
Oh, but here, in choosing instead, he's going to get a shield by throwing the Play Rough into this Azumarill. Now, are we going to see a swap, or is it going to stay in? No, I think it just wants to soak up a little bit of this energy. Oh, and Chip, a little bit of Chippy Chip.
This Ice Beam is now coming through, commands the final shield from CGY Flamespan, but he has so much energy. The Dragonite has 2 shield advantage. It's coming in now, but it's going to have to start shooting his Hydro Cannons.
This Dragonite is going to have to do an absolute ton of work here. It's got 3 Pokemon it's going to need to get through. Here comes the second Hydro Cannon. Is it going to be a shield, or are you going to save one in the back? What do you do as Pokemon Maker? Using the shield.
Pokemon Maker is now down out of his last shield. In comes the Drapion. We've seen how much damage the Superpower does in this matchup. The Crunch coming through on charge attack priority. It goes to the Dragonite. I think this is going to KO again.
This is going to KO. We've seen how much damage it did in the last matchup, but it is going to be a race. Is there any time to catch? Is there any time to swap? Azumarill still has quite a bit of health, the Calgary Flames fan.
And the attack and defense is now debuffed from the Dragonite. It might have to switch out to clear it, but the switch clock isn't up just yet. Oh, here comes the Hydro Cannon, just surviving on 1 HP.
1 HP and a dream for Calgary Flames, man. It is going to do, and is it even enough? Yes, the resist is able to take out the Dragonite and a bubble. Ooh. Now we are off to a race. What is going to happen? Is it going to be a bubble down for Flames fan, or will they be able to get to a Play Rough?
going for the Ice Beam now. You recognise he could make the play off, but I think the Ice Beam's going to be enough to KO. I think PokeMoney has punched his win in game number 3.
No, it survives!
Whoa.
Bubble down, the bubble sneaking through. Calgary Flames fan has brought this one back and is going to go up 2-1 in this losers final. Such a close matchup there.
We talk about 1 HP and a dream, but both of those trainers had big dreams for that battle with no HP remaining. It was super tight.
Super tight there. And now Pokémon Maker recognizing the next bubble was going to carry me. I have to throw this Ice Beam and pray. That was the only chance for a win con, even though sometimes as a trainer, you know, then you're going to survive this. Maybe they don't. Maybe in the back of your head, you've miscalculated something. So you're going to throw it because that's your only chance for winning.
It was so tight that Pokémon Maker recognizing this is his only win condition, but it wasn't quite enough to secure that game number 3. We are now at a match point for CGY Flames fan to bring it to an all-Perth grand final.
Oh, it is the penultimate battle here, potentially. It may be the ultimate battle of this matchup. 2-1. Now, we've seen that Shadow Dragonite come in, and we saw that our Flames fan did a really nice thing here. Knew that he needed to land the superpower, and that would debuff it and give the chance for the Feraligatr then to come back in and get to a move. And that was the only reason he was able to flip that matchup. Really expert play and understanding how those buffs and debuff moves actually work with those Pokemon. And it was just a beautiful thing to watch from the young trainer.
It was necessary for that attack drop to come in so that the Feraligatr could get to that Hydro Cannon and knock out the Dragonite. It was only on this fraction of HP that it managed to get to that Hydro Cannon as it was. That was unbelievable amount of energy management and recognition of HP management, really.
Yeah, and because those Dragon Breaths can come through so fast, calculating those things is really a difficult thing to do on those one-turn fast moves. And I think the main recognition was this needs to happen for me to win, so I'm going to try and execute that. If I just stay in here and it gets farmed down, there's no chance for me in the back. I just can't do anything. So really well done by CGY Flames fan.
Yeah, CGY Flames fan showing why he's made it all the way to the losers final. Have only lost one set of battles to current grand final participant TheyLuvJy. He's here to win it, and he's proving that.
He is, and TheyLuvJy is in attendance in the final, just hanging out and waiting, probably watching these games as closely as is legally allowed. And we have a Dunsparce lead from Pokémon Maker.
Dunsparce into the Azumarill, finally a nice neutral matchup, and really, this could go either way, depending on whether the trainers want to spend their shields. Azumarill having access to that stab play rough does give it a slight advantage.
It does, and I think this is excellent for Pokémon Maker because the Shadow Dragonite is now avoiding this Azumarill, and that is going to be an absolute critical thing for this match to be a victory. But the spamminess of those other two Pokemon in the back could be spelling a little bit of trouble for Moneymaker.
And if you're CGY Flames fan, you have to make a decision here. Both of your backline Pokemon don't really want to see the Dunsparce, but your Azumarill really needs to see that Dragonite, or it's going to be a tough match. So CGY Flames fan probably has this in the back of his head, like, gee, when is a good time for me to switch out? Do I save some energy on my Azumarill? Going to no shield, the second drill run now. This is putting the Azumarill into that below 50% HP in the yellow zone.
Yep, and this play rough will be able to enter no shield coming through. So this is going to do a ton of damage. Does the Dunsparce survive? It's on 1 HP in a dream. It survives.
Gets to the move.
Here comes the drill run. Now, drill run will not be enough to KO the Azumarill, but it puts it in a much nicer matchup where any of the other Pokemon aren't going to take a huge amount of damage.
We see Flames fan frantically tapping on that Drapion. He knows what's coming. Here comes the Azumarill. We dodge the mirror match finally. Drapion overloading on energy here. It's going to be able to get to that crunch just before the play rough comes through.
Yep, throwing this crunch, trying to get that defense debuff onto the Azumarill, which is a really key in this matchup. But I think now Pokemon Maker is sitting there going, I'm fairly happy that if I can get one shield or just get that HP low enough, my Shadow Dragonite is going to absolutely run through whatever else in the back. I'm not even worried about what's there. And look how much damage that Ice Beam did.
Ice Beam does a lot of damage to the Shadow Drapion. Drapion now going for that second crunch. It's overloading energy. CGY Flames not spending any shields just yet. Recognizes that he needs to keep his Pokemon protected from all these charge moves that might be coming through.
And letting the Ice Beam come through. This is going to take out that Drapion. And Feraligatr comes in, and here comes the Dragonite. It's a late swap. There's going to be 2 shields happening. This is going to be a fast move versus charge move race between these two. Here comes the first shield, Fishy Legs.
I think Dragonite usually wins this race, so hopefully it doesn't go for the tortoise in the hare and take a nap halfway through. Otherwise, I think Dragonite has got this in the bag. It's going to come down to it. The second Hydro Cannon coming through, but not before the Dragon Claw.
Dragon Claw coming through, not just going for the fast move damage. A little bit worried about that health for the Azumarill in the back. Might be a little bit of a problem for the Dragon Breath to get through. Here comes the Hydro Cannon and an instant shield. There's no question about it from PokeMoney Maker. Is just going to shield this up. And there's the swap. And who is going to take this one out? There's a lot of health on the Azumarill.
The Azumarill does have health, and it does have a shield, and it does get to that Ice Beam. But he's going to have to spend the shield. And is this move going to KO through the shield?
Oh, the 1 HP damage. Is there more than 1 HP? There is. Oh, and a catch! Catching on the Azumarill. PokeMoney Maker has pulled the slot machine. Cash is going everywhere. Undercharging the Ice Beam. And now it is just a Feraligatr. Is Feraligatr going to get bubbled down? Or is it getting Shadow Claw down and get to a move?
Oh, no! The Feraligatr barely unable to take out the Azumarill and finish off that game. PokeMoney Maker has tied the series up 2-2.
Now, we are definitely going into a decisive game 5 here. 2-2 with these trainers. Absolutely fantastic. They were playing to every win condition possible. Even in those split seconds, these trainers are thinking so fast. Win this, win that. If Calgary Flamesman was able to Shadow Claw down that Azumarill, there's a chance that they could get that Hydro Cannon off and take out the Dragonite in the back. They were so close, but just not enough HP.
It was down to the wire. These games have been high octane here. We're seeing so much action-packed battles here. These trainers somehow are making bulky mirror matches look exciting.
They have been exciting, the matches. I've thoroughly enjoyed them. Even the Azumarill, so while it's a dull match watching it, when you can look at those back lines and when you can see what's in the back, you know how important switch advantage is. You may know how important shields are. And in that matchup, those shields for that Dragonite were so critical that when Calgary Flames fan didn't shield the Ice Beams from the Azumarill, it really felt like it was setting up PokeMoney Maker for the win. I thought it was all over. And Flames fan just wringing out a cloth, getting every drop out of it. Absolutely phenomenal effort. Was so close to being able to take out that game number 4.
Yeah, CGY Flames squeezing every last drop out of his Pokemon, but still unable to overcome that Shadow Dragonite. I do believe there might be a review happening in the background. We'll wait to keep you updated on the results from that review. But for the meantime, we are expecting it to go to a game at number 5.
That is the expectation until we hear otherwise from the judges and the team on the floor. Doing a great job, obviously. These things are so tight. And they was literally maybe 1 or 2 turns made the whole difference in that game. So you understand why these trainers may want to review those matches. As much as it doesn't allow the flow of the tournament to be exactly what we and you, the viewers, may like, we've harped on it 100 times. Very important for that to be available.
Yeah, these trainers are grasping at everything that they can get here. All those turns make a difference. It's half a second, DrTrotter. That is no time at all. That can flip the difference between these matches. If that Feraligatr got a farm down, for example, then it gets to that next move and that flips the game. Completely
flips the game. It's one of those things where it's happening so fast, especially when there's a 1 turn from the Dragonite. If it's then you got to work out, is it a visual? Was there energy there? Was the damage there? Was it just visual? Where was this discrepancy that these battlers saw, and they get to discuss and make that decision? But what we've seen is Shadow Dragonite is no joke, and it is landing. As long as it's not on that Azumarill, it is a real problem for 89 CGY Flames fan.
Yeah, that Dragonite is causing so many headaches for CGY Flames fan, and I think it's the games that PokeMoney Maker doesn't bring them that he loses.
That seems to be how it's gone so far. Well, he's won 2 with it, pending this review, obviously. And it has been interesting that CGY Flames fan has left the Jumpluff on the bench a little bit there, recognizing that even though it is super effective damage into the water types, the ice damage that's able to then come back in its way is really, really tough. So definitely doesn't want to leave it without shields. But when you've got Pokemon like Feraligatr and Drapion that do so well with shields, you kind of don't want to, it sounds terrible to say, but you don't want to waste it on a jump off when you've got something that can do so much damage and is so effective into that thing. So it looked like we have a conclusion here.
We have an update. There will be no rematch granted for the result of that game. So it is 2-2. This will be a decisive game number 5. Are we going to see that Shadow Dragonite carry PokeMoney Maker into the grand finals and put his Japanese mark on the Australian regional, or will CGY Flames fan bring it home for Perth?
Yeah, it's an interesting. It's the age old. I don't want to say David versus Goliath, but the old hand versus the young hand. Is there going to be a passing of the guard? As always, I think with the Australian, we love the story of the underdog.
We do.
We like the little guy to get up, and we are a little bit partial to our own people, if we're being completely honest.
Oh yes,
So,
very biased, but we love it anyway. And we speak about the little guy. CGY Flames is the little guy in this situation. He's got the Primeape into his big brother, the Annihilate. That's something we haven't seen yet as well.
No, but yeah, because both of these trainers have recognized there's no need for it. There isn't a need for this counter damage. There's so much that resists it. The flying type of Jumpluff, the poison typing of Clodsire, the fairy typing that both of them have Azumarill. Seems like they'd just rather have Azumarill mirror matches has been the flavor.
But one thing I'm happy about is we're guaranteed at least one Shadow Feraligatr in the grand finals, and we're guaranteed to have 2 Feraligatrs in total. It's going to be a great grand finals matchup, regardless of who comes into the play.
This is your Feraligatr channel, all Feraligatrs all the time.
And you'd think Feraligatr, it's not an Australian animal. Crocodiles, maybe we need a buff to Crocodile so we can get a little bit more Australian flavor in the meta.
Oh yeah, let's just like double the incinerate damage and see what happens. But I think when that happens, you'll probably just see Shadow type Losians coming in and just be like, "Hey, thanks guys, I'll take that and run with it." But let's see where these trainers can pull out something for. We did see PokeMoney Maker shift to the Dunsparce there. That being said, so we've had a Dunsparce come out, knowing that Primeape is probably not there. So if you're really making that call that Primeape's not getting in this matchup, all of a sudden Dunsparce becomes an absolutely delightful safe swap.
Yeah, if there's no Kanto Marowak, if there's no Primeape, then Dunsparce can be really useful at absorbing attacks from your opponent. It can be really useful at forcing shield pressure on things like the Feraligatr and like the Drapion. But it just has to really watch out for those fighters because it doesn't want to be in those matchups at all.
Yeah, and this is one of those things we've had 5 matches already. These trainers understand what each other are bringing, how they're playing it. I think Flames fan is going to be like, okay, there's going to be a Dragonite, whether it's in the lead or in the back. How do I balance myself that I can take that out and still win against the other 2 Pokemon that Pokemon Maker has in their team?
Yeah, Dragonite demands resources from your opponent. You have to spend shields, you have to spend energy to get rid of it, or it will take its way through the game. So that's a really interesting point there, DrTrotter. You have to make sure that you're getting rid of the Dragonite, but not spending all your resources so the backline just completely runs away with it.
Yeah, because you can set yourself up for a win by doing that, but you can just as equally set yourself up for a loss. If you're going to burn both your shields early on that Shadow Dragonite and throw it in the lead, and then all of a sudden there's no shields for anything else, Azumarill then looks a lot better. Azumarill for Alligator, all of a sudden they're just the pacing, the damage, the energy just stacks up against you. That Shadow Drapion, shields, it's going to run through everything. So it's going to have to be balanced. And that's what PokeMoney Maker's done so far. He has balanced the start of the matchup so he can heavily shield towards the end of the matchup. It's going to be an unusual scenario how they're going to, like we've talked about, the early, mid, late game. So far, PokeMoney Maker's won when it's shifted everything towards the end game. And Flames Fan has won when he's been shifting it to the early game and the mid game. So it's been and all of the wins have been close. Nothing's been like just a absolute romp in the park for either of these battlers. No. They're going to be feeling the fatigue.
These battlers have been at it for hours now, and they are just close to the end of their tether here at this Perth Regional Championships. It is so close between these two battlers. They're both really at the top of their game, putting everything on the line, showing super high skill expression, catching moves, building energy, recognizing win cons. Like, it is all to play for.
Yes, we have ticked over 9 hours. So these battlers have been at it for 9 hours. That is a significant day. I don't know. I'm sure if you plenty of out there have done 10, 12-hour working days, and you are tired by the end of them. And that's something you do day in, day out, and you're good at. This is something that everyone does for enjoyment and fun, and it is fatiguing, and it is tough. So it is going to be a little bit of a wait there. Sounds like there has been a question again, another review in that last matchup.
And it's been answered with a no rematch.
No rematch answered. So this is fantastic for PokeMoney Maker. Tougher for Flames fan. Wanted to keep that buffer. So there is a little delay. So we will probably have a couple of minutes before these battlers are looking at locking in their teams. I'm sure you are loving looking at Fishy Legs' face over here. Thank goodness he's been here to support me. I very much appreciate you, brother.
It takes two to tango, my friend. But it's been a great day of battles that we've been able to witness today. It's been an absolutely stellar showcase of these Australian and international visitors as well.
Yeah, we've had New Zealand, Japan, Chile. There are a few battlers who are currently residents in Australia for their studies, but they're from Singapore or Malaysia. I'm not sure exactly where. We've got Jins, who's spent a reasonable amount of time over in America, who's here in attendance. There's battlers from all over the region, and it's just fantastic to see them come. And I really enjoy these tournament that has been hosted today.
Yeah, it's been a lot of fun, and all these trainers here today are having a ball with it. Win or loss, everyone is here enjoying this community environment, this atmosphere of competitive Pokemon Go. We see players congratulating each other on hard wins or tough losses. It's just it's great to be a part of.
I have seen a few hugs for battlers who have gone out not quite when they were hoping or being expected to. So we are making sure we're caring for all of our brothers and sisters, whether they're doing well, whether they're doing not as well as they would have liked. It is important as a community to band around each other, and that's how the scene's grown. So I think Perth has done a really great scene. I think they are the largest local for the cups and challenges out of all of the Australian regions. They have the most regular numbers of battlers to their challenges and cup tournaments.
That's really impressive for such a remote community. Perth is the most remote capital city in the world. And that's an impressive stat to say that they've got the highest attendance rates at these local events. There's clearly a really strong community here at the Perth Regional, and it's been really put on display today.
Yeah, and so I want to congratulate those community ambassadors and those who are involved in the local Perth scene, the stores who have supported them. They have multiple stores in the city that run these cups and challenges. It's not just the one a month at the one venue. There are multiple that are doing it. So these places are doing great, and I think that's a testament to what they're doing here. And it must be such a thriving scene, not just for Go, but also for VG and TCG as well.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And I haven't had a chance to communicate with those TCG or VGC players yet today, but it seems like it's such a great environment in the venue today, and everyone's having a lot of fun. So I can only imagine it would be the same for them. I do believe we are getting our Game 5 underway very shortly. So I can't wait to see who takes home this losers final and makes their way into the grand final today.
Now, and this is the first regional tournament where they've actually had the prize wall up. So all of the side events that are on offer mostly will be on tomorrow. But there were heaps of side events that all the battlers in all of the 3 disciplines of games will be able to earn those points to get those rewards. And there's some pretty cool things on that wall.
Yeah, I saw some pretty cool little plushies. I saw a Munchlax there that I'd love to take home, but unfortunately I haven't been able to earn myself any of those points for those prizes just yet, but maybe tomorrow.
There's always tomorrow. There's a chance for tomorrow if we aren't accidentally oversleeping, because this is going late into the night. We are clocking over here, doing a bit of overtime. The OT, I'll get my guys onto it, and hopefully those checks will clear.
That's right. But we are happy to be here because it is such a great event, and we're having a lot of fun watching these battles today. I feel like we could talk about how much fun we're having for hours at this point.
We could, but what's most important is to see what the battlers are having fun with. So I'm really looking forward to, at the end of this tournament, I think we'll be getting the winner of the tournament to come in for an interview and explain to us how they have felt the tournament has been running and how they have been going. So don't just, once the battle's over, don't just clock off and say that's it. We're going to hear from the winner at the end of the tournament, the overall winner, and see how it goes. But we need to get there first. And to get there, we need to see which one of these two amazing trainers is going to get into the final.
Yeah, I can't wait to see the result from this battle. I mean, all these batches have been so close. The ones that have gone through for review as well have all been super, super tight. So this series of games has been incredible to watch. Super high octane, super fast-paced matches. We're not seeing any of those slow, drawn-out battles like we normally might see. It's being all to play for with super fast and aggressive players.
Well, that's what you get, Fishlings, when you run Shadow for Alligator every single game. It speeds things up. It gets the job done. And it has been one of the benefits of seeing it in every single matchup. It is dynamic. It is quick. It's high-paced. And there's very little out there that is able to just soak everything up. It's such an effective Pokemon. What's going to change? Do you think? What would you change with Shadow for Alligator? Do you want to change it? I know you love it, but if you wanted to switch things up, what are you going to do? Are you going to get rid of Hydro Cannon? Are you going to change Ice Beam? Are you going to change Shadow Claw? What do you think is going to be the thing that needs to happen to change the game to keep it away from Shadow for Alligator? Because I can't. If nothing changes, it keeps coming.
I think Shadow for Alligator should be Shadow Claw should be buffed by 2 stages, both in attack and in energy. But that doesn't matter now because we're getting into game number 5 of this losers final. We have the Shadow for Alligator into the Azumarill. This can go either way.
It can, and we do not see that Shadow Dragonite in the back. So the Azumarill in the back for Flamesfan is there for a specific reason, and it's not there. So let's see how PokeMoney Maker gets through this one. We're the Hydro Cannons. We're just building up energy.
Hydro Cannon now being fired off by the Shadow for Alligator. He has got 2 stored already. It's going to connect with the Azumarill. Azumarill doesn't need to shield just yet. Building up extra energy, trying to go for the swap, but is met by the Clodsire. This is tough.
This is a tricky spot because both Pokemon left with energy. So this match is not RPS. We are not over. This is dynamic. Here comes this Ice Beam. This is going to do a nice amount of super effective damage.
Yeah, with the energy advantage here from the Azumarill, it can put a lot of pressure onto this Clodsire. Azumarill, being that bulky little bunny, can take a Sludge Bomb, no problems.
Can take one. Can it take 2, though? Because we're going to find out this Clodsire will be throwing this first move. Does not get shielded by CGY Flamesfan. But a second one is so close here. 1, 2, and there it is. Oh, and no, over-farming here from PokeMoney Maker. You'd think there'd be a shield because of that.
PokeMoney Maker going for that additional energy, recognizing that he wants to keep those 2 shields for his own Pokemon, elects to let the Clodsire go down and come in with a Shadow for Alligator. And now here we go. It's Gator time.
We are off to the races with the Gator, able to get to this Hydro Cannon before Azumarill was able to get to a move. And CGY Flamesfan is quite happy to let this go, thinking it's got this in the bag. I've got Jump Off. There's 2 water types. I'm going to bring in my Feraligatr with all this extra energy. I'm in a good spot. Oh, and Flamesfan wins CAP.
Yeah, so Flamesfan getting that charge attack priority in his favor, getting that first Hydro Cannon through. It does so much damage to that resisted Feraligatr. You wouldn't know about it.
Oh, you wouldn't think it was resisted. Look how much it's doing. And here we go. We've got a shield coming up from PokeMoney. Oh, and a switch into Adger and a counter.
Oh.
It has caught a Play Rough onto the Jump Bluff. This is nowhere near going to do the damage that an Ice Beam would do.
The Play Rough just barely tickles that Cotton Bowl as it builds up some energy heading towards that Energy Bowl. But the Ice Beam coming through now. This is probably at a range where it's going to carry the Jump Off. But CGY Flame says it's time to put it all on the Feraligatr. It's been tried and tested, but it hangs on with this bit of health. Energy Ball now going to come through from Flamesfan.
Yep, Energy Ball coming through. This is going to be enough. Oh, and we have a shield here from PokeMoney Maker. Using the shield happily to keep this Pokemon alive. And here comes the Ice Beam. And yes, on such low HP, there's very little value in using a shield here. So we're going to let this one come through and going to put it all on the Feraligatr for this last game. And look how much energy it has.
The Feraligatr now going for the Hydro Cannon, but I don't think this is a range where that Azumarill will be knocked out. So it's going to be able to, by shields from PokeMoney Maker, no shields left in play. This is going to come down to the wire. The next Hydro Cannon coming through, no catch.
No catch available. Here comes the Hydro Cannon. This is going to do a lot of damage to the Azumarill. Will it be enough to KO it? Yes, it is. And then it is one shield left. And that Feraligatr is so low. It has a shield. It's just going to get a Shadow Claw down. And Calgary Flames fan has taken this losers final out. 3-2 going on to the finals now.
CGY Flames fan has brought it home for a Perth regional grand final. It is going to be TheyLuvJy versus 89 CGY Flames fan.
Yes, it is. But, Fishy, you know what has happened here.
Don't tell me.
Unfortunately, there is going to be a review from PokeMoney Maker. So we are going to have a little bit of a delay here while we wait for deciding if this review is going to enter into a rematch or not. There's nothing we can do. We just need to wait this one out.
We didn't see... Well, actually, we saw the Azumarill mirror match again. Does that bring us up to 3?
I think they've I mean, it's not like a lead match. It wasn't a lead mirror match or 100% HP. But yes, there have been plenty of Azus into Azus so far today. It's been a long haul.
Both of these trainers have actually realistically brought quite similar teams to these battles. You've got a Flyer, you've got a Gator, you've got an Azumarill, you've got the Fighter and a Ground type, and that Flex pick that is able to put on lots of shield pressure. So it is no wonder we've seen these mirror matches throughout the series of these two trainers.
Yeah, no wonder indeed. And just because they're so effective, the Azumarill's so effective at soaking. It's been quite interesting. Everyone's using the Azumarill to get one shield or maybe 2 shields from the Feraligatr and soak up all the energy. And the Feraligatrs are like, some people are swapping into the Azumarill, be like, sweet, I can do this. And coming out with all that extra energy and just using, each trainer is using the same Pokemon in like almost in opposite ways, but also in the exact same way in the very next battle. It's been like this I don't know, to and fro, backwards and forwards between Azumarill and Feraligatr. Is this just an Australian thing? Is this just what we're doing, or is everyone in the world doing this?
I think this dynamic Shadow Feraligatr gameplay is universal, and it's such a diverse Pokemon. It's why we see it everywhere, right? It's just able to do so many different things, and you can play it so many different ways. You can use it in the lead to get a shield advantage. You can use it in a save swap to create yourself a win switch or create a shield advantage in that matchup. Like, you can put the Feraligatr in the back as a closer. And you know what they say? Shadow Feraligatr is always in the lead, in the back, or on the bench.
It has to be in one of those 3 places. Thank you, Tomahawk. Or if it's not on your team, you're probably not making it this far. It seems to be the theme.
It's 100% Feraligatr usage in this top 3. It seems to be the way forward.
100% Feraligatr, but not 100% Azumarill, because TheyLuvJy has gone for a different fairy in his Shadow A9.
Yes.
So,
and Shadow Alola Ninetales has a very unique position in this meta, but we will hopefully be able to get to see some more of that Alola Ninetales gameplay in the grand final.
It would be tricky though, because there's so many Azumarills and there's so many Feraligatrs. It doesn't always land. It's not the most viable in these moves to play with these Pokemon. It's really hard to land it against those water types, especially considering we know it's not running Charm. It's the Powder Snow variant.
Yes, the Powder Snow variation doesn't do quite as well into those water types, only dealing resisted fast attack damage with those Powder Snows. And I believe TheyLuvJy is actually running the Psyshock variation of the Alolan Ninetales as well, just for a little bit more poison and fighting coverage.
Yeah, you do not want to end up against those poison types. But the predominant poison type is that Clodsire. So, you're quite happy just throwing Weather Ball after Weather Ball after Weather Ball, but it's that Drapion that's there. It is not quite the same, but you're still going to be throwing Weather Balls there, right? Those Stab Weather Balls are going to be doing more than those Psyshots.
I think it's for the Toxapex.
Oh, the Toxapex.
Yeah, the Toxapex matchup is shocking for Alolan Ninetales because it does take super effective poison jabs while dealing resisted Powder Snows back. So having a little bit of leeway there with that Psyshock damage is going to be quite good. But also having access to a faster charged attack with that Psyshock over Dazzling Gleam to threaten things like the Primate, like the Annihilate, who actually do neutral counter damage or fighting type damage back.
Yeah, very useful there. And sometimes we get into these habits where we think of the matchup is thus from the lead. the lead is like often it's a critical part often, but very rarely does the lead matchup stay the same, especially in a bad scenario. So the battle becomes dynamic. And once a battle becomes dynamic, you can get energy from other Pokemon that you're not essentially going to throw against that Pokemon. You can either save it for another Pokemon, you can get a farm down at the end of another loss. There's so many different dynamics that the flexibility of moveset can be so critical. And then sometimes the lack of flexibility of a moveset can actually cost you very big time in these battles.
And that's what we see with something like a Gastrodon, right? The Gastrodon is a really good Pokemon into matchups like the Clodsire, but even though it's a water type, it doesn't have a very good matchup against Talonflame because it doesn't have access to that super effective damage. It's only throwing resisted ground type or that normal body slam damage. So that's where that flexibility comes in.
Yeah, and since that damage was reduced on Body Slam at the start of the previous season that we've been playing, it's really quite underwhelming. And you've seen some people, Lickitung was such a dominant Pokemon for so many metas that we've been playing in these Play Pokemon series, and now it's just disappeared.
It is sad to see Lickitung go, but I am enjoying this refreshing new meta that we've been having these last few months with the max out season and now the dual destiny season. But we can confirm there has been no rematch granted for game number 5. So we do have that all Perth grand final here in Perth.
In Perth, that's amazing. So we want to say thank you so much for PokeMoney Maker. You've been an absolute thrill to have here. We've enjoyed your battles thoroughly, and I hope you have a great time while you're here for the rest of Perth. But now we're moving on. We've got the 2 young bucks. They are here. We have TheyLuvJy, UlFaru, I
We all love Jai.
Exactly. Versus 89 CGY Flames fan.
And how could you not be a fan?
Oh, it's very hard. He's a very likable young man.
He is an exceptional battler and a very nice young fella. It's been a real pleasure actually getting to know Flames fan today, and also TheyLuvJy. It's the first time for me meeting him as well, and he's a great guy too.
Yeah, I met them both last year in Perth. Jai a little bit older, a little bit more social, interacting, and Flames fan a little bit more of I like to keep to myself and keep things quiet. But the advantage of that is this is a weird tournament. You can unknowingly give away information based on your interactions with people. And, so sometimes those quiet battlers, they can just sneak under the radar a little bit until they're thrust in the spotlight because they're just destroying all of their opponents. A classic example of that is a good friend of yours, Rick Flareon.
I was just thinking of Rick Flareon when you were saying that. He is one of those more reserved battlers, but he is so good at this game. He unfortunately didn't make a super deep run here today, but he is a class battler who I'm sure we'll see more of in the future. But he's one of those people that keeps to himself, does his own thing, plays his own game, and it works for him very well.
Yeah, and that's key for all of you out there. You don't have to be the social butterfly. You don't have to be the quiet. You need to be yourself and use the Pokemon that suit you and your playstyle. Just because, It's AXN is running Charjabug, you don't have to run it. You need to run what's best for your playstyle and run with that and keep it going because that's going to be your best chance for getting victory in these tournaments.
I have a question for you.
Yes, sir.
Is Shadow for Alligator an extrovert or an introvert?
Ooh, that is a great question. I think it's introvertly extroverted.
The mind boggle.
Yes.
I think for Alligator is extroverted. The way it's just ripping and tearing through these battles, it is definitely not conserving anything at all. It is all on display with Shadow for Alligator. But I hope that we can get a quick look at these teams shortly for Flames fan versus TheyLuvJy. Let's think about how these battlers are going to be able to take on each other. The Unova Stunfisk. We've seen these two play it before. Who's going to take the advantage there?
Well, you have to think initially looking at it that TheyLuvJy has to have an advantage. He was able to beat CGY Flames fan in their winners final, and now they're matching it back again, throwing it back in the grand final. So they have had 4 battles of information. They were so close in those matches. There's a lot there, and now they get to run it back and see how's the dynamic going to change. What's going to go? Where's going to land? What's going to land where? There's so many backwards and forwards things that are available here. And we've seen that normal for Alligator from TheyLuvJy able to do a lot of things that we were not really mentally prepared for it to be able to do.
We say it's normal, but it's been putting on an abnormally good display of PvP here today. And one thing I find really interesting about this matchup is we have that Drapion mirror. And that mirror match is really tricky to play because the Aquatails, while they're not stab, are quicker to get to, but they don't do as much damage as you need it to. So do you go for that crunch debuff or do you just go for the straight Aquatail? It's tricky to play.
It's tricky. It's almost like you're actually setting up for your soft loss because you're not going to come out with a lot of energy because you're pacing the same. And so if you want to go for switch, you're going to go for switch. If you want to go for energy, that's not really an option. You've got to either use a shield or do something that's going to impact the rest of your game. So you've got to understand how those things are going to play out and what they're going to do because you can't just come in with a Feraligatr and Shadow Claw down because you're resisting those Shadow Claws.
Yeah, those. Oh, and we get the Gator mirror into game one. The shiny regular Gator versus that Shadow Feraligatr. And both trainers overloading on energy. We see now that Flamespan is clicking on that Hydro Cannon.
Hydro Cannon coming through, and instantly a no shield from TheyLuvJy was deciding, no, my shields are staying for something more important than this Feraligatr. And you can see the difference in the damage from the Shadow Feraligatr versus the normal here. TheyLuvJy able to tank that, and similarly answered, no shield from CGY Flamespan.
Yeah, both these charge attacks are doing the same amount of damage. We have that mirror match. We see now that Jai is going to push for that shield advantage. He's throwing that second Hydro Cannon now. CGY Flames shielding it.
Yeah, using a shield. And we are looking at potential Shadow Claw down here from CGY Flamespan. Gets it. This is a lot of HP gone. And dipping with that energy.
Yeah, 89 Flames has decided he wants to save that energy for later. And he's now coming with the Drapion to meet this Unova Stunfisk. Aquatail coming through now. Does a good little chunk.
It does a good little chunk, but Unova Stunfisk is not exactly worried about that amount of damage. Happy to take a second one also and just building up that energy there on that little flappy fish.
And that little fish is flopping away there as he continues to build up energy. We're now at 2 Mud Bombs. This is going to be a lot of damage onto that Shadow Drapion, taking super effective damage from that ground typing. Oh, it does just barely hang on though, but TheyLuvJy counting correctly throws before the Aquatail.
Yeah, forced to throw energy here because of the pacing of Aquatail, not able to overfarm by much more than that, and it is going to be let go. And in comes this is a tricky. We have the Jump Love into Superior. They both have Area Lace, but only one of them is same type attack bonus.
The difference here is that Jai still has 2 shields in play, but there is a Hydro Cannon or an Ice Beam banked on that Feraligatr as well. We see back-to-back Aerial Aces charged up by TheyLuvJy. First one not getting shielded by 89 Flames.
Yeah, 89 Flames. You can see it does not need to shield. The Jump Up is so bulky. It's such a bulky Pokemon in Greatly. And now TheyLuvJy forced to use a shield here. Really feel like backs against the wall on this one.
Yeah, TheyLuvJy is in a tricky situation. He's getting the next Aerial Ace through, but again, Jumpluff doesn't need to shield this, and it resists those Vine Whips, doubly being Grass and Flying type.
Yep, and so you can see here on the health bar. Oh, and a quick swap into the Flappy Fish, and he's going to throw in Aerial Ace. This is possibly enough to take it out, but it's resisted by the electric typing.
It is going to be resisted, but it will take out the Stunfisk, and trying anything he can to create some sort of energy advantage here. Jai is throwing the next Aerial Ace. It does get the final shield off of CGY Flames, but the next Aerial Ace is coming through. I think we might see a combo play here.
We might see a combo play, but the other option that CGY Flames fan has is just to let the Jump Off go because there's so little health. You don't want to transfer any damage.
Oh, and TheyLuvJy recognizing that there was just too much of an uphill battle and that Superior wasn't proved superior.
No, Inferior is going to be renamed here by that Jumpluff, really stamping its mark on that matchup. You know, we had 3 times weak to that Jumpluff. We had the Feraligatr, we had the Unovan Stunfisk, and the Superior. Jai is going to need to make some changes here. Otherwise, Flamespan could just keep running away and reset this bracket.
Well, that's the key here. Because TheyLuvJy hasn't lost a set yet, he does have that extra time off his sleeve of only needing to win 1 set of battles, whereas Flamespan has to reset the bracket in this best of 5 if he wants to have a crack at the title in the second best of 5. DrTrotter, he can lose this first set, get information, and come back in the second. We've seen him, however, in last season's Perth Regional, put on a bit of a tear. He lost the first game and then came back and won 3-0.
Yeah, he did, and then came back and won the next 2 in the final. So he actually went on a 5-0 run, forcing Ric Flair to push his way back into the final and win 3-2 in the end of that matchup. But this is the matchup we're here now. That was the old hat. We're on to the new, the young, the improved, the better. TheyLuvJy are going to need to make some changes, and I think we're going to see some Shadow Drapion from TheyLuvJy.
Do you know what I haven't seen today? Is that Malamar.
We have not.
Malamar is actually somewhat threatening in this matchup. It's neutral into everything. It has play everywhere. Even though the Azumarill resists both of the charge attacks, those Psywaves add up quite quickly. So I think Malamar could be an interesting pick to try and create a shield advantage or just set up something for a Feraligatr farm down.
Yeah, that soft loss farm down is something that we've seen be so effective today. And some trainers know how effective it is. So this one, and my goodness, we have the Shadow Alolan into the Shadow Drapion.
We see that matchup is coming in. Alolan Ninetales here does take super effective damage from those poison stings. They are adding up quite quickly, but the first Weather Ball is coming through now. Flames fan knows he can take one.
Can take one, does not want to take him anymore. But the Aqua Tail pacing is just so high and switches to a Feraligatr to catch an Aqua Tail. This is a master stroke from TheyLuvJy.
TheyLuvJy is taking this resisted damage with no problem, and he's going to start getting his own energy. But the crunch is going to come through now, and that's going to put this Feraligatr low. Fortunately for Jai, this is the regular Feraligatr, not the Shadow. It's going to survive and going to come out with a little bit of energy here to threaten the backline.
Yeah, and we can see, CGY Flamesman choosing to shield this Hydro Cannon, looking to outpace with just those poison stings getting to the Aqua Tails, and go for a farm down.
Oh, he successfully pulls off the farm down with the Drapion. It has so much energy now. The Stunfisk coming in, but it's the crunch that gets thrown. This is fine for the Stunfisk.
It is absolutely fine. This is actually what he wanted. He wants to get rid of that poison sting damage. So the A9 is free.
Comes in. Oh, and briefly the jump off was met by the Shadow Alolan Ninetales. Now a Side Shot coming through onto the Feraligatr.
Now, this is what you were saying before. Side Shock's there to do some damage here. Oh, it takes a lot of health, but this Shadow Feraligatr can eat it because it is not same type attack bonus.
No, it is not. But the Hydro Cannon is coming through now. TheyLuvJy is banking it all on his new signature mon of that Stunfisk. It's on a C. So you to the A9. The Stunfisk is coming in. It's going to go for that farm down with that newly buffed Thundershock.
Yeah, the newly buffed Thundershock really increasing, the Stunfisk stocks here. And we're going to shield up this Hydro Cannon. And the time is not there, so we are potentially looking at a full farm down here. And we've got Jump Off into Stunfisk. I think we've seen this before.
We have, but this was a different circumstance where the Stunfisk was a lot healthier. And now it has energy advantage. Is that going to be a difference in this matchup?
This is going to be tricky. So both trainers have shields available, but
do a lot.
The damage from discharge is just not enough due to the grass typing of Stunfisk. It means discharges are only neutral, whereas Energy Ball is going to be super effective. And yep, CGY Flamesman letting this one come through.
CGY Flames smartly elects to no shield here, and he is going for that Energy Ball. TheyLuvJy has a decision. Does he call a shield? No, he's not going to shield it. He's going to let this Energy Ball come through, and that shores up game number 2 for CGY Flames.
Wow, what a turnaround, CGY Flames. Now, Jai played to the win condition, was hoping for the bait. That was the only chance that was there. Did not take it. And so well played to CGY Flames. Absolutely dominating with this jump off. TheyLuvJy brought the Alolan Ninetales to change it up. It was not able to get onto that jump off. And that was the difference maker in this match. Flamesman was able to guide that jump off into the right position and just really dominated the match from there. I think TheyLuvJy, I think you're right. He's going to look to change things up. That Malamar is looking more and more tempting.
Malamar might be the secret sauce here that TheyLuvJy needs to bring home. But he's in a tough spot now. If he wants to prevent that bracket reset, he has to go on a reverse sweep 3-0 against CGY Flames. And at this point in time, not many people have been able to do that.
No, it is going to be a little bit of an uphill battle. But you got to remember, if you're TheyLuvJy, you still only need to win 3 battles, right? It doesn't matter if you lose the first 3; you just need to win the next 3. The mental, I don't anguish almost that can be on the channel is if these guys are gaining this experience now that they can think about these things differently. Some people really struggle with that. They struggle with the fact that I'm down, I'm losing. Once it's reset, it's good to go again. And here we go into game number 3. Let's see, can TheyLuvJy leading the Feraligatr into the Drapion?
This is an interesting matchup because both of these Pokemon are pacing to their most effective charged moves at 5 of their 2-turn fast attacks. We see now the charge attack priority goes to the Feraligatr, but Drapion can take this okay because it's not the Shadow version.
Yeah, it is. Again, it's one of those things that changes quite a fair bit. And look at the damage there. And there's the charge attack priority. Through comes the crunch. Will we see TheyLuvJy? No, choosing not to shield. Very different compared to most trainers with the Shadow Feraligatr.
Yeah, the Shadow Feraligatr cannot take that crunch too well. We're going to see now that the Hydro Cannon is coming through. It looks like Flamespan is going to go for that Poison Sting down again.
Yeah, we did see that last match and how effective it was. So here comes the shield here. And will we see a swap out or is he going to let him get? No. Looks like TheyLuvJy is going to stay in and this is going to be a fun one. This Drapion is low on health but high on motivation.
That is absolutely right. The crunch now coming through. Once again, not clicking that Aqua Tail. The crunch is going to connect with the Unova Stunfisk. It doesn't do a large amount of damage, doesn't get the defense drop. Aqua Tail following it up.
Aqua Tail is going to be super effective. It is going to do more than you think damage, and that Unova Stunfisk is just barely above the red. And we can see TheyLuvJy furiously clicking on. Oh, and in comes the Kanto Marowak. This is going to be a slap-a-thon. It's going down. There's so many mud slaps coming through. Here comes the Aqua Tail. Is one Aqua Tail even enough to KO from this point?
No, the Kanto Marowak can take this Aqua Tail just fine. It is going to be a bit of a slap fest, but he's come out into the jump off now to absorb the second Aqua Tail. This isn't going to do very much damage at all.
No, not much damage. The jump up has just commanded. The CGY Flames fan has just positioned everything absolutely beautifully here. This is going to take a lot of work from TheyLuvJy to really fight back.
TheyLuvJy is on an uphill climb, and I don't think there's enough gas in the tank to make it all the way to the top here. That Aerial Ace connects. It does a little bit of damage, but there's still a shield in play and so much health remaining. TheyLuvJy has conceded the game number 3, and we're going for a bracket reset.
Wow, CGY, Flames fan has absolutely dominated here, forced the bracket reset. It wasn't like it just happened. He forced it. That was, especially in that last game, that was an absolute stamping with that Shadow Kanto Marowak. Just knew the Drapion was there. There was the Unova Stunfisk as well. It landed and landed hard. He must have been pumping the air when he saw it was the Feraligatr lead.
Yeah, he was hoping and wishing that there wasn't going to be that Superior back, and the Kanto Marowak went to town. It was great to see that Flamespan made that really good read on what TheyLuvJy was going to bring. They've played, 7 games against each other now. They're in each other's head. It's tough from here.
It is tough. How do you get out of it? Because if you're TheyLuvJy, you had that Superior earlier, but it's got stuck on the jump off. And it doesn't do anything. It's such a struggle. It lands quite well on 4 of the other Pokemon. How do you go about this? I think he really needs to move away from that Unova Stunfisk, as great of a Pokemon as it is, and as cute and amazing as it is. I think he really needs to look at leaning on that Malamar and the Drapion.
Yeah, that double dark line does look tantalizing there for TheyLuvJy, but he is worried about that Azumarill. He's worried about that Jumpluff. And he's worried about that Feraligatr.
Yeah, it does make it tough. It's one of those scenarios does he have to make or break? Where is he at? And as we know, TheyLuvJy locks in straight away. He doesn't muck around. He's not caring. He's locking in his lines. He's believing in his Pokemon.
Ooh.
And we've got the Marowak into the Stunfisk. This is terrible for TheyLuvJy.
CGY Flames has a great lead here. He's got the Kanto Marowak into that Stunfisk. It's met now by the Feraligatr. TheyLuvJy is going to get to that Hydro Cannon and force a shield out of Flamespan.
Yeah, this could be an interesting tactic. Force those shields and then be able to come from behind and win. Because I think with the extra buff here, he may not need to shield this first Bone Club. It may survive it.
DrTrotter is electing to shield regardless. He wants to keep his Feraligatr healthy. He wants to force switch advantage. It's going to be met now by the Drapion because it's so low. The Drapion's going to put a lot of work in here, even with just the poison stings alone.
Yep, and is going to do a lot of damage to Hydro Cannon. But I feel like Flamesfan has a plan here. He is planning, he's sacrificing this to get rid of all that energy and is going to get to this crunch ahead, which will 100% be KOing See You Later for Alligator.
Yeah, see you later, Gator. As the crunch connects, it's going to do a lot of damage. Now the Stunfisk is coming in. This is just about the only place this Stunfisk has any play in this battle.
Yeah, this is a massive uphill battle because TheyLuvJy does not know that there's that jump fluff in the back. This is going to be a huge effort for this Serperior to overcome these last two Pokemon on CGY Flamesfan's team. And this is the start though, right? You've got to start somewhere. You can't just give up. You're in the finals. You don't want to give up.
No, there's no time for giving up in this battle now. We see the Marowak coming in. It is met by the Serperior, and in comes that jump fluff. This is tough. I hope TheyLuvJy bought his hiking boots today because he's doing a lot of uphill climbing.
There is a lot, and I feel like he has realized at this point this game is going to be nigh on impossible to win, but he's going to play it out, right? Because these trainers are not ones that give up. As Australians, we do not give up. We're going to force every little thing because there's always the potential for catching an aerial ace on that Unova Stunfisk in the back, which can maybe just do enough to get something out of it, but this is tricky.
TheyLuvJy is letting this aerial ace come through now. With the 50-second switch clock, you might be able to delay the timer just enough to allow a catch to come through. We do have back-to-back aerial aces stored up onto this Serperior. Jump fluff again, proving it is superior to the snake.
It is, and at this point, you can even let this go because that's one mud slap, and that Serperior is out of here, and then you can just slappity slap onto the UFisk, and there it is, and there's the swap in, and he's got the two bone clubs even. They're so close. This is just such a tricky spot for TheyLuvJy. Where is he going to draw from? What's he going to draw from for the rest of this matchup? I know it's not over here, but it feels so over.
Flamesfan taking a 4-0 win streak over TheyLuvJy. This is huge for Flamesfan. He's got all of the momentum. TheyLuvJy is on the back foot. He needs to find something. He needs to change his strategy in a way that allows him to open up an opportunity to force a win.
Yeah. So I think what TheyLuvJy has been trying to do is he's trying to think ahead and see, okay, Flamesfan knows I need to change my strategy. So if I keep my strategy the same, he changes, I'll be fine. But it hasn't happened yet. And it's like, if it hasn't happened, it hasn't happened. Do you just keep forcing that round brick into the square hole and hoping it goes through? Or do you okay, you need to step back and think and realize, and because it's been such a long day for these battlers, this is where the rubber meets the road. It's really hard. You need to think about these things. How are you going to do this? How am I going to land things? And I think the one thing TheyLuvJy really needs to do is make sure he is not triple weak to that jump fluff. He really needs to consider that and be trusting that his other Pokemon can still get the job done for him.
Yeah, it's so tough for TheyLuvJy because his best answer for that jump fluff is the Alolan Ninetales. But we've seen time and time again, Flamesfan bringing those double water Pokemon to really nullify that Alolan Ninetales. So it's great team reading here from Flamesfan. He's living rent-free in TheyLuvJy's head.
Yep, 4-0. Like 4-0 rent-free at the moment. And that is a really hard place to come back from. But that's where the championship mentality comes from. You need to land these things. You need to draw from that. You don't let the battle come to you. You take the fight over to CGY Flamesfan.
And this is a polar opposite of what we saw at the last Perth Regional, where TheyLuvJy went on a 5-0 winning streak and then lost it to Rick Flareon. Can he learn from that experience and pull off a reverse sweep? But we see the Stunfisk into the jump off. Oh no, TheyLuvJy, this is not it, my friend.
This is not where this wants to be. This is just forcing himself. He thought it would be in the back, but it is ended up in the lead here. Now, this match is not over. TheyLuvJy is an excellent battler, going to get a neutral discharge into this jump off.
Discharge coming through, jump off, shrugging it off with no problem. Energy Ball is going to come back in return. Stunfisk can take it quite comfortably, even though it's super effective. They are both bulky Pokemon. The damage isn't adding up just yet.
Not adding up, but it will, because the second one will definitely be enough to KO this Unova Stunfisk, but it's attempting to do its best to chip away. Chipperoo.
Yeah, unfortunately for TheyLuvJy, he's got that Alolan Ninetales in back. It wants to be here against the Jumpluff, but in the back it's going to meet the Drapion or the Feraligatr, and that's not as comfortable.
No, and Feraligatr seems like it's going to be such a safe swap for, and here it comes, and it's choosing to go into that Drapion with those super effective poison stings.
Yeah, the Drapion is going to take the Weather Ball here. I wouldn't be surprised to see TheyLuvJy switch into his own Feraligatr at this moment, saving that Ninetales for later in the game. But no, he's electing to stay in just a little bit longer, get a little bit more energy, going for that second Weather Ball. Oh, and he catches the Aquatail.
Aquatail catch, fantastic for TheyLuvJy, is forcing anything he can get for this matchup to try and get the win. But this Drapion has so much energy. We've seen this before. Catches the Aquatail, but there's a crunch right there. You have to use your shields.
TheyLuvJy is on the back foot once again in this Game 2 of the bracket reset. Oh, and the defense drop coming through. This is putting even more pressure on TheyLuvJy. He's going for that Hydro Cannon now, just on charge attack priority to get rid of this Drapion.
Yep, and what we can see here is CGY Flamesman is using their shield, wants to force this last shield out of TheyLuvJy because they know they're really strong with that Alolan Ninetales in the back, and lets it go. Will it survive? No, this is taking Feraligatr out of this matchup.
Feraligatr is gone, but we're met with another one, the Shadow Feraligatr from CGY Flamespan in the one shield scenario. It's got a good matchup, and he's called the bait as well.
Has called the bait, knowing that it probably will survive even the Psyshock and be able to get to 2 Hydro Cannons to finish this matchup. And here comes the Psyshock, though. This could be the game a little bit more interesting. Is he going to call it?
Oh, and he's called him. I think this is going to KO the Feraligatr, and then it's going to come down to the Jumpluff in the back, and it's a little bit low. Oh, but the poison stings are going to add up. It's on 1 health. This isn't enough.
This is not enough, unfortunately. Jumpluff, 1 Fairy Wind, taking out. CGY Flameman has gone 5-0 in these finals. It is now 2-0 to Force. TheyLuvJy needs to pull something out here. We've been calling for it. We've been begging for it, but these 2 young trainers have been battling absolutely phenomenally. I have not seen CGY Flamesman dominate anyone ever like this. Like, he is playing out of his mind because TheyLuvJy is a phenomenal trainer.
TheyLuvJy has been undefeated until now. This is an incredible showing from 89 Flames fan. This young kid on the block has just stamped his name all over the Perth Regional Championship, and I think he's got enough to bring it home here.
I think all he needs to do is that as long as that Jumpluff stays away from that Alolan Ninetales, stays away from that Drapion, it is going to absolutely dominate the matchup. It's setting the Feraligatr up. It's setting his own Drapion up. He doesn't need to do anything crazy. Doesn't need to do anything that much different. You just need to let it do its thing. It's been winning for you. Just send it home. Send it home.
He only needs 1 more game win to secure this Perth Regional title. CGY Flames on the cusp of earning his spot at the World Champs. And we see the Malamar is here versus the Shadow Feraligatr.
Oh, and it's throwing a superpower on charge attack priority. So it is able to now survive this Hydro Cannon and will be able to get to 2 charge moves. This will do a huge amount of damage. Look at that HP bar.
Oh, it only just survives as well, and it's got 2 superpowers loaded, so it's going to be able to fire off both here before it gets KO'd by the Shadow Claw. Feraligatr spends a shield, next superpower coming through.
Next superpower coming through. Now it is debuffed. This Feraligatr may just hang on. Is there going to be a shield? No shield coming up this Malamar, and it does survive.
This is great now for TheyLuvJy. He's earned shield advantage. He's going to get energy advantage after this matchup as well. This might be just what he needed.
Yes, and look, the extra bulk of the regular time. And here comes the Shadow Kanto Marowak. It is doing huge amounts of damage with those mud slaps. And TheyLuvJy is going to need to force something here. Oh, no shield, letting it go.
Oh my gosh. What is CGY Flames thinking? Is he going to put it all on the Jumpluff here? Down a shield?
Down a shield, and those fast moves do not do that much. The Fairy Wind is not adding up here. What is Flamespan going through his head and going for a catch? Does not catch. TheyLuvJy went for a catch on the Stunfisk, and look at that energy now coming into this. Oh my gosh, this is crazy.
I think this is a great play from Jai actually, because we've seen that the Ice Beam doesn't quite one-hit KO the Jumpluff, so he's going to save that energy for later. Just chip away at the Jumpluff with these discharges. It is neutral damage that we're seeing coming out from this Stunfisk here, it tickles that jump off, but now it's an Ice Beam range.
It is in Ice Beam range, but potentially after the fast moves, is it going to get into Hydro Cannon range?
Well, that is true. It could well do. And we still also see that 89 Flames has that Feraligatr on a teeny amount of health. Goes for the catch and he misses.
Misses the catch. Both trainers have missed the catch in this matchup. Here comes the discharge. One discharge. Will 2 discharges KO? This is an absolutely critical moment in this matchup.
I don't think 2 discharges will do enough to KO, but there is enough health and energy on that Feraligatr in the back to try and secure this matchup. 89 Flames recognizing he doesn't need to shield this one, but he's gone so low now. I don't think he can pull it away.
No, the Shadow Claw damage could potentially be enough. And will TheyLuvJy using a shield? The bait goes shielded.
Has TheyLuvJy found the loose con here by shielding the Stunfisk? Oh, we see the Feraligatr coming in. It's going to get the Shadow Claw down, and he secures game number 3.
Wow, TheyLuvJy fighting back that Malamar. He was still double weak to the jump off in the back, but that extra shield because of the Malamar meant that he was able to overcome that adversary with the Unnoted Stunfisk and with that the normal type for Alligator. So not normal type, the non-shadow for Alligator.
That's right. I've been asking Jai to bring this Malamar the last 6 games. He finally has brought it in, and he's won a game back off CGY Flames. It now has swung the momentum just a little bit in TheyLuvJy's favour. Sometimes that's all it takes. We saw that last season. That's all it took for Rick Flareon to come back.
That's all you need. Now that hope. You can see that hope. I think rebellions are built on hope. I've learned from watching too many movies in my lifetime. And now TheyLuvJy has it there. And I really think we might see a resurgence. That jump off was not as dominant as it had been in the previous matchups. That extra shield really just set him up. Malamar, fishy legs. You need to go into coaching, my friend, because he must have heard you. And here we go, locking it in. We're straight away. Game number 4. And it's this Feraligatr into the Marowak. This is an interesting matchup because the Kanto Marowak can shield and slap its way through this matchup.
It sure can, but this regular Feraligatr can take a Bone Club and still force 2 shields out of this Marowak. So it's going to be a lot tighter than the Shadow version would be. We do see the jump off in the back. And do you know what else we see in the back? The Alola Ninetales.
Oh, that Alola Ninetales. So switch advantage is going to be paramount in this matchup. And yes, TheyLuvJy is choosing to use a shield here. Does not want to die to a Bone Club. Wants to be able to get another charge move and put CGY Flames Fan into the 0 shield scenario and immediately shielding this next Hydro Cannon.
Yeah, he is going to double shield his his Kanto Marowak rather, as he continues to overfarm on energy, gets to the Bone Club. He's going to throw it just before that Hydro Cannon comes through. Is a decision here for Jai. He's going to shield. He's going to force switch advantage here. Or does Flames Fang try to go for a catch? We see the Hydro Cannon coming through, and it does get caught on the Drapion.
Caught on the Drapion. This is a very interesting development here because this is going to do an absolute ton of damage. And oh no! And he's going into the Alola Ninetales. He had the hard counter there in the Stunfisk, but it chose a different direction, making a call. This is enormous to this matchup.
TheyLuvJy has called that there won't be the jump off in the back. He's come in with his Alola Ninetales, but that might be the game, the match, the region-winning mistake here. As we see the charge attack coming through, Drapion is gone, but the Marowak is still in. The jump off is still in. This game is not over. The jump off comes in.
Whoa, the jump off comes in. The time is there. This is going to be a double super effective weather ball. This is crazy play. This is going to come in. This is going to almost knock out this this jump off. Look at that damage coming through. Oh, and there's the sky on the aerial ace.
I thought this game was over, but I think I might be wrong. It's still all to play for here. The Marowak is coming back in, but this Unhoven Stunfisk is a little bit bulky, and it's going to get to a move here, I think.
It's going to get. Is that going to be enough? Is this Mud Bomb going to be enough? The Bone Club will do a large amount of damage to. It's super effective there, and it is going to outpace this Mud Bomb. Is this enough to take out this Kanto Marowak? And then there's still another Pokemon in the back. They've both got Pokemon in the back. This is so tight in this matchup. It does not.
It doesn't KO. We go for this catch, but it doesn't get through. The Marowak is going to get the Bone Club, and this is going to KO the Stunfisk. The CGY Flames fan might have just Secured game number 3.
CGY Flames fan is going to be your Perth 2024 regional champion. Congratulations, young man. The youngest competitor in the field against the second youngest competitor in the field. Dominating fashion, 6-1 with the bracket reset.
That was an incredible display there from CGY Flames. I'm lost for words at this point. Like, what did we just see?
What we saw is that there is a young man out there that everybody needs to be aware of because he is coming through. He dominated the entire bracket, didn't lose a game till he came into the winners finals against TheyLuvJy, happened to go out, then took PokeMoney Maker's money away from him, and then came in and then just dominated. And we have, once again, a Perth local winning the Perth regional. Congratulations, Flames fan. Well done.
There's only been one time in the history of the Perth regional that it hasn't been won by a Perth local. And we are seeing now that Flames fan has brought that tradition back to the Perth community. I know our good friend debbiepebble is ecstatic about this news. I'm ecstatic that we got to see so many hype matches in that grand final series. That was so good to watch.
That was incredible. Now, we are awaiting, we are actually going to have an interview, I believe, with TheyLuvJy coming in, going to have a little chat with us. So we're waiting here. So we've got our man Steve or Josh.
Who?
Steve, Josh, I don't know. Can we trust either of them?
I don't know a Josh.
Oh,
I thought I knew a Steve.
Oh, didn't you know he's a twin?
What? He's a twin.
Yeah, there's actually 2 of them. We're going to start new rumors here. But yeah, he's on the floor. I believe we're going to be speaking to TheyLuvJy. And I mean,
the
like
question
we said,
on everyone's lips is going to be, why didn't you bring the Stunfisk into the Drapion?
Oh, it was there. He shielded the second time. He had the switch advantage in his favor. Sometimes you just outthink yourself. I think what he was thinking, must have been thinking, is there is a Drapion in the back. I need to save my Ufisk for that. Oh no, the other way. The other way. Yeah. The Drapion was there. No, I do apologize. There was another counter in the back. So you overthink it, and that can be what causes your downfall. But we do have somebody very special, this young man who has absolutely battled his heart out, and he is here and he's joining us on the desk now. So we are going to slide across. We'll get some chairs in, and we're going to have words with the young man himself, and we'll invite our other casters
We'll be right
in
back
as well.
in just a minute.
Won't be long. Please stay tuned.
And we're back after an explosive grand finals, TheyLuvJy versus Flames fan, where Flames fan, I think, has actually become the youngest regional champion of all time in
How
Pokemon Go.
incredible is that? So just showcasing the young talent that we have in the Perth region. And we also have another young talent here.
TheyLuvJy, if you didn't know. I'm sorry I couldn't bring it home. I really wanted to, but the team comp was just, I don't even know how I won the first time. Drapion was like impossible today. I wasn't, not the day for it.
Yeah, it was definitely, I mean, look, you had such a clean run through the entire tournament, right? It was 2-0 after 2-0 after 2-0 after 2-0 going into that match against Flames fan. I mean, explain sort of how you sort of looked at your team comp into his team comp going into, I mean, the many, many games that you had to play.
So the first games, he was really hesitant to bring Marowak, and that really worked for me. And then he started bringing it, and it became really alignment based, and I just couldn't beat it. If I didn't get alignment, I was just cooked. So, and that last game, I was just too scared to wait the turn. I was like, if he I lost count, and it was just all too much. But I might have brought it to game 10. That was my goal, but not this time. Maybe next year.
Look, I think you still did incredibly well, and like it was such a pleasure to watch. I mean, we were able to watch a lot of your games here on the broadcast, and really, really cool to not only see you succeed, but see you succeed with such unique Pokemon as well. I mean, I think that I can speak for all 4 of us casters here today that we are very impressed by that Unova Stunfisk play. Yeah. Can you tell us about how that landed on your team and sort of what your thought process was there?
When the meta changes were announced and Thundershock was being buffed, I was kind of like, oh, the meta will just stay the same. And I came across a post that said Stunfisk was getting buffed. And then I came across another post where it was like, Stunfisk is awesome. And I was like, yeah, it is awesome. And then I was like, what really beats everything that Stunfisk can't beat? Oh, my favorite Pokemon. So I was like, I have to try. And to be honest, until Flames Fan, every team was fully broken. Like, they had one game in round 4 versus Godzilla, and he had Gastrodon, which was the other worst thing, but it wasn't even that bad. Like, I did pretty well until Mr. Flames Fan, but that's all good. I'm happy to say.
Yeah, look, you are one of the only players in the world to have such a consistent record where not only, coming second at a regional, it's a huge accomplishment on its own, but coming second at the same regional twice in a row with no other performances. I mean, it's a 100% grand finals rate, which is, I don't know about you, but I would look at that and say, it's kind of cracked.
It's a win. Yeah, I'll take that. Can't complain.
Yeah. Now, I think the big question on everyone's lips is, in the last regional championship, the last season, you qualified for the World Championships, didn't end up heading that way. But this season, you're actually in with a pretty good shot for that NAIC Travel Award. So, question to you, are we looking to potentially, make the trek?
Yes, I'd love to go this time. I would have loved to make it to Hawaii. I just couldn't. But if I can actually win some locals, then we might be another chance.
I'll help you with that.
Yeah.
Debbie's sacrificing herself as some, lose fodder.
Yeah. I'll bring my 5 charmers. It's okay.
Yeah, I don't know about how well even Stunfisk does into the 5 charmer team, but
maybe it does okay.
Look, fair enough. But look, massive congratulations. I mean, I think you've put a bunch of championship points into your little bucket ready to go for the World Championships. And I'm really looking forward to seeing you potentially. I mean, here's the other question, I guess. Are you looking to expand your outreach out to the non-Perth Oceanic regionals?
If I get the travel award, it will definitely be an option.
All right. Yeah. You heard it here. It's locked in. There's no option. He said that he's definitely going. So massive shout out to TheyLuvJy. And of course, Flames Fan for taking out the championship.
Yeah, big congrats to him. I'm sorry you didn't get to interview him, but I hope I can live up to his awesome title.
Look, it's the consolation prize. It's get to hang out on stream. Right? But look, I think we've got to go and get you a medal. So we'll let you go. But a massive thank you to TheyLuvJy for coming on.
Thank you, guys.
And I mean, let's just dodgy this thing. I mean, I'm just going to shift and let you get out of the way. And thanks to see you, TheyLuvJy. Yeah. Well, I mean, I know there's a few locals coming through in this particular tournament, but that sort of brings us to the end of the Perth Regional Championships here for the 2025 season. Again, the first regional championship of the Oceanic season. And again, finishing off with the youngest regional champion in the world. I mean, guys, that's kind of crazy.
Yeah, and look, I just think if this is where he's at now, where will he go as time goes on, as that experience develops as well? So incredible plays from Flame fans. And look, I'm so incredibly proud to have a final with 2 locals as well, with all these world players, all of these international players, and people traveling over to here. So it's been incredible. What a regional. We've been up to 10 hours of this stream, and it's just such great plays from everyone.
Yeah, exactly right. But that does bring us to the end of the tournaments. Let's bring everyone in here just to say good day. Massive shout out to our 4 casters, the Perth caster family. There's the Christmas card already sorted out as well. But yeah, massive shout out to everyone that's been here. And of course, some massive shout outs to MissMystic, who is over doing production as well. Massive shout out. I mean, she's done an incredible job. And as said, it has been such a long tournament, a long day. So shout out to not only her for being the greatest producer on the planet for Pokemon Go PvP. I mean, how can you argue when you've got such a brilliant stream that has been going all day, solo as well? I mean,
exactly
she's ridiculous.
She is too good.
Yeah.
Battle, really.
Yeah. Honestly, the GOAT of the Pokemon Go PvP community. But of course, massive thank yous as well go out to ESL Australia for not only running this event, but letting us put this on. And a big thank you to TPCI for their support of this stream as well. So just massive thank yous all round. And, any last words from us before we sort of run off into the sunset?
Shadow for alligator, baby.
Look, I think that does sum it up. So with that said, thank you so much for watching. Don't forget to, give some support to all of the Oceanic battles that you've seen play out today. And of course, these lovely casters as well. Shout out Fishy Legs, DebbiePebble, DrTrotter. I was here as well.
Steve.
But
Josh.
Sorry again for the name shame bamboozle, I suppose. But hey, it got you here, didn't it? So with that said, thank you for watching, and we'll see you in the next one. Bye guys.
Bye.